Who am I? Where am I? An ethereal feminine voice echoed through the desolate room. I remember now, I seem to be called Tian Lai, Xiaoshan Lei. Wait, why is there a woman's voice? The speaker's tone shifted to one of astonishment. What? Am I mistaken? This is my voice. How is that possible? I distinctly remember being a man. Xiaoshan Lei exclaimed in disbelief. And where is this place? Is it hell? Am I dead? But this doesn't resemble hell at all. Could it be that I have not died? Xiaoshan Lei fell silent, beginning to survey the surroundings. The place was utterly barren. It was hard to discern whether anyone had ever lived here. Yet, she recalled the memories swirling in her mind. She had been called Xiaoshan Lei, 22 years old, having dropped out of school after middle school to work a meager job earning around 3,000, living a life of mediocrity. Gradually, she developed a fondness for anime, becoming well acquainted with many female protagonists. To engage more deeply, she invested time in learning to draw. After a year, her walls were adorned with her artwork. She remembered the thrill of gazing at those walls filled with paintings of characters like Hatsune Miku, Kurumi Tokisaki, Artoria Pendragon, Shana, Mikasa Misaka, Black Rock, Shooter Akame Hinata Hyuga, Ram, Kiana Kaslana, and many others. Thus, he had ascended to the zenith of life, a handsome young man who gradually became aloof, and until the end, he had never even touched a woman's finger. In his words, the two-dimensional world is the true path those mundane, superficial girls can never compare to the wives of my heart. And now, hey, is this a joke? I've turned into a woman. Her current predicament? A woman. Still a woman. She was utterly bewildered. Moreover, she squinted, stroking her chin in contemplation. Then she closed her eyes and earnestly declared, "I've figured it out." Suddenly, her eyes flew open, and she shouted, "I damn well did not die. I simply accidentally clicked an advertisement while reading a comic." After her outburst, Xiaoshan Lei panted, her chest heaving. What the heck? Why am I so exhausted from shouting? By the way, what does she look like now? She had no idea. She rose from the wooden bed. Indeed, it was a wooden plank, lacking even a blanket. Xiaoshan Lei then wandered around, ultimately realizing, adjusting her non-existent spectacles, that there was but one truth. This is a murder mystery room, she declared. With that, Xiaoshan Lei fell to her hands and knees, supporting herself. Is this a joke? There isn't even a door. And what is with this brightness in the room? I feel that my life has turned gray because of this incident. Just then, a voice resonated that restored Xiaoshan Lei's composure. Ding, system binding in progress. Buzz buzz. The system is under unknown attack. Binding failed. Ding, this system is now angry, initiating the 5th stage of spirit transformation. Ding, spirit transformation successful, granted to the binder. Ding, successfully integrated into this world. The process of rebinding has commenced. Xiaoshan Lei comprehended the situation. Ahem, allow me to elucidate. Initially, the system began the binding process, but was met with resistance from the forces of this world. Consequently, the system became irate, leading it to initiate a transformation into a sprite to assimilate into this realm. Ultimately, the system followed the sprite and arrived by her side. Hey, are you mistaken? Weren't you just angry? You are the system. You should be wreaking havoc. Xiaoshan Lei found herself at a loss for words. Ding dong, the system successfully bound. Upon hearing the system's notification, Xiaoshan Lei's right eyelid began to twitch uncontrollably. I have a foreboding feeling. Xiaoshan Lei swallowed nervously. Ding! Due to the host's disbelief in the system's capabilities, a lightning punishment has been activated. Commencing countdown 3, 2, 1. Crack! A colossal lightning dragon streaked across the sky, hurtling towards a wooden structure measuring 3 meters in length and 6 meters in width. Just as the lightning dragon was about to collide with the wooden house, a hole the size of an adult's palm suddenly appeared in the ceiling. Crack! The majority of the lightning dragon struck the wooden house, with only a small portion managing to pass through the palm-sized opening. In a state of bewilderment, Xiaoshan Lei, with her innocent and radiant gaze, found herself face to face with the lightning dragon. Xiaoshan Lei barely managed to let out a scream before peacefully embracing the onslaught of electricity. Bang! Without error, Xiaoshan Lei collapsed to the ground. Her hair frizzed outwards as if she had transformed into a quintessential explosion person. Struggling to regain her composure, Xiaoshan Lei stood upright, exhaling a cloud of thick smoke. Phew! Huff! Panting laboriously. Ding, the punishment has concluded. The lightning service has been disabled. Please remember to leave a good review, dear. Upon hearing the voice in her mind, Xiao Oceanlei was instantly enraged, shouting, "Get lost. A good review? Let me go back. Do you even understand my strength? I can easily take on kindergartners and confront the police. Ugh. Forget about the latter part, let me rephrase. I can easily take on." Before Xiao Oceanlei could finish recounting her illustrious exploits, the system interrupted her. Ding, the esteemed system has decided not to impose further penalties this time, as the 5th stage sprite has been activated. Ding, 5th stage sprite. System sprite no. 1. Tasks, rewards, penalties, system explanations. Ding, this system will enter a dormant state, yet the system will continue to operate normally with all functions being overseen by system sprite number 1. Ding, wishing the host good fortune, I hope that when I awaken, you will still be here. The system then concluded with a playful tone. Xiao Oceanlei, her expression filled with exasperation, lamented, "What did I do to deserve this? I merely provided a few explanations. Why must I endure the wrath of lightning? And could you at least allow me to speak a few more words? You shut down so abruptly, and you, with your quirky personality, think you are some kind of cartoon character? And to cap it all off, you end with a cutesy remark how utterly vexing." In the confines of the small room, Xiao Oceanlei vented her frustrations vehemently. Ultimately, she resigned herself to fate. Having read numerous novels of the system genre, she understood that returning to her original world would be a formidable challenge. Yet, this also presented her with an opportunity. Clenching her fists, Xiao Oceanlei exclaimed with eager anticipation, "Wives, I have arrived." Ding! The chime of the system interrupted Xiao Oceanlei's daydreaming. Following this, a sweet and endearing female voice echoed in her mind. The first system sprite activated, requesting the host to provide a name. Chapter 2. The little Li Hua's with a first system spirit was activated, prompting the host to assign a name. Upon hearing the voice, Xiao Tianlai was momentarily taken aback. It was only after the voice repeated its request that she regained her composure. A mischievous grin spread across her face, reminiscent of a child snatcher. "Please, host, refrain from such thoughts," the system spirit chimed in. "The first spirit has successfully activated, and I can hear your thoughts." Xiao Tianlai was left speechless, her heart brimming with indignation as she internally exclaimed, "Hey, is this how you play? You've wounded my fragile spirit. Please do not be upset, host. You may command the first spirit to disregard your inner voice." The spirit responded, sounding quite contrite. Xiao Tianlai blinked in surprise. This first spirit seemed decidedly weaker than the previous system. "Oh dear," she gasped, covering her mouth. "You must not listen to my thoughts any longer. Now, host, you have the ability to choose whether the first spirit can hear your heart's whispers," came the reply. Moreover, that was the zero spirit who typically governs all system affairs. "The zero spirit?" Xiao Tianlai exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed, host," the spirit confirmed. "The zero spirit controls everything, and only under special circumstances can other spirits emerge. This is such a circumstance as I have descended into this world early, and you are the inaugural host of the system." After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Tianlai inquired, "I am the first host? How intriguing! What capabilities do you possess?" "Host, you have yet to name me," the spirit reminded her. "Oh, how cute. This first spirit hasn't forgotten about its name," she mused seriously. After some contemplation, she declared, "From now on, you shall be called Xiao Meng." Xiao Meng? Naming successful. The first spirit is now designated as Xiao Meng. Please, host, select a form for the spirit to take. Transform? Xiao Tianlai was taken aback by this request. "Indeed, as I lack a spirit form, I must assume a new body," Xiao Meng explained. "Can you take on the form of Li Huazhua?" Xiao Tianlai asked earnestly. "Yes. This system is fundamentally the Valkyrie descent system," Xiao Meng replied. Before Xiao Tianlai could voice her curiosity about what the Valkyrie descent system entailed, a radiant white light appeared before her. Emerging from the light was a girl she had seen in the world of Angel Beats, the very one who had haunted her sleepless nights. It was none other than Li Huazhua, albeit in a diminutive form. The figure before her boasted long, silvery hair and amber eyes, but she was not the true Li Huazhua. Her complexion was slightly flushed, perhaps a result of her recent emergence. Xiao Tianlai could hardly contain her excitement. Her pursuit of art had been inspired by such beings. To witness Li Huazhua in the flesh filled her with profound satisfaction. Transformation into human form successful. Li Huazhua, Xiao Meng announced. Xiao Meng, may I offer you a suggestion? Please speak. Host. Little Meng tilted her head and said. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Tianlai immediately covered her nose, finding it utterly adorable. She exhaled deeply, striving to calm herself. No, I shall surely spend a considerable amount of time with Little Meng. I must not allow my endurance to falter. Could you refrain from the ding sound? Feels rather odd. She remarked. Ding, is that so? The Zero sprite mentioned that the ding sound is something the host enjoys, so I have continued to use it. Little Meng replied softly. Ugh, how infuriating. It's her again. Xiao Tianlai felt a twinge of annoyance. She then said, Little Meng, you needn't make the ding sound anymore. Little Meng understood. Beep, beep. Due to the prolonged duration, the host's physical form began to deteriorate. Please swiftly select a Valkyrie. Character establishment failed. The host must conceive a Valkyrie on her own. Countdown, 30, 29, 28. Suddenly, a system alert echoed in Xiao Tianlai's mind. A warning sound. Meanwhile, Little Meng, who had been examining her own appearance, immediately sensed the change in the system, her expression shifting as she exclaimed, Host, quickly select a Valkyrie, or you will perish. Xiao Tianlai forced a wry smile, replying, It's not that I don't want to. What is a Valkyrie? Moreover, the system failed to establish one, so how am I supposed to conceive it? 20, 19, 18. Little Meng urged anxiously, just envision my appearance. Tsubaki Nakatsukasa is a Valkyrie, hurry. 10, 9, 8. Time is running out. Focus on my form and imagine I am you. Little Meng shouted in desperation. Xiao Tianlai, too, felt urgency. Upon hearing Little Meng's words, her eyes widened as she stared at the petite Tsubaki Nakatsukasa before her. Ding! Deterioration averted. System template established. Tsubaki Nakatsukasa begins to merge. Merging successful. Initialization. Tsubaki Nakatsukasa. Once the alarm in Xiao Tianlai's mind ceased, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, before she could inquire further about the situation, she fainted. As she lost consciousness, she vaguely perceived a layer of white light enveloping her. Behind Little Meng, a pair of transparent wings appeared, and she flew before Xiao Tianlai. Observing the white light that encased her, Little Meng extended her hands and pressed against it. After a moment, she withdrew her hands, murmuring, Fortunately, it wasn't too severe. The merging was successful. A day later, or perhaps just a while, the white light dissipated, revealing a figure standing at 150 centimeters tall, with silver hair cascading to her waist, devoid of any adornments, and possessing amber-colored eyes. She bore a lowly-like stature. The being that emerged was Tsubaki Nakatsukasa from Angel Beats, who served as the student council president in the afterlife. Renowned for her overwhelming strength, she was dubbed Angel, with a fondness for mapo tofu, often maintaining a blank expression, embodying the essence of a three-no girl. In Xiao Tianlai's previous world, there existed a poem that described Tsubaki Nakatsukasa. On the day of Otanashi Yuzuru, the heart of the angel leaps. In a world filled with superficiality, a celestial melody resonates. Xiao Meng squats beside the ethereal figure of Tianlai, gazing at the replica of Li Huazhao, which mirrors her own form. She wonders when the host might awaken. In the meantime, I shall tidy this room, for it is to be our abode henceforth. Xiao Meng surveys the empty space, clenches her small fist, and speaks aloud. Very well. When the host awakens to witness my efforts, she will surely be astonished. With that, Xiao Meng begins her task earnestly. Chapter 3. Transformation of Tsubasa Liwa. The object template was successfully activated. The first sprite, Xiao Meng, requested permission to proceed. Ding. May I inquire if the host consents? Ding. The host is currently in a state of unconsciousness. The first sprite, Xiao Meng, has authorized the activation of the object template. Fortunately, the host was unconscious. Otherwise, Xiao Meng would be unable to utilize the host's own object template. I wonder which deity designed this system, as it seems to have created an abundance of sprites, yet we sprites have so few functions at our disposal, aside from the Zero sprite. Xiaoming gazed upward, where there was no ceiling, only an endless expanse of inky night sky. She reminisced about the moment of her own creation. What a scene that was! Ever since she gained consciousness, she had existed within a pitch-black system space, and only now did she truly possess a physical form. She was quite pleased with this body, and she adored the name bestowed upon her by the host, Xiaoming. It's time to get to work. I must demonstrate to the host that I am a capable sprite. She patted her chubby cheeks and flashed a charming smile. Time seemed to blur. Xiao Oceanlei gradually opened her eyes, shaking her head as she placed her hands on the ground to sit up slowly. Her previously vacant gaze lit up as she beheld the scene before her. What? Have I traversed dimensions again? Xiao Oceanlei stared blankly at the room, now transformed into an opulent shop. Ding! The host has returned to normal, initiating the subsystem. Shop system. Suddenly, an electronic voice resonated in Xiao Oceanlei's mind. This was not the voice of the Zero Sprite. The current Zero Sprite was in slumber. This was the true electronic voice of the system, which would assign tasks to sprites, enabling them to issue commands. The electronic voice would only manifest in special circumstances, such as when the host's mind was in disarray, or when a special system was activated. A subsystem? Shop system? Xiao Oceanlei was engulfed in confusion. So, I am still here. It is merely that this place has transformed into a shop? Her mind raced as she quickly grasped the crux of the situation. However, did I merely faint for a moment? And now it has changed like this? If I were to faint again, would there be further changes? Xiao Oceanlei pondered while stroking her chin. At that moment, a tiny head peeked out from behind the front desk. Upon seeing Xiao Oceanlei seated on the ground, her eyes wandering around, the little sprite excitedly flapped her wings and darted out from behind the desk, quickly landing in Xiao Oceanlei's embrace. Wow, dear host, you are finally awake. You have no idea how worried I was. Seeing the small Tsubasa Liwa in her arms, Xiao Oceanlei was momentarily taken aback before recalling that she had named the sprite Xiaoming. Huh? Why aren't you speaking, dear host? Is it a side effect of the fusion? That shouldn't be possible. There should be no errors. Xiaoming tilted her head in confusion, scrutinizing the towering figure of Xiao Oceanlei before her. My voice. Xiao Tianlai was momentarily taken aback, lowering her gaze to her slender arms and petite figure. Upon recalling the events that had transpired, she realized that she had transformed into her beloved anime character, Kanade Tachibana. Before she could fully process the shock, the little creature in her arms, Xiaoming, blushed deeply and spoke up. Host, you need to turn off that inner dialogue. I can hear your inappropriate thoughts. What? Xiao Tianlai's face stiffened as she pinched the diminutive Xiaoming closer to her eyes with 2 fingers, demanding, Did you hear my previous thought? No, I truly did not hear it. Xiaoming hurriedly defended herself. I didn't hear your inner voice saying to undress and take a look. Xiao Tianlai felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. She had entrusted this little sprite, yet she dared to deceive her, to punish this untruthful little darling. She tucked Xiaoming, who was no larger than her palm, into her pocket. The outfit she was currently wearing was the student council president's uniform from Angel Beats. Ignoring Xiaoming's explanations, she began to scrutinize the completely transformed shop around her. In reality, Xiao Tianlai had merely stuffed Xiaoming into her pocket without fully zipping it up, allowing Xiaoming the option to emerge whenever she wished. However, perhaps feeling a bit apprehensive, Xiaoming chose to remain inside. Peeking out with her tiny head, she gazed at the revitalized shop, puffed up her little chest, tilted her head back, and proudly declared, Host, see? This is my achievement. Am I impressive? After speaking, she looked at Xiao Tianlai with an expression that invited praise, completely forgetting the earlier incident. Xiao Tianlai was equally astonished by the drastic changes in the surroundings. Upon hearing Xiaoming's words, she was somewhat taken aback, but the sight of the little head peeking from her pocket, eager for affirmation, melted her heart. Swallowing hard, she gently caressed Xiaoming's head and said, Yes, my little Meng is the most amazing. Xiaoming giggled aloud. Xiao Tianlai felt no aversion to her laughter. In fact, it was quite delightful to hear. Wait, had she forgotten to inquire about something? Moreover, she had yet to see her own appearance. While she understood who she was now, the thought struck her. To witness Kanade Tachibana with her own eyes had always been her dream. But why did it have to be in her own body? This realization left Xiao Tianlai feeling somewhat resigned. Xiao Meng had regained her composure, observing the expressionless Xiao Tianlai with a hint of confusion. She sensed that Xiao Tianlai's inner thoughts were not as tranquil as they seemed, reminiscent of what she had heard earlier. With a deep breath, Xiao Tianlai appeared to have made a decision. Her gaze grew resolute as she spoke. Xiao Meng, please explain the functions of the system, as well as the subsystem of the shop. Certainly, please take a seat in the front desk chair. There may be quite a bit of information to cover. Xiao Meng replied coldly, emerging from the pocket and hovering before Xiao Tianlai, suddenly transformed. No, she was distinctly an elf. Xiao Tianlai also detected the unusual tone in Xiao Meng's voice. However, she chose to remain silent, proceeding directly to the back of the front desk, where she seated herself upon a stool. Her gaze swept across the platform, which was adorned in black and emanated a subtle glow, piquing her curiosity. It was then that Xiao Meng began to recount the details of the system. As for the specific description of the school uniform worn by Tsubaki, I find myself at a loss for words. If any readers have a more eloquent way to depict the uniform that Tsubaki wears, please feel free to share your insights in the comments, and I shall incorporate them into the narrative. Chapter 4. The unscrupulous system forces me to become the store manager, the frigid voice of the little sprite conveyed. System name: Valkyrie Descent System. As the name suggests, this system is designed to transform the host into the female protagonists from various anime. However, due to the prolonged search for a suitable host, the system's energy has nearly depleted. Now that a host has been found, namely you, Zio-Oceanlei, it can only transform you into a Valkyrie of the lowest rank. Were it not for the insufficiency of the system's energy, with the prowess of Tsubasa Kazanari, you would be among the elite in this world, if not the most powerful. Currently, the first subsystem of the Valkyrie Descent System has activated. Store. The store is at level 1. To upgrade to level 2, the host must successfully sell 100 D-grade weapons and 100 level 1 elixirs. Note: the host cannot sell substandard elixirs or weapons, nor can they procure items from elsewhere. All goods must be produced by the system, which guarantees their superior quality. Weapon lottery unlocked weapon grades are categorized as D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS, and Divine Artifact. Each grade is further divided into 3 stages: Initial, Intermediate, and Advanced. Elixir lottery unlocked elixir grades range from level 1 to level 9, culminating in Divine Elixirs. Each grade is divided into 4 efficacy stages: Ordinary, Entry-level, High Grade, and Supreme. Purchasing mechanism activated. 10 items will refresh daily, selected at random. Subsystem store task: successfully sell 10 items, irrespective of grade, type, or time limit. Completion reward: unlocks D-grade weapon lottery and provides 1 character fragment, which is randomly generated. Penalty: none. Host: object template activated. The current inventory comprises 100 level 1 magic crystals. This object template allows for unlimited storage of weapons, elixirs, gold coins, and magic crystals. Character name: originally Zio-Oceanlei, now Tsubasa Kazanari. The host must navigate this world under the name of a Valkyrie. Character: Tsubasa Kazanari, martial arts level, 5th realm of martial spirit. Innate skill: illusionary reality, allows for recovery from severe injuries over time. Skill 1. Sonic Blade, creates a short sword on the back of the hand for both attack and defense. It can also transform into 4 forms: Ultra Thin, Trident, Lotus, and Giant Claw. Skill 2. Distortion, redirects the trajectory of moving objects towards oneself using inertia, while mitigating a portion of the damage taken. Skill 3. Delay, slows down the enemy's reaction speed, enabling rapid evasion. When attacked, the host accelerates swiftly, leaving behind afterimages while moving. Skill 4. Clone, creates duplicates that possess identical memories and abilities. Note: this skill has been optimized by the system, eliminating the adverse effects present in the original narrative. Skill 5. Sonic Roar, crosses the sonic blades in hand to emit sound waves in the form of a tuning fork, a wide-ranging lethal skill. Striking the enemy directly will render them unconscious. Skill 6. The Wings of an Angel, In the original work, these wings possessed no special abilities, serving merely as decoration. However, following system optimization, they now possess the ability to fly, along with some unique effects for you to explore. Martial arts? None. Self-learning required. Magic level? High Mage, level 45. Magic attribute? Light. Magic skills? None. Self-learning required. Xiao Meng spoke in a cold voice, finishing her words in one breath, her expression gradually returning to normal. As the system's capabilities were fully explained, the system sprite Xiao Meng regained her composure. Suddenly, Xiao Meng reacted, momentarily stunned. She took a deep breath, patting her small chest and silently thought, "Thankfully, I was the one explaining. If the system had explained itself, it would have been disastrous." The host's initial magic crystals amount to 10,000 level 1 magic crystals. She recalled that during her previous shop renovation, she inadvertently used the best materials, resulting in a higher expenditure. Thus, she had only 900 level 1 magic crystals. Fortunately, her subconscious did not voice this matter, or else she might have faced severe consequences. Moreover, this feature was quite irksome for the sprite. Why must the explanation be delivered so expressionlessly, devoid of any self-awareness? Thankfully, it was only like this the first time, and there would be no further issues. With this thought, Xiao Meng sighed in relief. Were the inhabitants of this world to hear Xiao Meng's thoughts, they would undoubtedly drown her in a barrage of scorn for possessing merely 900 magic crystals. Did they think her a fool? Even ordinary level 1 magic crystals were valued at 50 gold coins, and not all magical beasts possessed magic crystals. Xiao Meng's good deed might forever remain unknown to Xiao Tianlai. If she were to discover that she was accompanied by a prodigal, one could only imagine her reaction. Alas, this matter passed with little fanfare. Upon hearing Xiao Meng's words, Xiao Tianlai fell into contemplation, her heart unsettled. The description of Li Hua's strength implies that this world is one where martial prowess and mages coexist. How intriguing! A smile broke across Xiao Tianlai's face, transforming her previously expressionless demeanor into one of beauty. However, when she thought of the shop, a twinge of pain shot through her head. "You want me to sell goods? Are you certain that this is the role of a system host? According to the conventions of transmigration, shouldn't I first find someone to impress, then slap their faces before embarking on a path of conquest, ascending to the pinnacle of life? Your system, on the other hand, has me doing something so mundane." Suddenly realizing, she acknowledged that she was no longer in possession of her former identity. Reflecting on it, she wondered how those authors who wrote novels could so forcefully craft male protagonists into female characters. What were they thinking? Never mind, following tradition. She mused that she surely wasn't the only one to transform into a female in a different world. With this thought, Xiao Tianlai felt much more at ease. At least her transformed character was one she liked. "Host, why do you often seem lost in thought?" Xiao Meng, having flown to stand before Xiao Tianlai, observed her host's alternating expressions of joy, silence, and contemplation, finding the spectacle rather amusing. However, this moment is neither amusing nor trivial. Xiao Meng abruptly roused the still-immersed Xiao Tianlai from his thoughts. Upon hearing Xiao Meng's voice, Xiao Tianlai swiftly regained his senses. He gazed at the unexpectedly materialized Xiao Meng before him. Without hesitation, Xiao Meng declared, "Host, it would be prudent for you to commence operations and sell your weapons and elixirs. You will receive a reward for the sale of your first weapon or your first elixir." Upon hearing Xiao Meng mention the shop, Xiao Tianlai felt his earlier buoyancy dissipate instantly. He was engulfed in inner turmoil, feeling quite uneasy. This is rather discomforting. What a merciless system to compel me into the role of a shopkeeper. Chapter 5. The Assault from Another World. Xiao Meng, how do I utilize the system's functions? Asked Xiao Tianlai, who, having accepted her predicament, decided to embrace the situation. Host, Xiao Meng replied sweetly, you simply need to silently ponder, and you can access the system's functions, or you may consult me directly. With that, Xiao Meng gracefully alighted upon Xiao Tianlai's shoulder. Puzzled, Xiao Tianlai regarded the little creature perched on her shoulder, uncertain of her intentions. Hadn't she just mentioned showing her the system's functions? Why had she chosen to land on her shoulder instead? At that moment, Xiao Tianlai perceived a blue light emanating from ahead, diverting Xiao Meng's attention to the scene before them. Upon discerning the object in front of her, Xiao Tianlai was taken aback. A game interface? It resembled something akin to the panels from Sword Art Online. The protagonist, Kirito, whose real name was Kazuto Kirigaya, and the heroine, Asuna, known as Asuna Yuki, were characters she once admired. During her previous life as a man, Xiao Tianlai had been an avid fan of Sword Art Online and had longed for the aerial castle, Inkrad. She had wished that such a game could exist in reality, though she understood that the current technology could not possibly create such a thing. Thus, she often found herself wishing she could be born a century later, when virtual reality games might become a reality. Regaining her composure while gazing at the interface, Xiao Tianlai noticed a line stating Valkyrie Transformation Codex. Curiosity piqued. She pointed at it with her finger. A wondrous spectacle unfolded before her. The blue-bordered panel vanished, replaced by an image of a figure, herself in the form of Kanade Tachibana. Host, this feature is designed for you. This purpose is to allow you to transform. However, currently, you possess only the Valkyrie form, Xiao Meng explained from her perch. Understanding Xiao Meng's words, Xiao Tianlai responded, "Please close this for now. There is no urgency to explore these functions. I have more pressing matters at hand." Xiao Meng was momentarily taken aback, observing the newfound seriousness of her host, who appeared radiant in that moment. Her cheeks flushed, and she softly acknowledged, Xiao Tianlai then approached the grand entrance. The door, made of an unknown material, was opulent, resembling crystal, adorned with red floral motifs, and intricately carved with a majestic white five-clawed dragon that exuded an air of dominance. Xiao Tianlai felt a shiver of disbelief. Isn't this merely a small shop? How extravagant! Who would ever think this is a store? I wonder which celestial being crafted this. The celestial being in question nodded in quiet satisfaction as she admired her creation, with Xiao Meng expressing her utmost contentment. The duo, one person and one sprite, stepped out of the shop. At that moment, Xiao Tianlai realized she had truly traversed realms. Before she could exit, a group of individuals stood a short distance from the shop, gazing at it. Have you heard? A large wooden box suddenly materialized, as if conjured from thin air. A middle-aged man clad in ancient attire spoke up. I know, another bearded man interjected. Almost immediately, a colossal lightning dragon formed in the sky, plunging downwards and striking the box directly. Remarkably, the box remained unscathed. Is what you say true? A chilling voice suddenly emerged from behind them. Instantly startled, several individuals swiftly drew their swords and knives. However, upon seeing the newcomer's attire, they relaxed and sheathed their weapons. Surely, you are a soldier of the White Garment Legion? Inquired the first speaker, the middle-aged man. Indeed, I am a soldier of the One-Character Brigade. My specific identity is not for disclosure. I overheard your conversation, and what you mentioned is indeed true, replied the figure clad in white armor, their voice ambiguous in gender. The middle-aged man contemplated for a moment before affirming, it is true. Moreover, just yesterday, that large box vanished once more, and now a splendid shop has appeared here. As you can see, there is indeed a shop, and its emergence here is quite peculiar, considering this is the front line against demons. The armored individual fell silent upon hearing the man's words. Thank you, they said, then proceeded toward the opulent shop. They recognized it as a shop because the newly appeared structure bore a sign inscribed with 8 grand characters: Valkyrie weapons and elixirs. As the figure in white armor approached, one among them murmured, "Do you think a significant figure is undergoing tribulation here?" The armored individual walked toward the small shop of Zio-Oceanlei, who happened to emerge at that moment. Zio-Oceanlei gazed at the figure before her, shrouded in impenetrable armor, with only the eyes visible. How impressive! And not even bothered by the heat, Zio-Oceanlei expressed her admiration. His presence made her fully aware that she had indeed traversed into another realm. The person in the white armor, however, widened their eyes in astonishment, completely unprepared for the emergence of a young girl, roughly 15 or 16 years of age. As Zio-Oceanlei stepped out, the little sprite returned to the system space, now concealed from view. Observing the motionless figure, Zio-Oceanlei found them rather peculiar, but she paid no mind, as they were not someone she recognized simply passing by. The individual in white armor was taken aback, having intended to ask her something further. Turning around, they reached out, attempting to grasp the girl's arm. Just as they were about to make contact, a sudden realization struck them, and their expression turned to one of terror. They hastily extended their other hand to strike at the one reaching forward, but their speed was insufficient. Xiaoshenlei remained oblivious to the unfolding events behind her. Meanwhile, within the system space, the little sprite felt an overwhelming sense of dread, startling her profoundly. How could it be that, upon arriving in this world, danger loomed? In an instant, I shouted within the confines of Xiaoshenlei's mind. "Host, quickly evade. Peril approaches." Despite the urgency, Xiaoshenlei continued to advance. Suddenly, a panicked cry from the small and adorable voice echoed in her mind, leaving no time for contemplation. Without hesitation, she activated her skill, Distortion. The hand extending from the figure clad in white armor morphed abruptly into a fearsome dragon's head, from which a crimson beam of light emanated. In that fleeting moment, the dragon's mouth unleashed a torrent of red light, aimed directly at the young girl's back. At that very instant, Xiaoshenlei also invoked her distortion skill, causing the crimson light to warp and narrowly miss her head as it shot forth. It struck a distant mountain peak. Boom! A tremendous explosion ensued, flattening the summit of the mountain. Chapter 6. The roar of sound. As Xiaoshenlei gazed at the scene in the distance, her pupils constricted. She swiftly leaped away from her original position, extending her hands forward to assume an offensive posture. Internally, she murmured, "Sonic Blade, first form, activate." With a swift motion, short blades materialized on the backs of her hands as she meticulously observed the armored figure before her. This marked her inaugural battle, and it was no trivial matter. Just moments ago, she had witnessed the devastating effects of an attack that obliterated an entire mountaintop. Had it not been for Xiaoming's sudden warning, she might have met a gruesome fate. Glaring fiercely at the white-clad warrior, anger surged within her, yet she compelled herself to regain composure. This individual strikes first and with lethal intent. I wonder what kind of upbringing has led to such behavior. Despite her anger, she acknowledged the formidable strength of the recent attack, one that she was uncertain she could withstand. The concept of the fifth level of martial spirits eluded her completely. Was it a hierarchical measure in this realm? Why was she unable to sense her own prowess? Xiaoshenlei quickly contemplated her abilities, only to realize her ignorance. What should she do? The armored figure was advancing towards her, prompting her to instinctively take a step back. Xiaoming, observing the scene from the system space, immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. The earlier assault had left even her shaken. The strength displayed was undoubtedly that of a beginner martial king. Yet, her current capabilities permitted her to contend only against the pinnacle of the 10th level of martial spirits. And most troubling was the fact that Xiaoshenlei had yet to engage in any combat. No, this won't do, Xiaoming thought, her concern mounting. Suddenly, a glimmer of inspiration struck her, a potential means to alter the dire circumstances. Without hesitation, she called into Xiaoshenlei's mind, "Host, allow the system to take control of your body." The system has a combat autopilot feature that requires only a basic level of magic crystal each minute. Upon hearing Xiaoming's voice resonate in her mind, Xiaoshenlei urgently replied, "Xiaoming, activate it immediately. The magic crystals are inconsequential. What is the worth of money without life?" Beep. The system's combat autopilot activated, commencing the countdown and taking over the host's body for battle against the solitary adversary, the white-armored figure. Beep. The host could terminate the system's combat autopilot at her discretion. A pure system notification echoed in Xiaoshenlei's mind. Upon hearing this, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Soon, she perceived her body moving autonomously. The system commenced control of her combat, initiating Skill 2, Distortion, activated. Skill 3, Delay, activated. Skill 4, Clones, activated. Beep. Due to system control, each clone summoned would double the magic crystal expenditure. Would you like to proceed? Against this foe, a single clone should suffice. Xiao Tianlai initially wished to experiment further with her ability to control her own body. Regrettably, after a brief attempt, she conceded defeat. Present, she was relegated to mere observation and listening. Motion and speech eluded her, leaving her to heed only the system's voice echoing in her mind. She had just heard the system announce its next command, and without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Tianlai acquiesced. Skill 4. Avatar Activate. In the external world, only an instant had elapsed, yet the individual clad in white armor, upon launching his attack, realized it was too late to retract his actions. Fortunately, for reasons unknown, the trajectory of his assault altered abruptly, sparing casualties and allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Just as he prepared to elucidate the situation to the girl before him, she unexpectedly leapt aside, positioning herself in a combat stance directly opposite him. What astounded him was that he had not perceived how she had summoned her weapon. It appeared as though it had materialized from her very hand. However, this was not the moment for contemplation. As the armored figure began to explain, he was met with the girl's icy gaze, causing his pupils to constrict in alarm. Death? How could this be possible? He felt an ominous aura emanating from the seemingly youthful girl. Before he could utter a word, the enigmatic girl underwent a transformation that left him utterly astounded. How could this be? She had split into two. The armored figure shouted in disbelief. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man, the bearded companion, and their associates, still reeling from the earlier events, stood with mouths agape, staring at the girl who had transformed from one into two. They bore identical hair color, attire, height, and weaponry, differing only in their eyes. One possessed amber-hued irises, while the other sported blood-red ones. The sensation was most palpable for the individual in white armor. The sudden apparition was undeniably real, flesh and blood. Moreover, her aura mirrored that of the girl beside her. Before he could fully process his astonishment, the system's combat protocol was already in motion. The system commanded Xiao Tianlai's avatars to encircle and attack the armored figure. With no time for deliberation or dialogue, the armored man faced Xiao Tianlai's doppelgangers. He swiftly drew the long sword at his waist to parry the assault. The clash of steel resounded with a sharp ring as the avatars executed a downward thrust, pinning the armored man's sword. Now, the two parties stood in a tense standoff, their eyes locked. Upon discerning the eyes of the avatar, the armored figure was taken aback to witness intricate lines and symbols dancing across her gaze, indecipherable yet undeniably present. This was data. In this realm, a true human could not simply manifest, yet the avatar of Tosaka Kanade could materialize as data, thereby taking form in the tangible world. Meanwhile, the system-controlled original had already closed the distance to confront the armored figure directly. As the figure clad in white armor prepared to repel the girl with crimson eyes, he was taken aback by her enigmatic smile. Before he could fully process his astonishment, the doppelganger detached itself from the white-armored warrior's assault, and the two entities separated. At that moment, the receding doppelganger crossed its hands, wielding the sonic blades with ferocity, and shouted, "Sonic Roar." Meanwhile, the original had already approached the white-armored warrior, swiftly crossing the sonic blades in its hands, calmly uttering, "Sonic Roar." A palpable wave of invisible energy surged forth, sweeping across the surroundings, and the white-armored warrior was struck directly. Chapter 7. The Avatar of Tihuazwa. The protective array. The figure clad in white armor suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, immobilized in place. He felt as though his mind was under siege by an unseen force. In an instant, a realization struck him, and he exclaimed in shock, "Mental attack. You possess the ability to unleash a psychic assault. Who are you, truly?" However, the battle system controlling Ziotianlei remained unresponsive, its gaze icy and unyielding. The armored man struggled to withstand the sonic waves, his attention fixed on the girl before him. Regrettably, she offered him no response. Gritting his teeth in determination, he fought to maintain his composure, extending a trembling hand to his chest. He pressed his palm against the intricately carved five-colored flower on his armor, gently tapping its white petal. In that moment, a radiant white barrier materialized around him, enveloping him entirely. The sonic roar emitted by the battle system ceased abruptly, an invisible wave pulsating in the space outside the white barrier before dissipating shortly thereafter. This was the very fluctuation produced by the sonic assault. Observing this scene, the true Ziotianlei marveled inwardly at the spectacle, recognizing the wonder of the sonic attack. This individual is no simple foe. They have successfully defended against it, she mused, silently observing the barrier that shielded her adversary from the sonic onslaught. Within the confines of the white barrier, the armored man exhaled in relief, muttering, "I nearly met my end here. Thankfully, I had Elder Mu inscribe several advanced formations on this armor." He gazed mournfully at the now dimmed white petal, feeling a pang of regret. "Alas," he sighed, his lips trembling as he addressed the girl with amber eyes before him. "Could you not allow me to finish speaking? What transpired moments ago was a misunderstanding. I am not entirely sure why my armor reacted in such a manner." Yet the battle system, devoid of any sentiment, ignored his pleas, continuing its relentless sonic barrage through the avatar. Xiaoshenlei pondered, perplexed. Does the battle system solely employ sonic roars? How fortunate the opportunity is. Yet it does not utilize other capabilities? This is puzzling. Regardless of her confusion, the armored man felt increasingly desperate. He regarded the two girls before him with a sense of resignation, acutely aware that he might meet his demise here. This was the only formation he possessed to counter mental attacks, a privilege he had long sought from Elder Mu. Biting down on his lip, he harbored a deep-seated resentment towards the creator of this armor. Once he returned safely, he vowed to deliver a sound thrashing to the individual responsible for its fabrication, shoving them into a latrine to vent his frustrations. What a wretched piece of armor, he cursed silently, glancing at another green petal on his chest. He sighed and touched it, summoning a green light that enveloped him. In an instant, the man's injuries began to mend swiftly. Before long, he felt a significant improvement in his condition. However, the dizziness in his mind persisted. Just then, the sonic roar controlled by the battle system abruptly ceased. As Xiaoshenlei observed the altercation between herself and another, she found it quite amusing. However, at that moment, the system's automatic combat mode abruptly ceased. Before she could inquire, a voice resonated in her mind. "Ding, detecting the individual before you. E-Class Medium Defensive Spiritual Formation, Light Spirit Shield, and E-Class Beginner Restorative Formation with Light Rain have been employed. Ding, the combat system has discerned that this individual harbors no intent to kill, nor any combativeness. Please clarify the previous encounter, host. Ding. A special mission has been issued. Ascertain the intentions of the armored figure in white. Successful completion will yield a reward of E-Class or lower formation lottery tickets. The formations obtained through this lottery will be one-time use only. Each formation can be categorized as E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS, or divine level, further divided into initial, medium, and advanced tiers. Upon hearing the system's voice, Xiaoshenlei was taken aback. Could it be that the earlier conflict was merely a misunderstanding? Ding, indeed. Host, shall the combat system be deactivated? Yes, deactivate it immediately. Why keep it active? Who has the time for such nonsense? Ding, deactivation successful. Duration of use, 8 minutes. Total, 16 level 1 magic crystals. In an instant, Xiaoshenlei felt her body regain mobility. Casting a glance at the individual before her, she felt a twinge of headache. Given the circumstances, how should she proceed? A smirk crept onto her lips as she mused. Why bother overthinking? After all, he struck first. I was merely acting in self-defense. Yes, I was justified in my actions. Approaching her clone, curiosity piqued her interest regarding whether it possessed any semblance of consciousness. Upon reaching her doppelganger, she sensed no independent awareness. Rather, she felt an innate ability to control the clone, sharing a modicum of her own mental faculties. They resembled identical twins, yet she refrained from experimentation or deactivation of the clone. After all, the clone could exist permanently without requiring energy, so why not keep it? Moreover, the sudden disappearance of the clone would be difficult to explain. Meanwhile, the armored figure observed the amber-eyed maiden no longer attacking but instead approaching the girl with red eyes. Greetings, I am uncertain of your identity, he remarked. Suddenly, a melodious female voice graced his ears. However, the subsequent words echoed like a devil's whisper. A chilling and piercing gaze fell upon him as she proclaimed, Rest assured, I sense no malice emanating from you. I shall let this matter slide today. Should there be a next time, you will come to realize just how beautiful this world can be. Upon finishing her statement, Xiao Oceanlei revealed a sinister smile, internally lamenting. Forgive me, little Zhou, for utilizing your likeness in such a manner. It feels rather wicked. Beside her, the clone grew bolder, baring its teeth, raising its head, and regarding the armored figure with a disdainful expression. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Oceanlei was momentarily taken aback and quickly drew her clone behind her. I almost forgot. I am still linked to the clone, and my slightest thought prompts it to act. The armored figure, ensconced within the white barrier, found himself momentarily paralyzed. Utterly at a loss, he pondered whether he could ever emerge from this confinement. Was he truly safe? Before him stood a remarkably youthful girl, whose prowess had nearly brought him to his knees. Moreover, she was a rare psychic adept, accompanied by an identical counterpart. How could one so young possess such formidable strength, surpassing even that of the most extraordinary beings? It was worth noting that he himself was a warrior of the first realm. Yet this seemingly innocent girl wielded mental attacks capable of overwhelming him with alarming ease. Chapter 8. The Misunderstanding. The poor armored man beside him stood a girl with crimson eyes, her swordsmanship evidently emanating from the fifth realm of martial spirits. Remarkably, she managed to withstand his assault, albeit he had shown restraint. Nonetheless, he could not deny her formidable prowess. Ultimately, the combined attack from her and the girl with amber eyes nearly cost him dearly. Contemplating this, the armored man broke into a cold sweat. He refrained from dispelling the formation and instead fixated on the excessively youthful girl before him, fear gripping his heart. He bore an important mission that he could not afford to jeopardize here. Meanwhile, Xiao Oceanlei observed the oddly clad armored man, who remained wary of her presence. She felt overwhelmed by the absurdity of the situation. What sort of task was this? Engaging in combat only to face such an absurd assignment left her at a loss. Internally, she murmured, "Xiaoming, are you there?" "Yes, host. How may I assist you?" Xiaoming replied timidly, fully aware of the recent mishap. She realized that her concern had spiraled out of control. Had she been more observant, this situation might have been avoided. Xiao Oceanlei discerned Xiaoming's thoughts through her tone but felt that Xiaoming had made no mistake. Who could remain composed in such circumstances? Gently addressing Xiaoming in her mind, she reassured, "You need not dwell on what just transpired. It is entirely the fault of that armored aberration." Indeed, Xiao Oceanlei attributed all blame to the white-clad armored man. "Then, host, what brings you to summon me?" Xiaoming inquired, her usual exuberance returning. "I wish to inquire whether the system's rewards can be claimed in advance. I find myself in urgent need." Xiao Oceanlei quickly articulated her thoughts. Xiaoming regarded her with curiosity but refrained from probing further into her urgency, simply stating, "Host, that is permissible, but only this once." "Excellent, Xiaoming. Please extract the reward and transfer the lottery from the formation directly before me," Xiao Oceanlei instructed. "Please hold on, host." "It is ready," Xiaoming replied promptly. At that moment, a slot machine appeared before Xiao Oceanlei. "Hey, is the system a knockoff? A slot machine?" she lamented, exasperated and unwilling to further criticize. Xiao Oceanlei gazed at the slot machine, which featured a solitary button. "Ding! Would you like to play the lottery? The first attempt is free." Suddenly, a phrase popped up, startling Xiao Oceanlei. However, upon reading it, she decided not to dwell on the surprise it had caused her. Without hesitation, she pressed the button. Inside the slot machine, a circular wheel with a needle began to spin frantically after her touch. In a short while, the needle came to a stop, landing on an empty space. "Ding! Congratulations, host! You have drawn a special item. Degrade Mental Formation. This item can withstand attacks from royal mentalists. It is a one-time use item. Note: the item's duration is half an hour. As this is the host's first lottery draw, the host may gift it to another." Xiao Tianlai touched the disc-like object and, after thoroughly examining the introduction, found herself utterly perplexed. She turned to Xiao Meng and inquired, "What on earth is this? An emperor-level spiritualist? And what exactly are the classifications of this world? It's all so chaotic. One moment it's about magic, the next it's martial arts. And now a spiritualist emerges? Host, please explore this world on your own," Xiao Meng replied, her tone laced with helplessness. "I wish I could clarify everything for you, But I am bound by the system's design for us fairies. We can issue tasks and rewards, but we cannot interfere with your affairs in this realm. The limitations of their abilities weighed heavily on Xiao Meng. Hearing her words, Xiao Tianlai furrowed her beautifully shaped brows and sighed. Well, there's someone here who might know, she concluded, directing her gaze toward the figure clad in white armor. This armored individual remained vigilant, eyeing the young girl before him, Xiao Tianlai. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Tianlai tossed the disc toward him. Upon contact with the white barrier, it passed through effortlessly. The armored figure's pupils dilated in surprise, and as he instinctively moved to retreat, the radiant glow from the disc captivated him. Without fully understanding his own motivations, he caught the disc. Once he comprehended what it was, his eyes widened in astonishment. It's a ground-level formation and a spiritual one at that, he exclaimed, staring in disbelief at the girl who had thrown it. Xiao Tianlai, observing his reaction, was taken aback. This is merely a D-level item. Why is he so shocked? Could it be that this armored man is destitute? The more she pondered, the more convinced she became of her hypothesis. With a sympathetic gaze, she regarded him, feeling pity. No wonder he had attacked her earlier. His armor must surely be second-hand, if not third or fourth-hand. The more she considered his plight, the more compassion she felt, ultimately deciding to gift him the disc without expecting anything in return. She wouldn't allow someone so downcast to suffer further humiliation. With determination, she squeezed out a tear, striving to alter her expression to one of empathy. It was difficult for her to deviate from her usual, expressionless demeanor. To embody the essence of sympathy, she resolved to make an effort. Thus, the two young girls, one with amber eyes and the other with crimson eyes, struggled to shed tears. In the distance, the imposing armored figure, with one hand holding the disc and the other pressed against his chest, appeared to be flaunting his strength. Witnesses would surely misinterpret the scene, believing this formidable soldier was bullying the two vulnerable twin girls. At that moment, the middle-aged man and the bearded individual, who had fainted from the sonic wave unleashed by Xiao Tianlai, regained consciousness and beheld this spectacle. They exchanged bewildered glances, astonished to see the soldier, whom they had regarded with respect, behaving in such a manner. The memory of how they had lost consciousness eluded them entirely. Brother, that soldier in the one-piece collar is truly despicable. Shall we go and teach him a lesson? The man with a long beard glared fiercely at the distant figure clad in white armor and spoke to the middle-aged man. No, Xiao Hu, we cannot contend with such a monstrosity. Moreover, those two young ladies should not be underestimated. The middle-aged man replied, his demeanor calm, yet his expression betraying a hint of unrest. Well then, we cannot simply stand by and do nothing. Even if we cannot win, we must not remain passive, lest our hearts be filled with resentment. The man, now referred to as Xiao Hu, pressed his hand against his chest, expressing his discontent. Suddenly, the middle-aged man exclaimed in astonishment, wait, something is changing. Chapter 9. The devious Tosaka Kanade with a resounding crack, the white barrier shattered. From within emerged a figure clad in white armor. The armored individual winced at the sight of the destroyed barrier, lamenting that it had not yet been utilized to its fullest potential before its untimely demise. However, he dismissed the thought, for his primary concern lay with the young girl before him and the meaning behind the disc she presented. Did she truly remain oblivious to its significance? Meanwhile, the girl, unaware of the disc's implications, struggled to squeeze out a single tear. Having accomplished this, the tearful Xiaoshenlei gazed at the distant armored figure. To the armored man's eyes, she appeared expressionless, yet her unwavering stare sent shivers down his spine. The only notable difference was the glimmer of intensity in her eyes, amplifying his sense of dread. In the eyes of the middle-aged man and his companion with a mustache, it appeared as though a lecherous armored giant was bullying a defenseless girl. The three parties were clearly not on the same wavelength. Xiaoshenlei, observing the armored man step forth from the barrier, believed he had grasped her intent and approached him, mentally congratulating herself on her success. The armored man, seeing the two exquisite young girls advance towards him, instinctively took a step back. As Xiaoshenlei continued her approach and noticed his retreat, a sense of familiarity washed over her. Yet, she thought little of it, believing that her tear-filled eyes had indeed caused him to falter. It seemed her strategy was triumphing. In her heart, she silently cheered for her victory. The armored man, feeling increasingly unnerved by the advancing girls, realized he had no means to shield himself from their psychological assault. He glanced at the mental disc in his hand, swallowed hard, gritted his teeth, and reluctantly moved towards them, hoping against hope that her words were genuine and that she would not resort to violence. To the middle-aged man and the mustachioed companion, the lecherous armored figure bore an evil grin as he inched closer to the two charming girls. The delicate, adorable, and beautiful young women were unwittingly walking towards the precipice. Clearly, they had overexerted themselves earlier, as evidenced by their current delusions. Without hesitation, the middle-aged man and his mustachioed friend charged forward, catching the unsuspecting armored man off guard. They swiftly brought him down to the ground, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks amidst the cacophony of screams, until silence fell. Ahem, he wasn't dead yet. Xiao, witnessing this scene, was left in a state of shock, pondering. Could they be debt collectors? How unfortunate for him, lacking funds and resorting to borrowing, only to be found now. As such thoughts raced through her mind, she covered her mouth, yearning to exclaim, "Brother in armor, how terribly unfortunate you are." A series of peculiar sounds erupted from the fray. Xiao snapped back to reality, directing her gaze toward the source of the noise, where two burly men were assaulting a man who appeared to be in his 40s. Beside them lay the discarded armor. Upon witnessing this striking scene, Xiao and her doppelganger hastened to intervene, rushing forward while exclaiming, "Please, stop. Enough is enough. What more do you want from him given his current state?" The middle-aged man and Xiao Hu, upon hearing the melodious voice of the young girl, were momentarily captivated. However, their subsequent reaction was one of disappointment. How naive she was, for this world could indeed be merciless. Yet, as she continued to speak, they realized she was genuinely a good-hearted girl, possessing a formidable approach to punishing the wicked, even if some of her words were lost on them. Seeing the two burly men still unwilling to cease their assault, Xiao urgently implored, "Gentlemen, please, refrain from further violence. He has lost everything, and even his armor is of uncertain origin. Moreover, he has fainted, and in this sweltering heat, he may soon be cooked alive, becoming roasted meat. Before long, he would be reduced to a mere meal for birds, and how tragic that would be. Even if there are no birds, insects and small creatures will come to gnaw at him. When it rains, he would be washed away, leaving not even a trace behind. Just think of how pitiable his fate would be." Having listened to the young girl's impassioned plea, the two men exchanged glances and remarked, "What a kind-hearted girl. Very well, we shall take our leave. Let this unworthy fellow be left to his own devices." With that, the two returned to their previous corner, dragging the still unconscious individuals along with them. Observing the scene of the two men dragging the unconscious bodies, Xiao couldn't help but commend herself internally. "See, I have saved a lost lamb." She lowered her gaze to the unfortunate man whose face had become grotesquely swollen and sighed. "Oh, you, a grown man, still dabbling in usury. And now the consequences have arrived." After muttering to herself, she resignedly began to haul him back to the shop. How she managed to do so was not by carrying him, but rather by having her doppelganger assist her, each taking hold of a leg and dragging him along. During this process, an unexpected incident occurred. As they were pulling him, he inadvertently bumped his head against a stone, resulting in a painful lump. Xiao, however, would not admit that it was her fault for failing to notice the obstacle in their path. Thus, they safely entered the shop. Xiao regarded the man, who appeared to be around 40, with a hint of irritation, saying, "Why couldn't you just stay home? You had to venture out and seek trouble, and now look at the repercussions." Receiving no response from the man, she sighed and unceremoniously dropped him onto the shop's floor. Uncertain of the material of the floor, she noted its coolness, contrasting sharply with the fresh air inside the shop, a stark difference from the outside world. Xiao glanced at the still unconscious man, unaware of his name, and proceeded to sit on a chair made of unknown material behind the counter, finding it surprisingly comfortable. Feeling quite idle, she mused about the unfortunate soul who had succumbed to unconsciousness. "What shall I do now?" With a sense of boredom, Ziotianlei reclined in her chair, hidden from view, leaving only the sight of the man on the floor visible to anyone outside. Host, you are able to purchase items and even participate in lotteries. A sweet voice chimed in Ziotianlei's ear. Upon hearing this melodic voice, Ziotianlei was reminded of the existence of her system. Ah, right, Xiaoming. Please refrain from calling me host all the time, Ziotianlei suggested after a moment of contemplation. You may call me Brother Tianlai instead. Suddenly, a loud beeping sound erupted in her ear, startling Ziotianlei immensely. Chapter 10. The Forbidden Name. The name of the Valkyrie. Xiao Tianlai struggled to rise from the ground to a chair. Covering her ears, she exclaimed indignantly, System, what on earth are you doing? Beep. Please be mindful of the host's tone. The previous remark violated the system's taboos. Taboo? Xiao Tianlai was taken aback. The creators of the system have forbidden the host from using her original name. This is a taboo. In this world, one must navigate under the title of the Valkyrie. Beep. The ultimate task has been initiated. Countless Valkyries require the host to descend into this realm. To achieve fame as a Valkyrie in this world, the adoration of 10 million souls is necessary. Time none. Task reward. 1 divine artifact, named Transforming Divine Artifact. Task penalty, none. Ultimate task 2. Not yet initiated. The creator has a message for the host logging into the system. Use their bodies wisely. Should I find out that you misuse them, I will come for you, and when that time comes, I shall not be so accommodating. Message delivered. The host can learn all about the system from the sprite. Beep. A final warning. Please refrain from using your previous name. You must adopt the title of Valkyrie. The existing Valkyrie, Tachibana Kanade, is available for naming. Do I even have a choice? Xiao Tianlai retorted. Response. No options available. Commencing name change. The host's official name, Tachibana Kanade. Title, Angel. Special effect. When using wings, light attribute is amplified 5-fold. Please traverse the world under the name of Angel Tachibana Kanade. Xiao Tianlai, now Tachibana Kanade, felt a wave of despair wash over her. Her previously expressionless face contorted with rage, becoming fearsome. Beside her, the clone Tachibana Kanade observed her original with a blank expression. Yet her face twitched, clearly affected by the original's emotions. Taking a deep breath, Tachibana Kanade sighed. Fine. A name change is just a name change. It's not the end of the world. After all, the old me is effectively dead. However, being named by her parents, how could she simply discard it? Tachibana Kanade shouted into her mind. Can the system retain the original name? Beep. Yes, name backup. Xiao Tianlai sealed. Duration. Permanent. Hey, are those glaring words meant to provoke my anger? What use is a backup if I still have to change my name? Who is the shameless creator of this system? Tachibana Kanade growled fiercely. Yet, this matter ultimately faded away. She lacked the power to resist, unless she surpassed the strength of the system's creator. Upon realizing this, Tachibana Kanade trembled and shouted. Right, as long as I become stronger than them, I can reclaim my identity. Xiao Tianlai, or rather Tachibana Kanade, had now set a lifelong goal for herself. Yet, she was uncertain when it would come to fruition. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man, around 40, who had fainted nearby, was finally roused by Tachibana Kanade's loud exclamation. The man uttered with a tremor in his voice. Behind the platform, Li Wazu heard a sound. She poked her head out from behind the platform and, upon seeing the pitiable figure clad in armor, stepped out to greet him with a more amicable tone. Hello, you fainted earlier and I brought you. Realizing her slip of the tongue, she quickly corrected herself, squinting her eyes. I brought you to my shop. My shop? What shop? The man, clutching his head and tenderly touching his bruised face, responded in confusion. After posing the question, he lifted his gaze and met Li Wazu's gentle eyes. In that instant, a profound memory of his deceased father struck him. Ah! He exclaimed, letting out a cry of despair as he scrambled backward from the ground. Witnessing this scene, Li Wazu felt compelled to inquire, Sir, how can you crawl so swiftly? Yet, her stoic demeanor prevented her from asking. The man, now at the base of the wall, finally recollected the events that had transpired. He remembered cautiously approaching the girl with amber eyes, only to be ambushed from behind, losing consciousness as a result. The thought of being stealthily attacked as a high-ranking commander was a source of great humiliation for him. However, what troubled him most was the realization that he had entered the shop, and the girl who unnerved him was still present. Who would not fear death? While he feared it, he dreaded an inconsequential demise even more. He gazed at the girl advancing toward the platform, utterly bewildered about what to do next. His silence did not deter Liwazu from speaking. Her melodious voice resonated within the modest shop. "May I ask your name?" she continued, and regarding what happened earlier, it was merely self-defense. "Could you refrain from looking at me with such eyes? Promise I won't harm you." Self-defense? Upon hearing her words, he recalled the prior incident and managed to calm his demeanor. Reflecting on his actions, he deemed it a lifelong blemish. Exhaling deeply to steady his voice, he replied, "I am Fu Qingxia, hailing from the Huangfeng Empire, and I am the commander of the White Robe Legion." Fu Qingxia, as he introduced himself, felt at ease sharing his background, knowing his enemies were already aware of it, and many others recognized him as well. The Huangfeng Empire. Liwazu was taken aback. Could it be true? An empire had emerged. Was there a superhero involved as well? She stifled her astonishment. "So, your name is Fu Qingxia, right? Could you elaborate on the levels of strength?" Fu Qingxia looked at the exquisite girl before him, puzzled that she would inquire about something so widely known. Nonetheless, he pondered for a moment and replied, "The continent we inhabit is called Zhenyu Continent. The hierarchy of power levels is quite straightforward. The martial arts levels are categorized as follows: body refinement from the 1st to the 10th stage, chi refinement from the 1st to the 10th stage, martial artist from the 1st to the 10th stage, martial master from the 1st to the 10th stage, martial spirit from the 1st to the 10th stage, martial king from the 1st to the 10th stage, martial emperor from the 1st to the 10th stage, and martial sovereign from the 1st to the 10th tribulation. As for the ranks of mages, they are classified as follows: apprentice mage from levels 1 to 10, junior mage from levels 10 to 20, intermediate mage from levels 20 to 30, senior mage from levels 40 to 50, grand mage from levels 60 to 70, mage tutor from levels 80 to 90, grand mage tutor from levels 90 to 100, and saint mage tutor from levels 100 to 120. Within both martial arts and magic, there exist techniques pertaining to martial skills and magical arts. Chapter 11. The pinnacle of the continent. Moreover, there exists the extraordinarily rare mentalist, yet their numbers are exceedingly few. Those who awaken as mentalists tend to possess formidable strength as they grow. The specifics of their prowess remain unknown to me, as I have not encountered them in battle, thus I am not entirely certain. However, it is now clear, you are indeed a mentalist. As expected, the strength of a mentalist is truly formidable. My understanding of the mentalist's true capabilities is limited. Furthermore, there exists a plethora of secondary professions, some of which are impressively powerful, such as alchemists, blacksmiths, and formation masters, to name a few. Even the most formidable warriors are reluctant to offend them. Having spoken at length, Fu Qingxia felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over him. On the other hand, Liwazu fell into deep contemplation upon hearing his words. Her heart was tumultuous as she thought, this world, warriors, magic, the mind, and the secondary professions. And then there are the empires. However, the most significant realization is that this is merely a matter of this continent. Who knows if there are other continents out there? In essence, I have arrived in a world of complexity. Raising her gaze to the resplendent ceiling, Liwazu found herself at a loss for words to express her current emotions. Fu Qingxia, initially anxious, had now regained his composure. For those who rise to the rank of supreme leader possess a resilience of spirit. His earlier unease had merely been a result of the overwhelming presence of the sound he had encountered. However, as Fu Qingxia settled down and surveyed the quaint establishment, he was suddenly struck with astonishment. Upon closer inspection, his shock intensified. He quietly mused. The floor is actually adorned with ice crystal, and it spans the entirety of the ground. He swallowed hard, bending down once more to touch the ice crystal, and with each caress, his astonishment grew. Ultimately, he arrived at an even more staggering realization. The flooring was laid with ice heart crystals, which are countless times more precious than ordinary ice crystals. In disbelief, he exclaimed, "Those are produced once in a millennium, and they can only form in the most frigid of environments, encased by countless ice crystals from the outside, allowing for the condensation of a singular ice heart crystal. This is an extraordinary artifact, a rarity of millennia, and here it is being used as flooring." Meanwhile, Li Wazu, who had been pondering how to navigate her existence in this world, was taken aback by his outburst. She quickly regained her composure and squeezed out a tear. Observing Fu Qingxia, who was intent on prying up the ice crystals from the ground, she shook her head and sighed softly. What a pitiable man. He sees mere flooring as the once-in-a-millennium ice heart crystal. How impoverished must he be? I have resolved to give him discounts on any items I sell in the future. Suddenly, Li Wazu had a thought, pondering. Does the system impose any requirements on the items I sell, such as setting a price or taking a percentage of the earnings? Dear sister, the prices of sold items are determined by the host. The system will not take any commission. Everything is at the host's discretion. The system is designed to empower the host, not to strip them of their agency, came the sweet, cheerful reply from Xiao Meng. Previously, she known as Xiao Oceanlei found herself ensnared by the unscrupulous creator of the system, leaving her no choice but to allow Xiao Meng to address her as Sister Lihua. As for the words of the system's creator, Lihua's had but one retort, a stream of nonsensical chatter devoid of substance. I shall not squander my own body. You use it instead. Pleased with her own resolution, Lihua's felt a fleeting sense of satisfaction, only to be overtaken by tears that refused to fall. Regrettably, no matter how hard she tried to squeeze them out, not a single drop emerged. Ultimately, she surrendered, for this uncle was not her kin, and she could only pity him. It was lamentable that this uncle, despite possessing the strength of a martial king, remained so impoverished. After hearing him elaborate on his realm, Lihua's found herself contemplating a future filled with uncertainty and the plight of the destitute. Surely, one cannot perpetually endure discounts. While Lihua's mused on her impending life, the uncle, Fu Qingxia, relinquished his futile endeavor of prying up the floorboards. Diverting his gaze from the ground, he feared he might yield to temptation and dismantle the entire floor. Instead, he fixed his eyes on the grand door, and upon doing so, Fu Qingxia was once again taken aback, his mouth agape as he stared at the entrance. Lihua's, drawn by his animated gestures, turned her attention toward him. Observing him reaching for the door, she couldn't help but feel exasperated. How impoverished can one be to not spare even the grand door? Fu Qingxia's astonishment was fleeting but intense. He gazed at the white dragon motif intricately carved upon the door, left speechless. Swallowing hard, he pointed shakily at the door and turned to Lihua's, stammering, "Who killed this Imperial-level dragon?" Upon hearing Fu Qingxia's words, a question mark formed in Lihua's mind. Imperial level? Had this uncle truly lost his marbles? Wasn't it merely an aesthetically pleasing adornment for a door? Fortunately, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. Otherwise, Fu Qingxia might question her grasp of reality. An Imperial-level dragon was surely not as trivial as he implied. What kind of strength did one possess to dismiss an Imperial-level being as mere decoration? Lihua's regarded him with an impassive expression, uncertain of how to respond. She had no desire to further dishearten this uncle who seemed to be in a state of delusion. Fu Qingxia, despite her usual demeanor, perceived a hint of pity in her eyes. What nonsense! Why would anyone pity me? He was the supreme commander of the Imperial White Army, wielding authority like a king. Yet, here he was, eliciting pity from another. Admittedly, she had ample reason to feel sympathy for him. After all, the mere presence of the ice heart crystals on the floor left him speechless. With a sigh, Fu Qingxia longed to uproot this entire establishment, believing it would restore the empire's strength, allowing it to surpass its former glory, unlike the current state where he had to personally engage in every task. However, he understood that one who could disregard the imperial level and affix such a formidable being upon the door must possess extraordinary power, perhaps even transcending the imperial realm and reaching an entirely different level. Alas, records of power classifications beyond the imperial level had long ceased to exist. Setting aside his unrealistic aspirations, Fu Qingxia exhaled a deep breath, feeling a modicum of comfort in both body and spirit. Bang! A gentle sound caught Fu Qingxia by surprise. He had unexpectedly broken through to the second realm of martial kings at this moment. He cast a deep glance at the grand door, no longer paying attention to the ornaments within the quaint shop. Approaching the edge of the platform, he observed the unwavering gaze of Tachibana Kanade fixed upon him. She no longer seemed as terrifying as before. She was merely a girl even younger than his own daughter, exquisite and beautiful, resembling a delicate doll. Were it not for her blinking, Fu Qingxia might have truly mistaken her for an exceptionally beautiful doll. Chapter 12. What of girls? I possess such strength. Tachibana Kanade observed the pitiable, yet somewhat deranged, middle-aged man as he approached the front of the platform. She refrained from uttering a word, opting instead to silently embody the essence of a beautiful maiden. Oh, no, she was now a lovely girl. Did one not notice the stillness of her doppelganger nearby? That was the true embodiment of seriousness, an elegant and serene beauty. Fu Qingxia stepped forward onto the platform, inhaled deeply, and as he was about to speak, his eyes widened in shock as he gazed upon the platform before him. His heart trembled. This was an enormous piece of dark golden black stone. Truly, a waste of precious resources. Fu Qingxia instinctively covered his eyes, unable to bear the sight, fearing there might be even more terrifying discoveries. He was afraid he might choke on his own blood. Tachibana Kanade, observing the peculiar behavior of this man who suddenly covered his eyes, finally concluded that he had indeed lost his sanity. Look, one moment he was in a frenzy, and the next, he was too embarrassed to show his face. Regaining his composure, Fu Qingxia redirected his focus away from the shop. He turned to the young girl before him and inquired, "Greetings? Who are you? What brings you to the demon front? It is rare for someone of your age to be here. Even if you possess remarkable strength, most families would not permit such a young individual to venture out. And what is this peculiar establishment?" Fu Qingxia articulated the thoughts that had been lingering in his mind. Contemplating this made him feel quite distressed. Tachibana Kanade, taken aback by his unexpectedly earnest words, began to reconsider her previous assumptions about him. After a moment's reflection, she hesitated, pondering her own age. She had indeed transformed. But how old was she now? Was she still 22? Dear Tachibana, the system indicates that your age is eternally 15. A gentle reminder echoed in her mind. Upon hearing this, Tachibana Kanade blurted out, "I am eternally 15. Immediately regretting her choice of words, she thought, how inappropriate to introduce oneself in such a manner. Yet Fu Qingxia nodded in understanding, thinking, indeed, she is quite young. However, the next moment, he found himself utterly humbled, realizing that he had just been bested by a mere child. He could already envision the laughter of the old commanders at his expense. Seeing Fu Qingxia suddenly collapse again, Tachibana Kanade felt her previous judgment of him was misguided. Nevertheless, what had the man mentioned earlier? The demon front? Yes, it seemed to refer to the battle against the demon race, and this was indeed the front line. As this realization struck her, Tachibana Kanade stood in astonishment. Could it be that her suspicions were correct? The previous task of investigating the intentions of the white-armored man, was it connected to the demon front? Muttering to herself, the demon front. Yes, this is the demon front. Fu Qingxia, who had somehow managed to rise again, responded to Tachibana Kanade's inquiry. It appears your family has not informed you about this place, nor do I know how you arrived here. Allow me to succinctly recount the tale. Here lies the boundary of the Huangfeng Empire, beyond which stretches an endless void. Yet, at an unknown juncture, a horde of ebony, four-legged entities emerged, neither human nor beast, whom we have designated as the Demon Clan. They possess the terrifying ability to consume all that exists, grass, soil, or even humans. Upon devouring their prey, their strength amplifies significantly. Fortunately, during that epoch when their presence was first discovered, it was not too late. The founding emperor of the Huangfeng Empire sought alliances with neighboring realms to repel these demons back into the void. However, before long they reappeared, and their menace persists to this day. I have come to this place due to the sudden emergence of a psychic demon. My purpose is solely for it. Such exceptional demons are not typically encountered. I am left to ponder the cataclysm that must have transpired. Fu Qingxia candidly expressed his intentions, clutching a disc in his hand. Upon awakening, he found this Earth-grade psychic formation disc beside him. He mused inwardly, what is the intention of this girl? Has she truly gifted it to him? It seems improbable. An Earth-grade psychic formation is a treasure esteemed by even the grandest sections. Nevertheless, he must seize this formation, as he has urgent need of it. Tachibana Kanade listened with rapt attention, entranced by his narrative, yet she recognized that these events were indeed real occurrences within this world. I am Tachibana Kanade, an angel, as you can see, and I am the proprietor of this establishment. At this juncture, she pondered briefly before playfully remarking, this is a task bestowed upon me by my father, instructing me to operate this shop. As for the duration, I have no knowledge, he did not specify. With that, she resumed her usual demeanor. A nearby doppelganger applauded in agreement. Kanade felt quite pleased with her self-introduction. Fu Qingxia found himself at a loss for words, utterly convinced that she was indeed a mere 15-year-old child. Previously, he had entertained the notion that she might be an old trickster in disguise. A shop? Running a shop? What audacity! To send forth his beloved daughter to sell wares is nothing short of disgraceful. A true humiliation, he thought in indignation. Meanwhile, Kanade recalled that she had yet to prepare anything. Just as she contemplated perusing the system's purchasing mechanism for supplies, the system's voice resonated in her mind. Special task. Understand the intentions of the armored man. Completion status. Accomplished. Task reward. Already received. Initiating armored man special task 2. Please assist Fu Qingxia in vanquishing the psychic demon. Note, time limit 1 hour. Countdown commencing. 59 minutes and 58 seconds. Completion reward. Beverage dispenser. Reward. Sprite. Special effect of Sprite. Instantaneously restores 1/5 of the body's magical energy. Note, the system recommends a daily purchase limit for the host. Task penalty. Retract E-grade formation lottery. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Kanade was taken aback. An hour was far too brief. She dashed from the platform, racing to the entrance. Upon recalling something, he glanced anxiously at Fu Qingxia, who remained rooted to the spot, and shouted, what are you waiting for? Aren't you supposed to confront that psychic demon? Hurry up, I can handle it. Time is of the essence. Fu Qingxia stood there in a daze, staring blankly at Li Huazu, who had rushed to the entrance, pondering, what is wrong with her? Why is she reacting so strongly all of a sudden? However, the words that followed left him utterly astonished. He quickly protested, you can't go. It's far too dangerous. I can handle this on my own. Li Huazu looked at him, her heart racing with urgency. Time was slipping away. Even an hour spent seeking that psychic demon would be a costly delay. She shouted emphatically, you cannot defeat me, and as a psychic, it is most fitting for me to go. The sooner we resolve this, the more lives we can save. Did you not declare that you are the supreme leader? You are a commander. How can you let personal feelings interfere? What does it matter that I am a woman? What does age matter? I possess the strength to do this. Chapter 13. The wings of the angel. Upon hearing Li Hua's words, Fu Qingxia was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, should those demonic beings breach this place, even the youth would have to engage in battle. There would be no alternative. He felt an unusual strangeness within himself today, a timidness that was unbecoming. Without uttering a word, he lifted his foot and strode towards the entrance, declaring with a flourish, go. Li Hua accompanied Fu Qingxia into a pitch-black encampment. A countdown displayed, 30 minutes and 56 seconds. This was the camp where messages were disseminated, and he wondered if the mercenaries on their missions still remained. As Fu Qingxia stepped into the encampment, he spoke heavily, by the way, I haven't mentioned that the individuals who discovered the psychic demonic beings were from the mercenary guild. They undertake a variety of tasks, though I am unaware of their specific missions. All I know is they relayed the information to a soldier of the White-clad Legion, who then conveyed it to me, prompting my arrival here. Having finished his explanation, Fu Qingxia surveyed the dark encampment. Despite it being broad daylight, not a single ray of sunshine penetrated here. It was instead shrouded in darkness. It was peculiar. Li Hua, Be cautious. There may be no living souls here, only demons lurking in the shadows. Fu Qingxia squinted, fixating with concern on the surroundings as he warned Li Hua. Moreover, it is highly likely that the psychic demonic beings are present as well. Hearing Fu Qingxia's words, Li Hua refrained from recklessly advancing and observed carefully. However, all she perceived was an expanse of darkness, devoid of any movement. Just as Li Hua began to doubt Fu Qingxia's assessment, a piercing scream erupted from the depths of the encampment, startling her. Yet, her expression remained inscrutable, devoid of any sign of fear. Fu Qingxia, initially startled by the sound, felt rather diminished in comparison to Li Hua's composed demeanor. With a sigh he urged, "Let us proceed. Our objective should lie within." "All right." Their footsteps echoed loudly in the hushed, shadowy encampment. As they approached the central area, "This is not good. We must hurry to assist." No wonder it felt eerily quiet here. This place is isolated by a formation barrier. Fu Qingxia exclaimed in astonishment, quickly addressing Li Hua beside him. Upon witnessing the formation barrier, Li Hua observed a man and a woman alongside a creature that bore no resemblance to either human or animal. It moved, thus she deemed it a living being. Li Hua recalled Fu Qingxia's earlier words and mused. It seems this is the demonic entity he spoke of, truly grotesque, and its aura repulses me. I wish to eradicate it at once. Such a creature was the very antithesis of herself. A juxtaposition of angel and demon, it was far more akin to the latter. With little time to ponder, Li Hua acted swiftly. As Fu Qingxia completed his statement, she charged forward, shutting her eyes as she whispered, "Skill 6. Wings of the Angel, activate." Beep. The special effect is activated with a quintuple enhancement of light attributes. The host's magic level is Advanced Mage, level 45. Recalculating. Beep beep. The host has ascended to level 225. Beep. However, due to the continent's limit of 120 levels for Holy Archmages, the host's level is now Light Attribute Limit Holy Archmage. In an instant, a voice echoed in her mind. Tihuacan opened her eyes once more, and an immense white domain enveloped the entire continent. Below, Fu Qingxia gazed up in astonishment at the girl soaring into the sky. An angel, an imperial-level angel. He could hardly believe his eyes. Just moments ago, he had conversed calmly with such a magnificent being, and even engaged in combat with her. Words failed him, overwhelmed by shock and excitement. This meant that yet another imperial powerhouse had emerged in the kingdom of Huangfeng. Most importantly, her presence here signified that she would remain. Meanwhile, in the distant palace of the kingdom of Huangfeng, a young man sat upon the dragon throne, eyes closed. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he opened his eyes, which blazed like a red fire dragon. He spoke coldly. "Who is this person? Could it be another limit-breaking emperor?" Similar scenes unfolded in other empires. However, in one particular location the commotion was immense. In a densely populated area of light attributes on the continent of Zhenyu, the inhabitants bore magnificent white wings on their backs. They were known as the angel race, and they possessed striking beauty. Within an opulent hall, a breathtakingly beautiful girl bowed respectfully to a woman seated above her, encircled by a white halo. The woman, with a soft and enchanting voice, said, "Muhan, go seek the angel who emanated the white domain. You must have sensed it as well. Such pure light can only be produced by the most genuine members of the angel race. There are few of the purest left. You must find her." At this point, the seated woman appeared somewhat melancholic. The angel race had yet to recover its purity since the last great war. The stunning girl below replied, "Yes, Honor understands. I will set off immediately." In various places, only ordinary people and those of lower ranks remained oblivious. Most powerful beings sensed the enveloping light to varying degrees, eliciting a spectrum of emotions. Some felt joy, others fear, and many bore resentment. Tihuacan, upon opening her eyes, was astonished by her newfound self. She realized she was invincible, not the false kind but true invincibility. Moreover, she noticed a white halo had appeared above her head, exuding a particularly captivating aura. As she surveyed the dark camp, her mood soured once more. With a wave of her hand, a beam of white light enveloped the entire camp, transforming the previously dim surroundings into an astonishingly radiant spectacle. In the midst of the formations barrier, a man and a woman, alongside the opposing demon clan, halted their actions, gazing in astonishment at the suddenly illuminated sky. The mentalist from the demon clan was taken aback upon seeing the figure of Tosaka Kanade soaring through the heavens, and instinctively made a move to flee. Tosaka Kanade, noticing this, focused intently, murmuring to herself, "Stay your ground, Sonic Blade." Instantly, two short swords manifested on the back of her hand. She then declared, "Lights layering." Radiant white surge, which enveloped the sonic blade on her hand in a brilliant glow. With her melodious voice, she posed the question, "Have you ever seen short swords descending from the sky? Oh, they should now be considered long swords." Chapter 14. The Limit of the Emperor-Level Buzz. The sonic blade, enhanced by the power of light, instantaneously surged forth from the hands of Tsubasa. Two blades shot towards the fleeing demon clan in the distance. Under the astonished gazes of Fu Qingxia and the man and woman within the barrier, the sonic blade pierced through the psychic demon. The struck demon let out a piercing scream, and its body was enveloped in a blinding white light, emitting a sizzling sound. In a matter of moments, only a fist-sized demon crystal remained at the scene. Amidst the astonished expressions of those present, Tsubasa soared to the side of the psychic demon, where only the fist-sized crystal lay. Without a moment's hesitation, Tsubasa pocketed the crystal, thinking to herself, "I defeated it. No one shall lay claim to it. I am rather impoverished after all." Yet, even if Tsubasa were to forgo it, none would dare to take it, for this remote front line against demons held no emperor-level powerhouses. Moreover, their own strength did not permit such audacity. The man and woman within the formation barrier gazed in shock as Tsubasa flew nearby to retrieve the demon crystal. "Lin Li, your knowledge is extensive. Can you discern the origins of this esteemed warrior or saintly mage?" asked Yu Jie. "I do not recognize her. She may be a newly appointed saintly mage. However, her previous attack bore semblance to martial skills, suggesting she might also be an emperor. It is quite possible she belongs to the angelic lineage, given the wings at her back." Lin Li shook his head, uncertain, as there were no records of her in his memory, yet he responded to Lin Shui. "Hey, are you all right?" Fu Qingxia inquired anxiously as she leaped through a breach in the formation barrier. Upon seeing the unexpected interruption, Lin Li and Lin Shui immediately prepared for combat. Wait, I am with Tsubasa, and I am the commander of the 1st Division. Please do not attack," Fu Qingxia hastily explained. Upon hearing his title as commander of the 1st Division, Lin Li and Lin Shui felt a sense of relief, though they did not sheathe their weapons. "Tsubasa? Who is she?" Lin Shui asked, her face filled with confusion. Lin Li mirrored her bewilderment. They had not contemplated the sudden appearance of an emperor-level powerhouse, as the individual before them was of the same martial king level as themselves, thus seemingly unrelated to the esteemed being. Sensing their confusion, Fu Qingxia pointed towards the girl who had been standing still since retrieving the demon crystal. Upon receiving the answer, Lin Shui and Lin Li confirmed that he indeed recognized this esteemed individual. Regardless of their concerns, Tsubasa, after picking up the crystal, heard the cheerful voice of Xiao Meng in her ear, replacing the system's reward announcement. "Sister Tsubasa, the mission has been accomplished. Please take a look at the task settlement on the system screen." Xiao Meng chimed merrily. "Special Task 2 for the armored being. Please assist Fu Qingxia in eliminating the psychic demon. Time limit, 1 hour. Time taken, 59 minutes and 30 seconds. Completion reward, a full beverage dispenser. Reward, Sprite. In the host object template, a special effect of Sprite beverage is noted. It instantaneously restores 1/5 of the user's magic power. The system advises the host to limit purchases to once per day. Upon concluding her task, Kodoha deeply exhaled, feeling a sense of relief. "I almost failed. Thankfully, I acted without hesitation," she remarked. "However, I shall leave the task rewards for the shop." In truth, she had not taken long, and soon Kodoha made her way towards the location of Fu Qingxia. She realized that this Fu Qingxia had previously proclaimed himself as a supreme leader. It was implausible that he lacked funds. It appeared she had misunderstood him earlier. Regardless, knowing he had wealth sufficed, suggesting he might become a customer. Customers are akin to deities. She must ensure he makes a purchase before departing. After all, in such a secluded place, who else would come to buy? It was likely that only a handful of people would ever visit. As Kodoha walked, her mind raced with thoughts, entirely oblivious to her own formidable prowess. If she merely stood there, exuding her aura, countless individuals would undoubtedly bow before her. Acquiring whatever she desired would be effortless. Indeed, on this continent, true imperial-level powerhouses were rare, with most being the sovereigns of empires. Yet, even with this knowledge, Kodoha would refrain from exerting her influence. She would never allow those she cherished to engage in such acts, even if it meant becoming like them. Meanwhile, Lin Li, Lin Shui, and Fu Qingxia were rendered speechless upon Kodoha's approach, their breaths caught in their throats. Even Fu Qingxia, who had previously exchanged blows and words with her, found himself similarly awestruck. She was, after all, a genuine imperial being, an exceedingly rare sight. Observing their reactions, Kodoha was taken aback. In a whisper only she could hear, she pondered, what is wrong with them? Could they be injured? That seems unlikely. They bear no wounds. Why are they both gripping their swords so tightly? Is it tiring to hold them when there are no enemies? The sight of the imperial figure glancing at their swords caused Lin Li and Lin Shui to recoil in alarm, instinctively tossing their blades behind them. Fu Qingxia looked on with sympathy for the two, thinking, you were warned to let go of your swords. Now you're frightened. He relished in their misfortune, knowing fully well that there was no real danger. After all, he had directly engaged with her before without issue. Yet, the thought of this made him break into a cold sweat, resolving to give a stern lesson to the one who crafted that armor upon his return. Kodoha, observing Lin Shui and the others, grew increasingly perplexed. She glanced at Fu Qingxia, who had been displaying a myriad of expressions since earlier, and sighed inwardly, thinking, alas, I've caught Fu Qingxia's madness. Choosing not to say anything further, she silently retracted her wings, feeling akin to a glaring light bulb, too radiant for comfort, her divine aura overshadowing even the sun. She resolved to seal her wings unless absolutely necessary in the future. Let us depart, spoke Kanade Tachibana in a tone imbued with a gentle warmth. They all had the potential to become guests, and she still needed to manage the shop. It remained uncertain when she might be able to leave this place. Upon hearing Kanade's words, the group instantly became apprehensive, trailing closely behind her, mimicking her every step. Thus unfolded an unusual scene. 3 adults followed a little girl, taking deliberate steps, as if fearful of inciting her displeasure. Chapter 15. The grand opening of Li Hua's was shop Fu Qingxia, and the others followed Li Hua's back to her shop. Upon entering, Lin Li and Lin Shui found themselves at a loss for words, their mouths agape in sheer astonishment at the sight of the modest establishment. The remains of a dragon emperor lay within, alongside crystalline treasures such as the ice crystal heart. Settling back into her chair, Li Hua's observed the bewildered expressions of Lin Li and Lin Shui, and she couldn't help but think they had succumbed to a contagious madness. Pondering this peculiar phenomenon, she mused to herself, is insanity so easily transmitted in this world? It seemed prudent to maintain some distance from them. As Lin Shui trembled, speechless and wide-eyed, Lin Li glanced at the composed Fu Qingxia. The sight of the two of them rendered utterly speechless brought a wave of satisfaction to Fu Qingxia's heart. Indeed, there was a certain comfort in seeing others as clueless as oneself. Swallowing hard, Lin Shui managed to stammer, why are you not at all shocked by the leader in the off-shoulder garment? In response to Lin Shui's inquiry, Fu Qingxia nonchalantly dismissed her concern. He would never admit that he had been even more overwhelmed than they were, nearly losing his composure. With steadfast confidence, he replied, of course not. I am not easily shaken by such trivial matters. By the way, my name is Fu Qingxia. Please refrain from calling me leader. Upon hearing his words, Lin Shui was left utterly dumbfounded. Impressive. You have guts. She doubted his claim, suspecting he had previously experienced a similar shock and had merely built up a resistance by now. Li Hua's found their banter amusing and decided to engage further. Xiao Meng, please activate the purchasing mechanism for me. I still have 10 purchasing opportunities today. Responding promptly from within the system space, Xiao Meng said, understood, Sister Li Hua. Please focus your gaze ahead. A purchasing list will appear shortly. You can view their descriptions and simply tap on them to proceed. As Li Hua's fixed her attention, it wasn't long before 10 options materialized before her. 1. D-grade high-quality flame sword. Characteristics: durable, special effect, fire, produces flames upon attack, requires 20 level 1 magic crystals for purchase. 2. Grade 2 supreme healing pill. Instantly restores half of the user's health with no usage restrictions. Even an Emperor-level individual recovering from severe injuries will regain half of their vitality upon consumption. Requires 50 level 1 magic crystals. 3. Grade 1 recovery potion. Restores 10 of magical power. Note: this item restores 10 for those below Grand Magician level and 5 for Grand Magicians. It has no effect for those above. Requires 5 level 1 magic crystals. 4. Grade 1 recovery elixir restores 10 of physical strength. Note: this potion restores 10 for those below martial spirit level and 5 for martial spirits. It has no effect for those above. Requires 5 level 1 magic crystals. 5. D-grade initial quality ordinary sword. A sturdy sword. Requires 5 level 1 magic crystals. 6. D-grade initial quality ordinary bow. A bow capable of shooting up to 1,000 meters. Comes with 10 arrows. Requires 8 level 1 magic crystals. 7. D-grade initial quality ordinary meteor hammer. A straightforward weapon effective for striking. Requires 5 level 1 magic crystals. D-grade initial quality ordinary knife. Remarkably durable. Requires 5 level 1 magic crystals. In the realm of D-grade intermediate crimson blades, the blade gleams a vibrant red, bestowing a slight augmentation to the wielder's strength. To procure this, one must acquire 20 level 1 magic crystals. The E-grade elementary formation, a one-time disorienting array, ensnares adversaries within its confines, extending over a 20-meter radius, available for the purchase of 50 level 1 magic crystals. Upon reviewing these offerings, Tosaka Kanade fell into silence, pondering internally. Surely, these items are rather ineffectual. The individuals before me possess the prowess of martial kings. Only the disorienting array holds some merit. Contemplating further, she inquired of the system's companion, Xiaomeng. How many magic crystals do I currently possess? Dear Tosaka, you presently hold 84 level 1 magic crystals, along with 1 spirit mage crystal. This spirit mage crystal can be exchanged for 2,000 level 1 magic crystals. Xiaomeng, please convert it directly into level 1 magic crystals, she commanded, then proceeded to purchase all 10 items at once. Understood, Tosaka. The exchange is complete, and you now possess 2,084 level 1 magic crystals. Acquiring all items requires 173 level 1 magic crystals, leaving you with 1,911. All items have been automatically stored in the item template. You may retrieve them at your convenience through your thoughts. Hearing Xiaomeng's words, Tosaka glanced outside the platform and noted that Fu Qingxia and her companions were not focused on her. With a mere thought, she summoned the items and placed them in the small compartment behind the platform, disregarding them, as they were hardly of significant value. As Tosaka arranged the items one by one, Fu Qingxia, Lin Shui, and Lin Li's attention shifted towards her. Upon observing the assortment of potions and weapons displayed above, they were taken aback. Lin Shui murmured to herself, "This truly resembles a shop. I had assumed this individual had other intentions. To think she is genuinely running a store." Fu Qingxia and Lin Li shared similar sentiments. As they examined the items, they began to question whether this esteemed individual had a misapprehension regarding her establishment. The weapons and potions seemed rather ordinary. What efficacy could they possibly possess? What ranks do they hold? Tosaka observed their silence, sensing their restlessness, and mused, "Is it truly incomprehensible? Are the inhabitants of this world so timid?" She then declared, "As you can see, I am merely a shopkeeper. Please do not misconstrue my intentions. Allow me to clarify. I am not a formidable warrior. I am simply an ordinary proprietor. Provided that you refrain from causing disturbances within my establishment, you shall be my guests. I assure you, no one dares to harm you here, unless you are in the wrong." Having spoken her piece in one breath, an idea struck her. She thought, "I cannot explicate everything individually, nor does it align with my nonchalant demeanor. Perhaps I shall inscribe my earlier words on paper. Meanwhile, Fu Qingxia and her companions, having heard her declaration, were rendered speechless with excitement. Lin Shui could not contain herself and whispered to her neighbor, "Does the esteemed one mean that we may regard her as a shopkeeper, and as long as we do not cause trouble, she will protect those present?" "Indeed, I also heard that correctly," Lin Li affirmed solemnly. Upon hearing Li Wazu's words, Fu Qingxia inquired, "Might I have a glance at the items behind you?" Taken aback by Fu Qingxia's address, Li Wazu mused to herself, "My lord? Just moments ago, she was calling me by my name. How has it suddenly transformed into my lord? This is rather perplexing." She promptly responded, "Fu Qingxia, why not continue to call me Li Wazu or shopkeeper? The title my lord sounds rather awkward. If you wish to see, I shall simply place them on the platform for you." Noticing Fu Qingxia's astonished expression, Li Wazu turned to retrieve the weapons and elixirs that had just been arranged behind her. Goodness! Coming up with names for weapons and elixirs is quite a challenge. Chapter 16. Valkyrie Fragment Lottery. Fu Qingxia gazed at the turned figure of Tosaka Kanade, her heart swelling with excitement. This esteemed individual is remarkably approachable. Other formidable beings would not be so accommodating. Moreover, she even personally retrieves the potions and weapons. Tosaka glanced at the designated area for weapons, located on the left side of the platform, which could only accommodate 10 items. The right side was reserved for potions, while formations were not placed here due to a lack of space. After contemplating, she surveyed the somewhat unmanageable weapons before her and opted to retrieve the potions instead, deeming it less troublesome. The weapons were not particularly remarkable either. Having placed 3 vials of potions on the platform, Tosaka pondered for a moment before offering an introduction. After all, they were the first wave of customers and might return in the future. Calmly, she began, "These 3 vials of potions are..." Details omitted for brevity. Refer to earlier chapters for more information. Upon hearing Tosaka's introduction, Fu Qingxia's eyes widened in astonishment as she stared at the potions before her. She was profoundly shocked, reflecting, "The healing potion can actually restore the injuries of an emperor-level warrior, and it does so by half." Fu Qingxia fixated intently on the green potion within the small vial. This was indeed the healing potion, and it was here in front of her. With this thought, she could not help but glance at the serene Tosaka Kanade and exclaimed, "Esteemed one, shopkeeper, are you truly selling these?" She held no doubts about the potions. An emperor-level warrior would never engage in deception. Tosaka, somewhat exasperated, noted that she had reiterated this several times, and the large sign above the shop entrance was clearly visible. Growing slightly impatient, she maintained a harmonious tone as she replied, "Xia, you are correct. If you wish for them, I can sell them to you at a discount." At this point, Tosaka considered her purchase from the system, which had cost her 50 first-level magic crystals. Thus, she decided to sell them for 100 crystals. However, she wondered if Fu Qingxia could afford such an amount. Addressing the visibly excited Fu Qingxia, she stated, "I will sell them to you for just 100 first-level magic crystals." Admittedly, she felt a tinge of nervousness as the words left her lips. She questioned whether she was pricing them too high since they had only cost her 50. Indeed, she observed Fu Qingxia standing frozen in place, prompting her to sigh and contemplate lowering the price. Suddenly, Fu Qingxia removed a ring from her finger and extended it toward her. Witnessing this surprising gesture, Tosaka's composed demeanor faltered, and she pointed at Fu Qingxia with trembling fingers, her voice quaking as she exclaimed, "What are you trying to do? We do not sell people here." Upon hearing Tosaka's words, Fu Qingxia was momentarily startled and hurriedly waved her hands, insisting, No, this is a spatial ring. It contains magic crystals. The items you are selling are far too precious for me to purchase at such a low price. This is all the magic crystals I currently possess. I offer you this spatial ring, though you may find it of little value." Tosaka, upon hearing Fu Qingxia's explanation, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Moments ago, she nearly frightened herself to death, clutching her small chest. She is merely 15 years old. At this juncture, Fu Qingxia became acutely aware of a significant matter. His heart unsettled as he gazed upon Tachibana Kanade. He recalled her earlier declaration. She was indeed just 15. This implies that at such a tender age, She had already attained the status of an emperor-level powerhouse, suggesting the possibility that she might even surpass it. The more Fu Qingxia pondered, the more agitated he became. He felt compelled to inform the emperor of the Huangfeng Empire, known as Huangdi, regarding this revelation. However, a flicker of concern crossed his mind as he questioned Tachibana Kanade. "Shopkeeper, may I disclose your matters to others?" Tachibana Kanade, absorbed in examining the spatial ring, a rare artifact she had never encountered before, merely replied without lifting her gaze, "It matters not. If you can bring in many people next time, I shall offer you a discount." Receiving the response he desired, Fu Qingxia said, "Then I shall take my leave. Go on, go on. Remember to bring more people next time," she casually remarked, still perplexed by the workings of the ring. Fu Qingxia promptly departed, while Lin Li and Lin Shui each purchased a standard D-grade sword and dagger, spending a total of 100 magic crystals. Their supply of magic crystals was nearly depleted, and these were their last remnants. They dared not spend more, though Tachibana Kanade had mentioned that only 10 magic crystals would suffice. Nevertheless, she held her peace. After all, profit was profit, and she was no fool. After their purchase, they exited the shop with trepidation, leaving Tachibana Kanade alone. She sighed, lamenting her solitude. "No, Sister Kanade, I'm still here," chimed a sweet voice, the sound of Xiaoming reaching her ears. Observing the petite figure that resembled a miniature version of herself, she found it utterly amusing. She placed Xiaoming upon her shoulder, who languidly lay on the platform. Gazing at the spatial ring, she instructed, "Xiaoming, please transfer the magic crystals from this ring into my inventory template." "All right," Xiaoming replied, vanishing from her shoulder. Upon reappearing, Xiaoming excitedly exclaimed, "Sister Kanade, there are 200,000 first-level magic crystals inside." Upon hearing this astonishing figure, Tachibana Kanade leapt to her feet in excitement. "Xiaoming, repeat that. How many?" Xiaoming, equally thrilled, reiterated, "Sister Kanade, there are exactly 200,000 first-level magic crystals." Bursting into laughter, Tachibana Kanade exclaimed, "I've struck it rich. Truly I have." Just as she reveled in her joy, a system notification chimed in, delivering yet another momentous piece of news. Due to the host successfully selling items for the first time and acquiring 200,000 first-level magic crystals, the host is rewarded with a Valkyrie fragment lottery. Valkyrie fragment lottery. Li Huazhao spoke incredulously, articulating each word with care. Once she finished, a wave of realization washed over her, and she could hardly contain her excitement. This meant she could summon more Valkyries. The only downside was that it would require her to transform into one of them. Nonetheless, this was an unprecedented opportunity of immense significance. Li Huazhao promptly set aside the 200,000 first-level magic crystals and declared, "System, extract my reward and present it before me." Chapter 17. The moment of dimensional barrier. Kurumi Tokisaki before Toka Yatagami appeared a breathtaking scene, akin to a starry sky, an awe-inspiring sight that captivated her senses. Yet, her eyes soon sparkled with realization. Countless images of Valkyries flashed before her, igniting an insatiable curiosity within her heart. She resolved, with unwavering determination, to bring them all into this chaotic world and ensure their stories would be immortalized. Ding! The host's first draw is complimentary. You have a 48-hour window for a free attempt, or you may opt to spend 1,000 level 1 magic crystals for a single draw. There are no classifications among the Valkyries. The outcome is entirely random. Every 10 identical shards can be fused into a Valkyrie. Special items may also be obtained from the shard draws, such as the Valkyries' past memories or their weapons. As the system's voice faded, Toka was engulfed in excitement, gazing at the starry expanse before her. She had felt an odd sensation. Her form seemed ethereal, and a colossal gear, adorned with countless glimmering stars, emerged before her. She felt an instinctual pull to stand upon it, believing that was where she truly belonged. Yet, she found herself immobilized, her bright eyes fixed upon the gear, a sense of frustration bubbling within her, reminiscent of the feelings instilled by the system's creator. Ding! The host has entered the sea of the spiritual realm. Time in the outside world is suspended. Only the host is permitted entry. The system sprite cannot accompany you, and the system must depart. Ding. Initiating the release of the Sea of the Spiritual Realm in 3, 2, 1. Release successful. The host now has preliminary control over the Sea of the Spiritual Realm. However, the system will still relay tasks pertaining to it. Ding. The system is withdrawing. As the system's voice faded, Toka widened her eyes in disbelief, absorbing the finality of its departure. Soon, she found herself alone, accompanied solely by the immense, twinkling gear. Moments later, she felt a renewed sense of mobility. Tentatively, she took a step and was elated to discover she could indeed move. "System, are you truly gone?" she called out, waiting in vain for a response. A surge of emotion welled within her as she pondered the implications. This realm was beyond the system's control. What exactly was the Sea of the Spiritual Realm? The profound realization left her in a state of shock, yet no answers came. She was utterly alone. She shouted into the void several times but ultimately resigned herself to her solitude, just as the system had indicated. "How do I even draw?" Toka instinctively uttered. As soon as the words draw escaped her lips, the massive gear before her began to spin wildly, presenting a breathtaking spectacle. Clutching her chest, she felt a swirl of comfort and trepidation as she mused. "What is this gear? It evokes a sense of nostalgia within me. I feel as though I could remain here for eternity." However, she soon shook her head, for she had yet to fulfill her own dreams. How could she remain here indefinitely? As Tachibana Kanade pondered her thoughts, the turning gears came to a halt, finally resting upon a solitary star. In an instant, that star radiated a dazzling golden light, and a colossal clock materialized out of thin air. From the moment the clock appeared, Tachibana Kanade was rendered speechless. She recognized that clock. It belonged to her favorite character from her previous life as a man, Tokasaki Kurumi, known in Date Alive as the most malevolent spirit, the Nightmare. In her relentless pursuit to amass enough spiritual power to activate the 12 bullets, she sought to return to 30 years prior, confronting the origin spirit directly by incessantly killing and absorbing others' time. This relentless pursuit evoked both pity and affection in the male version of Tachibana Kanade. Yet now, before her stood the formidable Tokasaki Kurumi, the Keiketsu Emperor, towering as grandly as the colossal gears. "What is that?" Tachibana Kanade mused, her eyes widening in astonishment. It soon became apparent that something resided at the center of the Keiketsu Emperor. Upon discerning the truth, she gasped in shock. Tokasaki Kurumi. At that very moment, the eyes of Tokasaki Kurumi, nestled within the massive Keiketsu Emperor, fluttered open, surveying the unfamiliar surroundings with a playful, alluring tone. "Oh dear, how did I suddenly end up here? I recall being in the neighboring realm." With narrowed eyes, Tokasaki Kurumi turned her gaze toward Tachibana Kanade, her expression tinged with curiosity. "A new spirit, is it? I haven't seen you before." Tachibana Kanade was utterly stunned upon witnessing the awakening of Tokasaki Kurumi's eyes. She existed. Suddenly, a series of thunderous sounds echoed, startling Tachibana Kanade. The expression of Tokasaki Kurumi shifted to one of gravity as she pondered. "What place is this? And that sound feels peculiar, almost as if it is beckoning me. And when did the Keiketsu Emperor behind me grow so immense?" A sense of unease washed over Tokasaki Kurumi as she grasped the magnitude of the scene before her. Upon seeing the immense gears beside her, she was left at a loss for words, utterly astonished. However, she quickly recognized this as an opportunity. If she could harness the power of the colossal Keiketsu Emperor, perhaps she could return to 30 years prior and eliminate the origin spirit. Yet, in her attempt to do so, she was taken aback to discover that she could not wield the Keiketsu Emperor. Moreover, she had failed to notice until now that she, too, was immobilized, as if bound by some unseen force. On the ground, Tachibana Kanade observed Tokasaki Kurumi struggling, grasping the gravity of her predicament. Yet she was profoundly shocked that a character from the original narrative had materialized before her, possessing her own consciousness. Does this imply that the Valkyries I embody possess their own consciousness? Where has the consciousness of the persona I currently embody, Toka Yatagami, gone? Contemplating this, a wave of anxiety washed over her, leading her to seek answers from the system regarding the situation. She could only hope that her fears were unfounded. What is this place, after all? Why am I unable to move? Tokasaki Kurumi struggled desperately at the heart of the infinite, her mind racing to comprehend why she had suddenly found herself here. At that moment, a surge of joy enveloped her, for she discovered she could move again. She swiftly detached from the core of the infinite and began to plummet toward Toka Yatagami. Chapter 18. Transforming into Tokasaki Kurumi and the original Tokasaki Kurumi. As Toka Yatagami pondered the peculiar situation at hand, she chanced upon Tokasaki Kurumi plummeting towards her. Startled, she immediately activated her skill, white wings unfurling from her back. A luminous white halo materialized above Toka's head. Momentarily taken aback by the unexpected ability to utilize her powers in this realm, she quickly dismissed her surprise and soared towards the descending Kurumi. However, a lingering question nagged at her. Why was Kurumi not flying? The girl was in free fall, showing no signs of deceleration. What could this mean? Why was she unable to wield her spiritual energy? Meanwhile, Kurumi found herself in a state of panic as she realized the same. She could not summon her powers while falling from the clock tower. All she could do was descend rapidly, a foreboding sense of dread creeping in as she contemplated the day's grim possibilities. Just as she began to entertain the worst, Kurumi felt herself enveloped in a soft embrace. Upon recognizing her savior, she was momentarily stunned. It was the enigmatic girl she had just glimpsed moments ago. Suddenly, a tremendous force jolted Toka, sending her crashing towards the ground. Amidst the cacophony of impact, they landed safely, yet Toka furrowed her brow, realizing her strength felt remarkably diminished in this realm. Such a blow would hardly warrant a fall in the outside world. Kurumi gazed at the girl who held her, captivated by the comforting presence she exuded. A thought crossed her mind. Perhaps she could linger here for a while, reveling in the warmth of their shared femininity. Acting on her impulse, she tightened her grip on Toka's collar, prompting a puzzled response from Toka, who tilted her head quizzically at Kurumi. Feeling a blush creep onto her cheeks, Toka recalled her solitary past, having never engaged with girls in such a manner. Yet, memories of her childhood friend, an ever-present companion, flooded back. She had always regarded that beautiful girl as a sister, wondering how she fared now. However, her attention was swiftly drawn back to Kurumi, who had inadvertently grasped her chest. Toka's face flushed a deeper shade of crimson upon this realization, yet Kurumi remained undeterred. With playful sincerity, she remarked, "Oh, don't mind me. I simply find this spot quite comfortable." Toka was left feeling that Kurumi's explanation did more harm than good. Just then, the colossal clock tower began to rapidly shrink, abruptly interrupting their playful banter. As the tower diminished in size, Kurumi felt a newfound ability to sense its presence more keenly. However, a voice within her urged her not to move recklessly, for unforeseen consequences would surely ensue. Sensing an unsettling feeling in her heart, Tokasaki Kurumi halted her thoughts and turned her gaze towards the girl, Toka Yatagami, who was embracing her. To her astonishment, Kurumi beheld something extraordinary in Toka's eyes, an identical clock eye, mirroring her own. Unbeknownst to Toka, who was startled by the sudden voice, Kurumi's shocked expression went unnoticed. A chilling male voice whispered in Toka's ear, "The new master of the spiritual realm, Zio-Oceanlei. Preliminary control achieved. First lottery draw awarded. 10 fragments of Valkyrie Tokasaki Kurumi. Fusion successful. Valkyries present. Toka Yatagami, Tokasaki Kurumi. Lottery cooldown in effect. Magic crystals may be used to bypass cooldown. Cooldown duration, 48 hours. Bypassing requires 100,000 first-level magic crystals. During this cooldown period, one may use 1,000 first-level magic crystals to draw from the lottery. There is no limit to the number of attempts. After 48 hours, a free draw is available, but subsequent draws will still require bypassing. Each draw costs 100,000 first-level magic crystals. Upon hearing the voice beside her, Toka turned in shock to behold a transparent figure. She gasped in disbelief. "Greetings, master. I am the administrator here. You may refer to me as Xiaohai." The transparent being addressed her with deference. Toka, perplexed by the sudden appearance of this spectral entity, wondered how she could perceive it, for it was clearly transparent. Had her vision mutated? She was at a loss for words. As she pondered this, her form underwent a dramatic transformation, morphing from Toka Yatagami into a mirror image of Tokasaki Kurumi. Meanwhile, Kurumi, cradled in Toka's arms, gazed in astonishment as the girl who had once been distinct from her now bore an uncanny resemblance. Toka remained oblivious to her own metamorphosis, her attention fixed on the transparent figure. The nature of this apparition was a mystery to her. At that moment, the colossal Kekai Sensen reverted to its original size as depicted in the narrative. It floated beside a massive gear enveloped in countless stars. To the astonishment of both Toka and the transformed Kurumi, the singular Kekai Sensen split into two. The two entities in the air did not linger long before hurtling towards the two girls below. In an instant before they could react, the figures collided directly into their left eyes. It was only then that Toka realized her own transformation and couldn't help but scrutinize her appearance alongside that of Tokasaki Kurumi. The two of them possessed long, lustrous black hair, elegantly braided into two cascades that gracefully draped over their shoulders. Their slender figures evoked a sense of fragility, as if they could shatter with a mere touch. A waterfall of bangs concealed the left half of a face of breathtaking beauty, while the other side revealed a wine-red eye and lips as delicate as cherry blossoms, exuding a devilish charm capable of ensnaring men with a mere glance. Their skin was as smooth and radiant as pearls. They were adorned in a striking Gothic ensemble of black and crimson, known as the godly spirit garb, Sanbin. Upon catching a glimpse of her own reflection, Kanade Tachibana found herself unable to suppress a gulp. Suddenly, as though struck by a revelation, she uttered an expletive. "What is my name now, Tokasaki Kurumi?" Hearing the impolite sound from the person in her embrace, the true Tokasaki Kurumi responded with a sultry tone. "Oh dear, my dear, refrain from such vulgarities. It is unbecoming. I should present myself with utmost elegance." Chapter 19. The astonishment of Tokasaki Kurumi upon hearing the voice of Tokasaki Kurumi in her arms, the transformed protagonist, Tsubasa, felt a wave of weakness wash over her. Internally, she mused that voice is rather striking. Meanwhile, Tokasaki Kurumi, nestled within her embrace, did not cease her chatter. Rather, she grew increasingly animated. "Oh my, are you an elder sister or a younger sister? You are just like me. So beautiful, so stunning, and utterly adorable." With a face full of exasperation, Tsubasa, now embodying Tokasaki Kurumi, retorted in the same tone, "Hey, why do I feel as though you are indulging in self-praise? How perceptive of you. It seems you truly are my sister. But what should I call you? I am Tokasaki Kurumi. You shall be named Tokasaki Hanue. It appears a bit chaotic, doesn't it?" Tokasaki Kurumi chuckled mischievously, whimsically assigning the protagonist a name. Damn the system creator. If it weren't for him, I would still possess my remarkably handsome name. Zio-Oceanlei, the protagonist, now called Tokasaki Hanue, grumbled indignantly. "Master, is your name not Zio-Oceanlei? Why do you have so many names?" inquired the bewildered Xiaohai, who stood nearby. Upon hearing his words, Tokasaki Hanue was taken aback, turning to gaze intently at him. "What did you say? Please repeat that." Though confused, Xiaohai complied. "Are you not called Zio-Oceanlei?" "Zio-Oceanlei. Yes, that is indeed Zio-Oceanlei." Tokasaki Hanue thought to herself, then inquired aloud, "How do you know I possess so many names? Moreover, how do you know my original name?" With a mysterious smile, Xiaohai replied, "I am aware of everything you do in the outside world. I have a slight connection with that system creator. I know about him, but he cannot command me. You are my one and only master." After hearing Xiaohai's words, Tokasaki Hanue felt a cloud of confusion envelop her, her mind filled with questions. Trembling slightly, she asked, "You know that system creator?" "Indeed, master," Xiaohai bowed respectfully in response. "Could you tell me about that scoundrel?" Tokasaki Hanue quickly pressed for information upon realizing he was in the know. "Master, your current power over the sea of the spiritual realm is insufficient. I cannot divulge information about that scoundrel." "No, that individual," Xiaohai respectfully answered, nearly misled by Tokasaki Hanue's fervor. After Xiaohai spoke, Tokasaki Hanue's expression grew serious. Internally, she was anything but tranquil. The system. Another complication has arisen. the sea of the spiritual realm. And what is the situation with Tokisaki Kurumi, who rests in my arms? With this thought, a shiver coursed through Tokisaki Hanyue's body as she swiftly turned to Xiaohai and asked, "What is the situation with Tokisaki Kurumi?" Previously quiet in her embrace like a serene infant, Tokisaki Kurumi also felt perplexed upon hearing her name mentioned. How had she arrived here? She had overheard their conversation. Though some parts eluded her understanding, what was this talk of systems and the sea of the spiritual realm? Could it be a game on the brink of reality? Upon hearing them speak of her, Kurumi Tokisaki instantly perked up. "Master, the emergence of Kurumi Tokisaki is indeed an anomaly. While you were drawing lots, you summoned Kakuri, but unexpectedly, the original Kurumi Tokisaki was also called forth. The Valkyrie fragment lottery mechanism in the sea of the spiritual realm is formed through countless dimensions. As one is selected, the sea traverses to the location of that Valkyrie to replicate her abilities and appearance." Upon hearing Xiaohai's words, Hanyue Tokisaki and Kurumi Tokisaki fell into silence. Could it truly be merely a coincidence? Hanyue pondered deeply. Wait, what is this system all about? Isn't it the Valkyrie descendants? Xiaohai sighed and continued. The creator of this system lacks such prowess. He merely utilized the powers of the sea of the spiritual realm, hence labeling it as the Valkyrie descendant system. His system is essentially a network of interconnected subsystems. The crux of it all lies within the sea of the spiritual realm. Moreover, the system's creator likely refrained from allowing you to disclose your true name to protect you, as this world is not your ultimate destination. Numerous crises abound, and peculiar individuals may seek out your original world to threaten you. Furthermore, please refrain from inquiring about such matters now. Your strength is currently insufficient, and knowing too much could adversely affect your mindset. Xiaohai spoke all this in one breath. Upon hearing his words, Hanyue Tokisaki stood rooted to the spot, grappling with existential doubts. Unconsciously, she uttered, "This world is not the end. Could it be that I still have a chance to return?" Listening to their conversation, Kurumi Tokisaki, nestled in Hanyue's arms, was equally astonished. She had never anticipated that this person, so strikingly similar to her, had been transformed through her essence, and indeed, this place was not her original world. Kurumi couldn't help but scrutinize the person holding her. However, her excitement soon surged. She had the opportunity to grow stronger, and there was a possibility of returning home alongside Hanyue, envisioning a fulfilling life together. The more she contemplated, the more exhilarated she became, addressing Hanyue, "Lala, Hanyue, you must take care of me now, for it is through you that I arrived in this world." With a playful wink, she expressed her delight. Unaware of Kurumi's words, Hanyue's heart was consumed by the prospect of returning. She could reunite with her parents and see her younger sister chasing after her once more. Thus, she missed Kurumi's playful antics. "Master, it is time for you to exit. Your current strength is insufficient for prolonged stay here. Also, Master, should we eliminate Kurumi Tokisaki?" At this point, a cold glint flashed in Xiaohai's eyes as he fixed his gaze upon Kurumi. The intensity of his stare made Kurumi uneasy, and she defiantly glared back. Yet, as she did so, she felt a pang of regret. This was no mere human but a monstrous entity, exuding the presence of a colossal being clad in a translucent shroud. She felt an infinite power behind Xiaohai, potent enough to disperse her, not to strike. Upon hearing Xiaohai's words, Shi Hanyu furrowed her brows and turned her gaze directly towards him. At that moment, Xiaohai's aura dissipated, revealing a smile directed at Shi Hanyu, as if nothing had transpired. Yet, in her embrace, Shi Kwang-san distinctly felt it, gazing in astonishment at Shi Hanyu, who held her tightly. Chapter 20. The weak and fragile Kyuko sister Little Hai. "I do not wish to hear such words again," spoke Hanyue Shizaki in a solemn tone. "Yes, Master," Little Hai replied, seemingly unfazed, and continued, however, "Kyuko Shizaki is not a denizen of this world. Even though this world may appear feeble, it will not easily permit outsiders to enter." Upon hearing Little Hai's words, Hanyue expressed her surprise and inquired, "Outsider? Is Kyuko Shizaki considered an outsider?" "Indeed, Master, but you have the capability to summon Kyuko Shizaki. It requires the expenditure of 100,000 grade 1 magic crystals, thereby granting her the mark of this world, Little Hai elucidated. Without a moment's hesitation, Hanue responded, Little Hai, if you are able to articulate such a method, you should be able to procure the magic crystals yourself, correct? I grant you permission to do so. Understood, Master. You may exit now. Shortly, Kyuko Shizaki will appear before you, Little Hai said with a cheerful demeanor. Oh, by the way, Master, you need not use the Valkyrie's name within the shop. However, you cannot revert to your original name. You may utilize Miss Kyuko Shizaki, a name bestowed upon you, which can be employed both inside the shop and externally. Additionally, the functionality linked by numerous subsystems is not to be underestimated. It remains quite beneficial for you at this juncture, particularly concerning the ultimate quest. The rewards for these tasks are significant, so it would be prudent to employ their titles. Little Hai added, recalling an important detail. Upon hearing Little Hai's remarks, Hanue's eyes widened in realization, reflecting, this is indeed splendid news. I no longer need to question my own identity. Henceforth, I shall be known as Hanue Shizaki. Very well, I comprehend. By the way, how do I return here? Hanue posed her query regarding her re-entry into this realm. Without a moment's hesitation, Little Hai replied, Master, you can currently access this place through the Valkyrie Codex. It serves as a medium and also allows you to transform into other Valkyries. As your mental prowess strengthens, you will be able to enter with confidence through sheer will. For now, you remain too weak. Before Hanue could respond, she vanished in a flash of white light. With a thud, Kyuko Shizaki unexpectedly found herself on the ground. Ow! Why did she suddenly disappear? Kyuko emitted a mock lament. Kyuko Shizaki's strength was not diminished by a mere fall, yet she had not anticipated Hanue's sudden departure, which startled her momentarily. Left in the wake of this occurrence were Kyuko Shizaki, the overseer of the spiritual realm, Little Hai, and an immense, imposing gear. Kyuko gazed at the motionless Little Hai beside her, her previous playful demeanor entirely replaced with vigilance. Little Hai merely cast a glance in her direction before redirecting her attention elsewhere, inciting a twinge of irritation in Kyuko. Such disdain for the sprite was unbearable. Yet, she did not dare confront Little Hai directly, for she knew she could not prevail against this being known as Little Hai. However, what vexed her was the fact that this individual seemed to embody two distinct personas. Just moments ago, when Shizaki Hanue gazed upon him, his smile radiated with brilliance. Yet, when her gaze shifted and he caught sight of her, his countenance darkened dramatically. Although his expression had softened since then, it still bore the remnants of what had transpired. After she departed, she was resolute in her intention to keep her dear Hanue at a distance from this peculiar fellow. Suddenly, an unforeseen event occurred that caught Shizaki Kurumi off guard. She found herself enveloped by a crystal composed of an unfamiliar material. As she beheld this phenomenon, Kurumi recalled Hanue's previous conversation with that odd character and mused internally. Could this be the magic crystal? In a haze of illusion, Shizaki Kurumi vanished from that place. Shizaki Hanue and Shizaki Kurumi arrived in the shop one after the other. Upon exiting, Hanue retained her appearance as Kurumi's sister, not transforming into Kurumi's visage. Once Kurumi emerged, she surveyed her surroundings and, upon spotting Hanue, regarded her with a hint of confusion, having previously encountered this form. Yet, this sight still left her somewhat displeased. She remarked directly, Hanue, why not take on my appearance? That would be splendid. As she spoke, Shizaki Kurumi playfully leaned against Hanue, causing Hanue's cheeks to flush as she thought to herself, hey, is Kurumi truly this bold? This is excessive. Moreover, how had she so readily adapted to this world? Did she not wish to return? Oh dear little Hanue, what are you pondering? Do share with your sister, Kurumi suddenly teased. Detecting the playful tone in Kurumi's voice, Hanue hesitantly replied, Shizaki Kurumi, you don't resent me for summoning you to this unfamiliar realm, do you? Why would I resent you? My beloved sister, how could I harbor ill feelings toward you? I adore you. Hearing you say that hurts my heart, Kurumi said, dramatically collapsing to the ground, mimicking a sorrowful gesture and pretending to wipe away non-existent tears. Come now, dear sister. Aren't you going to embrace me? Let your warm heart soothe my fragile spirit, Kurumi implored, her eyes fixed on Hanue. Observing Kurumi's increasingly theatrical demeanor, Hanue felt as though she might still be dreaming, She recalled Kurumi behaving differently before. Wasn't she a bit of a Yandere? Why this weak, sisterly display? Nevertheless, Hanyu sighed in relief, for Kurumi bore no ill will toward her. Admittedly, she had acted thoughtlessly. She should have considered Kurumi's feelings in the spiritual realm. Yet, now that the matter had passed and Kurumi held no grudge, Hanyu found herself slightly overwhelmed by Kurumi's pitiable antics. Unsure of how to proceed, lacking any experience, she contemplated her next move. Finally, Shizaki Hanyu approached Kurumi and gently said, "Shizaki Kurumi, please rise. I acknowledge you as my sister." "Ah, little Hanyu, you have made an error. I am indeed your sister, and please refrain from using my name. Simply calling me sister will suffice," remarked Tokisaki Kurumi, somewhat dissatisfied. Casting a glance at Hanyu's appearance, she pouted and added, "Moreover, little Hanyu, could you possibly alter your appearance to resemble mine? That would make us look more like true sisters." "Very well, sister. Please wait a moment. I shall change my appearance to yours right away," Hanyu promptly responded with a nod. Upon hearing Hanyu's words, Kurumi's playful demeanor vanished, and she spoke earnestly. "No, little Hanyu, you are mistaken. That is not my appearance. It is yours. You are not anyone else. You are simply you. Remember, even though you can transform into anyone, you remain you. Becoming another person still means you are you. You are not someone else." Chapter 21. I am the store manager. Upon hearing the words of Tokisaki Kurumi, the protagonist, now known as Tokisaki Hanyu, was momentarily taken aback. She stared blankly at the serious expression on Kurumi's face. Indeed, why had she not come to this realization sooner? Was she not herself? Regardless of who she transformed into, she would ultimately remain herself. Hanyu murmured to herself, and in that fleeting moment, her heart felt as though it had been liberated. Although she had outwardly appeared unaffected, internally she had grappled with her identity. Was she the boy Zyooshinlei or one of those female protagonists from anime? Now, having absorbed Kurumi's words, she finally embraced her true self. She was not anyone else but present in this very moment in this shop, where she served as a Valkyrie store manager. Grateful yet uncertain of how to express her thanks to Kurumi, Hanyu felt a profound emptiness. All she possessed was this shop and her own existence, as the shop was a system entity that could not be given away. Was she to offer herself to Kurumi? Shaking her head, she dismissed the thought. How could that be possible? Kurumi tilted her head, observing Hanyu's indecisiveness, biting her lip and tapping her foot in contemplation, while she simply watched Hanyu in silence. Meanwhile, on a vast battlefield, Fu Qingxia and Lin Liling were engaged in a fierce battle against a towering 5-meter demon creature. "Hey, Fu Qingxia, watch out behind you."
La hiena silenciosely shouta.
A chill passed through Fu Qingxia's eyes as she swung her sword without glancing back, executing a decisive strike that cleaved the demon in two at the waist. Lin Li let out a sigh of relief and resumed attacking the demon before them. Bang! At that moment, a shattering sound echoed. Lin Shue's sword had broken in her hand. Frowning, Lin Shue withdrew from the fray. Before departing the shop, Lin Shue and Lin Li had retrieved the weapons they had previously discarded. They were now wielding their original arms. However, they had not anticipated that, upon finding their weapons, they would receive a mission from the mercenary headquarters, instructing them to head to the western battlefield to eliminate an unexpectedly formidable 5-meter demon of the second realm. On their way, they fortuitously encountered Fu Qingxia, and thus Lin Shue and Lin Li joined her on the journey to the battlefield. "Oh no! My own strength barely reaches the pinnacle of the first realm, and now my weapon is shattered," Lin Shue thought anxiously. Without her weapon, how could she contribute to the battle? Her abilities were predominantly reliant on swordsmanship. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope sparked in her eyes as she remembered the weapon she had purchased from that esteemed individual. Without hesitation, Lin Shue retrieved the D-grade ordinary sword from her spatial ring, which she had acquired from Tokisaki Hanyu. Having drawn her sword, Lin Shue wasted no time and rejoined the encirclement around the demon alongside Fu Qingxia and Lin Li. Upon seeing Lin Shue return, Lin Li and Fu Qingxia finally breathed a sigh of relief. They had been acutely aware of Lin Shue's reliance on swordplay since she had exited the battle after her weapon broke. The three of them had already found it challenging to contend with one enemy, The sudden departure of one of their ranks had significantly heightened their pressure, and they had nearly been overwhelmed moments earlier. Now that Lin Shui has returned, they can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Be careful. The power of this demon is dangerously close to the third level of the Martial King. Before Fu Qingxia could finish her sentence, she watched in astonishment as Lin Shui severed the demoness leg. What on earth is happening? Lin Shui's strength has surpassed expectations. This is impossible. Even if she has broken through, she should only be at the second level of the Martial King realm. Fu Qingxia pondered in disbelief. Meanwhile, Lin Shui, situated on the battlefield, felt an even greater shock within her. The astonishment she experienced was far more intense than theirs. She realized that she had barely exerted any effort to slice off the leg of a Martial King demon. As this thought crossed her mind, she glanced at the weapon in her hand. The only reasonable explanation was that it was the weapon she had purchased from the shopkeeper. This only heightened her astonishment. She had spent merely 100 first-level magic crystals. To be able to cleave through a Martial King's limb as if it were mere tofu, that weapon must be of the Earth grade. In this continent, weapons are classified into various levels: human, yellow, mysterious, earth, heaven blue, and imperial, each further divided into initial, middle, and high tiers. Higher levels exist, but the blacksmiths on this continent lack the ability to forge them. Lin Shui stepped away from the fray, indifferent to the demon's furious roars. Gazing at the weapon in her hand, she recalled the shopkeeper's earlier words. If you desire, 10 or 20 will suffice. They are hardly remarkable. After saying this, the shopkeeper had waved dismissively. The more she contemplated, the more astonished she became. Indeed, the shopkeeper was an imperial-level powerhouse, dismissing Earth-grade weapons so casually. If the current Shizaki Hanyu were to learn of this, she would undoubtedly exclaim, "How was I to know that the weapon grades in this continent are so low? This weapon is merely the lowest tier in the system. Who would have thought you would regard it as a treasure?" Fu Qingxia and Lin Li also withdrew from combat as the Martial King demon, now missing a leg, grew increasingly ferocious in its attacks, forcing them to retreat from the battle circle. They allowed the Martial King demon to exhaust its own stamina. Fortunately, the demon's intelligence was quite limited. Otherwise, it would have been more challenging to deceive them. Indeed, but their strength is formidable, with many at higher tiers, Lin Li remarked, observing the demon attacking a wooden dummy. Yes, Fu Qingxia sighed. Hearing her words, Lin Li fell silent, reflecting. Indeed, the strength of the demon race far surpasses that of the human race. Were it not for their generally low intelligence, the Zhenyu continent would likely have already become their paradise. Lin Shui, what is the matter with your weapon? I remember your previous weapon shattered suddenly, and now you have. Fu Qingxia turned to Lin Shui, who was examining her weapon. Yes, Sister Shui, what just happened? Your attack shocked me. Lin Li asked directly, his tone filled with disbelief. Lin Shui did not explain. She simply extended the weapon in her hand towards them. Fu Qingxia and Lin Li stared in astonishment at the seemingly ordinary sword. Isn't this the sword you bought from shopkeeper Li Hua? Fu Qingxia exclaimed, taking the sword in disbelief. Lin Shui spoke in a relatively calm tone. Yes, I purchased it from the shopkeeper. To be honest, she still found it somewhat unbelievable. Earth-grade weapons are not casually bestowed upon others, even by those of imperial strength. Acquiring an Earth-grade weapon for merely 100 first-level magic crystals seems akin to receiving it as a gift. Gazing at the weapon in her hand, Fu Qingxia thought in disbelief. The shopkeeper had several other weapons, and they appeared even more advanced than the one Lin Shui holds. Could those be weapons of higher than Earth grade? The more he pondered, the more astonished he became. He truly wished to return to the shop immediately. Chapter 22. The hat-wearing figure and the moonlit stream. Ah, how dreadfully dull. Why are there so few people here, especially when there are so many houses nearby? Where could everyone possibly be? Tokiwa Hanyu lamented as she leaned on the platform, her voice tinged with frustration. How about we venture out to attract some customers? Tokiwa Kurumi suggested gently, gazing at Hanyu sprawled across the platform, fully embodying the role of the proprietress.
Fine, Hanyu replied listlessly,
her eyes following the graceful figure of Kurumi as she approached. Half a month had passed since Hanyu and Kurumi arrived in this world. Ever since Fuyuk summer departed, no visitors had graced their shop. This, however, was hardly surprising, given the proximity to the battlefield. One could hardly expect foot traffic in such a desolate location. Hanyue had contemplated leaving, but after inquiring with Xiaoming, she learned, Sister Hanyue, the system forbids it. We must remain here unless the host opens a branch store. Faced with this reality, Hanyue felt disheartened. How could one open a branch with no customers? During their time here, Kurumi had also encountered Xiaoming, and for reasons Hanyue could not quite articulate, she sensed a subtle discord between the two. Returning to the matter at hand, Hanyue examined the items in her inventory template, 100 D-grade weapons, predominantly swords and knives, alongside a few peculiar variants. The remainder consisted of medicinal potions. She had obtained 37 bottles in total, primarily first-grade mana and stamina recovery elixirs. Observing her inventory, Hanyue felt a wave of resignation wash over her. In all these days, only 2 weapons and a single potion had been sold. With a resounding bang, Kurumi forcefully closed the shop's door, and the pair exited. Shortly thereafter, an unexpected visitor, cloaked in black and donning a hat, approached the shop. Let us rest here for a moment. The cold, detached voice echoed in the stillness as he made his way toward Hanyue's establishment. Surveying the desolate street, Hanyue spoke with little enthusiasm. Sister Kurumi, where on earth shall we find customers? This isn't our first outing. We have scoured every corner, and there is absolutely no one around. Oh Hanyue, even in the absence of customers, we can still take down these demon creatures. They have plenty of time to spare. Kurumi replied, licking her lips. Recently, she had developed a fondness for this place and its monsters, as they provided a perfect opportunity to pass the time without any psychological burden. Most importantly, they were exceedingly weak. One shot would suffice to defeat them. Their abundance of time also allowed Hanyue to utilize her abilities, Time City and Chrono Emperor. Kurumi envisioned employing these creatures to help Hanyue hone all her skills. Here they come. Hanyue, get ready, Kurumi exclaimed, noticing a horde of demons appearing not far from them. All right, Divine Might, third manifestation, both Hanyue and Kurumi declared in unison. In an instant, their casual attire transformed into a striking ensemble of black and crimson Gothic garments. Time City, Time City. As the two individuals shouted in unison, the land around them instantly transformed, with a dark area spreading from beneath the feet of Kwang-san and Hanyu. The sunlight above dimmed, merging the city of Eating Time with the earth, simultaneously enveloping a nearby group of demons. They're coming, Kwang-san murmured, observing the approaching demons. After casting a glance at Hanyu, who stood ready beside her, she revealed a charming smile. She refrained from engaging. For her, this was merely a training ground, and thus she felt no concern. As the demons charged forward, Hanyu extended her right hand and intoned solemnly, Kiki Emperor. Outside the shop, a figure clad in a conical hat furrowed his brow, forcefully pushing against the shop's door. Frustrated by its unyielding stance, Yu Qinglu felt a profound insult. Clenching her fists, a surge of crimson energy enveloped them as she shouted, Tiger Fist of Domination. Suddenly, a red tiger head manifested upon her fist, crashing against the shop's door. The impact caused her feet to sink into the ground. Yet she paid it no mind, for she noticed that the door bore no marks of damage. Astonished, she stared at the door, which remained unscathed despite her full exertion. Just then, she abruptly turned her head towards a distant scene, freezing in shock as the aura of a fierce battle reached her. It was overwhelmingly potent. That was the very location where Hanyu and Kwang-san clashed. Refraining from employing any further techniques, she seated herself outside the shop, suppressing her aura, quietly waiting for the source of that formidable presence to depart. Kwang-san surveyed the ravaged ground, her expression slightly troubled as she glanced at Hanyu standing amidst the chaos. Nodding in approval, she acknowledged that their strengths were now relatively aligned, and Hanyu had adeptly harnessed the powers of the Kiki Emperor. She felt a sense of satisfaction. Hanyu, observing the disarray, said nothing as she began to collect the magic crystals scattered about. They had engaged in such activities numerous times over recent days, and the quantity of magic crystals in her possession steadily increased. The quality of these crystals was remarkably high. She had amassed an impressive 1,000 000 first-level magic crystals but chose not to expend them recklessly, reserving them for Valkyrie lottery draws. She had already participated in 6 free draws in the realm of the spiritual sea, but none matched the serendipity of her encounter with Kwang San, where she had drawn 3 fragments of Artoria Pendragon from the Fate Zero series and 3 fragments of the Black Rock Shooter. To date, she had not spent any magic crystals on further lotteries. Before long, Han Yu and Kwang San had gathered the crystals, losing interest in continuing onward, and decided to return. Has the aura vanished? Could it have departed? Yu Qinglu stood from her meditation and glanced toward the source of the earlier presence, relieved to find no trace remaining. She exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful to have avoided an encounter, uncertain whether the entity was friend or foe. If she were a good person, it would be one thing, but if she were a villain, Moon Qinglu glanced at her body shrouded in black garments. She could scarcely imagine what such a scene would entail. Just as Moon Qinglu was pondering the nature of this establishment, Hanyue and Kurumi returned from their excursion. Upon spotting the individuals at the entrance, Hanyue's eyes sparkled with excitement. She immediately activated her spirit attire without hesitation, drawing her weapon and aiming it at her own head. In an instant, Hanyue teleported, appearing directly before Moon Qinglu. Faced with the sudden appearance of the stunning girl, Moon Qinglu's pupils constricted, and she instinctively took a step back, warily observing Hanyue's abrupt emergence, her heart racing with astonishment. Who is she, and how did she come to stand before me? Chapter 23. The dramatic encounter. As Hanyu gazed at the woman before her, adorned with a black hat, she found herself somewhat bewildered. Looking up at the sky, she noted that it was not raining. Yu Qinglu's pupils constricted, and with a swift motion, she drew a shimmering staff embellished with azure patterns from a spatial ring on her pinky finger, seizing it without hesitation. She retreated abruptly, remaining vigilant against the suddenly appeared young girl. Hanyu had intended to introduce herself, but the woman's sudden leap caused her words to falter. Ah, how intriguing, thought Kurumi, who observed the scene from a distance with a smirk, opting to remain hidden and witness the unfolding drama. Who are you? Yu Qinglu inquired. I am the shopkeeper, Hanyu replied earnestly. The shopkeeper? Here? Yu Qinglu pressed on. Indeed, the shop behind me is my establishment. Hanyu gestured with her thumb.
Impossible.
You look no older than 15. You must be here to gain experience with an adult. Yu Qinglu expressed her disbelief. I am speaking the truth. Why do you doubt me? Hanyu remarked, a hint of grievance in her tone as she pouted. I simply do not believe you. You must be deceiving me and... Did you use some special item just now? Otherwise, how could I not sense your presence? Yu Qinglu's expression conveyed her skepticism. I assure you, I am not lying. This shop belongs solely to my sister and me, and I truly operate it here, Hanyu replied, growing anxious over the difficulty of communication with this individual. Heh, little one, do not think your cuteness can fool me. I am the principal of the Moon Spirit Academy, Yu Qinglu declared, relinquishing her grip on the staff, realizing it was perhaps excessive to confront a mere child. Yet her disbelief remained firm. Principles were principles. Children should be in their infancy. I am losing my mind. How can you be so foolish? Hanyu exclaimed, clutching her head in frustration, believing this might alleviate her indignation. Heh, can you not argue with me? Ugh. Wait, that was incorrect. I am right, am I not? Where are your guardians? Or your sister? Have her come to take you home. This is no place for a child like you. Yu Qinglu almost stumbled over her words before recovering. Her triumphant smile directed at Hanyu. Woo, you're bullying me. I shall fetch my sister. Hanyu's voice trembled with a hint of tears. But suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, she became petrified, realizing, wait a moment, I used to be a boy. Why am I acting so delicate now? Haha, you're killing me. Kurumi laughed, clutching her stomach as she approached. Seeing Kurumi's expression, Hanyu felt her spirits plummet, and she retorted unhappily, Sister Kurumi, is it appropriate to mock your own sister? And no, it's not that. I don't genuinely find it amusing. Sister, could you please suppress your laughter? Your demeanor lacks any persuasive power. Hanyu said, her face clouded with exasperation. All right, I shall refrain from laughing Kurumi conceded, noticing Han Yu's genuine ire. Approaching the serene Moon Qinglu, I extended my right hand and greeted her. Hello, I am this somewhat naive elder sister. Observing the unexpected visitor, Moon Qingliu's expression swiftly shifted from tranquility to astonishment. She murmured, "This resemblance is uncanny. Could they be twins?" Upon hearing her words, Kurumi momentarily froze, as if struck by a realization, and then revealed a perfect smile, stating, "Indeed, my dear lady, my sister and I are twins, and I cherish my sister dearly." Moon Qinglu was taken aback by her declaration, pondering how this seemingly mature girl was articulating her own status. However, she quickly dismissed such thoughts. Meanwhile, Kurumi produced a handkerchief from seemingly nowhere, gently dabbing at the corners of her eyes as she wept. "My sister and I rely on each other. She has always been particularly timid. We have no home, as our father abandoned us in our youth, deeming us to be harbingers of misfortune. When we had nowhere to turn, we encountered a kind soul who bestowed upon us this shop. Being too young and desperate for survival, we allowed the shop to fall into disrepair, wandering from west to east to beg. Now, in pursuit of better living conditions, we have returned here." With that, Kurumi burst into loud sobs. Xianyu, observing the scene, grimaced and exclaimed, "Hey, the act is over." And Kurumi, "Could you refrain from using water to dab your eyes?" She had witnessed Kurumi discreetly gathering some water, applying it to her eyes from a viewpoint unnoticed by the obnoxious woman. "Oh, how pitiful you are. These years have been so arduous," Moon Qinglu lamented, gazing at Xianyu and Kurumi with pity. "Do you truly believe such contrived words?" Xianyu thought in disbelief. "Director, would you permit my sister and me to attend your esteemed academy? We have never had the opportunity to learn," Kurumi implored with tearful eyes. Upon hearing Kurumi's plea, Xianyu was taken aback, realizing the ulterior motive behind Kurumi's FAAD. Selling goods would indeed be easier in a bustling academy. Yet Xianyu was puzzled, reflecting, "Kurumi must know we cannot stray far from this shop. Is there some ability I am unaware of?" She gazed at Kurumi, whose chatter continued to confuse her. Seeing the head of the Moon Spirit Academy so easily deceived, Xianyu couldn't help but facepalm, exclaiming, "How foolish! Very well, once I complete my tasks here, I shall take you both to my academy. I assure you, you will not be bullied. Should any trouble arise, simply invoke my name. My name is Moon Qinglu." "Yes, you are truly a kind-hearted person," Kurumi said, her eyes brimming with tears as she clasped Moon Qingliu's hand. "All right, dear children, await my news and return to the shop. It is a safe place." Moon Qinglu felt a sense of satisfaction at Kurumi's address. "Ah, by the way, will you truly be able to enter? It's not that I doubt you, but I have attempted numerous times already." Qinglu, it's all right. We have the key, don't we, Hanyu?" Kurumi glanced at the dazed Hanyu, closing one eye as if to convey a message. "Yes, indeed, Kurumi." Hanyu, understanding her intent, feigned a pitiful demeanor. "I still have a piece of candy left from over a decade ago. I can't bear to eat it." As she spoke, Hanyu truly retrieved a piece of candy from her pocket. Upon hearing Hanyu's words, Kurumi felt that her earlier efforts might have been in vain. Chapter 24. I am the time spirit, the system's flaw, alas. How pitiful! Without a moment's hesitation, Yu Qinglu rushed forward and embraced Hanyu. This scene made Kurumi's eyes twitch. She thought to herself, "She belongs to me. Nevertheless, I will let it be for today. Everything is for the sake of our escape." "You must be Hanyu," Yu Qinglu said gently. "Yes, Qing."
Qinglu Hanyu replied helplessly.
What a lovely name. From now on, you shall be my little sister, and I will protect you," Yu Qinglu declared, removing her conical hat to reveal her youthful visage, approximately 20 years of age, with a cascade of fiery red hair and mesmerizing crimson eyes. Her smile exuded an alluring charm, presenting an image of both seduction and innocence. Hanyu was rendered speechless, captivated by her presence. Observing Hanyu's reaction, Kurumi began to feel as though she had invited a wolf into the fold and regretted her hasty decision. "Well then, little Hanyu, what is your sister's name?" Yu Qinglu inquired, unaware that Hanyu had yet to mention her sister's name. "Oh, My sister's name is... I am Kurumi. Kurumi interjected before Hanyu could finish. With a smile, she looked at Hanyu and said, Hanyu, please fetch the key. Qinglu Jie has matters to attend to, so let us return to the shop. Upon hearing Kurumi's words, Hanyu felt a twinge of confusion but complied, extricating herself from Yu Qingliu's embrace. She walked to the shop's entrance and symbolically produced a key, inserting it into the lock. In truth, she did not need the key at all, as she could simply push the door open unless she was absent, in which case the shop would be securely locked, impervious to anyone. As they entered the shop, Yu Qinglu remained outside, relieved to see them able to unlock it. Internally, she mused. It seems their words hold truth. Their safety is assured. I shall return to escort them both when I am done with my task. Addressing the two inside the shop, she called out, I shall not enter. I need to fulfill my mission, which will take about 3 days. When I return, I will take you both to my academy. All right, we understand. Hanyu and Kurumi responded in unison. With their replies, Yu Qinglu departed with a sense of reassurance. Inside the shop, Hanyu voiced her confusion. Kurumi Jie, you should be aware of this system, right? I am, but we can exploit the loophole. After all, that system cannot confine you. Kurumi replied nonchalantly. Hanyu was taken aback by Kurumi's words and urgently asked, Kurumi Jie, are there truly flaws in the system? Kurumi gazed at Hanyu, who exhibited an innocent expression, and found it quite peculiar, reminiscent of her own past innocence. With a sigh, she said, Oh, little Hanyu, how naive you are. Have you forgotten what kind of spirit I am? I am the time spirit, and with 8 strands of time I can manipulate it as I wish, since they are all part of my essence. Upon hearing Kurumi's declaration, Hanyu's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Her eyes wide with admiration as she exclaimed, Kurumi Jie, how incredibly clever you are. Impressive. I never anticipated this. You are truly my idol. Oh dear. Hanyu, this is what you deserve. How can a sister not idolize her elder? Kurumi chuckled with delight. All right, sister. I admire you. However, Hanyu soon grew bored and rested her chin on the platform, glancing at the system shop tasks. Successfully sell 10 items, with no restrictions on level, race, or time. Completion rewards. D-rank weapon lottery opened. 1 character fragment, noting that the fragments are random. Upon seeing the character fragment, Hanyu immediately thought of the Spirit Sea, realizing that this fragment reward likely originated from there. She closed the shop task, unsure of when she might complete it. After a quick look at the others, she clicked on the Valkyrie Codex. Inside were images of 4 characters: Kanade Tachibana, Kurumi Tokisaki, Artoria Pendragon, and Blackrock Shooter. However, for Artoria Pendragon and Blackrock Shooter, it displayed that they were incomplete Valkyries with a fragment count of 310. Staring at the numbers, Hanyu felt a pang of desire to draw, but it was not the right moment. Resisting the urge, she turned her attention to other character abilities. It was quite straightforward. Kurumi Tokisaki's abilities were Time-Space City and Chronos. Yet, without the world's delineation, it felt as if her power had lost its hierarchy in this realm. Nevertheless, she didn't mind. After all, she had no intention of fighting. Being a beautiful woman was quite delightful. Soon, Hanyu departed, no longer focused on the system's features. Just as she was about to speak to Kurumi, a thought struck her, and she eagerly opened her item template, exclaiming, I almost forgot. I have a beverage dispenser. She retrieved the beverage dispenser from her template and placed it in the corner, as the shop consisted solely of a sales area and a bedroom. These days, despite Hanyu's reluctance, her body had been quite honest, sharing a bed with Kurumi. Kurumi's eyes lit up at the sudden appearance of the beverage dispenser, and she inquired, Little Hanyu, where did you get this beverage dispenser? This. Hanyu replied nonchalantly, it's a reward from completing a task in the system. Oh, right. I remember it can sell a type of drink. Sprite, I think, Hanyu added after a moment's contemplation. Kurumi approached and noticed a small sign beside the beverage dispenser. It read, Beverage dispenser, currently offering Sprite, special effect. Instantly restores 1/5 of the user's magical power. For purchases, please insert coins. For specifics on the cost in magic crystals, consult the shopkeeper. Oh, how intriguing, Kurumi remarked. her expression reflecting interest as she examined the beverage dispenser. Observing the description, she mused. It could actually restore magical power. I wonder if my spiritual energy differs from magical power. Little Hanyu, could you fetch me a Sprite? I don't have a single magic crystal on me, Kurumi said, gesturing slightly. Kurumi, could you please stop playing around? Do not tell me you have forgotten. The magic crystals have always been here with me, haven't they? Moreover, you can simply take them directly, as I have not set any restrictions at the moment. Just press the button for Sprite, and you shall have it. As Hanyu concluded her statement, she happened to meet Kurumi's eager expression, silently pleading for assistance in obtaining the Sprite. With a resigned sigh, she approached the vending machine, pressed the button, and retrieved the Sprite from the lower compartment. Hanyu then extended the Sprite in her hand towards Kurumi and said, "Here you go, Kurumi, just as you requested." Chapter 25. The arrival of the icy storm with a soft smack of her lips, Kurumi remarked, "Hanyu, this Sprite tastes just like the one from my world." Of course, it's the same, Hanyu muttered under her breath. Unaware of Hanyu's whisper, Kurumi downed the remaining Sprite in her hand with a gulp. To her astonishment, she discovered that the spiritual energy she had consumed while using the City of Time had remarkably replenished, and even a fraction of time had been restored. Han-e, observing Kurumi's astonished expression, narrowed her eyes at the Sprite in her hand and without hesitation took a drink. Instantly, her eyes widened in disbelief. It can actually restore spiritual energy, and most surprisingly, time as well. Could it be that spiritual energy is akin to magical power? But what about the restoration of time? Unfortunately, when she inquired of the system, it offered no answers. Ultimately, Kurumi and Hanyu resolved that Sprite would be their beverage of choice from now on. Meanwhile, after Yu Qinglu departed, she walked purposefully in one direction, not stopping until she reached the border of the empire. With a heavy heart, she gazed into the endless void beyond the boundary. This must be it. The rift in the void. Who could have opened this rift? Fortunately, it was not overly large. It wouldn't take long to fully mend. Lying in bed, Hanyu and Kurumi, who leaned beside her, were idly staring at the ceiling. "Sister Kurumi, what do you think we will become in the future?"
Han-e pondered allod.
At Hanyu's sentiment, Kurumi chuckled lightly. "Oh dear little Hanyu, don't think too much. You have me and I have you. Isn't that enough? Besides, we sisters can conquer the world together." Kurumi's words were reminiscent of a confession, causing Hanyu's face to flush a deep crimson, completely missing the latter part of the statement. "Ah, Hanyu, what's wrong?" Kurumi noticed the unusual reaction from her companion and inquired. "And no, it's nothing." At Kurumi's question, Hanyu felt her cheeks warm further. She quickly covered her face with the blanket to hide her embarrassment from Kurumi. As the day turned into night, a full cycle passed in this state of shyness and confusion. With the dawn breaking, Hanyu opened her eyes and immediately rolled them in exasperation. Carefully, she extricated herself from Kurumi's octopus-like embrace, dressed in her casual attire, and exited the room without waking the still-sleeping Kurumi. Stepping out of the shop, she surveyed the deserted street with a sigh. When will there be more people here? In the days past, we have slain countless demons, at least 8,000, if not more. Among them were those of the martial king level, some even higher, and others of lower ranks, all defeated by my burgeoning abilities. Yet, these demons seem as indestructible as cockroaches. The battle never seems to end. Just then, she noticed a figure approaching in the distance. Hanyu squinted at the blurry silhouette and, upon discerning that it was a human, her spirits lifted instantly. She walked directly over to greet the individual, for to speak too much would only bring tears. Since now, the number of people Hanyu had encountered was barely in the double digits, excluding the demon clan. Yet, before she could reach him, the person charged towards her, wielding a sword, striking down without the slightest hesitation. Hanyu's pupils constricted sharply as she beheld the blade, perilously close to striking her. In that fleeting moment, she halted and swiftly drew her gun, aiming it directly at herself. Bang! The man appeared taken aback by the sudden turn of events, his movements slowing. From a distance, observing the smoking muzzle of the gun, Hanyu felt a surge of fear, silently acknowledging her fortune. Fortunately, after days of battle, She had grown accustomed to keeping her spiritual gun at the ready. Just moments ago, she had utilized a shot from the Kiki Emperor. Retreating a considerable distance, she finally discerned the identity of her assailant. He was a young man clad in a green robe, adorned with a jade crown, his face as pale as snow, embodying the essence of a graceful youth. Han Yu felt a pang of jealousy. She had once been slightly inferior to him. Indeed, just slightly. She would not allow herself to feel insecure. Who are you? This place should have been deserted half a month ago. What brings you here? The elegant youth inquired coldly, showing no inclination towards an apology. Hearing his words, Han Yu's anger flared, and she retorted, "Oh, you think you're so impressive? Huh? Just wait, I'll finish my meal and be right back. Goodbye." With that, Han Yu dashed away, not out of fear, but rather because she had just remembered she had yet to eat. If Kyuko saw her fighting without having a meal first, she would surely be displeased. Though she found it perplexing how fighting and dining were related, she did not wish to disappoint Kyuko. Meanwhile, the system spirit, Xiao Meng, had been appearing frequently these days. Wherever Kyuko went, Xiao Meng would inevitably follow. She could not comprehend the situation fully. She had contemplated whether they were feeling jealous, but dismissed the notion outright. It was impossible. They were all women, after all. Thus, Han Yu continued her life in this manner, oblivious to when she might come to understand it all. Returning to the matter at hand, the elegant youth stood in stunned silence after uttering his pretentious remarks, contemplating, a girl? He had not clearly seen who she was earlier and had assumed she was a member of the demon clan or another creature. To his surprise, she turned out to be an adorable girl, and he had drawn his sword against her. What a fool he was. Unconsciously, he loosened his grip on the sword. He reached out, intending to say something, but the girl had already fled, leaving behind an odd remark, leaving him alone to grapple with the wind. The elegant youth blinked in bewilderment, feeling a tumult within. He was, after all, Aobing Ling Tian, the most handsome man of the Huangfeng Empire, the sole son of the imperial chancellor. Yet today, he had been disregarded by a charming girl. Amused, Aobing Ling Tian smiled, sheathing his sword and retrieving a paper fan from his spatial ring. He opened it to reveal several lines inscribed, "Elegant youth, Aobing Ling Tian, esteemed lady, please take note. I possess something of great value." Aobing Ling Tian proceeded in the direction where Shizaki Hanyue had departed. Shortly, he beheld an unusual structure. A shop? A Valkyrie weapon and potion emporium? Intriguing. Hanyue had returned directly to the establishment, seemingly unfazed by the earlier events. Such peril to her life had, to be honest, become somewhat habitual. After all, her defenses were not easily breached. Yet, who truly relishes the experience of being attacked? She certainly did not identify as a masochist. Thus, she departed without hesitation. Had she just arrived in this world, she might have found herself grievously injured by that very strike. Chapter 26. Without hesitation, unleashing power upon returning to the shop, Kurumi just happened to see Hanyue stepping in from outside, as she emerged from her bedroom. With a mere glance, Kurumi turned and approached the platform. Although they were not particularly hungry, they were accustomed to dining together. The absence of a meal felt rather disconcerting. For the past few days, their sustenance consisted of peculiar mushrooms and fruits discovered along the borders of the empire. While their appearance was odd, their flavor was satisfactory. Kurumi approached the area designated for medicinal herbs, retrieving the mushrooms and fruits. The weapons rack was brimming with 10 ordinary swords and blades, yet the space for elixirs remained empty, as Hanyue had not stored any there. With no one around, it was the perfect place for their food. "Hanyue, I'm heading outside to prepare a mushroom soup," Kurumi announced, cradling a bundle of mushrooms and fruits. Just as she stepped out, she caught sight of Aobing Ling Tian approaching from a distance. Aobing Ling Tian's eyes brightened upon seeing the adorable girl standing at the door with her harvest. He tossed his hair back, confident in his own charm. "Indeed, my allure is undeniable. Look, she is excitedly returning with food to offer me." Kurumi cast a sidelong glance at this peculiar individual, thinking to herself, is he unwell? He is somewhat decent looking, but does he have a screw loose to act this way? Hanyue, trailing behind Kurumi, expressed surprise at the unexpected appearance of Aobing Ling Tian. Unaware of Hanyue's presence behind Kurumi, Aobing Lingtian approached swiftly, fanning himself dramatically. Beautiful maiden, I hail from Huahuang City, the world's most handsome man. Aobing Lingtian, at your service. Kurumi's expression darkened. This man was insufferably conceited. He is not even as charming as my Hanue, and he dares to proclaim himself the most handsome? He is more like the most unfortunate. Ignoring him completely, she stepped past and settled onto a patch of grass outside the shop. After a moment of preparation, she ignited a fire. Aobing Lingtian, however, was undeterred, striding over without a second thought. Upon noticing Hanue behind Kurumi, his eyes widened in disbelief. No way, I must have mistaken her for someone else, right? Indeed, you have misidentified me. Now that I recognize you as Aobing, is there something you wish to discuss? You ambushed me earlier, and I have yet to address that. Do you intend to continue now? Hanue regarded him with caution. Wait, Aobing Lingtian waved his hand dismissively. That was a misunderstanding. I thought you were a member of the demon clan. Listening to their exchange, Kurumi furrowed her brow, pouring all the mushrooms into the pot. Rising to her feet, she confronted Aobing Lingtian, her voice icy and resolute. Did my Hanue engage in combat with you? Divine might, spirit form, third phase. Kurumi transformed into her spirit form. 2 flintlock pistols materialized in her hands. Raising her weapons, she declared, Kekati. With a resounding boom, a massive clock appeared behind her. It was indeed Kekati. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Aobing Lingtian found himself utterly dumbfounded. He pondered internally how this girl had suddenly changed her attire, and an unfamiliar object had appeared behind her. Yet, the current Kwang-san exuded an air of nobility, making him feel as though he were a mere lowly servant while she stood as the resplendent moon in the heavens. Speak, why did you ambush my beloved Hanue? Kwang-san asserted, standing before the clock with a sharp glint in her eyes. The dramatic shift in her demeanor left Hanue, who stood behind her, utterly astonished. Sister Kwang-san, why did you escalate matters so quickly? Wait, this is truly a misunderstanding. A grave misunderstanding. Aobing Lingtian's scalp prickled as he spoke hastily. He feared that if he did not clarify the situation, he might soon be reduced to nothing more than a handsome paper fan. Ah, what is happening here? Oh, you are the young master of the Ao family. What brings you to this place? A figure emerged from around a corner, gazing curiously at the standoff between Kwang-san and Aobing Lingtian. Clearing stream, sister. You've returned, Hanue exclaimed, her eyes widening at the sight of the newcomer. The visitor was none other than Yu Qinglu, the head of the Moon Spirit Academy, who had come to seal the void rifts. What is the meaning of this? Yu Qinglu inquired, observing the tense standoff with uncertainty. Upon recognizing Yu Qinglu, Kwang-san promptly shut her eyes, and the clock behind her vanished, although her spiritual attire remained. Meanwhile, Aobing Lingtian regarded the newcomer with shock. Could it be? Yu Qinglu, the only one to ascend to the rank of Grand Mage at the tender age of 25, and a dual elemental one at that. Yu Qinglu looked at the young master of the Ao family with surprise. Indeed, I am she. But how did you come to be here? This is the border. How could your family permit you to venture into this realm? With a sheepish grin, Aobing Lingtian scratched his head. Well, I snuck away to see the true demonic race. However, as he spoke, a sigh escaped his lips. Since arriving here, I have yet to encounter a single demon, as if they have all been eradicated by some unknown force. Yu Qinglu, upon hearing his words, felt a pang of confusion. When she had returned earlier, she too had noticed the sudden disappearance of the demonic presence, as if they had never existed at all. Upon witnessing this phenomenon, she had assumed that a higher-tier demon had arrived, prompting her to come to the border. To her astonishment, however, there was nothing, no demons, not even an ant could be found. It seemed something significant had transpired here. The Imperial-level aura sensed a fortnight ago now gave way to this eerie silence. What might unfold in the future remained uncertain. Yu Qinglu pondered the recent events, ultimately realizing that the source of these occurrences lay within this very place. Shaking her head, she acknowledged that these matters were beyond her capacity to resolve. An Imperial-level event was not something a mere Grand Mage could intervene in. For now, It was imperative to address the situation involving the young master of the Ao family and his companion. With determination, Yu Qinglu directly inquired, "What has transpired between you? Why this hostility, and why resort to force?" Though she noticed the strange object behind Kuang San, she refrained from commenting, for this world was replete with peculiarities. Just as Ao Bing Ling Tian was about to speak, he was silenced by Q San's piercing gaze. "Allow me to articulate," Han Yu interjected, having noticed the discord between the two. She succinctly recounted the events that had transpired to Yu Qinglu. Upon hearing her account, Yu Qinglu turned his glare towards Ao Bing Ling Tian, indignantly exclaiming, "This situation was instigated by you. Ponder upon how to resolve it. Frankly, I am quite astonished that you could act so callously towards such an adorable child." The final remark was delivered through clenched teeth. Chapter 27. Fearless of poison. I've already mentioned it was a misunderstanding. By Bing Ling Tian earnestly apologized as he approached Han Yu. "I truly am sorry. It's nothing, really," Han Yu replied nonchalantly. "I'm perfectly fine." And a mysterious smile graced her lips as she thought to herself, "Besides, you cannot breach my defenses." Observing their amicable exchange, Yu Qinglu interjected, "By Bing Ling Tian, what are you still doing here? Shouldn't you return? Do you require me to send someone to escort you back?" "Wait." By Bing Ling Tian raised his hand, eager to say something more. However, Yu Qinglu paid him no heed and walked over to assist Q San with her mushroom soup. Han Yu glanced at him before turning away to join Q San and the others, leaving By Bing Ling Tian in a state of disarray, buffeted by the wind. With a sigh, he departed, having intended to inquire about their names, but it seemed he would have to postpone that for another day. "Xinglu, you are here to take us to your academy, right?" Han Yu asked, her eyes sparkling with anticipation to leave this place. "Indeed. Oh, by the way, which one of you is Q-san and which is Han Yu?" Yu Qinglu remarked, struggling to distinguish between the two identical young women. Pointing to herself, Han Yu declared, "I am Han Yu," and then gestured towards Q-san, who donned a dress of red and black. "She is Q-san. Honestly, if you both wore the same attire, I would truly be unable to tell you apart." Yu Qinglu jested lightly. "Oh dear, what you are cooking isn't white mushrooms, is it?" She suddenly noticed the dish they were preparing and exclaimed in astonishment. Han Yu looked at her quizzically and replied, "I don't know. What are white mushrooms? Aren't they just edible? Those are not safe to consume. They are highly toxic. Anyone without the strength of a martial emperor or a grand sorcerer who eats them will surely perish," Yu Qinglu said, her lips trembling slightly. "Wait." A realization struck Yu Qinglu, and she anxiously continued, "You haven't consumed any of this, have you?" Q-san and Han Yu exchanged glances, both reflecting astonishment in their eyes. Q-san spoke first, of course, but was abruptly interrupted by Yu Qinglu. "You did eat some. Hurry and spit it out. Quickly," she urged, rushing to Han Yu's side and vigorously shaking her shoulders. "Stop it. Qinglu Jie, you're making me nauseous," Han Yu protested, feeling a surge of relief when Yu Qinglu responded, "Yes, just like that, vomit it out." Q-san, unable to stand by any longer, seized Yu Qinglu's hands that were shaking Han Yu. "We didn't eat any. You were too quick." "I was about to say, of course we didn't eat any," Q-san quickly clarified. Yu Qinglu halted, releasing her grip, allowing Han Yu to breathe a sigh of relief, silently acknowledging, "I didn't expect Qinglu Jie to possess such strength. Without her spirit equipment, she couldn't be resisted." "Phew, it's a relief to know you haven't eaten any," she thought. Yu Qinglu finally breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that she had not consumed anything. With that, she promptly seized a fruit and took a bite. Her eyes narrowed in astonishment as she thought, "Fruit? Is there edible fruit here?" However, upon glancing down, her expression shifted to one of horror, and she spat the fruit out. Quickly retrieving an antidote pill from her spatial ring, she swallowed it whole. Only then did she feel a sense of ease wash over her. This sudden turn of events caused Han Yu, who had been about to take a bite of the fruit, to halt in her tracks. Gazing at the fruit in her hand, a troubling thought crossed her mind. Could this also be toxic? After all, both I and Kwangsan have been eating it for days without any ill effects. Han Yu did not dwell on this for long before arriving at an answer. Yu Qinglu, now increasingly anxious, exclaimed, How did you come by this fruit? It is highly toxic, far more so than that white mushroom. Even those of imperial rank would succumb without proper antidotes. Upon hearing that the white mushroom was inedible, and to avoid raising Yu Qingliu's suspicions, Huangsan could only sorrowfully discard the delicious mushroom soup. Upon her return, she learned that this delectable fruit was also off-limits. This made her contemplate revealing her true strength to deal with this headmaster, but for the sake of their greater plan, she held her tongue. Do not eat it, Hanyue. It is highly poisonous, Yu Qinglu warned, as she rushed forward to knock the fruit from Hanyue's hand, leaving Hanyue pouting in discontent. The tasty treat was gone, and she longed to assert, your lack of strength does not equate to mine. Yet she remained silent, for they could not afford to reveal their capabilities. After all, Yu Qinglu was their readily available guide. Though they could find their way out on their own, they were unfamiliar with the paths ahead, and having someone lead them was undoubtedly preferable. With a firm grip on Hanyue's shoulders, Yu Qinglu inquired seriously, You haven't tea eaten any, have you? Looking at the hands on her shoulders, Hanyue replied helplessly, No, I haven't. This was just picked yesterday and I only took it out today. Really? Yu Qinglu scrutinized her, asking again. Really, quite truly, Hanyue affirmed with a nod. Huangsan approached, adding, Indeed, I was just about to eat it when you arrived. Despite her lingering doubts, Yu Qinglu chose not to press further, acknowledging that their strength was not to be underestimated, albeit their youth made her skeptical of their capabilities. Speaking of herself, she knew many individuals on this continent possessed great strength, but how many could boast such achievements at the tender age of 25? Understand this clearly, Yu Qinglu declared, as she gathered the fruits together, then tossed a torch towards them. In an instant, a mushroom cloud erupted from the conflagration. Watching the mushroom cloud billowing forth from the burning fruit, Hanyue swallowed hard. She gazed intently, musing, for the tribe, for what it's worth. The delightful fruit is gone. It was so sweet. She paid no heed to the peculiar occurrence of the mushroom cloud. Observing the expressions of Kurumi and Hanyue, Yu Qinglu nodded, contemplating their earnestness and their fearless demeanor in the presence of the demon clan. Although their current strength may be modest, she firmly believed they would undoubtedly gain prominence in the future. She held great hope for them, her gaze fixed on the fruit reduced to ashes. Unbeknownst to anyone, Hanyue's heart was bleeding at the loss. Though the fruit was gone, their journey had not been in vain. Yu Qinglu turned to Kurumi and Hanyue, saying, You two should tidy up and prepare to accompany me back to the academy shortly. I shall refrain from entering your shop, as I find it rather unwelcoming. Chapter 28. The Radiance of the Academy, Part 1. Tokisaki Kurumi and Tokisaki Hanyue entered the Valkyrie's weapons and elixirs shop simultaneously. The two exchanged glances, and with a synchronized shout, they declared, Let it begin. Eightfold bullet. Instantly, two identical figures materialized before them, manifestations of their eightfold bullet technique, which allows the appearance of their past selves. Although these duplicates lack the formidable powers of their originals, they possess their own will and spiritual gear, able to store themselves indefinitely within shadows, ready to be summoned before their energy is expended. However, the duration of their activity is limited, determined by the consumption of time value. Ultimately, Kurumi and Hanyue intended to use their past selves to deceive the system. I leave this to you, Hanyue instructed her past self. All right, I shall guard this shop in your stead, despite my fondness for outings. Just remember to gather some time. I wouldn't want to vanish due to your negligence. The past Tokisaki Hanyue smiled at her original, saying, But you must remember we are male, and it is our duty to protect Kurumi's original. With that, the past Hanyue extended her fist, grinning. Let us have a fist bump. Shall we? Me. Myself. The original Hanyue returned her smile, responding, It seems you are indeed the version before I arrived in this world. She too extended her hand, and they shared a firm bump. Meanwhile, the original Kurumi and her past counterpart rested their chins on their hands, observing the exchange between the two Hanyus. Oh my, how amusing. It appears we traverse time. As long as I'm here, you can enjoy your time with little Hanyue while I entertain myself with this one, the past Kurumi said with a mischievous grin, revealing her teeth. Very well, but do not break her, the original Kurumi replied with a gentle smile, contrasting sharply with her past self. Nonetheless, they were essentially the same being, no, rather, they were spirits, the third-time spirits. The four shared a knowing smile before the originals. Kurumi and Hanue exited the shop, leaving their past selves behind. As they emerged, Yu Qinglu approached them, surprised to see they carried nothing. You didn't bring anything? She inquired. There's nothing to bring. We merely tidied up the shop. After all, we are departing today, Hanue responded, her eyes reflecting nostalgia. We have lived here for over half a month, and now it is time to bid farewell. Well, since you have nothing, let us depart. We should return early to catch the new students' enrollment, Yu Qinglu said with a beaming smile. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am from the Huangfeng Empire, Moon Spirit Academy, where the headmaster is a master of space and wood magic, aged 25. Upon hearing Yu Qinglu's words, Kurumi merely nodded. Having previously vanquished a demon of equal standing, she was not particularly astonished. Hanue, too, remained tranquil, having defeated even more formidable foes. Upon observing the tranquil expressions of the women, Yu Qinglu couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. As the academy head and a formidable archmage, she expected at least a hint of emotion from them. What was the meaning of this? Their faces were devoid of expression, utterly uninspiring. Did they perceive her as weak? Yet she was among the most powerful in the Genu continent. In her contemplation, Yu Qinglu arrived at a more favorable conclusion. They simply lacked an understanding of the hierarchy of strength, which explained their unusual silence. Days passed in this manner, with Hanue and Kurumi successfully departing from the demon front. However, just as Hanue stepped beyond the confines of the battlefield, the voice of the system echoed in her mind. Ding! The host has left the Valkyrie shop. Ding! The host's essence remains within the Valkyrie shop. Ding! System error initiating correction. Ding! System correction successful. Ding! The Valkyrie shop contains the host's past. Ding! The host has successfully exited the demon front. Ding! Due to the host's voluntary departure, a branch shop is now available. Please select a location. Hanue was momentarily taken aback. She had completely forgotten that the system was bound to her, not her past self. Nevertheless, it was a relief to hear that the system was activating the branch shop, alleviating her concerns. Yet, she mused, System, your voice is rather chaotic. I feel as though my mind has been overwhelmed. Quickly regaining her composure, Hanue caught up with Kurumi and the others. Another 2 days elapsed, and the group finally arrived at a quaint village. Yu Qinglu had somehow procured a carriage, and they set off together. The journey was lengthy, spanning a full 10 days before they reached the city gates. But by then, it was already midnight, and the gates had long since closed. Undeterred, Yu Qinglu drove the carriage straight to the entrance. As anticipated by Hanue, a deep male voice soon reverberated from above the gates. Who goes there at this late hour? Depart immediately. The gates will open at dawn. Without hesitation, Yu Qinglu tossed a token into the air. The guards atop the gates paused in surprise, but upon recognizing the token, their expressions transformed to astonishment. It is the esteemed friend of Her Highness, the second princess, Headmaster Yu Qinglu. My apologies. I shall open the gates forthwith. The guards quickly rallied to their task, shouting, Open the gates. In no time, the gates swung wide, allowing Yu Qinglu and her companions to pass through. Once they had distanced themselves considerably, a voice from the gate called out, Lin Jia, who is this person that warrants such reverence? A figure approached, intrigued by the commotion. It is Xiali, a friend of Her Highness, the second princess Yu Qinglu. Lin Jia replied, recognizing the newcomer. Yu Qinglu returns at this hour. What could have transpired? Xiali mused, his gaze following the carriage that had already traveled a significant distance. He had seen the carriage but had only heard Lin Jia's respectful tone, not the preceding conversation. Meanwhile, Hanue and her companions had left the city gates behind. Hanyu could not help but inquire, Sister Qinglu, why did the person at the city gate claim you are a friend of the second princess? Do you know the princess of this empire? Indeed, I have known her since childhood, she replied, but heed my words. It is best for you to keep your distance from her. Yu Qinglu seemed to recall something, her body trembling slightly as she spoke. Upon hearing her words, Q San displayed an expression of intrigue, pondering inwardly, Oh dear. It appears this princess is quite a peculiar individual. Chapter 29. The Jewel of the Academy, Part 2. Within the confines of the carriage, an air of peculiarity enveloped the atmosphere after Yu Qinglu finished speaking. Soon, she guided the carriage to a grand entrance. As the carriage came to a halt, Han Yu eagerly peered outside. A stone tablet stood before the gate, but due to the darkness of the night, she could not discern the inscriptions upon it. However, she did perceive one thing clearly. The place was immense. Yu Qinglu disembarked from the carriage, standing at the grand entrance with outstretched arms, her voice brimming with excitement as she proclaimed, "Welcome to the Moon Spirit Academy." Kong San and Han Yu followed her down from the carriage, and upon hearing her words, they both gazed up at the towering gates before them. "How grand! It must be over 10 meters high," Han Yu remarked absent-mindedly, her eyes fixed on the impressive structure. "Indeed, but this gate has existed for far longer than I have," Yu Qinglu responded, moving closer in response to Han Yu's astonishment. Han Yu, though captivated, did not find it overly remarkable. After all, large gates were not entirely uncommon. However, her attention was soon drawn to the stone tablet beside the gate. As she approached, she noticed that the tablet stood only about a meter tall, but upon reading the inscriptions, she was instantly transfixed, her gaze locked onto the words etched upon the stone. Noticing Han Yu's focus on the tablet, Yu Qinglu proudly declared, "This stone tablet was brought back from another star domain by my family's great emperor millennia ago." Yet, as she spoke, her excitement waned, and a sigh escaped her lips. However, shortly thereafter, the emperor mysteriously vanished, leaving this tablet behind. The inscriptions have remained unsolved by our family for millennia. It now serves as a beacon of hope for someone to decipher it, though I believe it is unlikely. We have attempted various methods, fire, martial attacks, and more, but to no avail. The words remain intact. Yet Han Yu absorbed none of Yu Qinglu's words. Her eyes remained wide open, unblinking as she scrutinized the inscriptions, as if time had come to a standstill. For she discerned clearly the words written upon the stone. They were in Chinese. Thus, she understood the message, but the realization sent a jolt through her, leaving her in disbelief. The lines clearly read, "Han Yu, where are you? I have arrived at the place where you once lived, yet your presence is absent. Where could you be? I will not give up." The inscription concluded with a notable signature, "Adoringly yours, Emperor Qinglu." Upon finishing the reading, Han Yu's mind whirled with confusion. Who penned these words, and how did they know her name? Who was Emperor Qinglu? As her fingers grazed the surface of the tablet, she could almost feel the profound sorrow and anguish of the one who longed for their beloved. Having completed her explanation, Yu Qinglu noticed that Han Yu had become lost in contemplation, staring intently at the stone tablet. After a moment, she interrupted Han Yu's reverie. "Hey,
Han Yu.
what's the matter? Stop staring. There's nothing to see. Come on, we must enter the academy." Beside her, Kurumi was also gazing at the stone tablet. However, unlike Han Yue, she was not well versed in Chinese and could only comprehend the character Yu. Upon noticing Han Yue's moment of bewilderment, Kurumi surmised that Han Yue understood its significance. Without waiting for her astonishment to settle, the voice of Yu Qinglu resonated. Curiosity would have to wait, as Kurumi could not speak freely with outsiders present. Han Yue regained her composure and looked at Yu Qinglu, her expression rather grim. Fortunately, the darkness concealed her countenance from prying eyes. She remained silent, following Yu Qinglu into the Moon Spirit Academy. Throughout the journey, Han Yue appeared dispirited until Yu Qinglu came to a halt. Han Yue, inattentive, bumped into her back and then realized her mistake. Turning around, Yu Qinglu looked at her with concern. "Han Yue, what's wrong? Ever since we entered here, you seem off." "I'm fine," Han Yue replied, shaking her head, unwilling to divulge what she had seen. Although Yu Qinglu was perplexed, she respected Han Yue's wishes and proceeded to a house. "Let us rest here tonight. Tomorrow you will accompany me to the main gate, as it marks the biannual recruitment of new students." Kurumi said little more and stepped into the house. Han Yue surveyed her surroundings and, upon closer inspection, was somewhat astonished to find the furnishings reminiscent of ancient China. Kurumi also took a cursory glance around. Yu Qinglu stifled a yawn and remarked, "Well, there are plenty of rooms here. Feel free to choose any, as we have no other guests. I shall retire now. I am utterly exhausted. With that, she entered a room and promptly fell asleep, leaving Hanue and Kurumi to explore the house. Hanue, let's step into this room. I have something to discuss with you, Kurumi said, her expression turning serious. All right. The two entered the room. Once inside, Kurumi cut to the chase. Hanue, do you recognize the characters on the stone tablet outside? After contemplating Kurumi's question, Hanue concluded that Kurumi had likely discerned the characters, albeit incompletely. Calming herself, she responded, I do recognize them, and they pertain to me. However, I cannot be certain. There may be others with the same name. Kurumi fell silent for a moment, then urged, Hanue, tell me, what did it say? Hanue recounted the characters she had seen along with their significance. The great Emperor Qinglu? Kurumi mused, no, it feels more like a title. Observing Kurumi deep in thought, Hanue gravely added, moreover, I also inquired about it with Xiaoming, who informed me that the inscription dates back 12,000 years. 12,000 years? Kurumi exclaimed in disbelief, her eyes widening. She then gazed deeply at Hanue. Hanue, you cannot possibly be an ancient being? Hey, Kurumi, don't be ridiculous. Who could be that old? Besides, do not forget, you were the one who named me Tokisaki Hanue. Hanue replied, pouting in displeasure. Kurumi regarded Hanue with a serious expression, striving to steady her emotions, and exhaled deeply. Hanyu, you must not let anyone else know that you can comprehend these characters. Let this matter be as if it never occurred. I have a foreboding that if the knowledge of your understanding these words were to spread, unforeseen consequences may ensue. With that said, Kurumi swiftly approached Hanyu, who was still lost in contemplation of her words, and effortlessly lifted her in a princess carry. As they reached the bedside, Kurumi gently placed Hanyu upon the bed. All the while under the gaze of her terrified eyes, she climbed onto the bed. Chapter 30. The Jade of the Academy, Part 3. Kyuko gazed intently at the blushing Hanue, gently caressing her silky hair. Leaning down to meet her gaze, she whispered, do not worry. No matter what transpires in the future, I shall always remain by your side. You shall never be alone. I am here for you. As Hanue beheld Kyuko's tender eyes and the heartfelt words she spoke, her embarrassment faded. She reached out, brushing her fingers against Kyuko's cheek. Sister Kyuko, you are quite the rule breaker. If you continue like this, I may truly fall for you. Kyuko smiled radiantly at Hanue's confession. Ah, of course. Ever since you summoned me to this realm, my heart has belonged to you. In an instant, Kyuko's smile blossomed, and she teasingly added, and you are mine as well. All right, my dear Hanue, it is time for slumber. Tonight, I shall hold you close, and you shall not resist. With that, Kyuko playfully flicked Hanue's forehead and, without awaiting her consent, enveloped her in an embrace. Hanue had been fixated on Kyuko's face, unbothered by the playful flick, lost in her thoughts, and did not resist Kyuko's affectionate advances. The night swiftly passed. At dawn, Yu Qinglu had already left the room. As the head of the academy, she needed to prepare for the important day of enrolling new students. However, she did not remain away for long and soon returned, having remembered that Hanue and Kyuko were still present. Upon her re-entry, Kyuko and Hanue emerged as well, both adorned in ethereal attire, a striking combination of black and crimson. Yu Qinglu scrutinized their appearance anew and inquired, Kyuko, I have been meaning to ask, though I have been preoccupied previously. Where did you acquire these garments? They are quite exquisite. With a playful smirk, Kyuko, standing to the left, replied, Ah, are you perhaps envious, Sister Qinglu? Enough, Kyuko, Hanue interjected, her tone shifting to a more somber note. Sister Qinglu, our attire was actually designed by me. In times past, we could only procure tattered fabric, but with perseverance, we fashioned these garments from the plentiful cloth we found. Kyuko, hidden from Yu Qingliu's view, gave Hanue a thumbs up, thinking, indeed, she is well trained. Look how adept she is at storytelling, and her expressions are spot on. I almost believed her myself. Yu Qinglu, without uttering a word, stepped forward and embraced Hanue, her voice trembling with emotion as she whispered in her ear, You have endured so much. Do not worry. Even if you do not pass the entrance examination, I will ensure you are welcomed. Hanyu felt as if she were becoming a mere cushion, relishing the warmth of being held. Phew, thankfully I managed to get through that, she thought, patting Yu Qingliu's back in silent relief. All right, how long do you two intend to hold each other? It is time to depart. Beside them, Kurumi could no longer contain her discontent and expressed her displeasure vocally. Upon hearing her words, Tsukikiryu released her embrace around Hanyu. Startled, Hanyu dashed behind Kurumi, clutching the hem of her attire, genuinely frightened that Kurumi might rush forward to embrace her again. Observing Hanyue's reaction, Kurumi felt a sense of satisfaction and lifted her chin, thinking to herself, see, I am clearly the favored one. Am I truly that fearsome? Is it necessary to hide from me? Tsukikiryu pondered deeply, feeling a tinge of sadness but eventually spoke gravely. It is time to depart. We are running out of time. Even I cannot alter the rules of the new disciples. You must undergo the assessment, and should you fail, I will have to escort you inside. However, resources will be scarce, for this realm operates on a survival of the fittest principle. Upon hearing her words, both Kurumi and Hanyu fell into silence, well aware that this world was no longer as simple as it once was. Nevertheless, they recognized that their current strength, while not distinctly categorized, was not to be underestimated. A fortnight prior, during an encounter with the demon clan at the boundaries of the void, Kurumi and Hanyu had tested their might. In an instant, they had created a substantial breach in the void. Stunned by the outcome, Kurumi, in a moment of urgency, utilized the fourth bullet of the Kekai Sansen without hesitation, uncertain if it would be effective. Otherwise, she would have to resort to the 12th bullet. As she activated the fourth bullet, Hanyu simultaneously unleashed her own. The collision of their identical spells produced a blinding brilliance that surged into the breach. When they finally opened their eyes, the gaping void had mysteriously healed, as if nothing had transpired at all. Witnessing this phenomenon, both Kurumi and Hanyu understood that their powers held a peculiar significance in this world. Returning to the entrance of the Moon Spirit Academy, Tsukikiryu led them back. Hanyue's gaze fell upon the stone tablet once more, and at the sight of it, she instinctively clutched her chest, feeling a pang of anguish, though she could not fathom why. Just yesterday she felt fine. Today, however, her heart ached inexplicably, particularly since she was unfamiliar with the inscription's author. What could be the reason? Unfortunately, regardless of her internal turmoil, there was no one present to provide answers. The two beside her remained oblivious to her distress, their attention already drawn to the throngs outside the gate. The area beyond the entrance was teeming with people, and 5 individuals clad in yellow robes stood before a table, atop which rested a circular stone. The crowd had formed into 5 lines, each person approaching the stone in turn. Some who touched the stone expressed joy, while others exhibited disappointment. Those filled with glee stood to one side, while the disheartened lingered, continuing to observe. Recognizing this as the first assessment, Kurumi realized that the stone appeared to reveal an individual's potential. How astonishing it is! Yet, I remain uncertain whether it can discern the connection between myself and Hanyu. At that moment, the words spoken by Yueqing ahead confirmed that Kurumi's conjecture was indeed accurate. Have you all observed that stone? The circular stone, known as the enigmatic stone, when encountered, reveals an individual's magical attributes and potential, with a maximum score of 100. Kurumi, Hanyu, you should proceed there at once. Chapter 31. The Radiance of the Academy, Part 4. Upon hearing the words of Yu Qinglu, Guangsan and her companion moved to join the queue at the back. Despite the throngs of people, most were merely accompanying the registrants, family members and attendants. At that moment, a tall woman clad in a flowing black robe emerged from the entrance, making no pause as she approached Yu Qinglu. Leaning in, she whispered, Director Yu, the second princess has arrived. She is currently in the Moon Spirit Garden and has sent for you. Yu Qinglu was taken aback by the black-robed woman's words. Without hesitation, she strode toward the Moon Spirit Garden, her mind racing with thoughts of the unexpected visit. Surely, it heralded trouble. Guangsan and Hanyu noticed Yu Qingliu's departure but paid it little mind, as they were focused on finding a less crowded line. Hanyu spotted a queue in the center with only a few individuals and remarked to Guangsan, Sister Guangsan, over there, it's not busy. Guangsan glanced in that direction, puzzled by the sparse crowd compared to the others that extended far behind. However, she did not dwell on it for long, as Hanyue promptly moved to the back of the line with merely 10 people. Reluctantly, Kwangsan followed suit. In another line, a 15-year-old boy observed Kwangsan and her companion, turning to his friend with astonishment. Xiaoyu, look at those two incredibly adorable girls. They're here for the teacher assessment. Indeed, Linny, I see them. Quite surprising, replied the boy known as Xiaoyu, nodding exaggeratedly. Hey, why do I feel like you're dismissing me? Linny retorted, his mood souring at the response. Calm down.
Linyi.
Don't be distracted. Those two are extraordinary, Xiaoyu cautioned, his eyes glinting with intrigue as he focused on Hanyue and Kwangsan. Next. A sudden voice startled Lin Yi from his thoughts. What? Are you talking to me? Hurry up. There are many people behind you, the examiner urged, impatience evident in his tone. Oh, my apologies. Lin Yi quickly reached for the strange stone. Upon touching it, a wave of icy energy surged through the ground, instantly freezing the area within a 5-meter radius, while the stone emitted a dazzling blue light. The examiner stared in shock at the spectacle, then grasped Lin Yi's hand firmly. Hello, Junior Lin Yi. I am Jiaren. If you have any questions about entering the academy, feel free to ask me.
Linyi stood frozen.
Mesmerized by the sudden frost beneath him. Behind him, Xiaoyu merely cast a casual glance at the radiant blue light atop the stone, seemingly unfazed by the extraordinary occurrence. In the queue, Hanyue and Kwangsan were drawn to the commotion from the neighboring line. Interesting, an ice ability? Kwangsan murmured thoughtfully. This stone is rather intriguing. Hanyue's gaze remained fixed on the stone's luminous surface. All right, Junior Lin Yi, you may stand behind me. Even if you fail the other assessments, you can still enter the academy directly. The examiner, Jiaran, spoke politely, entirely devoid of his earlier impatience. Upon hearing his words, Lin Yi approached him from behind, playfully making a face at the back of Xiaoyu. Observing this scene, Xiaoyu merely smiled faintly, showing no concern. It was at this moment that Jiaran announced Lin Yi's results, exclaiming loudly, Lin Yi, magical attribute, special type, ice, potential 92. A wave of astonishment swept through the onlookers, who turned their gazes toward Lin Yi, bewildered by the announcement. Wow, a potential of 92, and it's the special ice type. This man is mine. No one shall compete with me for him. How intriguing. This academy is precisely where I wish to be, for it is only by defeating formidable individuals that my prowess will be truly demonstrated. Once Jiaran finished speaking, the crowd erupted into a flurry of murmurs, the voices blending into a continuous hum. Silence. Next, Jiaran amplified his voice with magic, instantly restoring quietude. Hearing his command, Xiaoyu stepped forward and placed her hand upon the extraordinary stone. To everyone's astonishment, a radiance even more dazzling than before shot skyward. The previously calm Jiaran now stood in shock, his mouth agape, as he stammered, fire type, potential 100. The serene atmosphere erupted into chaos once more. Behind Jiaran, Lin Yi stood in a daze, utterly speechless at the startling spectacle. Xiaoyu, you two step behind me. As for the rest of you, contemplate your next assessments. It's perfectly fine if you choose not to participate. Shortly, someone will come to guide you, Jiaran said, swallowing hard. Initially reluctant to oversee this year's assessments, he now recognized the advantage of establishing a rapport with these two individuals of extraordinary potential. Xiaoyu, without further ado, moved to Lin Yi's side and gently patted his shoulder. After the initial shock, an overwhelming tranquility enveloped the scene. One by one, the new students stood aside, caught between joy and disappointment. At that moment, the line reached Han Yu. Upon realizing she was a young girl, the examiner momentarily froze, but quickly regained composure. After all, she was merely a student proctor. Age was inconsequential as long as her abilities sufficed. Hello, my name is Shizaki Han Yu. Am I allowed to proceed with the assessment? Noticing the examiner's hesitation, Han Yu offered a gentle reminder. Oh yes, you may, the examiner replied. As Han Yu spoke, she noticed that this stone was significantly larger than those in other lines, causing her hand to hesitate momentarily as she thought, wait, why is this one so large? Shizaki Han Yu, simply place your hand upon it. This stone will reveal your magical attributes and strength, the examiner explained to the young girl, assuming she was confused. Wait, strength? Didn't Qing Lu say it was about magical attributes and potential? Han Yu pondered for a moment, ultimately concluding that she must have misheard. With that, she placed her hand upon the stone. In an instant, Han Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. What is happening? I have not utilized Kiki D. How could the spatial fluctuations abruptly manifest? As Han Yu stood in astonishment, a fissure suddenly tore open above the marvelous stone. The invigilator before Han Yue gaped in shock, her mouth agape, trembling more than Jiaren beside her, exclaiming, "Divine system, space." Just as she was still reeling from the initial shock, an even more astonishing event unfolded. The marvelous stone shattered. The invigilator was left utterly dumbfounded. This stone was capable of probing the level of a grand sorcerer, and now it lay in ruins. Gazing at the exceedingly youthful visage before her, she murmured, her strength. Chapter 32. The college student transcender, please. You may enter directly, the proctor said respectfully. After all, she was merely an ordinary educator. Yet this exceedingly youthful girl might very well be a sorceress, belonging to the divine realm of space. Furthermore, there is a comprehensive strength assessment following this. You may proceed first by walking straight in that direction, the proctor added, her tone increasingly reverent as she gestured with her hand. However, the commotion here was minimal. Only Kyuka and the proctor were aware of the spatial rift. The nearby examinees were completely oblivious, save for Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu gazed intently at the figure standing before the proctor, Shizaki Kyuka, and furrowed his brows. It dawned on him that she was the time spirit from Data Live, known as Kyukasaki, yet she should not have been in this narrative. His frown deepened further. He could not fathom why she was present. My original name was Xiao Tianqin, a 20-year-old college student. During my vacation out of sheer boredom, I penned a novel online titled The All-Powerful Deity. As the title suggests, this tale encompasses magic, martial arts, psychics, and various unique professions, along with a plethora of races, including angels, fallen angels, elves, and the boundary-dwelling demon clans. In the dark underbelly of the Zhenyu continent, there lies a realm of hell. The story narrates the journey of a 15-year-old lad from China who traverses the Zhenyu continent, with the protagonist named Lin Yi and the antagonist, the formidable villain, Xiaoyu. The protagonist begins his journey by joining the Moon Spirit Academy within the Huangfeng Empire. Upon entering the academy, Lin Yi falls in love with a girl named Yulinger, who is also the younger sister of the esteemed Dean Yu Qinglu. In his pursuit of her affection, Lin Yi employs a myriad of flirtation techniques gleaned from his previous life on the internet, including the infamous wall push. Naturally, he was promptly sent flying by Yulinger. However, Lin Yi did not relent. At this juncture, Xiaoyu unexpectedly appeared. He too was a suitor of Yulinger. With his elegant demeanor, flowing white hair, and clad in a pristine white robe adorned with a phoenix-shaped jade pendant, Xiaoyu epitomized the ideal male figure from a young woman's dreams. His popularity was undeniable. Not only was he strikingly handsome, but he also possessed a perfect potential rating of 100 in fire affinity. In contrast, Lin Yi resembled a mere clown, possessing an unremarkable appearance and a potential rating inferior to Xiaoyu's, though he belonged to the special ice affinity with a potential of 92. In the latter half of the narrative, Lin Yi finally finds himself with Yulinger. Yet, during an expedition to the Boundary Demon Clan, she sacrifices herself to shield Lin Yi from an assault by the Demon King, resulting in her tragic demise. In his fury, Lin Yi's rage proved futile. She perished in his embrace. Upon learning of this tragedy, Xiaoyu vanished from the sight of the crowd. Little did anyone suspect that he ventured to hell, seeking to resurrect Yulinger and exact vengeance upon the Demon Clan for Lin Yi. Ultimately, he ascended to become one of the rulers of Hell, King of the 10th Hall, the Wheel King. Alas, despite his efforts, Xiaoyu could not bring back the love of his life. In the end, he plotted in secrecy against the Demon King and Lin Yi, seeking to exact a toll from them both. In the realm of Zhenyu, an assault was launched against the boundary-dwelling demon clan. Sighing, Xiao Tianqin lamented that he had only managed to pen this much. However, a bitter smile soon graced his lips. He had traversed into this world on the final day of his vacation, and to make matters even more peculiar, He had transformed into the ultimate antagonist, Xiaoyu. On the brighter side, he possessed knowledge of the early and mid-narratives, and since there was no deep-seated enmity between Lin Yi and Xiaoyu, he readily sought out Lin Yi to accompany him. Before long, they became close friends, for in his tales, Lin Yi was depicted as a kind-hearted individual, easy to befriend. Yet today, everything had shifted dramatically. He witnessed an astonishing scene that left him incredulous. While crafting his narrative about spirits, he had come across an anime titled Data Live and meticulously researched the spirits within, aiming to enhance the quality of his own story. During his research, he learned of the infamous time spirit, Tokasaki Kurumi, known for her malevolent prowess, having claimed nearly 10,000 lives. Though he understood her motivations, her character was imbued with traits of a Yandra. His knowledge of her abilities was substantial, yet today she had inexplicably manifested within the confines of his written narrative. An oddity indeed, considering his own transmutation into this world. Kurumi, it's your turn. I shall accompany you inside, declared Tokasaki Hanue, disregarding the proctor's instructions. All right, just give me a moment. It won't take long, Kurumi replied with a nod. The proctor, having overheard Hanue's words, leaned in to catch a glimpse of the girl behind her, and was momentarily taken aback upon noticing Kurumi, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Hanue. After a brief pause, the proctor inquired, "May I ask who you are?" "Greetings. I am Tokasaki Kurumi, Hanue's elder sister." Kurumi responded with a flawless smile. "Wow, they truly are twins. And both are so adorable. I wonder how her strength compares to that of her sister." The proctor mused inwardly. "Miss Kurumi, please wait a moment. The testing stone has shattered, and I must retrieve another for the strength assessment. As you just witnessed, your sister's capabilities are quite remarkable," the proctor explained respectfully before departing briefly, soon returning. Meanwhile, behind the proctor, Xiao Tianqin, now Xiaoyu, had also noticed the individual accompanying Tokasaki Hanue. However, he paid little heed, recognizing that this doppelganger of Kurumi must be one of her abilities, the eighth bullet, capable of creating numerous clones. Initially, he had mistaken Hanue for Kurumi, and now assumed the current Kurumi was merely a clone. Before long, Xiao Yu's attention was diverted by Lin Yi's whistling, prompting him to shift his focus. Upon seeing Xiao Yu turn his head, Lin Yi immediately ceased his whistling, a playful smirk appearing on his lips as he teased, "Oh, look at you, handsome fish. A lowly enthusiast are we? And twins at that." Hearing Lin Yi's remarks, Xiao Yu's expression darkened as he promptly smacked Lin Yi on the head. "Get lost. Who do you think you are, leering at beauties and making a spectacle of it?" After speaking, Xiao Yu promptly departed from the spot, heading towards the direction of Kurumi and the others. He pondered how she had traversed dimensions and whether it was possible to escape from this place and return to Earth. Meanwhile, the proctor retrieved an even larger and more extraordinary stone than before, placing it before Kurumi. Without hesitation, she reached out to touch it. The moment her fingers made contact, her expression soured dramatically as she abruptly glanced up at the sky. Simultaneously, a colossal rift in space materialized above Moon Spirit Academy. The Tremors of the Cosmos. Chapter 33: The Distance Between Hearts. Spacequake. It is indeed a spacequake. Xiao Yu halted in his tracks, his face pale as he gazed at the rift in the sky. He shouted, "Tokasaki Kurumi intends for us to perish here. What happening? What going on?" Lin Yi, standing nearby, stared blankly at the sky's fissure, responding to Xiao Yu's outcry. "It's over. It's truly over. The spacequake from Tokasaki Kurumi. And judging by the scale of this endless expansion, this continent is doomed." Xiao Yu knelt upon the ground, mumbling vacantly. In an instant, people, elves, angels, regardless of their strength, throughout the continent stared vacantly at the infinitely stretching rift in the sky. They understood that there was no escape. They could only endure. The entire Genu continent was engulfed in boundless darkness. The sun vanished, and the land dimmed. Everything arose from annihilation. But could it truly be so? Kurumi, her complexion ashen, gazed at the intact mysterious stone before her, inwardly lamenting. "What an extraordinary stone, so bizarre that it absorbed all my spiritual energy and released it instantaneously." Observing the white radiance emanating from the stone, Kurumi felt a wave of dread, My time. Yet, the situation was dire. The released spiritual energy had formed a spacequake that affected the entire continent. But, is this truly my full power? Capable of obliterating the entire continent in an instant? Kurumi raised her gaze to the rift still stretching infinitely. It would not be long before the spacequake descended upon this land. In the Moon Spirit Garden, Yu Qinglu and Princess Huang Shui of the Huangfeng Empire looked up in astonishment at the suddenly appearing rift in space, which was rapidly expanding. Huang Shui's face turned pale as she embraced the equally pale Yu Qinglu. No way. Qinglu, I just came to meet you, and now we must bid farewell. Are we not meant to be a pair of fated friends, living and dying together? Bang! Yu Qinglu swiftly delivered a light slap to Huang Shui, exasperatedly retorting, What are you thinking at a time like this? At the sight of the first assessment, Sister Kurumi, what is happening? Han Yu rushed over to embrace the nearly fainting Kurumi. My time, along with all my spiritual energy, has been absorbed by that strange stone. Now, I have little more than an hour left. Kurumi spoke weakly. Upon hearing her words, Han Yu was instantly taken aback, her concern for Kurumi evident. Sister Kurumi, hurry, absorb my time, quickly. Kurumi fell silent at Han Yu's plea. She was reluctant to absorb Han Yu's time, even if it meant her own demise. Yet, seeing Han Yu's anxious expression, she reluctantly opened her time eater. However, merely brushing against Han Yu was enough, and she withdrew it immediately. Seeing that Kurumi had only grazed her without feeling the passage of time, Han Yu grew more frantic, grasping her shoulders and shouting, Tokisaki Kurumi, listen to me. Quickly absorb my time. I have plenty. Don't mind me, just do it. Hurry. At her furious outburst, Tokisaki Kurumi stood frozen, staring blankly at the girl before her, who bore an uncanny resemblance to herself. She had initially intended to absorb just a few hours. Unexpectedly, Hanyue's reaction was quite profound. Hurry up, Hanyue exclaimed anxiously, gripping Kurumi's shoulders tightly. Kurumi tilted her head, tears unconsciously dripping onto the ground. The pallor of her face vanished, revealing a rosy complexion as she gently caressed Hanyue's face. I understand now, little Hanyue. Do not be angry. Suddenly, a dark shadow enveloped Hanyue. At that moment, a smile broke on her face. She felt a sense of relief. Closing her eyes, she sought to immerse herself in the experience. Was this the passage of time? It felt rather unpleasant. Her body felt heavy, yet she sensed Kurumi's emotions. Raising her exceedingly weighty hand, she touched Kurumi's face. Sister Kurumi, do not be sad. It is my choice. I enjoy this. My time is spent on someone I cherish. As she gazed at Kurumi's face, so close, Kurumi felt her spirits lift significantly. With her eyes closed, she leaned forward, resting against Hanyue, pressing her face against Hanyue's. Indeed, if your time were limited, I would make the same choice. In that moment, their hearts found tranquility. Suddenly, a tremendous sound reverberated through the sky. The widening spatial rift above the Huangfeng Empire came to an abrupt halt. We cannot remain idle. Warriors of martial prowess above the rank of martial king and sorcerers above the rank of mage within the Huangfeng Empire stepped forward. A powerful, resonant voice followed. It is His Majesty. Huang Shui, who was in the Moon Spirit Garden, listened in astonishment. Father is summoning the strong. We must hurry. Without further ado, Yu Qinglu took Huang Shui and teleported away. Your Majesty, alas, my strength is merely that of a martial spirit. Sister, my strength is sufficient. I shall go ahead. Son, take care of the family. I am leaving. Child, I too shall depart. Take care of yourself. The strong of the Huangfeng Empire, both native and foreign, all headed towards the imperial palace. Observing the immense procession making its way to the palace, the people of the Huangfeng Empire realized just how numerous the strong among them truly were. Enough, I have absorbed sufficient power. Kurumi retracted the time city and opened her eyes. Hanyue followed suit, fixing her gaze intently on Kurumi, fearful that she might suddenly vanish. Hanyue, thank you, Kurumi said gently, looking at her closely. There is no need for thanks, Sister Kurumi. This is truly unlike you. Hanyue responded with a hint of dissatisfaction. Huh? Where has everyone gone? It was only then that Hanyue noticed their surroundings were devoid of any presence. Xiao Yu had long been dragged away by Lin Yi. Apparently they have all departed. And you heard that sound just now, right? Kurumi said to Hanyue, her tone somewhat grave. No, Hanyue admitted without hesitation. Very well, I shall tell you once more. The Emperor of the Huangfeng Empire has summoned high-level warriors and mages. Most should now be heading to the Imperial Palace, Kurumi stated, conveying all that she knew in one breath. Outside the Imperial Palace, a vast multitude has gathered, yet they stand in orderly lines. All eyes are fixed upon the figure standing in the sky before them. It is none other than the illustrious Emperor of the Huangfeng Empire, Huang Di, also known as Huang Zhantian. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Yuling Academy, Shizaki Hanyue and Shizaki Kurumi gaze at the slowly descending spatial rift. In unison, they declare that this event, brought about by their actions, must be brought to a conclusion by their own hands. Chapter 34. The mad weapon left by 12,000 years. Bang. Bang. Listen closely, I am uncertain of your strengths, and regardless of any animosity between you, I implore you to set it aside today. You have witnessed the sudden rift that has appeared in the sky, and it evokes a profound sense of impending doom within me. Huang Zhantian bellowed heavily towards the crowd below. Doom? The Emperor of Martial Arts, Huang Di, experiences such a sensation. A girl in a flowing white robe, with wings extending from her back, exclaimed in astonishment. She was none other than Mu Han, a pure angel who had descended from the angel realm in search of something. However, upon her arrival, this calamity had already unfolded, and she found herself amidst the chaos. Hearing that the Emperor of Martial Arts felt a sense of mortality truly astonished her. Could even an emperor not escape such fate? Did you all hear that? Huang Zhantian roared once more. Yes. The crowd below responded in unison, raising their hands in a synchronized manner. Observing this scene, Huang Zhantian nodded in satisfaction. Inwardly reflecting, Aobing No. 1 truly did not deceive me. The technique employed to counter the spatial rift moments ago was a treasure left by the Moon Clan's emperor a millennium ago. Alas, due to the passage of time, its energy has dwindled significantly, and with the previous strike it has been entirely expended. In the moments preceding the emergence of the spatial rift within the Grand Hall of the Huangfeng Empire, the assembly of nobles, who were initially in session, sensed an anomaly as the spatial rift suddenly manifested. The Huang Emperor, seated upon the dragon throne, along with his subjects, instantly perceived the disquiet. Upon exiting the hall and gazing upon the spectacle in the sky, the courtiers were engulfed in trepidation. Meanwhile, the emperor, seated upon the throne, looked uneasily at the rift that stretched infinitely across the heavens. At that moment, the Prime Minister, Aobing No. 1, changed countenance, a realization dawning upon him as he stood forth and declared, Your Majesty, the extent of this spatial rift may pose a grave threat to the entire Zhenyu continent. I have just recalled something. 12,000 years ago, the Moon Clan's emperor left behind a treasure and documented a prophecy. 12,000 years hence, Zhenyu continent would face a spatial tremor, aligning precisely with our current predicament. Your Majesty, this treasure was mentioned to me by the elder patriarch of the Moon Clan during his youth. I grew up alongside him. He once shared with me as Aobing No. 1 reminisced, he was transported back to his youthful days alongside the elder patriarch of the Moon Clan, Yu Wulin. While they practiced martial arts within the Moon Clan's courtyard, Yu Wulin recounted this tale. Upon mentioning the treasure, he fell into a profound silence, then gravely continued, Aobing No. 1, there is more to the recorded prophecy that I initially did not wish to disclose, as it would bear no benefit to you. However, as we approach the 12,000-year mark, I shall share it with you as Yu Wulin spoke. He paused momentarily before continuing. What I am about to say may seem incredulous to you at first, but I assure you, it is the truth. These words were uttered long before the great emperor vanished millennia ago. The message from that ancient emperor is this: all descendants of the Yu clan must remember, no matter the circumstances, never harbor hatred towards the one who employs this technique. If you encounter her, please convey this message. I am still here, awaiting her return. Upon hearing this, the astonishment on Aobingdi's face was unmistakable. Disbelief and skepticism were evident. However, the minister dismissed it as Yu Wulin's jest, for he had never heard of any emperor from the Yu clan existing a millennium ago. Yet, at this moment, the minister realized the situation was far more complex than it appeared. Aobingdi, taking a deep breath, recounted all that he knew and experienced in one breath. After finishing, he knelt down, admitting his guilt for not reporting this matter sooner. Indeed, as he concluded, those exiting the grand hall exchanged incredulous glances. The spatial rift rapidly engulfing the continent was, astonishingly, of human origin. Emperor Huang and Huang Zhantian, with grave expressions, addressed the kneeling Ao Bingdi, "Rise. You are not at fault in this matter. Even I would have found it hard to believe that such a phenomenon could be orchestrated by human hands. We must locate the head of the Yu family. Do you know where he is? Your Majesty, please do not blame him," came a frail voice, startling everyone as they turned towards its source. Standing on a nearby structure was an elderly man with flowing white hair, carrying a long, crystal-crafted box on his back. Upon noticing the gathered crowd, he leapt down, landing beside Ao Bingdi, and bowed, "Your Majesty, I have brought the heirloom of the Yu family. However, due to the passage of time, its energy has nearly depleted." Depleted? Emperor Huang, undeterred by the old man's sudden appearance, inquired, "Is there a way to restore its energy?" He had already deduced the elderly man's identity. He was Yu Wulin. "Your Majesty, the depleted energy can indeed be revitalized, but it requires a warrior of king-level strength to infuse their own energy into the artifact," Yu Wulin explained. After a moment's reflection, he added, "However, I am not fully capable of wielding this artifact. The current head of the Yu family has perfectly inherited it. She is my daughter, Yu Qinglu. If I recall correctly, she should be with the second princess. Shuejian, with her?" Huang Zhantian momentarily faltered. "Your Majesty, the second princess departed for the Moonlight Academy an hour ago, seeking someone." "Who is likely the Yu Qinglu you mentioned," interjected the head eunuch, sharing what he knew. Upon hearing the eunuch's words, Huang Zhantian recalled that Shuejian had indeed sought him out before leaving the palace, claiming she was headed to the Moonlight Academy to find someone. "Your Majesty, time waits for no one. I shall first utilize this treasure to counter the imminent descent of spatial tremors." Yu Wulin gazed heavily at the spectacle above. The sun had vanished from the sky, as if obscured or devoured by some unknown force. He placed the elongated crystal box he carried upon his back before him. The onlookers, along with the curious Huang Zhantian, observed the crystalline artifact with intrigue. Without hesitation, Yu Wulin opened the crystal box. Within lay a striking crimson spear, adorned with intricate carvings. Had Kurumi, Hanyue, or Xiaoyu been present to witness this weapon, they would undoubtedly have gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "The spirit gun!" Indeed, it was the elongated spirit gun wielded by Tokisaki Kurumi, now lying quietly within the crystal enclosure. Chapter 35. The flintlock of autonomous assault. Gazing at the firearm nestled within the crystal box, Yu Wulin solemnly remarked, "This is the cherished heirloom of my family. The flintlock." "The flintlock?" exclaimed Huang Zhantian, his eyes widening in astonishment as he beheld the peculiar weapon. "Is this truly its name? What an odd appearance. I have never encountered anything like it before." At that moment, Yu Wulin extended his hand towards the flintlock. Just as his fingers were about to make contact, his eyes widened in disbelief. "What is it?" Huang Zhantian, standing before him, noticed the sudden change in his expression and inquired. Deep down, he harbored skepticism towards Yu Wulin, yet he could not dismiss the spatial tremor he had described. He was unwilling to see his empire meet its demise today, so he had no choice but to place his trust in him, hoping fervently that his words bore truth. "How is this possible?" Yu Wulin gasped, his gaze fixed on the radiant light emanating from the flintlock. He could not help but be astounded. Such occurrences were chronicled in his family's lore, indicating that only that individual could produce such brilliance upon arriving in this realm. This phenomenon had never transpired before, and its sudden manifestation today signified that the mission of their lineage had culminated in his generation. No, it was not merely his, but also that of Yu Qinglu. Soon, he regained his composure, recalling a phrase passed down from the emperor a millennium ago. Now, it dawned upon him that the spatial tremor attack must be linked to the individual mentioned in the emperor's records. Yet, what did the latter part of the message signify? "I am still here waiting for her. Can she hasten to take me back?" A shiver coursed through Yu Wulin as he confronted a chilling realization. The emperor's words likely implied that he knew the one responsible for the attack and expected her to return to retrieve him after 10,000 years. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became. It suggested that the emperor of the Yu family had not perished but was instead ensnared somewhere. However, a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. If the emperor recognized that individual, why not summon her sooner to return to the Genyu continent? Why had the emperor specified a timeline of 12,000 years, leading up to this very moment? Yet, time offered no respite for contemplation, for the flintlock lying in the box seemed to sense something, rising abruptly with its muzzle aimed at the heavens. In the astonished gaze of all present, it discharged. Boom! A colossal beam of light surged skyward, colliding with the rift in the heavens. A tremendous roar resonated. In front of the Huangfeng Imperial Palace, the unprotected onlookers were caught in the wake of the sudden assault, propelled backward. With a resounding crash, they collided against the palace walls. Yet, fortunately, no one perished. Coughing, Huang Zhantian staggered to his feet, his face smeared with dirt, gazing in astonishment at the flintlock suspended in the sky. Even he had been swept away by the force of the attack, yet curiously, no casualties had occurred. At that moment, Yu Wulin shouted, "Your Majesty, this is the perfect opportunity. Please summon the Empire's strongest warriors." Upon hearing his words, Huang Zhantian did not hesitate for a moment. His previous attack had already demonstrated his resolve. He soared into the heavens. Shortly thereafter, the scene unfolded once more as Huang Zhantian summoned powerful allies to the Empire. Hovering in the sky, he bellowed to the gathered subjects and the formidable outsiders, urging them to channel their magical energies and strength into the floating firearm before him. With that, he descended from the sky, casting a grave gaze upon the musket that still lingered aloft. Its radiance had dimmed to the point of near invisibility. "Your Majesty," he began, "I can no longer control this artifact. It would be prudent at this juncture to locate my daughter, Yu Qinglu. She possesses the capability to wield it effectively." At this moment, Yu Wulin stepped forward, his tone solemn. He then respectfully clasped his hands, adding, however, even with Qingliu's assistance, she may not be able to dispel the spatial tremors. Upon hearing Yu Wulin's words, Huang Zhantian's previously confident demeanor faltered, his expression darkening with irritation. He barked at Yu Wulin, "Why didn't you mention this sooner?" "Your Majesty, I have yet to finish my statement. There are critical matters yet to address," Yu Wulin replied, a hint of trepidation in his voice, though his countenance betrayed no fear. Huang Zhantian's eyelid twitched. This old man had a tendency to withhold information. Nevertheless, he remained silent, choosing to listen intently to what followed. Since Yu Wulin had unexpectedly appeared atop the palace roof, undetected by him, it had already suggested that the head of the Yu family possessed profound strength. Otherwise, he would have long since faced consequences. A sovereign could not be trifled with. However, even now, with Yu Wulin's demeanor, he chose not to react, as the calamity facing the Zhongyu continent demanded immediate attention. "Your Majesty," Yu Wulin's expression became inscrutable as he spoke in a low tone. "We must identify the source of the assault and compel her to alleviate the spatial tremors. This is the only path to resolution. Furthermore, if my assumptions are correct, the assailant did not foresee the ramifications of her actions on the entire continent." With this, Yu Wulin paused, contemplating, before directly transmitting to Huang Zhantian. "The ensuing developments must remain confidential. She is likely attempting to counteract the spatial tremors, but if I am not mistaken, she lacks the strength to retract them. Otherwise, the weapon would not remain in the hands of my family's emperor." As he spoke, his gaze shifted to the musket hovering above, receiving the magical energies and strength from the crowd below. After hearing Yu Wulin's words, Huang Zhantian fell into silence, pondering the identity of such a powerful individual. This strength far exceeded the limits of the Zhongyu continent, and the emperor of the Yu family from 12,000 years past. What kind of power did he wield, leaving behind a weapon whose might had not diminished even after millennia? Even with insufficient energy, it could still send him flying. What had transpired on the Zhongyu continent 1,000 years ago? Once Yu Wulin concluded his remarks, he wasted no time in channeling his magical energy into the musket. The reason Huang Zhantian and the others lacked knowledge of the Yu family, known only to a select few, was rooted in one of the family's ancient edicts. Regardless of their strength, members of the clan must remain hidden from the world, walking the land of Genyu under alternate identities. It is only after 12,000 years that they may fully emerge. Moreover, the reason the Yu family has refrained from channeling magical power into the flintlock is due to ancient records, which dictate that only in moments of life and death for the continent can the ancestral teachings be irrevocably shattered. Chapter 36. The tale of time's passage. At that moment, a delicate feminine voice echoed in the ears of the onlookers. Huang Zhantian's gaze was instantly drawn towards the source of the sound, which struck him as somewhat familiar. In the distance, two indistinct figures flickered in and out of view, now appearing to one side, now to another. These were Yu Qinglu and Huang Xuejian, who had teleported from the academy. The voice belonged to Huang Xuejian, the second princess of the Huangfeng Empire. Before long, the two had successfully arrived before Huang Zhantian. As soon as they reached him, Huang Xuejian dashed to his side, anxiously inquiring, "Father, what on earth is happening? What is the meaning of the rift in the sky?" Upon recognizing his daughter, he momentarily froze, but upon hearing her words, Huang Zhantian felt a headache coming on. He coldly retorted, "What kind of behavior is this? Stay to the side." Yet, he soon softened his tone, transmitting gently, "Xuejian, calm yourself. There are so many people watching. This is hardly appropriate. As long as father is here, everything will be fine." Meanwhile, Yu Qinglu, who had just arrived, fixed her gaze intently on the elderly man with white hair beside her. A look of astonishment flickered in her eyes. "Who is he? Why do I feel an uncanny familiarity with him?" Beside her, Yu Wulin's expression suddenly shifted upon seeing Yu Qinglu. He had departed from the Yu family at the time of her birth and was thus unaware of her appearance. However, upon gazing at her, he was taken aback by how closely she resembled someone he had seen many years ago. That was decades ago. At that time, Yu Wulin was still relatively young. His aged appearance was the result of an unfortunate incident. Within the secluded confines of the Yu family estate, the atmosphere was vibrant and festive. As the head of the family, Yu Wulin was anticipating the birth of his wife's child. However, an unforeseen calamity struck at the very moment of Yu Qingliu's birth. In the vault where the flintlock guns were stored, one of these guns suddenly emitted an extraordinarily brilliant light, shattering the protective formation of the Yu family and soaring into the sky. The elder tasked with guarding this place was left momentarily stunned, his eyes widening in disbelief. Just as he was about to summon the family head, a sudden surge of energy pressed him to the ground. In the sky, the radiant light that ascended into the heavens swiftly coalesced into a massive clock. Boom! The sound of a colossal bell reverberated through the air. In the blink of an eye, this grand clock appeared above the Yu family estate. At that moment, at the center of the clock, a golden door began to form slowly. Before the door, without any prior warning, a rosy-cheeked infant appeared, none other than the infant version of Yu Qinglu. Miraculously, she stood before the door. The elders of the Yu family, her father Yu Wulin, and her exceedingly frail mother, Murong Han, lay prostrate on the ground, astonished as they gazed at the clock and the baby suspended in the sky. Yu Wulin and Murong Han were instantly taken aback by the sight of the infant who had appeared above them. Moments ago, the child in Murong Han's embrace suddenly vanished, and amidst their frantic search, an infant unexpectedly appeared in the sky. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was indeed their child, intensifying their anxiety. However, they found themselves immobilized since the earlier incident, with even the family elders rendered powerless. Yu Wulin gazed at his child in the heavens, clenching his fists, blood dripping to the ground, yet he paid it no mind. A profound weakness enveloped him, and a singular thought consumed his mind. Power. I yearn for strength, the strength to protect what I cherish. His inner lament echoed within, amplifying his distress. His inadequacy rendered him helpless, forced to watch as the infant slowly approached the golden door. In his despairing gaze, accompanied by his wife's tears and pleas, the infant stepped through the golden portal. At that very moment, as the baby Yu Qinglu entered the golden gate, Yu Wulin felt a surge of strength return to him. In an instant, he lifted his foot and willed himself to teleport. Before the eyes of his family, Yu Wulin appeared beside the golden door without hesitation and stepped inside. With a resounding crash, the golden door slammed shut, and an immense clock swiftly diminished to about 2 meters. The now smaller clock flew directly into the Yu family treasury, halting behind a flintlock gun. Had anyone been present at that moment, they would have seen the silhouette of a diminutive girl before the clock. A charming girl around 10 years old. Timesaki Kurumi. Within the golden door, Yu Wulin struggled to open his eyes. Upon doing so, he was met with an astonishing scene. A battlefield, severed limbs, dismembered bodies, and unidentifiable colossal corpses, including mouse remains towering like mountains, demon carcasses, and the bodies of winged creatures. Yu Wulin stared in shock, his mind momentarily paralyzed by the overwhelming sight. No, this is not what I came for. I came to find my child, not to witness this. He slapped his face vigorously to regain his composure. Glancing back at the golden door, he noticed it still stood, albeit its radiant glow had dimmed considerably, which brought him a sense of relief. There was still time. Yu Wulin teleported away from the scene, having marked the location of the golden door, awaiting the moment he could find his child and leave. However, the situation around him left him utterly bewildered. Approaching a corpse with a furrowed brow, Yu Wulin pondered aloud. What in the world is this place? Why are there so many corpses, and the blood is still fresh, suggesting they died not long ago? Narrowing his eyes, he sensed something approaching from the distance. He teleported again, arriving next to the gigantic mouse corpse. Observing a figure drawing nearer, he recognized a young boy who appeared perplexed. Where is everyone? I distinctly sensed living beings here just moments ago. How have they vanished? Sighing, he decided to return to Sister Qingtong. Upon hearing the words of the youth, Yu Wulin was momentarily taken aback. The leader of the elder sisters? Such a peculiar title. Yet, he did not dwell on it for long. It was only when the youth before him departed that he sighed in relief, pondering the true identity of this individual, who had been able to sense his profound aura from afar. Fortunately, as a practitioner of spatial arts, he could conceal his presence. Otherwise, he would be left wondering whether the youth was a friend or foe. If the latter, Yu Wulin feared he might meet his demise here.
Ah, greeting.
Your abilities bear a striking resemblance to those of the elder sister. I nearly fell victim to your little ruse. A teasing voice chimed in his ear. In an instant, Yu Wulin's expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 37. The Woman of Time's Passage. In an instant, Yu Wulin let out a tremendous roar and appeared beside the lifeless body of a demon in the distance. He swiftly turned his gaze back to the spot he had just vacated, where, unexpectedly, a white-haired youth had materialized. Ah, indeed it seems so, the white-haired boy exclaimed, astonished. Yu Wulin regarded him with a grave expression, furrowing his brow in suspicion. Who are you? The white-haired youth, taken aback by the question, pointed a finger at himself, bewildered. You do not recognize this esteemed lord? This esteemed lord? Yu Wulin frowned, finding the title rather peculiar. Observing his expression, the white-haired youth realized that he was utterly unknown to Yu Wulin, and with a soft sigh, disappointment washed over him. Why was his name so obscure? However, the white-haired boy seemed to rally his spirits, lifting his head and extending his arms towards the sky, proclaiming loudly, Since you have not heard of my name, I shall graciously inform you. I am Lord Moonlit, the embodiment of love and justice, compassion and salvation. After waiting for a moment, Moonlit lowered his head in confusion. Where did he go? He discovered that Yu Wulin had vanished without a trace. In a dilapidated city. Fool, with your head held so high. Of course I would run, Yu Wulin scoffed, having fled a considerable distance. Meanwhile, the white-clad youth was left in a frenzy at the spot. Unbeknownst to Yu Wulin, whether by fate or necessity, he was heading precisely in the direction from which the white-haired youth had come. Only when he felt he had distanced himself sufficiently did he exhale in relief. Glancing around, he realized he had arrived in a ruined city. Who was that white-clad youth? What manner of place was this? Moreover, where had his child gone? Yu Wulin felt as if he were on the brink of madness. He had not found his child, but had encountered a most peculiar individual instead. Desperation drove him to search tirelessly. He could not return without his child. Meanwhile, the white-clad youth, Moonlit, did not linger long and soon soared back towards the direction Yu Wulin had taken. Entering a nearby building, Yu Wulin surveyed the interior's decor, puzzled by the antiquated items that seemed reminiscent of objects from millennia past. Suddenly, a resounding crash resonated from outside, startling him from his contemplation. Yu Wulian dashed out, and just as he exited, the house he had just been in collapsed without any warning. Yet he stood frozen, captivated by the scene above. In the sky, 100 strange creatures confronted a solitary woman. Clad in a flowing white robe, she bore a black long sword at her waist and wore a jade pendant that appeared to depict a young girl, though the distance prevented Yu Wulian from discerning the details. Moreover, she adorned her head with a hat unlike any that Yu Wulian had ever encountered, embellished with the image of a girl, exquisitely beautiful. The smile of the girl depicted on the hat captivated him momentarily. However, he quickly regained his composure and continued to observe. On the other side, 100 peculiar creatures astounded Yu Wulian, for he had seen them in the illustrated records of his clan. These beings dated back 12,000 years, each one an entity comparable to an emperor. Yet today he found himself face to face with them, and a woman was bravely opposing them. The term emperor referred to a status of that era, far surpassing the current titles of martial emperor and holy mage. Those could collectively be referred to as martial saints. To ascend to such a level, one must simultaneously master both martial prowess and magic to their utmost potential. Beyond that lay the realms of earth and heaven, with the emperor level above, though not all emperors were equal in strength. 12,000 years ago, the present-day martial emperor and holy mage bore different names, and there were no established ranks. They were merely individuals slightly stronger than the average. The contemporary nomenclature arose from the long absence of anyone surpassing that threshold, resulting in significant shifts in the hierarchy of power. Even a slightly stronger individual could be deemed an emperor, rendering the situation somewhat ironic, as those who reached such heights often reveled in their achievements. Only those with ancient legacies refrained from calling themselves martial emperors or holy mages. However, many of these legacies faded with the passage of time, while others chose to live in seclusion, akin to the Yu clan. Returning to the matter at hand, Yu Wulian gazed in astonishment at the sky, finally comprehending that he had traveled back 12,000 years. Yet, this realization only deepened his shock. The Golden Gate had transported him to a time long past. His mouth agape, he beheld the confrontation between the woman above and the strange creatures. At that moment, as if sensing something, the woman tilted her head slightly, revealing half of her breathtakingly beautiful visage. Upon recognizing her, she appeared as if struck by lightning, momentarily stunned in the sky. The 100 creatures across from her seemed to sense her disturbance and surged forward in an instant. Hurricanes, thunder, flames, giant wooden dragons, and mountains of ice all rained down upon the woman. Yet, she remained utterly still, seemingly indifferent to the onslaught, allowing the attacks to strike her. Her gaze had shifted entirely towards Yu Wulian, revealing her flawless face. Upon seeing her visage, Yu Wulian was rendered speechless. She was extraordinarily perfect. Yet, in a fleeting moment, an inexplicable sensation washed over him. He felt as though he had encountered this woman before. However, he knew deep down that this was their first meeting, and considering she hailed from millennia ago, how could she possibly be connected to him? Just then, unnoticed by anyone, a golden clock flickered into existence at the center of the woman's brow, only to vanish in an instant. Is that so? I comprehend now. I finally grasp the truth. Ah! The celestial woman suddenly spoke to herself, bursting into laughter. Once her mirth subsided, she gazed upon the impending assault aimed at her. With a confident smile and a soft chuckle, she remarked, "Your strength is utterly inadequate. Yet I am grateful to you, for you have bestowed upon me the answer I have long sought. At last, all that has transpired within me aligns perfectly. That person, she will soon come to take me back." Chapter 38. The Emperor of the Torrential Flow and the Moonlit Stream. Upon finishing her words, the woman's gaze sharpened, and the golden clock that adorned her forehead suddenly materialized. With a resounding clang, the magnificent clock began to rotate. In an instant, the assault directed at the woman in white halted midair, and every individual present found themselves frozen in time. Even the leaves that were falling remained suspended in the air, as if an extraordinary force had caused the entirety of time to stand still. In that fleeting moment, Yu Wulian's expression morphed into one of astonishment. He recognized that voice. The woman in the sky took a step forward, gracefully making her way into the dilapidated city. As she approached Yu Wulin, she seemed to sense something and cast her gaze towards a distant direction. With a single stride, she vanished from her original position, only to reappear moments later, cradling an infant in her arms. Gazing at the child, the woman sighed softly, yet remained silent, meticulously observing the infant. Time flowed on, though it is unclear how long had passed. With a snap of her fingers, the flow of time resumed. Boom! The attacks that had been suspended in the sky erupted explosively, the deafening sound reverberating through the air. Meanwhile, the woman in white had already vacated her previous position. Yu Wulin's astonished expression lingered, but when he beheld the woman who had suddenly appeared before him, he regained his composure. However, upon noticing the child she held, he was momentarily taken aback, his demeanor shifting to one of wariness. "Esteemed elder, the infant in your arms is my child," he declared solemnly, clasping his hands in respect. He averted his gaze, apprehensive that the woman might perceive his scrutiny as a threat and retaliate. He feared he could not withstand such an assault. The woman in white noticed his cautious behavior and responded with a radiant smile. She refrained from elaborating, fully aware of the precarious nature of the timeline. One could never predict the potential consequences of meddling with it. Even though the youthful man before her was her father, she entrusted the infant to Yu Wulin with the words, "Take care of. Never mind. If you cannot care for me, remember to come to the Huangfeng Empire in 25 years and find that person to bring me back. By the way, my name is Qinglu. You may also refer to me as the Emperor of the Torrential Flow." With that, the woman in white waved her hand, and a golden radiance enveloped Yu Wulin and the little Qinglu. In the midst of Yu Wulin's astonishment and confusion, both he and the infant vanished from sight. Left behind, the woman sighed, "My name is Yu Qinglu, yet due to the constraints of the timeline, I cannot even utter my true name. But why have I come here?" As she pondered, a realization struck her. The stone tablet, so that was how it came to be. Originally, she was from a world set 12,000 years in the future, known as Yu Qinglu, the headmaster of the Moon Spirit Academy. However, due to a cataclysmic crisis, she had been transported to this place. Upon opening his eyes, Yu Wulin swiftly surveyed his surroundings. Upon witnessing the expression on his face, he comprehended that he had returned, back to his own world. He gazed at the child cradled in his arms, reflecting on the recent events, which felt akin to a fleeting dream. Yet, in a mere moment, he was astounded to discover that his hands had become instantly adorned with wrinkles. Moreover, he sensed that his vitality had, in an instant, dissipated significantly. Before long, his visage transformed into that of an aged man. In that fleeting instant, a handsome youth morphed into an elder teetering on the brink of the grave. He quickly discerned that the recent occurrences were the cause of his rapid aging. Looking down at the infant in his arms, the aging face of Yu Wulin displayed a look of remorse. "Forgive me, dear child, for I may need to depart for a time, otherwise, I may not have much longer to live." For the Yu family possessed nothing that could prolong his life. He must venture into the outside world to seek a remedy. Furthermore, that individual had stated, "I shall return in 25 years to the Huangfeng Empire." Before his departure, he named his child Yu Qinglu. Then, amidst the reluctant sentiments of Murong Han and the rest of the family, he left. 25 years later, Yu Wulin returned to this place. Though his appearance had only partially rejuvenated, he had not fully regained his former self. He surveyed the surroundings, refraining from returning to his family, fearing he was an irresponsible father, having neglected his paternal duties for a quarter of a century. Observing the bustling streets, he suddenly overheard that the second princess of the empire was seeking Yu Qinglu, which took him by surprise. Just as he contemplated stealthily observing his child, an infinite rift abruptly appeared in the sky. Gaining clarity, he instantaneously teleported to the Yu family's secluded abode. In the eyes of the acting patriarch filled with excitement, Yu Wulin seized the flintlock gun that the Yu family had safeguarded. He learned that the current head of the family was his child, who was the only one capable of wielding the flintlock gun entirely. Upon returning to the Huangfeng Empire, the ensuing scene unfolded. Yu Wulin utilized the flintlock gun to momentarily quell the spatial tremors while recounting the saga of his family, his gaze falling upon the suddenly arrived Yu Qinglu before the imperial palace. Yu Wulin was instantly entranced, staring at Yu Qinglu in disbelief, murmuring, "How is this possible? She resembles the woman I saw long ago, as if she were her doppelganger." Yu Qinglu, equally perplexed, regarded him with curiosity, unaware that he was her father, though she felt an inexplicable familiarity about him. However, her attention swiftly shifted to the heavens, and upon discerning the phenomenon, she gasped in disbelief, exclaiming, "How can this be? Who has brought our family's treasured artifact here?" In that moment, Yu Qinglu's gaze descended, and upon seeing the throngs of people, she became momentarily stunned. Her eyes widened as a realization dawned upon her. Could it be him? She recalled a figure she had never met, her father, one of the two individuals capable of wielding the flintlock gun. Contemplating this, she fell silent, reflecting on her departure from the Yu family. Liu, there exists an enterprise outside our family known as the Moon Spirit Academy. I suggest you venture there. I am confident that within a few years, you shall encounter your father. Should you happen upon him, do give him a good thrashing before bringing him back. Morong Han narrowed her eyes as she uttered these chilling words. At that moment, the young Yu Qinglu readily agreed, saying, "Yes, mother, I shall certainly confront my father, who has been absent for over a decade. How could he abandon us without a trace?" Morong Han nodded in satisfaction and continued, "Very well, my child, remember, do not strike him too hard. He may appear quite aged now. Just keep that in mind." Chapter 39. The tears of Tokasaki Kurumi. Lunar Qinglu still recalls the words spoken by her mother long ago. Her father's visage appeared aged, and as she gazed at the elderly figure before her, she felt a slight dampness at the corners of her eyes. She bore no resentment towards him, for she had understood the reasons behind his departure from a tender age. Vividly, she remembered a remorseful male voice apologizing to a child. Observing the elderly man, a heavy sorrow enveloped her heart. She was about to utter something, but her gaze was drawn skyward, where she witnessed the alarming acceleration of the spatial tremor. In an instant, the words she had intended to speak were choked back. Beside her, Yu Wulin, noticing the unfolding scene, shouted in alarm, "This is bad. The rate of the spatial tremor is too swift. We won't have time to stabilize the flintlock." He then frantically inquired, "Where is Qinglu? Where is she? Come forth, child. I know you have uncovered my identity. Once this matter is resolved, I shall abide by your wishes." Yu Wulin, in a state of rising anxiety, continued, "I can no longer control the flintlock. Only you possess the ability to do so." Just as he remained in this frantic state, the figure before him stepped closer. "Lunar Qinglu," she said, torn between laughter and tears. "I stand right before you, yet you fail to recognize me. It is truly disheartening. I am here. There is no need to call out." Upon hearing her words, Yu Wulin found it hard to fathom that his child was indeed she. Yet, regaining his composure, he fixated on her with earnestness and declared, "Qinglu, you are the only one capable of wielding the flintlock. Only you can slow the descent of the spatial tremor above, and in doing so we may find that person." Without a moment's hesitation, Lunar Qinglu advanced, but just as she reached for the flintlock suspended in the sky, two indistinct figures materialized beside it, causing her to stagger back in surprise. Those two blurred figures were none other than Tokasaki Kurumi and Tokasaki Hanue. Previously, Hanue had allowed Kurumi to absorb her time. They had intended to utilize the Kakadai to counter the spatial tremor, as it was their signature maneuver. However, the scope was vast, yet they felt it worth attempting. Upon activating the Kakadai, they were drawn to an ominous presence. At that moment, the system issued a task. System task: retrieve one of the lost artifacts, Kurumi's flintlock. Task reward: Kurumi's flintlock. Special task: issued by the spirit of the mental realm C. Shaohai. Task: resolve the unexpected incident, the spatial tremor. Task reward: Valkyrie 10 consecutive draws. Note, the 10th draw guarantees a fully leveled Valkyrie. Beep. The system's identity protection mechanism activated, rendering others unable to discern the appearances of the host and Tokasaki Kurumi. Hanue expressed surprise. Kurumi's flintlock? What is the meaning of this? She glanced at the long and short flintlocks in her possession, then at the two identical flintlocks held by Kurumi, silently exclaiming, "What on earth? Aren't these the same as ours? The system must be malfunctioning." She had not paid much attention to it and instead focused on the task released by Little Hai. A tenfold draw for the Valkyrie along with a fully level Valkyrie, which was quite impressive. However, she wondered why there was an identity protection mechanism in place. Did it truly matter whether one's identity was exposed? She did not ponder this for long. As the space in the sky began to tremble and descend, she turned to her companion, Kyuzo, and said, "Kyuzo, let us head over there," pointing in the direction of the Imperial Palace. "Alright, it will be interesting to see what is truly happening there," Kyuzo replied. The two soared through the air, arriving directly in front of the flintlock gun, where the earlier scene unfolded once more. Kyuzo gazed in shock at the flintlock gun before her, then glanced at the one in her own hand, her mind in a whirl. There's actually another one here. In contrast, Hanue remained composed. Ever since the system had issued the task, she had anticipated this. The crowd below was taken aback by their sudden appearance. Meanwhile, Huang Zhantian flew into the sky, positioning himself opposite them. As two indistinct figures emerged, Yu Qinglu landed back on the ground, her expression one of disbelief as she and her father stared at the guns in their hands. Yu Qinglu struggled to speak. "Is that a flintlock gun? There are 4 of them, and with the one floating, that makes 5. Yu Wulin nodded, displaying a look of astonishment as he replied, "It must be a fake. 4 identical ones? Simply impossible." In the sky, Hanue regarded the man who had suddenly appeared before them and lowered her voice, asking, "Who are you?" Huang Zhantian furrowed his brow, contemplating before responding, "I am Huang Zhantian, the emperor of this empire." Upon hearing this, Hanue was momentarily taken aback, realizing she was facing a significant figure. Beside her, Kyuzo chuckled, seemingly unfazed by his status, teasingly remarking, "Greetings, esteemed Emperor Huang. This is my sister. Please do not stare at her too long, or she might become shy." Initially, Hanue had been quietly listening to Kyuzo, but upon hearing her mention her, she felt exasperated. "Who is shy? I'm not a child anymore, and besides, being shy is utterly ridiculous." Huang Zhantian, having relaxed slightly at her words, inquired, "So, what brings you here?" Emperor Huang, my sister and I are here for a simple reason. To reclaim our possessions, the flintlock guns," Kyuzo stated succinctly. Hanue had informed Kyuzo about the System S task upon their arrival, prompting Kyuzo's straightforward response. Upon hearing the vague figure-esque words, Huang Zhantian, who had initially relaxed, furrowed his brow even more tightly and coldly scoffed. "Since you're not here to assist, I ask you to leave. Why do you still conceal your true identities? Do you look down upon us? Depart immediately. Do you not realize the gravity of the situation? The end is nigh, and yet you come here to create chaos. Don't drag the continent down with you." Gazing at the two indistinct figures in the sky, the impatient tone of the Emperor of Radiance incited immediate ire among the crowd below, their words flowing forth in a relentless stream, yet none bore kindness. As the voices of the multitude clashed, the smile of Kurumi swiftly vanished, leaving her in somber silence. Observing the harsh remarks directed at her, Hanue was taken aback by the expression on Kurumi's face. She was astonished to see tears streaming down Kurumi's cheeks. Was this truly the same Kurumi Tokisaki from the original narrative? In that moment, Hanue felt an overwhelming urge to embrace her. However, it was the very words of those below that had brought her to tears. With a steely gaze, she firmly retracted her flintlock pistol, gripping it tightly in her hand, and coldly commanded silence. Chapter 40. The fractured soul. The crowd below fell into an immediate silence, startled by the sudden turn of events. Han Yu observed the scene, choosing not to speak. After all, the impending spatial tremor descending from the heavens was a manifestation of Kurumi's attack, and this matter must be resolved by her own hands. While she had initially dismissed the disparaging remarks directed at her, her patience waned when it came to Kurumi. Clutching the artifact flintlock pistol tightly, she gazed at the imposing figure of Huang Zhantian and declared in a solemn tone, "The assault from above is my doing. You need not concern yourselves. I will handle it." With that, She denied him the opportunity to respond and soared away. Meanwhile, Shizaki Kurumi, who had been rather subdued, widened her eyes in astonishment upon hearing Han-Yu's words, staring blankly at her as she ascended into the distance. Han-Yu, why do you say such things? It is clearly because of me. But Han-Yu was already beyond earshot, having reached the lower threshold of the spatial tremor. As she approached the nearby fissure, confusion enveloped her. She murmured to herself, did Kurumi not merely touch that peculiar stone before? Why has it led to this? Moreover, this spatial tremor is exceedingly strange. The fissures are segmented, as if this continent were wrapped in something, now fully unveiled. She did not linger on her thoughts for long, as the situation was accelerating. Moments ago, she had nearly been affected by it. Fortunately, her quick reflexes spared her from harm. Otherwise, even she would not have escaped the spatial tremor unscathed. Furrowing her brow as she gazed skyward, she felt a profound sense of helplessness. Her strength was still insufficient. She cast a puzzled glance at the flintlock pistol in her grasp. Just a moment ago, she thought she had glimpsed a figure resembling Kurumi. In an instant, realization dawned on her. Could it be that my future self sent the flintlock pistol back? With this thought, Han-Yu's expression shifted dramatically, and she jested, perhaps to herself, your appearance here must surely hold significance. If I am not mistaken, it is likely my future self who has transported you to the past. Is it not? Just as the words left her lips, the flintlock pistol emitted a brilliant radiance, slipping from her control. Before her, a figure appeared, identical to her own. Ah, indeed, it is I. How astutely you guessed. However, this is all rather mundane to me now. Staring at the figure before her, Han-Yu was taken aback. She had never anticipated that her mere experimentation would yield such extraordinary results. All right, I am you. Do not overthink it. Yet, the current you is oblivious to the events that will unfold in the future, though you will come to understand everything in due time. The Han-Yu emerging from the flintlock pistol grinned, casting a glance towards Yu Qinglu and the others. Han-Yu opened her mouth, unsure of what to say. Conversing with oneself, was this truly happening? Well, my time is limited. I shall soon fade away. I suppose I will still call you Han-Yu. In the flintlock gun. The appearance of Han-Yu was somewhat perplexing, as she felt it strange to engage in dialogue with herself. Nevertheless, she continued, you must be wondering why I am here. Let me clarify that I have come for this peculiar spatial tremor. Upon hearing her words, Han-Yu felt her mind become chaotic. What on earth was happening? Regardless, she acknowledged that you would likely be just as bewildered as she was back then. However, she urged, just remember one thing. Beware of a certain boy, for he bears a significant scar on his back. After saying this, the Han-Yu who emerged from the flintlock raised her hands high and shouted, Time, Emperor. Instantly, a colossal golden clock manifested in the sky, stretching infinitely, reminiscent of the recent spatial tremor. Yet, her expression soon turned grave as she thought, this is bad. The energy is insufficient. It seems those individuals possess only this level of power. Momentarily taken aback, she recalled that at that time, she was indeed seeking energy from herself. Without hesitation, she turned to the still-dazed Han-Yu beside her and shouted, Hurry, transfer your spiritual energy to me. My energy is insufficient. Upon hearing her words, the previously dazed Han-Yu, who had been staring at the sky, quickly reacted and began transmitting her spiritual energy. Consequently, the once slowly extending clock accelerated dramatically. However, the Han-Yu emerging from the flintlock still wore a troubled expression and declared, It's still not enough. Not enough. I am here too, came the voice of Kurumi, who had arrived without notice, grasping both Han-Yu's hands. Seeing her, the Han-Yu from the flintlock felt warmth in her heart and reciprocated Kurumi's grip, absorbing the spiritual energy she transmitted, then closed her eyes. Meanwhile, the golden clock in the sky aligned itself with the spatial tremor's expansion. On the other side, Huang Zhantian and his companions stood frozen in shock, unable to move after Han-Yu's revelation. Could it be that she was the one who unleashed that attack? Huang Zhantian exclaimed in disbelief as he gazed at the spatial tremor in the sky. Moments later, a breathtaking scene unfolded, leaving everyone in awe. The golden clock overshadowed the sun. All right, that is sufficient. declared the future Hanyu as the golden clock enveloped the entire spatial tremor. With a powerful shout, she commanded, "Time! Reverse!" In an instant, the spatial tremor and the golden clock vanished from the sky as if they had never existed. "Well then, my time has come. Until we meet again, my other self, and my beloved Kurumi," the future Hanyu teased, sticking out her tongue playfully before dissipating into the sky. Hanyu stood there utterly stunned, not due to the suddenness of her disappearance, but because it had been resolved so simply. She had braced herself for something far more complicated, and this conclusion caught her completely off guard. Beside her, Kurumi remained silent, seemingly lost in thought after witnessing Hanyu's vanishing act. Nevertheless, everything had turned out splendidly. The crisis that loomed over the entire continent had concluded in such a dramatic fashion. Until now, Hanyu remains perplexed by the enigmatic warning from her future self regarding the boy with scars lurking behind her. Furthermore, she is left to ponder why her own fragmented soul resides within the flintlock pistol. Just moments ago, she discerned the broken essence within the firearm, which cast a heavy shadow over her heart. What calamity has befallen her future self? Yet no one can provide her with answers. Ultimately, only through her own experiences will she come to understand. Chapter 41. The Resurrection of Zero and Entering the Academy amidst numerous enigmas. Only through their growth would they come to understand. On the ground, Yu Qinglu and others, upon witnessing the vanishing rift in the sky, were engulfed in excitement. The inhabitants of Genyu continent remained oblivious to the fact that this event was resolved by an extraordinary individual who had arrived here. Meanwhile, Huang Zhantian and his companions began searching for the two mysterious figures who had suddenly appeared and taken their weapons, namely, Kurumi and her companions. However, their search proved fruitless, and the matter faded into obscurity, returning everything to a semblance of normality. Yuling Academy resumed its enrollment. At this juncture, two figures, one clad in black and the other in white, appeared at the entrance of the academy. The girl in black, with tears glistening in her eyes, evoked a sense of pity among the onlookers. However, their attention swiftly shifted to her companion in white. Upon glimpsing the face of the girl in white, a collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Her visage mirrored that of the black-clad girl. Yet, in an instant, they sensed a stark contrast in aura. While the girl in black exuded an image of an amiable neighbor, the girl in white radiated an intimidating presence, as if anyone who dared to approach her would face dire consequences. Her gaze was unervingly fierce, prompting the crowd to redirect their focus back to the girl in black, whose demeanor was far more comforting. Regardless of their thoughts, the duo in black and white continued forward, undeterred, and approached the faculty assessment before vanishing into the academy. They were none other than Tokisaki Kurumi and Hanyu. To avoid drawing undue attention, they had donned the attire of this world. The girl in black was the recently tearful Tokisaki Kurumi, while the girl in white was Tokisaki Hanyu. The reason for Hanyu's earlier state of distress stemmed from the resolution of the spatial disturbance above. With her face alight with excitement, Tokisaki Hanyu addressed the little spirit within the system space, exclaiming, "The task is complete. I can claim my reward now, right?" However, instead of receiving the anticipated responses from the little spirit or the system, she was met with the last voice she wished to hear. Her expression shifted from elation to one of dismay. "Oh, my little host, have you missed me? Aren't you thrilled? Tremble with joy. I have finally awakened from my slumber." The words of the Zero Spirit resonated within her mind. Overwhelmed, Hanyu chose to disregard Zero's remarks. Yet the spirit persisted, calling out within her consciousness, "Hey, host, don't go silent on me. I finally emerged." Hanyu stumbled slightly, the voice in her head nearly disorienting her. Clutching her head, she furiously shouted, "Go away. I want little Meng to come out." After a prolonged silence, just as Hanyu was on the verge of despair, a voice tinged with tears echoed in her mind, unmistakably that of Xiao Meng. "Sister Hanyu, Zero is bullying me." In her quest to uncover recent happenings, she actually... The words faltered, leaving Hanyu momentarily speechless. "Xiao Meng, how has Zero mistreated you?" A cough interrupted, and the teasing tone of the Zero sprite replaced Xiao Meng's voice. "I merely suggested that, Xiao Meng. Well, and that... Well, never mind." Hanyu was taken aback, The ambiguity of such statements was rather significant. Ah, Zero sister, please don't speak nonsense. You might lead Sister Hanyue to misunderstand. Xiao Meng's shy voice followed, further bewildering Hanyue. Surely it couldn't be as implied. Could it? All right, Xiao Meng. I shan't tease you further. Allow me to explain to the host you should rest now. Your body is too frail to endure what transpired earlier. Off you go. I shall call for you when the time is right. Zero's voice resonated in Hanyue's ears. Flushing with embarrassment, Hanyue found herself questioning the innocence of Zero's words. However, the mischievous tone of Zero soon returned. Host, are you perhaps misinterpreting things? Would you like some electrotherapy? It's quite pleasant. Pleasant my foot. Hanyue retorted angrily in her mind. Oh, I had thought you were rather comfortable before. Zero's cheeky tone followed, aggravating Hanyue further. What on earth was the creator of this system thinking, crafting such a sharp-tongued sprite, especially as the main sprite? She pondered indignantly. Host Hanyue, Zero's voice suddenly took on a serious tone, startling her, as she feared an actual electric treatment was imminent. Yet she soon realized her errant thoughts. This Zero sprite could indeed be earnest at times. Host, allow me to clarify what just happened. You misunderstood. I merely aimed to help Xiao Meng relax so that I could probe her memories regarding recent events. That is all. Upon hearing these words, Hanyue fell into deep contemplation, her mind in turmoil. Is it truly necessary to word it that way? Such implications could lead to misunderstandings, she thought, choosing silence to avoid losing her composure. However, outwardly, her expression remained composed as she followed Kurumi closely. Host Hanyue, I bear both good and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first? Momentarily taken aback by Zero's sudden inquiry, Hanyue pondered the implications of good news versus bad news. Yes, Host Hanyue, which would you like to hear? Zero clarified, her tone disturbingly calm. Hanyue remained silent, aware that good news was likely a rarity. Ever since the Zero sprite had awakened, she sensed that matters were far from simple. With a heavy sigh, she replied, Let me hear the bad news first. Ding. Hanyu, the host. I bear unfortunate news. However, before completing her sentence, Zero suddenly let out a sigh. This made Han Yu's gaze sharpen. She knew something significant was amiss. The disheartening news is, alas, the dreadful revelation is that I shall be your lifelong spirit, and you must bestow upon me a name and design a physical form for me. This is truly displeasing for this spirit. Upon hearing her words, Shizaki Hanyu was momentarily taken aback, and with a surge of anger, she exclaimed, Are you out of your mind? I thought something monumental had occurred, and you merely come forth with this. Chapter 42. The Shameless Zero Sprite. What troubles you, Hanyu? Kurumi inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Cough, it's nothing, Kurumine. Hanyu chuckled nervously, momentarily forgetting that Kurumi was still present. Really? Is that so? Kurumi's narrowed eyes pierced through the veil of Hanyu's insincerity. Truly, it's nothing, Hanyu insisted, her face flushing under Kurumi's unwavering gaze until she was finally released from scrutiny. With a sigh of relief, Hanyu silently resolved to remember this lesson, aware that the sprites could hear her thoughts. Damn that Zero sprite, are you truly foolish? Ah, no. Indeed, I genuinely believe this situation is the gravest of news, the Zero sprite retorted. Hanyu's expression darkened upon hearing the sprite's words. After a moment's contemplation, she sighed. Well then, do enlighten me with some good news. Ding. Hanyu, the host, the good news is that I have consumed all the rewards you just received. Oh, and I also devoured the task from the sea of the spiritual realm. S&T, that's splendid news for you, host? The revelation struck Hanyu like a thunderclap, leaving her momentarily stunned. Unfazed, Kurumi shouted, What did you say? You consumed all the rewards? Indeed. Hanyu, the host, aren't I wonderful? Do you not relish this good news? The voice of the Zero sprite echoed in Hanyu's ears until the last syllable faded away, pulling her back from her stupor. This truly is the whisper of a demon, Hanyu thought, sensing that her future days would be fraught with calamity. Thus, with a cold gaze and a solemn expression, Hanyu stepped through the gates of the Moonlight Academy. Within the Moonlight Academy, greetings. I am here to guide you to the examination venue. A light and ethereal voice resonated in Hanyu and Kurumi's ears. Upon hearing the voice, Hanyu turned to see its source. She momentarily paused upon spotting a diminutive girl standing there. With cascading snow-white hair that nearly brushed the ground, she wore a pristine white garment, adorned with a jade pendant at her waist, and donned boots reminiscent of those Hanyu had worn in her former life, albeit also in white. As she spoke, her pearly white teeth shone brightly, presenting an image of innocence akin to that of a young schoolgirl. Her complexion matched her attire, radiating a pallor of purity. Hanyu regarded the youthful figure before her, feeling an undeniable affinity towards the childlike essence. Approaching with a glimmer of curiosity in her eyes, she found herself exclaiming, "So adorable." "Ah!" Kurumi elongated her tone from behind, moving closer to tease Hanyu. "Who would have thought you were a bit of a pervert, Hanyu?" The girl tilted her head in confusion, innocently stating, "Pervert? Her?" as she pointed at Hanyu. Hanyu felt a twinge of discomfort at the girl's gesture, pouting in displeasure as she glanced at Kurumi. "Could you refrain from saying such things? I am a very good big sister." As she uttered the words big sister, Hanyu clenched her teeth with determination. She cast aside the events that had transpired at Location 0. All right, it's getting late, and I still need to sleep. Today, I am merely here to escort you to the assessment venue," the young girl before them cheerfully announced, noting their lack of initiative to move. Upon hearing her words, both Kurumi and Hanyu ceased their playful antics and followed her onward. As they walked, Hanyu gently inquired, "Hello there, little one, what is your name? Would you be so kind as to share it with your big sister?" The girl leading the way glanced back at the elegant figure draped in white behind her, finding a favorable first impression of her. Sharing a similar attire, she promptly replied, "Big sister, hello. My name is Yueling, and if I am not mistaken, I am 14 years old." 14. The revelation struck Hanyu like a bolt from the blue, leaving her momentarily stunned. She mused to herself that if the system had not erred, both she and Kurumi should be 15. Yet, the girl before her appeared scarcely older than 10. Yueling noticed her expression falter and her demeanor dimmed as she continued, "Actually, an incident occurred when I was 7 years old. Because of that event, I fell into a slumber for 6 years. Upon awakening, I discovered that my body remained as it was at 7. Eventually, with nothing to occupy my time, I came here to assist my sister." Apologetically, she added, "I seem to have spoken too much today. Please consider it a story, dear sister."
Yueling botslichtli.
Hanyu and Kurumi fell into a contemplative silence, unsure of how to respond. 6 years of slumber meant that all her friends had grown, while she remained trapped in a youthful form. "All right, we've arrived. You may enter here, and I shall take my leave." Yueling waved goodbye before departing. Kurumi and Hanyu stepped into the expansive arena, spacious enough to accommodate numerous individuals training in martial arts and magic. They approached the center of the training ground, where 5 individuals, 3 women and 2 men, were already gathered. As Hanyu and Kurumi approached, the 5 turned their heads, momentarily taken aback by the sight of identical girls before them. However, their astonishment was short-lived, as a middle-aged man suddenly appeared before them. The man announced, "I am the assessment instructor, Wang Xia. This will be the final evaluation. I have but one requirement. If any of you manage to strike me, you will pass. Who will be the first to attempt?" Wang Xia proclaimed, standing firmly in place, awaiting their response. "I will," came a voice from among the men, specifically from one of the 2. "Instructor, my name is Wang Xia. I humbly seek your guidance." Wang Xia performed a respectful bow before charging toward Wang Xia. Yet Wang Xia seemed utterly oblivious, remaining stationary. Observing the instructor's lack of movement, Wang Xia felt a surge of excitement. It seemed that the assessment at the Moon Spirit Academy was not as daunting as he had anticipated. The 4 individuals beside her believed that this person named Wang Xia would soon achieve success. Observing this scene, Kurumi could not help but chuckle, expressing her boredom, remarking on the feebleness of the situation, suggesting that she could extinguish them with a mere finger. Meanwhile, Hanyu appeared to be quietly engrossed, analyzing the events unfolding before her. Ignoring the others nearby, she candidly stated that this individual named Wang Xia possessed strength akin to that of a martial spirit, while the peculiar name Wang Xia reminded her of the playing cards she once enjoyed. His abilities were, in fact, rather trivial, barely reaching the level of a martial master. Chapter 43. A twist of fate leads to becoming a teacher. Thus, the instructor named Wang Xia was teasing the child known as Wang Jia. Han Yu spoke in one breath. Upon hearing her words, the others nearby cast her peculiar glances. Among them, a woman appearing to be in her 30s covered her lips with her hand and remarked sarcastically, "Oh, whose little friend is this? Such a bold tone. As if your abilities are anything to boast about." The others did not conceal their disdain as they regarded Han Yu. Although her words were uncomfortable to hear, she chose to ignore them, for soon they would grasp the meaning behind her statement. Indeed, just moments later, Wang Xia, who had previously been silent, sprang into action with a thunderous force. Before Wang Jia, who was astonished, could react, Wang Xia was upon him, a branch pressed firmly against his throat. "Wang Jia, you have lost, and therefore you are unqualified. You may leave." Wang Xia spoke devoid of emotion, though his gaze occasionally flickered towards Han Yu. He had heard her words. Infuriated, Wang Jia shouted defiantly, "I refuse to accept this defeat. I have more powerful moves left." Yet, in an instant, Wang Xia unleashed a ferocious strike, sending the still defiant Wang Jia hurtling away. Coldly observing him, he declared, "A loss is a loss. You think you can still aspire to be a teacher at the Moon Spirit Academy? Begone." As the final word fell from his lips, Wang Jia rose from the ground, casting a ferocious glance at Wang Xia before turning to leave without uttering another word. Han Yu noticed the final look in Wang Jia's eyes. It seemed he had glanced at her, but she paid it no mind, convinced that no schemes could thwart her, for he could never best her. However, as she was lost in thought, her companion, Kurumi, gently nudged her and whispered, "Han Yu, it seems we may have come to the wrong place. This isn't for recruiting new students. The instructor from earlier mentioned that this is an assessment for teachers." Startled by her words, Han Yu's eyes widened as she clapped her right hand against her left, suddenly enlightened. "No wonder there are so few people here. We must have taken a wrong turn. We truly went the wrong way." Han Yu paused, realizing her error, trembling slightly as she turned around. Had they really gone astray? She had been so distracted that she hadn't paid attention to what was being said. "Yes, I heard it too. This is indeed a teacher assessment. Moreover, I sensed something was amiss upon entering. After all, who in their right mind would come here for an assessment at such an advanced age?" With the revelation dawning upon her, Han Yu stood motionless. Yet, while she was lost in thought, the assessment instructor did not hesitate and called out, "Next, who will come forward?" Not long after, only the last male candidate succeeded in his assessment, while the others failed. The successful candidate, Su Lei, demonstrated commendable strength, reaching the peak of the martial master level, barely passing. The remaining female candidates were weaker still, none surpassing even the earlier performance of Wang Jia. Now, only Shizaki Han Yu and Shizaki Kurumi remained, yet to undergo their assessments. They now find themselves somewhat at a loss, for they did not come to assess the instructors. Rather, they are here as newcomers. Stepping forward, Han Yu shyly brushed the back of her head and said, "Instructor, we seem to have come to the wrong place. We are this year's Wang Xia. I will handle the upcoming assessment." A deep voice interrupted Han Yu's words. The group turned to the source of the voice. Entering through the door was a man, Yu Qingliu's father, Yu Wulin. After the incident with the spatial tremor, Yu Wulin had exerted tremendous effort to earn Yu Qingliu's forgiveness. Although he was curious as to why Yu Qingliu resembled the person he had seen long ago, he refrained from asking out of guilt. Moreover, he understood that Yu Qingliu could not possibly be connected to that individual, given the vast expanse of time that had passed. Upon hearing Qingliu mention Yu Linger, he learned about the events that had transpired concerning his younger sister's child during his absence, prompting him to remain here. Should Xiao Yu discover that Yu Linger is a young girl and not Yu Qingliu's biological sister, it would surely raise doubts about his worldview. As Yu Wulin entered the academy, he suddenly sensed a distinct aura. In that instant, his expression changed dramatically. With a composed demeanor, he made his way towards Shizaki Hanyu and the others. As he drew nearer, his face flushed crimson, and upon spotting Hanyu, he realized he had found the person the emperor sought over 12,000 years ago. This was due to the presence of the flintlock gun she possessed. In truth, Hanyu had been holding the artifact, the flintlock gun, all along. For reasons unknown, The zero sprite did not allow her to store it in her item template. Thus, she had no choice but to shrink it and conceal it within her hair. This circumstance enabled Yu Wulin, who had frequently come into contact with the flintlock gun, to sense its presence. Upon seeing the suddenly aged figure, the group froze in astonishment, including instructor Wang Xia. He recognized the man's identity, having overheard discussions with Emperor Huang previously, and was aware that he was the father of the academy's head. However, he had not anticipated his arrival here or that he would personally conduct the assessment. With a sense of trepidation, he greeted, "Hello. Oh, hello. I shall oversee their assessment. You may leave now," Yu Wulin stated directly, dismissing further conversation. Upon hearing his words, Wang Xia did not hesitate and took Su Lei away, leaving only Yu Wulin, Shizaki Hanyu, and Shizaki Kurumi behind. Kurumi glanced at the elderly man before her, sensing something, and revealed a mysterious smile. Ah, how intriguing. This individual bears the passage of time, and yet, it is eroding his very being. Yu Wulin approached the girl clad in white without hesitation, his demeanor shifting to one of reverence. "May I inquire, are you the one who resolved the incident in the skies earlier?" Upon hearing his words, both Hanyu and the contemplative Kurumi exchanged a piercing glance. Noticing their expressions, Yu Wulin hastily waved his hand. His tone laced with trepidation as he insisted he meant no harm, only wishing to convey certain thoughts. However, the intensity of their gaze assured Yu Wulin that his gamble had indeed been fortunate. Hanyu spoke in a low voice, inquiring, "What do you wish to say?" "Before you do, I would like to understand how you knew it was me. I recall leaving no trace, no flaw for you to discern." After speaking, she cast a glance at the impassive Kurumi beside her, feeling a slight sense of relief. In truth, it was the flintlock pistol. I could sense. Chapter 44. Exposed, the game of past and future. It was a flintlock, an object with which I was quite familiar, its essence unmistakable. Yu Wulin elucidated the reason behind it. So that was the case. She had initially thought there was a flaw in the system, but it was a relief that there wasn't. Yet, it was rather alarming how easily it had been revealed. However, the thought of that individual, the one known as Zero, forbidding her entry into the system space, left Hanyu feeling profoundly unsettled. Nonetheless, more pressing matters loomed. With someone aware of their secret, one couldn't help but ponder whether this person might divulge it. Should they consider silencing them? Hanyu contemplated deeply, stealing glances at Yu Wulin intermittently. The gaze she cast upon Yu Wulin sent a chill down his spine. He gulped nervously and raised his hands in reassurance, saying, "Fear not, I will not speak a word. Moreover, if you encounter minor troubles, they can be easily resolved, for my daughter is the head of this institution." Having uttered this in one breath, he anxiously regarded the exceedingly youthful girl before him. He dared not underestimate her. After all, she was acquainted with someone who had lived for 12 millennia, likely having survived since that epoch. It was crucial not to offend her in any circumstance. Upon hearing his words, Hanyue's mind raced. This man was indeed the father of Qinglu. There was no escaping the situation. She turned to the side to glance at Kurumi, who met her gaze and nodded slightly. Hanyu acknowledged. Fixing her attention back on Yu Wulin, she spoke solemnly, "Very well. Let it be as such, but remember, we must not reveal our identities. By the way, we are acquainted with Yu Qinglu, so please refrain from speaking indiscreetly." "Of course, I assure you, I will not speak out of turn," Yu Wulin declared, thumping his chest with conviction. However, this gesture caused him to cough up blood. Witnessing this, Hanyue's eyes filled with confusion, while Kurumi's expression flickered, lost in her thoughts. "What is the matter? Why are you coughing up blood?" Hanyu inquired, her concern evident, knowing he was Qingliu's father. Upon hearing her question, Yu Wulin's earlier demeanor faded, and in a weakened tone, he began to recount the events of 25 years prior. When he mentioned the colossal clock, Hanyu and Kurumi exchanged knowing glances. Once he finished, Kurumi stepped forward, facing Yu Wulin, and stated gravely, "Hello, we have yet to introduce ourselves. I am Kurumi Tokisaki, and this is my sister, Hanyu Tokisaki. Moreover, I can resolve the issue regarding your aging." As Yu Wulin gazed at the girl before him, who bore an uncanny resemblance to the one he knew, His previously pallid complexion flushed with excitement upon hearing she could remedy his long-standing affliction. Trembling, he stammered, "Can it truly be resolved?" Kurumi remained silent, merely nodding in affirmation. However, she refrained from elaborating on how the resolution would come about, instead turning her attention back to Hanyu. Hanyu, perplexed by Kurumi's sudden shift in focus, wondered, "Didn't you just say you could resolve it? Why are you looking at me?" "Hanyu, I require you to utilize the Chronos Emperor alongside me. After all, this individual's temporal erosion is exceedingly severe. It necessitates a simultaneous alleviation of his time decay. One Chronos Emperor alone cannot resolve this matter. Yet if you and I act in unison, we shall achieve it effortlessly." Upon hearing her words, Hanyu nodded in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Yu Wulin observed with a perplexed expression, pondering the term Chronos Emperor. What is it? And what of this temporal erosion? Is my time truly slipping away? You remain perfectly still. Kwang-san instructed Yu Wulin with a grave tone. Remember, do not move regardless of what transpires. Do you understand? Yes, I comprehend, Yu Wulin replied firmly, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. This was the agony he had endured throughout his life. He could not return home. Now that a solution presented itself, he would not hesitate to pay any price, devoid of regret. As he stood motionless before the two young women, Kwang-san, satisfied with his compliance, nodded approvingly, albeit inwardly lamenting, were it not for him being the father of Yu Qinglu, I would not care at all. Nevertheless, if we can remedy his plight, our endeavors here should improve, particularly since he possesses that certain something. However, I must say, the strength present in this Genu continent is rather feeble. Without lingering too long in contemplation, Kwang-san turned to Hanyu and declared, "Very well, let us commence." Upon hearing her words, Hanyu responded affirmatively. Together, Kwang-san and Hanyu approached Yu Wulin, simultaneously proclaiming, "Divine might spirit transform, third phase." In an instant, their garments transformed into spiritual attire, a striking fusion of black and red. Yet, following their metamorphosis, they both cried out, "Chronos Emperor." Boom! Boom! The resonating chimes echoed throughout the expansive arena, but they bore no concern. Whatever transpired here would remain unknown to the outside world. Two towering golden clocks, each standing approximately 3 meters tall, materialized behind Kwang-san and Hanyu, their internal gears slowly rotating. Yu Wulin's eyes widened in disbelief as he recognized the uncanny resemblance to the golden clocks he had witnessed before. However, he remained motionless, captivated by their actions. As the moment to begin approached, Kwang-san called out to Hanyu, "What is it?"
Han är inkured, slightly putslig.
You should be aware of the ability I intend to employ, correct? Kwang-san responded in a somewhat somber tone. Nodding, Hanyu replied, "Sister Kwang-san, you wish to harness the power of the Chronos Emperor, do you not? But will it succeed? After all, the events that have transpired since that time are quite distant. It is feasible, indeed it should be simple." However, Kwang-san paused, glancing at Yu Wulin, before continuing, "His time still resides within him, and it is substantial. Yet, concurrently, his time is eroding, for it is decaying in another realm." With those words, Kwang-san gazed intently at Yu Wulin, aware that fragments of the Chronos Emperor lay within his very being. Upon hearing Kurumi Tokusaki's words, Hanyu was taken aback, utterly astonished by her revelation. The fragments of the Chronos Emperor, how could that be possible? Kurumi sighed, her voice grave as she elucidated. "I sensed it the moment I entered. Only after hearing what Yu Wulin said did I come to a complete understanding. Within him resides a fragment of the Chronos Emperor, akin to ours, yet his is merely a shard, one that can only absorb time." Hanyu fell into silence upon hearing her words. The existence of a fragment of the Chronos Emperor could only imply one possibility, that he had traversed into the future, where significant events transpired. Yet, it might also be attributed to other time travelers, though such a scenario seemed nearly improbable. Hanyu pondered extensively, contemplating various possibilities, but ultimately found herself unable to unravel the mystery. Observing Hanyu's expression, Kurumi discerned her thoughts, yet chose to remain silent. In truth, her own mind was equally tumultuous, grappling with the enigma of how a fragment of the Chronos Emperor had come to reside within him. What had transpired across the continuum of time? Chapter 45. The change of the doppelgangers. Two identical young maidens stood opposite an elderly man in an empty martial arts arena. The old man occasionally wiped beads of perspiration from his brow, his expression betraying a sense of dread, adorned with an awkward smile. Is this truly necessary? He could not help but inquire of the two exquisite doll-like girls before him. One of the maidens smirked, her lips curling into a playful grin as she replied, "It must be done. Otherwise, how else could that thing emerge?" "Enough jesting, little sister," interjected the other girl, her impatience palpable. "Why waste words? Just knock him out directly." As the elderly man felt utterly helpless, his spirits lifted momentarily upon hearing her words. Yet, the gravity of her subsequent statement plunged him back into despair. This girl was more malicious than the first. Did she not realize he was an old man? They were none other than Tokisaki Kurumi, Tokisaki Hanue, and Yu Wulin. "Cease the idle chatter. Let us proceed. Do you wish to prolong this?" Kurumi said, her tone shifting to one of menacing urgency. Yu Wulin, still hoping to negotiate, voiced his dismay. "Must it be this way? Must I be hung up like this? If word gets out, my illustrious reputation will be tarnished." Hanue cast a quizzical glance at him, retorting, "Illustrious reputation? Do you truly possess one?" "Of course. In this realm, I am considered among the pinnacle of strength," he declared, puffing out his chest with pride. Yet, a fleeting thought crossed his mind, prompting him to add, "Though, compared to the two of you, I am but weak." "Ah, ladies, let us not linger in conversation. The sooner we finish, the sooner this ends," Kurumi urged with barely concealed impatience. Sensing her tone, Hanue moved behind Yu Wulin. He sighed in resignation. "Please be gentle. Rest assured, I will ensure you feel no pain," Kurumi assured him, her gaze flicking towards Hanue. Hanue nodded in understanding, silently apologizing. "Forgive me, dear father of the pure stream." With that thought, Hanue executed a swift kick, sending him soaring. "Ah!" he shrieked as he collided violently with the ceiling. Witnessing this, Kurumi shouted, "Hanue, now, strike beside him and force the fragments out." "Understood." Though hesitant, Hanue complied without delay. Upon hearing Hanue's agreement, Kurumi unleashed her flintlock, repeatedly firing into the void beside Yu Wulin, igniting an explosion. Ratat, bang bang. As Kurumi launched her assault, Hanue followed suit, unleashing her own barrage. Meanwhile, Yu Wulin, having crashed into the ceiling, succumbed to unconsciousness. It was fortunate that Hanue had not dealt a fatal blow. Yet, the fragments hidden within the void refused to emerge. Kurumi remarked, her brow furrowed as she surveyed the unresponsive emptiness, save for the echoes of the explosions. On the other side, Hanue too realized that their combined might was insufficient, involuntarily raising an eyebrow in concern. In a fleeting moment, a realization struck, and a glimmer shone in my eyes as I silently mused. I almost forgot my true identity. I have transformed into Tokisaki Kurumi. Suddenly, Hanyu ceased her assault, extending her right hand upward, and proclaimed, "Bullet of 8. Instantly, nearly 100 replicas of Tokisaki Hanyu materialized in the desolate training ground. Kurumi, observing this spectacle, felt a surge of delight. How clever my Hanyu is! I nearly overlooked this technique. While lost in her thoughts, Kurumi continued her movements, mimicking Hanyu's gesture, and in an instant an equal number of replicas appeared on the ground. However, the subsequent events left both Kurumi and Hanyu utterly dumbfounded, completely unprepared for what was to unfold. "So many little Hanyus. Come here for a hug. Era, you belong to me now. There's no escaping." One of the clones of Hanyu, with a disdainful touch to her eye, surveyed the chaotic scene and remarked, "Tokisaki Kurumi, you are now at my mercy." At that moment, the expression on her clone's face shifted dramatically as she gazed at herself, only to vanish. Vanish! She emitted a piercing scream. The original Tokisaki Hanyu felt a twitch in her eye, unable to face the original Tokisaki Kurumi. How embarrassing. What era is this me from? In contrast, the original Tokisaki Kurumi watched with great amusement, occasionally directing, "You, yes, you, go. Do you see that one in the corner? That S Han Yu. Don't let her escape. The Kurumi clone wore a mischievous grin. Era. Dear original, you're quite wicked. Nevertheless, I shall heed your command. Witnessing the original Tokusaki Kurumi indulge in chaos, the original Han Yu's expression turned utterly captivating. Just then, a dozen clones of Han Yu dashed behind the original. The numerous clones, visibly displeased, exclaimed, "Original, you must do something. They're being outrageous and are about to devour us." Upon hearing their words, the original Han Yu's face darkened, and she replied sternly, "Hey, are you still me? Why are you so weak? Kurumi and her clones aren't that terrifying." One particularly dissatisfied clone retorted, "You speak so lightly. Don't forget, you used to blush and faint in the presence of girls." Her words deepened the original Han Yu's scowl. Just as this exchange unfolded, several Kurumi clones spotted the scene and charged forward without hesitation. Watching them approach, the original Han Yu felt a pang of trepidation, gulped nervously, and promptly shot herself, vanishing from the scene. The remaining clones of Han Yu stood dumbfounded, entirely surrounded by Kurumi's clones. Meanwhile, the original Han Yu reappeared before the original Kurumi with a sigh, stating, "Sister Kurumi, is there something amiss with your clones? They're quite over the top."
Kurumi respunda playfully. Ara. Really?
"I think this is rather delightful." The original entity, Kurumi, tilted her head playfully, occasionally glancing at the enchanting events unfolding below. To be honest, her spirits were exceptionally high at the moment. However, beside her, Han Yu's expression transformed into one of sympathy. "You can do it, my avatars," she encouraged, but upon reaching this point, Han Yu found herself unable to continue and exclaimed aloud, "I can't go on like this. May you all fare well." Just then, the original Kurumi clapped her hands and said, All right, enough of the antics. Let us first resolve this matter before proceeding." Chapter 46. I truly became a teacher. In an instant, the once fervent Chaos 3, who had been capturing the doppelganger Han Yu, ceased their actions. In unison, they declared, "Main body, we shall heed your words this time. Remember to release us next time." All right, I promise," Chaos 3 replied, clapping her hands. The Chaos 3s nodded in satisfaction. Meanwhile, Han Yu, who had been listening intently, felt a surge of frustration upon hearing Chaos 3's subsequent remarks. "Goodness, it's back again. I'm starting to feel a bit frightened. My doppelgangers have betrayed me." A multitude of identical doppelgangers stood below, divided into two factions. One side remained vigilant, while the other gazed fervently at them, causing Han Yu's doppelgangers to feel a chill run down their spines. The main body, Han Yu, tapped her forehead, pondering, "Next time, I absolutely cannot collaborate with Sister Chaos 3 using the 8-style bullet." As calm returned, the doppelgangers became aware of their current mission. They steadied their flintlock guns, aiming at the moon Wulin embedded in the ceiling. Bang! Bang! With the sound of gunfire, Moon Wulin was finally jolted awake, only to find himself surrounded by explosions, paralyzing him with fear. Below, Chaos 3 gazed solemnly into the void. "What's going on? Why isn't it emerging? Have I misunderstood?" Just then, a beam of golden light suddenly appeared. Chaos 3 instinctively shielded her eyes. Upon opening them, she was met with an extraordinary sight. Countless golden specks materialized around Moon Wulin. On the other side, Han Yu was momentarily stunned by the spectacle, wondering, "What is this? Why do I feel so familiar with it?" Moon Wulin sensed something was amiss but dared not move. His head stuck in the ceiling, silently praying for the success of his elder sisters. While Moon Wulin was in prayer, the golden light in the void converged, forming an object known to both Han Yu and Chaos 3, the Clock Tower Emperor, fragments of golden gears. Gazing at the gears overhead, Chaos 3 felt a foreboding sense of dread and turned to the stunned Han Yu. The fragments of the Clock Tower Emperor, indeed, but why do they resonate with Han Yu's essence? Yet, while Chaos 3 pondered, the gears above began to rotate in a distorted manner, vanishing in an instant. At that moment, Han Yu was completely entranced, for as the gears manifested, the voice of the system echoed in her mind. "Beep, host. A mysterious mission has been activated. The secret of 12,000 years. Task 1. Discover the identity of the Flowing Emperor. Task 2. Not activated. Please complete Task 1. Beep. Warning to the host. Please refrain from contacting the fragments of the Clock Tower Emperor, as unforeseen events may arise. Beep. Host. The fragments of the Clock Tower Emperor have disappeared within a 100-mile radius. Beep. Host. Moon Wulin's life signs have returned to normal. The resounding system voice left Han Yu completely dumbfounded. The secret of 12,000 years. What is this? Am I unable to return to the past? And what is this situation regarding the fragments that I must avoid? While she was still lost in thought, Yu Wulin, sensing the transformation in his body, hurriedly extricated his head from the ceiling. He descended directly before Hanyu and Kurumi, kneeling before them with fervor, exclaiming, "Your immense grace is beyond my means to repay. I am at your service, ready to fulfill any command." Kurumi regarded him thoughtfully, then glanced at Hanyu, still at the center of her attention, and replied, "Very well, I understand. Let us assume an identity. My lord, what identity do you desire? Perhaps a teacher," Kurumi mused, contemplating their current circumstances. "Understood. I shall make the necessary arrangements," Yu Wulin said respectfully, preparing to depart. However, Kurumi called him back. "By the way, we may not teach frequently, as we are running a store. It would be best if we had a shop here." With the purpose of their arrival now clear, Kurumi articulated her thoughts. Upon hearing her words, Yu Wulin found it curious that someone of such power would wish to open a shop, as if it were merely a matter of a single statement. Yet, he did not dwell on it and promptly agreed before taking his leave. Thus only Hanyu, still in a daze, and Kurumi, contemplating how to lead a better life, remained. Where did everyone go? Hanyu suddenly snapped back to reality, recalling that the mysterious task bore no time constraints. Noticing her return to awareness, Kurumi remarked, "Yu Wulin has left. His matters have been addressed." "That is not what I meant." Hanyu shook her head. "I was referring to my doppelgangers." At Hanyu's words, Kurumi appeared momentarily taken aback, having forgotten that her doppelgangers had vanished en masse. Yet, in an instant, she sensed something, her lips twitching uncontrollably. Hanyu too felt the same, placing a hand on her forehead, lamenting, "You poor things." After they departed, their doppelgangers resolved their issues upon the realization of their absence. Gazing at the azure sky and white clouds, Hanyu felt an indescribable emotion swell within her. Since arriving here, events had unfolded in such strange ways. Hanyu and Kurumi returned to their previous resting quarters, but this time it was just the two of them, as Yu Qingliu's whereabouts were unknown. They spent the day resting, though Hanyu had pondered why both old and new students regarded them with such reverence. She concluded it must be due to their beauty. In truth, after Yu Wulin departed from the martial arts arena, he had informed all students in the academy, including the newly assessed students, that they had encountered two identical girls who were the new teachers. He conveyed that if they wished to become their disciples, the academy would provide any weapons or elixirs they desired. Thus, all students began to investigate the backgrounds of the two new instructors, though they would never uncover the truth. Soon, the day had passed. Kwangsan and Hanyu exited the room, and upon observing the stillness of another chamber, they understood that Yu Qinglu had not returned for the night. Leaving the house, Kwangsan and Hanyu arrived once more at the entrance. Today marked the inaugural class for the new students. Here, instructors would guide them to their respective classrooms. The classes at the Moon Spirit Academy were categorized into 6 tiers. The most commonplace was the ordinary class, where the students possessed the weakest abilities. Following closely was the intermediate class, succeeded by the advanced class, the elite class, and the genius class. Ascending further was the Tianzi class, comprised of students whose strength surpassed their peers, albeit with a significantly smaller number of attendees. Kwangsan and Hanyu were to serve as instructors in the Tianzi class. Chapter 47. The teacher blends among the students. The academy is divided into 4 distinct divisions: the martial combat division, the magic division, the alchemy division, and the forging division. As the name suggests, the martial combat division is dedicated to martial practitioners, while the magic division is naturally for the study of spells. The alchemy and forging divisions are places for the creation of potions and weapons, yet both divisions are sparsely populated. After all, not everyone can master the intricate arts of potion making and weapon forging. Thus, within the realm of Genyu continent, alchemists and blacksmiths hold esteemed positions. high-ranking alchemists and blacksmiths, even among the strongest in the land, are not easily trifled with, and they are regarded as esteemed guests in any empire. Standing at the threshold of a classroom, Hanyu felt a wave of confusion wash over her mind swirling with endless questions. She had parted ways with Kurumi at the entrance, only to be respectfully escorted here by a woman who had appeared out of nowhere. This woman, although not unappealing in appearance, said nothing and simply handed her a book before departing. Holding the book in her hands, Hanyu felt a sense of unease. She swallowed hard and murmured to herself that this book was undoubtedly extraordinary, surely harboring some portent. Nevertheless, she suppressed her thoughts, pushed open the door, and stepped inside. As the door swung open, all the students within turned to gaze at her in unison. In that moment, Hanyu felt a twinge of anxiety. During her previous school days, she had always harbored a fear of teachers. However, upon noticing the absence of a teacher at the podium, she breathed a sigh of relief. She remained silent, aware that all present were newcomers, and thus no one knew her identity. Spotting an empty seat in the front row, she made her way over and sat down amidst the terrified gaze of a boy with a face full of freckles. Hanyu cast a puzzled glance at him, wondering to herself why he appeared so alarmed when she had done nothing to provoke such an exaggerated reaction. Just then, a strikingly beautiful girl from the back row suddenly stood up and walked directly toward Hanyu. Unable to resist the urge to scrutinize her, Hanyu took in the girl's fiery red hair, the spirited glint in her eyes, and her attire, a resplendent red magical robe. In summary, this girl exuded an aura of fierce confidence, striking Hanyu as a strong-willed individual. Before Hanyu could utter a word, the girl spoke. "Hello, my name is Ying. I advise you not to sit here. This seat is taken." At this point, Ying's expression shifted slightly, and she continued, "Though I hate to admit it, that person is stronger than I am, so you might as well sit with me." With that, she turned and returned to her previous position, leaving Hanyu in a state of shock. It was not her words that rendered Hanyu speechless, but rather the peculiarity of her name, Ying. Casting a glance at the retreating figure of Ying, curiosity ignited within Hanyu, prompting her to follow along. Upon noticing the person trailing behind, Ying's heart swelled with joy. Since the moment this girl entered the classroom, she felt an electric spark, prompting her resolute decision to become close friends with her. However, her earlier words held truth. The seat indeed belonged to someone else, a rather difficult individual to converse with. It was evident that time had passed, and this newcomer was more punctual than even the teacher. Curiously, where was the teacher when this girl arrived? Yet, Ying did not dwell on it for too long. As she would say, it was of no concern to her. Whether anyone chose to come or not, they were in Tianzi class, a realm where they all surpassed genius. The number of students in this class was rather small, totaling only 15, including Ying, with Hanyu not counted among them. Dramatically, they had not seen Hanyu or Kwangsan for days and were oblivious to her role as a teacher. Unbeknownst to Hanyu, no one had informed her of the situation. The woman who had brought her had intended to share this information, but upon realizing that this teacher had attained a position at such a young age, she assumed Hanyu was already aware. After all, the temperament of the strong is often peculiar, regardless of age. Thus, she simply handed Hanyu a necessary textbook and departed. Now, the students of Tianzi class engaged in various conversations, while some stared wide-eyed at the teacher's podium. 20 minutes passed in this manner. Just as impatience began to seep in, the door swung open. However, it was not the teacher who entered, but rather a young boy, approximately 15 or 16 years of age. Most of the new students here fell within that age range. As he stepped through the threshold, the previously boisterous classroom fell into an immediate hush. Observing the boy, Hanyu, seated at the back, could not help but inquire of her neighbor, the Ying monster, "Do you know who that is?" Why did everyone's expressions change upon his arrival? Ying cast a glance at her and replied in a low voice, "He is the owner of the seat you just occupied. His name is Zhen Yuhua, the top student of this new cohort." After absorbing this information, Hanyu apathetically scrutinized the so-called top student. He appeared to be an ordinary boy, and she discerned his lack of strength at first glance, yet she chose to remain silent. Leaning on her desk, she boredly gazed at the podium, wondering when the teacher would finally arrive. Was it possible they had met an unfortunate fate? At that moment, the Ying monster nudged Hanyu's arm. Turning to glance at her, Hanyu languidly asked, "What is it?" As she turned, a few strands of hair fell, partially obscuring her left eye and revealing a golden clock-like eye within. Coupled with Hanyu's current languid demeanor, there was an inexplicable allure in her appearance. Witnessing this striking scene, Ying felt a bead of crystalline moisture form at the corner of her mouth. However, she quickly regained her composure, leaving Hanyu to gaze at her in confusion. Can I know your name?" Ying, suppressing her emotions, spoke in a calm tone. Although Hanyu felt a hint of confusion, she nevertheless responded to the inquiry, "My name is Shizaki Hanyu, and I prefer to be called simply Hanyu." "Very well, then. Hanyu, would you care to join me for lunch?" As she spoke, Ying's gaze was filled with anticipation, directed towards Hanyu. This time, Hanyu felt a twinge of caution, thinking to herself, "Is this so-called Ying monster trying to entangle me? Why would someone I just met invite me to lunch?" However, upon witnessing the hopeful sparkle in Ying's eyes, Hanyu found herself conceding. She certainly would not admit that she was vanquished by that look. Rather, she rationalized that her compassion led her to graciously accept the invitation for a meal. Chapter 48. The transformation into a teacher's experience. As they pondered what to have for lunch, Zhen Yuhua entered the classroom. His gaze swept over the students, and upon spotting Hanyue, he paused momentarily. He then lifted his foot and strode towards Hanyue and Ying. The students, witnessing his approach, collectively held their breath, their eyes drawn towards him. However, upon realizing he was headed for the eldest daughter of the Ying family, they exhaled in relief. Ying also noticed the unexpected visitor, her brow furrowing instinctively as she rose to her feet. Yet, Zhen Yuhua paid her no mind, directly approaching Hanyue. Hanyue looked up at him in confusion. She believed she had not encountered him before. "Hello?" Zhen Yuhua initiated the conversation. Though perplexed, she responded, "Hello." Zhen Yuhua regarded her with surprise and curiosity, recalling their previous encounter the day before. He remembered the words imparted by Lord Yu Wulin some days prior. Yet he was astounded that she had come here. Why was she seated among the students? Shouldn't she be a teacher? Zhen Yuhua was at a loss. He wanted to inquire further but was unsure how to phrase his thoughts. So he simply asked, "Hello." It seemed that this teacher was not one to hold grudges, and her demeanor appeared quite calm. Zhen Yuhua nodded. Indeed, she was a teacher, seemingly mingling among the students for their sake. However, the thought sent a tremor of anxiety through him. He had arrived late to assert dominance over the new instructor. Suppressing his unease, he looked at the exceedingly youthful teacher and continued, May I return to my seat?" Hanyue was further perplexed. Why would his return to his seat concern her? Nevertheless, she answered, "Sure." Upon hearing her response, Zhen Yuhua felt a wave of relief wash over him. Concluding that he was in no trouble, he resolved to arrive on time in the future. He returned to his seat, attentively focusing on the podium. The other students, utterly astonished, could hardly contain their murmurs. "Did I hear that correctly? The one who seems eager for a fight actually spoke calmly to someone?" Amidst the crowd, Ying had remained standing since Zhen Yuhua's arrival. Her expression soured upon witnessing him speak to the charming girl beside her. However, upon hearing only a few exchanged words before he departed, she felt a mixture of relief and frustration. Thus, amidst the puzzled gazes of Hanyue and the other students, and the displeased looks of Ying, time passed. The students left the classroom in confusion, as the first lesson had commenced without a teacher. After class, Hanyue exited the classroom and, not far from the entrance, encountered Kurumi, who seemed to be heading somewhere. Kurumi noticed her and waved, rushing over. "How was your first class? Any thoughts?" Sighing, Hanyue replied, "Oh, don't even mention it. There was no teacher, and the classmates were rather peculiar." "Teacher? None?" Kurumi echoed, astonished. Q-sen raised an eyebrow in curiosity and pointed a finger at Hanyu, asking, "Aren't you the one?" Upon seeing Q-san pointing at her, Hanyu blinked and instinctively pointed at herself, saying, "Me? Indeed, I spoke with Yu Wulin, and we agreed to become teachers, though we need not conduct any classes," Q-san replied while gazing intently at Hanyu. However, A thought struck Q-san, her eyes lighting up.
Hanyi.
You surely don't mean to say that you were unaware and ended up among the students? Hanyu sighed and nodded. How could I have known? No one informed me, and weren't we supposed to be students? Who would have anticipated that we would suddenly transform into teachers? Q-san stifled a laugh but managed to hold it back. Well, it's not a big deal, we simply blended in with the students. I'll accompany you shortly. At this juncture, Hanyu recalled something and inquired, Don't just talk about me. Q-san, what about you? Where did you suddenly disappear to? Oh, you mean me? I went to check on our shop. You still wish to be the manager, don't you? So, I had Wu Lin arrange a place for us. Q-san recounted her earlier activities. Upon hearing her words, Hanyu fell silent, realizing that Q-san had taken care of everything while she had done nothing. At that moment, Q-san pointed behind Hanyu. Who is that person following you? Startled by her question, Hanyu turned around. Oh, you mean her? She is a student who was just sitting next to me. Leaning closer to Q-san, Hanyu whispered the girl's name. It's quite peculiar. Her name is Ing Ing Ing. Ing Ing Ing? Q-san's expression was filled with confusion. Indeed, Hanyu affirmed with a vigorous nod. Q-san cast a contemplative glance at the girl with red hair. Since Hanyu exited the classroom, Ing 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 had been trailing closely behind her. Observing the adorable Hanyu conversing with another girl, Ing 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 felt a surge of displeasure. Believing she should be the one closest to Hanyu, she completely overlooked the fact that today was their first meeting. As Hanyu's line of sight obscured Q-san, Ing 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 failed to see Q-san's face. Hey, what are you doing? Suddenly, a voice from behind startled Ing Ing Ing. Just as she intended to turn around for a proper conversation, the voice continued, Both teachers have arrived. It seems they truly are the instructors for the Tianze class. Puzzled by this statement, Ing 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 questioned, Both teachers? Zhen Yuhua furrowed his brow, observing the overly vivacious young lady from the Ing family, unaware that the teachers were seated right beside her. The owner of the voice was none other than Zhen Yuhua, who had come along. However, Zhen Yuhua chose not to respond to Ing Ing Ying's inquiry, as the Zhen and Ing families had a strained relationship, and he could not be bothered to engage in conversation. Had it not been for the presence of the teachers, he would have preferred to remain silent. Without uttering another word, Zhen Yuhua simply turned and walked away. Ing 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 glared at him, biting her lip, and vowed, Just wait until my strength surpasses yours. I'll teach you a lesson. Zhen Yuhua paused momentarily, casting a cold glance at her as he icily remarked, Very well, I shall await your presence. Without waiting for Ing Ing Ying's response, he departed, leaving her behind, frustratedly stamping her foot. When Ing Ing Ying turned her gaze towards Hanyu and the others, she found the area already devoid of people. This was because, while she was conversing with Zhen Yuhua, Hanyu had followed Kurumi in leaving, which was precisely why Zhen Yuhua had said little and departed as well. Hanyu, accompanied by Kurumi, proceeded to visit their current establishment. Chapter 49. A new branch store. Hanyu accompanied Kurumi on a lengthy journey, marveling at numerous unfamiliar architectural wonders. Kurumi graciously shared the names of the buildings she had inquired about along the way. This one beside us is the Enchanted Restaurant, where the culinary delights are sourced from magical beasts, making it rather expensive. Over there is the Armory, a place to purchase various weapons, though none can rival the prowess of your dear weapon, Hanyu. Kurumi continued her discourse, and Hanyu listened intently. As they approached a particularly lavish establishment, Kurumi paused and announced, Hanyu, this is our shop. Let us take a look inside. Besides, we are rather captivating in appearance. At this moment, Kurumi's gaze sharpened as she glanced behind her at the group trailing them. They were familiar faces. Kurumi remembered encountering a rather unattractive man, accompanied by several equally unappealing lackeys, just after departing from the Moonlight Academy. As they passed, the leader of the unsightly group had extended an invitation for a meal, which they had promptly declined, though there had been a slight incident. Nevertheless, a few persistent followers trailed behind them. Kurumi paid them no mind, dismissing them as insignificant nuisances, as long as they did not provoke her. Upon entering the shop, they found the interior spacious yet empty, which astonished Hanyu. Sister Kurumi, this place is enormous. Indeed, it's quite satisfactory, Kurumi replied nonchalantly. Hanyu, undeterred by her tone, was genuinely surprised that Kurumi had procured such a vast space, especially since the exterior did not hint at its grand proportions. Kurumi glanced at Hanyu and recalled, "By the way, I utilize spatial folding to alter the dimensions of this shop, which is why it appears so different from the outside." With wide eyes, Hanyu blinked and inquired, "Spatial folding?" "Precisely. It involves expanding the space of a location dramatically," Kurumi elaborated. "Spatial folding. How impressive." Hanyu admired Kurumi, moving closer and playfully pouting, "Sister Kurumi, please teach me. This is quite simple, really. I only recently mastered this ability here." However, Kurumi trailed off, her finger lightly resting on Hanyu's lips. "There is no time right now. I will teach you when we have the opportunity." Hanyu pouted slightly in disappointment. Must there be a time for that? Sighing, she gazed toward the entrance. Indeed, uninvited guests can be quite vexing. Outside, a group of rather unattractive subordinates respectfully regarded the man before them. One spoke up, "Young Master Huang, those two ungrateful women have already entered that house and have not emerged for quite some time." "Is that so?" Young Master Huang cast a sidelong glance at the man who had spoken. The man was startled by Huang Shi's gaze, and without a moment's hesitation, he knelt on the ground, trembling violently. The other men, equally terrified, looked at Huang Shi with fear. With a cold sneer, Huang Shi shook his body, which was burdened by excess flesh, and declared, "Today, you must bring them before me. Otherwise, you know the consequences of my methods." Upon hearing Huang Shi's words, the expressions of the men grew even more fearful as they fell to their knees, pleading, "We understand. Please, young Master Huang, spare our families." Had your strength not been of some use to me, your families would have been extinguished long ago," Huang Shi coldly thought to himself. These 5 middle-aged men were all martial artists, while Huang Shi was the 5th young master of the Huang family, one of the 10 prominent families in the Huangfeng Empire. Thus, he dared to act in such a manner. However, that morning, as Huang Shi passed by the Moon Spirit Academy, he chanced upon 2 extraordinarily beautiful twins. He was utterly captivated. After striking up a conversation, one of the lovely maidens insulted him with words he despised most. "Fat pig," was the very phrase that left a lasting impression on Huang Shi from the twin, and upon seeing his expression, she retorted, "Fat pig, get lost, or I'll gouge your eyes out. Remember, bring them to me, and make sure to break the legs of the one in black," Huang Shi added menacingly. The 5 middle-aged men exchanged glances, their eyes filled with reluctance, yet they complied with Huang Shi's orders and approached the door through which the twins had entered. "Han, what do you think of these 5 brutes?" asked Kurumi, looking at the imposing figures. "Who sent them, I wonder?" Hanyu yawned, pointing at them. "Who knows? But since I'm in a good mood today, I suppose I'll spare their lives," Kurumi replied, brushing aside her hair that obscured her vision. Upon hearing their conversation, the 5 middle-aged men's expressions shifted dramatically. They were not weaklings, and their initial hesitation evaporated. They decided not to let the girls' words deter them. As they exchanged glances, they intended to strike the 2 girls unconscious. Suddenly, they found their vision blurring. Bang! The 5 men collapsed to the ground. Unbeknownst to them, Kurumi had already appeared behind them, dusting off her hands as she smoothed her hair back. "Let us go, Hanyu. I'll have you Wulin deal with these men later. After class today we shall return," she said, and the 2 departed. However, as they left, Kurumi's eyes twitched, and a shadow swiftly departed from her feet. "Damn it! How did they escape? Have they betrayed me?" Huang Shi glared fiercely at the 2 who had just left. "Since you 5 failed to deal with them, I suppose I shall take care of your families. Oh, and I remember one of you has a daughter. I'll handle that as well." Huang Shi gritted his teeth and said with malice. Yet unbeknownst to him, a shadowy figure gradually emerged from behind. The manifestation of Kurumi observed the corpulent individual, weighing over 300 pounds, and upon hearing his words, comprehended the reasons why those middle-aged men had conspired against them. However, she harbored no sympathy for them. Who could ascertain the nefarious deeds they had committed in service of this glutton? Even if they were coerced, their past actions rendered them irredeemable. Gazing at the rotund figure, Kurumi's eyes sharpened as she turned her gaze towards a particular direction behind her. mused to herself how intriguing it was that this individual had a protector, albeit merely a slightly larger insect. Chapter 50-51. The Teacher Who Cannot Teach. The invincible ones in the shadows. Lung Qiu observed Huang Shi with a frigid gaze. He was an undercover agent from another clan, having infiltrated the Huang family from a young age, and now served as a guardian, covertly protecting Huang Shi. Every movement of Huang Shi was within his sight. Today, as usual, Huang Shi wandered aimlessly down the street until he encountered two young women. Witnessing this scene, Lung Qiu sighed, aware that their lives were about to become complicated. He followed Huang Shi as he accompanied them into a building. Just as Lung Qiu closed his eyes and reopened them, one of the beautiful girls suddenly appeared behind Huang Shi. Startled by her sudden presence, Lung Qiu shivered. He had completely failed to sense her approach. Realizing this, he swallowed hard. At that moment, Kurumi glanced in his direction. Instantly, Lung Qiu froze, beads of sweat forming on his brow, his eyes wide with fear, his thoughts racing. Her aura was immensely powerful, far surpassing that of the head of the Huang family. However, he soon breathed a sigh of relief as the girl before him, employing some unknown means, dragged Huang Shi to the ground amidst his terror-stricken expression, before vanishing from sight. Lung Qiu dared not voice any complaints and lingered in place for quite some time before finally departing, muttering under his breath, "Damn it, Huang Shi must have kicked a hornet's nest." After dealing with the large man, Kurumi returned to her original form and immediately slipped into the shadows. Observing this, Han Yu felt a twinge of confusion but refrained from commenting. She recalled with a start that she was, in fact, male. Reflecting on her recent experiences with Kurumi, she realized that she had become rather frivolous, often indulging in playful antics or acting coy. With a sigh, Han Yu watched Kurumi enter the classroom and shook her head, following suit. Kurumi surveyed the classroom filled with students, noting the resemblance to her own world. Schools were quite similar everywhere. Nodding slightly, she addressed the students. "I am your teacher, but my time is limited. I may only conduct this one lesson." As she spoke, Han Yu stepped into the classroom. The students, having fallen silent upon Kurumi's entrance, were bewildered by her words, thinking, "Teacher? Isn't she a student? And she's only here for one class? How audacious!" Before they could voice their thoughts, Kurumi interjected, "Oh, I have yet to introduce myself. My name is Kurumi Tokisaki. I look forward to your guidance." Upon hearing her name, the students suddenly realized, "Ah, they are twins." Hanyu said nothing, feeling her face flush with embarrassment. Who could have anticipated that after attending one class, she would become a teacher in the next? Observing the student below, her gaze fixated upon her. The expression on her face swiftly morphed into one of acute embarrassment. With a resolute demeanor, she approached Kurumi's side, lifting her head, her cheeks flushed, and stammered, I. Hanyu's words tumbled out in a disordered fashion. Ultimately, it was Kurumi who could no longer bear the awkwardness and interjected on her behalf. "She is also your teacher. In the previous class, she was discreetly observing you. Her name is Hanyu, and she is my sister." Hanyu gazed at Kurumi with gratitude, thinking to herself that Kurumi was indeed the best sister. Upon hearing Kurumi's explanation, the students below remained somewhat perplexed. Ying too wore a puzzled expression. In the last class, it seemed improbable that Hanyu had been observing them from the shadows. Was Hanyu's memory truly that exceptional? Aware of the lingering disbelief in the expressions of those before her, Hanyu felt content nonetheless. As long as she refrained from speaking up, she would adhere to Kurumi's assertion of being an observer in the shadows. All right, Hanyu, no need to stand there awkwardly. Come over here," Kurumi beckoned. After glancing at Kurumi, Hanyu approached without hesitation. "Now, let us commence today's lesson. I intend to discuss the significance of strength." Kurumi added, "Oh, by the way, I believe your families have already mentioned this to you, but what I will share may differ somewhat from what they conveyed. As you are aware, this continent is known as the Genyu continent, where the mightiest are the martial emperor and the holy mage. However," Kurumi paused momentarily, her tone growing somber, "this is merely the beginning. I believe this world encompasses more than just the Genyu continent. There are other continents as well. These other continents may very well harbor ghosts, specters, and zombies. Having said this, Kurumi ceased her discourse, observing the bewildered expressions of the students below. A satisfied smile crept across her face. While she may not excel in teaching, spinning tales was certainly within her realm of capabilities. Yet, her words were not entirely fictitious. Indeed, this world comprises more than one continent. Well, I have concluded my part. Now, Hanyu will take over, Kurumi announced, clapping her hands. Hanyu shot a dark look at Kurumi, silently thinking, "Don't think I don't realize you ran out of things to say," prompting me to continue the charade. Chapter 51. In this land, they are invincible. Well, here goes.
Han är reluctantly nodded in acceptance.
Clearing her throat to alleviate the awkwardness, she glanced at her students, who were intently observing her. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke. As I mentioned, this land is not singular. Hence, there is much for you to learn. Pausing briefly, she felt a twinge of frustration, realizing she had little to impart. She had directly transformed into Tokisaki Kurumi, with abilities innately hers. Like Kurumi, she was uncertain how educators in this world instructed their pupils. As Hanyu pondered, her students, gazing at their youthful instructor, exchanged murmurs before falling silent in thought. Just as their faces displayed confusion, Hanyu addressed them. "Students, I must confess, I am not particularly adept at teaching. Today may merely be a formality, and I might not return tomorrow." Ultimately, she acknowledged her limitations. It was better to be forthright. Kurumi nodded in agreement, while the students stood in stunned silence. Only one class, and then she won't return? What sort of capricious teacher is this? The instructor for Tianzi class possesses such a unique personality, regardless of their thoughts. Hanyu exited the classroom, with Kurumi following closely behind, leaving the students filled with questions. As soon as Hanyu stepped out of the classroom, Kurumi's melodious voice graced her ears. "Hanyu, this place is dreadfully dull. Their strength is so feeble. It feels as though I am playing with infants." Taken aback,
Han är paus, infants.
"If they heard your words, they would surely strive to prove themselves." "Haha, do you truly believe they could contend with me?" Kurumi teased, a smile playing on her lips. Hanyu found herself at a loss for words, inwardly acknowledging that indeed, within this Genu continent, no one could surpass Kurumi in strength. Choosing not to engage further, she walked away, while Kurumi followed, somewhat discontented. In the classroom, chaos ensued. "Ingjia, what do you think they are up to? Are they really teachers?" "I see no evidence of it," inquired a girl with a mole by her eye, addressing Ying behind her. Contemplating the question, Ying grew serious. Just as she was about to respond, the front-row student, Zhang Yuhua, interjected coldly, "Silence. If you doubt their status as teachers, challenge me to a duel." The classroom fell silent, students holding their breath as they stared at Zhang Yuhua, who had risen to his feet. Yet some were not pleased. A sharp voice pierced the air. "I'll fight. Who's afraid?" "Hey, Yingjie, don't. You can't defeat him," cried Su Shui, swiftly restraining the eager Ying. She was the girl with the mole. "Xiao Shui, let go. That was merely an accident last time. Today, I shall reclaim my honor." Ying wore an expression of discomfort. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Yuhua let out a cold huff and coolly remarked that he would not engage with a defeated opponent. Without casting another glance at her, he departed from his seat and strode towards the doorway of the classroom. He recalled the words spoken by Lord Yu Wulin just days prior. Whoever could take her as a mentor would become a registered disciple, and the academy would provide full support for their cultivation. Those were Lord Yu Wulin's exact words. At the time, Zhang Yuhua had been momentarily taken aback, as he had envisioned the two individuals Lord Yu had mentioned. After considerable contemplation, he arrived at a conclusion. They were extraordinary, likely embodying the mysterious phenomenon of rejuvenation, which explained Lord Yu Wulin's endorsement. Thus, Zhang Yuhua now regarded them with utmost respect, although he dared not voice his thoughts. He pondered whether Hanyu and her companion would be incensed if they were to hear his interpretation. Exiting the classroom, Zhang Yuhua chose a direction and departed, precisely the same path taken by Hanyu and her companions. He was resolute, unwilling to concede. Even if they did not accept him, being a registered disciple would suffice. Meanwhile, After leaving the classroom, Hanyu and her companions made their way directly to their newly established shop. Soon, Hanyu found herself back in her new abode. Upon entering, she noted that the burly figures from before had vanished. A brief glance sufficed for her. She was well aware that it was the doing of Lord Yu Wulin. Inside the new shop, the space felt vast and empty, and Hanyu surveyed it meticulously, nodding in satisfaction. Although she had been transported to this world for over a month, her sales had been disappointingly meager. Currently, her inventory displayed an array of medicinal pills and weapons, albeit of D-rank and first-tier quality, along with some one-time use formation discs. Now all of this could be exhibited, as the space was ample, unlike the cramped quarters of her previous dwelling that could barely accommodate a few weapons and pills. Reflecting on this, Hanyu felt a pang of nostalgia for her doppelganger, wondering how it fared, and if it had been bullied by the manifestation of Kurumi. Yet, no amount of speculation would reveal the truth. All she could do was hope that her doppelganger remained unscathed. In the realm of the demon frontline, within the opulent weapon and potion shop, the doppelganger of Hanyu and Kurumi exchanged fixed stares, each sizing the other up. The doppelganger of Hanyu, on the verge of tears, implored, "Sister Kurumi, could you possibly tone it down?" To which Kurumi playfully responded, Era, little you, what do you think?" With that, the doppelganger of Kurumi lunged forward. The doppelganger of Hanyu evaded, her heart yearning for her original self. She wished to express to her true self, "You've truly led me into a pitfall with this business." Alas, no amount of wishing would change her predicament. She could only dodge Kurumi's onslaught. "Achoo! Who's thinking of me?" Hanyu rubbed her adorable nose. Chapter 52. The enigmatic moonling Kyuzo blinked, gazing at the suddenly vocal Hanyu, perplexed by her abrupt outburst. However, her attention soon shifted as an array of items materialized before her. With a slight twitch at the corner of her eye, she observed Hanyu diligently extracting various weapons, elixirs, and formations from her pocket, and sighed in resignation. Unbeknownst to Kyuzo, Hanyu remained engrossed in her task, methodically unveiling each item. In total, there were 1,000 D-grade weapons, including 30 high-quality ones, 200 medium quality, while the remainder were of basic quality. The elixirs numbered 1,000 as well, albeit with a wider variety. The formations, on the other hand, were rather limited, totaling around 200, with fewer types such as the illusion formation and gravity formation. Content: Hanyu meticulously arranged the items in a corner of the shop. Yet, her brow soon furrowed as she contemplated the empty space around her, pondering the lack of supplies. Summoning Kyuzo with a gesture, Hanyu departed from the premises. As Hanyu exited, Kyuzo remained silent, aware of Hanyu's secrets, yet curiosity piqued within her upon witnessing the array of weapons. Approaching, she picked up a round disc adorned with 5 butterflies, each in a different hue. Tilting her head, Kyuzo mused, "Butterflies, are they? Quite lovely, though their purpose eludes me." Setting the disc aside, she then grasped a sword from the ground, noting its intricate patterns reminiscent of the earlier butterflies. Pondering the significance, Kyuzo wondered if Hanyu had an affinity for butterflies. A glance at the other weapons revealed many bore similar butterfly engravings, and even some elixir vials exhibited the same motif. This led Kyuzo to contemplate whether Hanyu truly harbored a passion for butterflies. Meanwhile, Zhen Yuhua, having departed from the classroom, pursued the direction in which Hanyu and Kyuzo had vanished. However, he soon lost track of them, aimlessly wandering. Just as anxiety began to set in, he spotted Hanyu exiting the new shop, his spirits lifting instantly. He hastened towards her, but a sudden realization halted his steps. Watching as Hanyu drifted away, he concluded, "I cannot simply approach her. Such an attempt to seek apprenticeship would surely fail. I must discern her interests first." Nodding to himself, he deemed his ingenuity remarkable and promptly set out to uncover what she cherished. Upon leaving the classroom, Hanyu felt disoriented, uncertain of the shop's location. Returning to seek Kyuzo felt rather embarrassing. Just then, a sweet, youthful voice chimed in her ear. "Sister Hanyu, what are you up to?" Startled by the sudden voice, Hanyu turned swiftly, only to find the pouting Moonling, her presence electrifying. The entire person nearly toppled backward, but she swiftly regained her composure, covering her nose to avoid any embarrassment. Observing the sudden change in Hanyu, Yueling tilted her head in confusion and asked, "Sister Hanyu, are you unwell?" "No," Hanyu quickly replied. Upon hearing that she was fine, Yueling breathed a sigh of relief. She had approached Hanyu out of curiosity upon seeing her wandering about, and secretly, she harbored her own thoughts. She had no friends and yearned for a good companion. Being near Hanyu and Sister Kwangsan made her feel somewhat at ease. "So, Sister Hanyu, what are you doing?" Yueling innocently inquired once more. "Ah, it's like this." Hanyu succinctly articulated what she needed. Without hesitation, Yueling responded, "Sister Hanyu, come with me. I know the place." "Oh, angel," Hanyu thought to herself as she looked at Yueling. Soon, they traversed various locations. Before long, Hanyu brought Yueling to her new shop. "Sister Kwangsan, I'm back," Hanyu exclaimed as she entered. Yueling followed her inside, glancing around in surprise at the items scattered on the floor nearby. Though she was unaware of their value, the sight of the small mountain of weapons and elixirs left her astonished. "Ah, you're back," Kwangsan responded simply, but upon noticing the person behind Hanyu, she paused briefly and said, "Yueling, it's me, Sister Kwangsan. I apologize for the intrusion," Yueling greeted cutely. "Ah, it's no trouble at all, welcome." Kwangsan smiled, though her gaze occasionally flickered towards Hanyu, who was busy organizing the weapons, inwardly thinking, indeed, she is quite the lowly enthusiast. Turning her attention back to Yueling, Kwangsan gently said, "Yueling, please take a seat. I will assist Hanyu in tidying up her belongings." However, upon hearing this, Yueling shook her head, insisting, "I will help as well." Kwangsan intended to decline, yet the determination in Yueling's eyes compelled her to acquiesce. The three of them quickly sorted the weapons, elixirs, and formations. Hanyu looked on with satisfaction at their handiwork. The shop had been transformed, no longer resembling the empty space it once was. To the left of the store, all the weapons were arranged neatly. The elixirs, diminutive in size, were placed under a platform composed of special crystalline stones, encasing all the elixirs. Only the shop's owner could retrieve them, or others could do so with the owner's consent. The arrangement for the disposable formations was rather straightforward, as Hanyu deemed the formations not particularly formidable. They were casually set aside, albeit with some labels. Just then, Hanyu suddenly exclaimed, startling both Kwangsan and Yueling, who were examining the weapons. "What's wrong?" "Sister Kwangsan, I forgot. The invitation for lunch I received is about to expire." Hanyu fretted, feeling anxious, as she was not the type to leave someone hanging after making a promise. Chapter 53, Space Technology. Why? Moonlinger gazed at Hanyu with a puzzled expression. "Yes, indeed," Q-sen replied, tapping her forehead in exasperation as she observed Hanyu nodding solemnly. She turned to Moonlinger and clarified, "Do not heed her words. The person she refers to is Ying, not some why. Oh, Moonlinger blinked in response. "Furthermore, I advise you against dining with her. Today's events have created quite the stir," Q-san stated with a hint of seriousness. Upon hearing Q-san's admonition, Hanyu pondered for a moment before nodding. "I understand." "Good," Q-san replied with satisfaction. Well, what brings you here?" At that moment, a woman's voice resonated from outside the door. The trio turned their attention towards the sound and beheld the sight of Moon Qinglu clad in azure attire, accompanied by a visibly anxious Zhan Yuhua, trailing behind like a devoted follower. Half an hour earlier, Moon Qinglu had completed her tasks and escaped from the princess's quarters. Concerned for the pair of sisters, she returned to search for them. However, she found the atmosphere within the academy peculiar. Unlike the usual tranquility she recalled, today was bustling with students gathered in groups, seemingly in pursuit of something. After wandering for a while, she finally realized that it was due to her father, who had been idly spreading rumors about seeking two identical girls to take as apprentices. What nonsense is this? Moon Qinglu thought, questioning her father's sanity. Nevertheless, she dismissed it from her mind, intent on finding the sisters. Yet, the circulating rumors echoed a resemblance to Q-san and her sister, which puzzled her. Shaking her head, she dismissed the notion, convinced that their prowess was not nearly as formidable as suggested by the rumors. Continuing her exploration around the academy, she soon encountered the returning Zhan Yuhua. Observing him closely, Moon Qinglu furrowed her brow, sensing a hint of Q-san's aura emanating from him. Meanwhile, Zhan Yuhua contemplated what gift might win their favor, hoping they would agree to become his mentors. Just then, he caught sight of Moon Qinglu approaching. Startled, he gazed at her as she drew nearer, his heart racing with apprehension. Could it be that I've offended the academy head? He wondered, fully aware of her identity. It would be quite unusual for a student to be unaware of the academy head, yet her presence now exuded an aura far more formidable than before, sending chills down his spine. At that moment, Moon Qinglu's icy voice pierced the air. Why do you bear their aura? Zhan Yuhua froze, staring blankly at her. I ask again, what is the meaning of this aura? Have you bullied Han Yu and the others? Moon Qinglu's tone grew even colder. With a piercing gaze fixed upon him, she was unyielding. Should his words fail to satisfy her, she had no qualms about resorting to unsavory actions. Zhan Yuhua swallowed hard, his body rigid as he stood frozen in place, and with great difficulty, he managed to stammer, Esteemed Dean, you have misunderstood. I have not bullied anyone. I just left the company of teacher Han Yue and her colleagues. What in the world was happening? Zhan Yuhua, tears streaming down his face, watched as Yu Qinglu entered the shop ahead. Although he was the top student among his peers, in the presence of the dean, he was but a mere subordinate. A surge of reluctance washed over him at the thought of entering. Who knew if the dean might make an unexpected appearance? She was the one he feared most, Dean Yu Qinglu. Her name resonated like thunder in his ears. She was an unparalleled grand mage of the space element, and at just 25 years of age, such youthful prowess was exceedingly rare among those of her caliber. However, it seemed that her formidable power was matched by an equally peculiar temperament. Few dared to offend her, for no one wished to have their home invaded. The space element was notoriously difficult to guard against. No one wanted an unexpected visitor materializing in their abode. Coupled with her immense strength, those of lower ranks could not even perceive her presence. There was no privacy to be had. Yet, there were indeed audacious souls who dared to provoke Yu Qinglu, and those individuals often found themselves bereft of a home. As Zhan Yuhua stepped into the shop, his expression was initially one of desolation. However, he was instantaneously taken aback by the scene before him. The space was vast, a layered expanse. Without thinking, Zhan Yuhua exclaimed loudly, but he quickly regained composure, lowering his head to diminish his visibility. This was because the four individuals in front were staring at him, sending a shiver down his spine. Yu Qinglu withdrew her gaze, surveying the surroundings. Upon her entrance, she had noticed that the space had been augmented by the powers of the space element, and she felt not a trace of spatial fluctuation, indicating that there was no issue here. Her expression remained calm, yet her heart was filled with astonishment. Who could wield such extensive spatial abilities, and with such stability? If it were her, she could never achieve such a feat. Yu Qinglu pondered introspectively, ultimately shaking her head. She could not reach that level of mastery. Her own capabilities allowed for only a modest expansion of space, far inferior to what lay before her. As these thoughts occupied her mind, she turned her attention to the two sisters, Kurumi and Han Yue, who seemed far more complex than she had initially surmised. Chapter 54. 1,000 exquisite weapons. Yu Qinglu furrowed her brow, casting a deep glance at Q-san and her companions. Uncertainty gnawed at her thoughts. She had initially intended to lead them, but the scene before her was disconcerting. Observing Yu Qinglu's expression, Han Yue sensed trouble. The weapons and elixirs here held vast potential, and she struggled to find the right words to explain it. Meanwhile, Q-san exhibited no emotion whatsoever, appearing utterly indifferent to Yu Qinglu's realization. In truth, Q-san had contemplated this matter previously, but upon reflection, she realized that there was no one stronger than them in the Genyu continent. Why concern themselves with so many trivialities when direct action would suffice? Thus, she confidently approached Yu Qinglu, her voice clear and melodious, stating, "Qinglu, all the items here belong to me." As she spoke, Q-san gestured towards the visibly anxious Han Yue. "Oh, and this space was created by me." The latter part of her statement was delivered with a teasing glint in her eyes, fixed on Yu Qinglu. Yu Qinglu, unfazed by her gaze, was instead rendered speechless by the implications of her words. Her expression shifted entirely, shock illuminating her features as she stared incredulously at both Hanyu and Q-san. What had she just said? The weapons and elixirs that perplexed her were all Hanyu's? Moreover, she had claimed to be the architect of this space. It was simply beyond belief, yet they bore no reason to deceive her. If Q-san's assertions held any truth, it was nothing short of astonishing. Here was a girl, no older than 15 or 16, perhaps even more formidable than her own esteemed archmage. Was she some kind of prodigy? Yu Qingliu's mind raced with astonishment, her mouth agape in disbelief. Meanwhile, Zheng Yuhua nearly fell to his knees, grappling with the veracity of Q-san's claims. Did he genuinely believe her? He found himself wavering in his conviction. However, the earlier words of Lord Yu Wulin had sown seeds of doubt in his mind. Yet, he could only maintain a stoic presence. After all, he was in the company of a formidable figure. It was better to allow her to converse with the two even greater powerhouses. He was merely a bystander, a fish out of water, and wished to remain inconspicuous. Hanyu gazed at Q-san in astonishment. Q-san's eyes met hers, revealing a mixture of surprise and intrigue. Clearly, Hanyu had spoken too soon. As Hanyu furrowed her brow in confusion, Q-san offered her a playful smile. Ah! Hanyu blinked, pondering whether Q-san had grasped her meaning or remained perplexed. She regarded the radiant smile on Q-san's face. Taking a deep breath, Yu Qinglu attempted to quell her astonishment and temper her tone, though her voice still trembled. After all, she had previously perceived them as two fragile women. Who would have anticipated their sudden emergence as formidable individuals? Is what you say true? You are not deceiving me? Upon hearing her words, Q-san remained silent but nodded affirmatively. The sight of her nod sent a chill through Yu Qinglu, affirming the truth of her claims. How embarrassing it was that she had once wished to protect the two of them. The thought caused her lips to twitch in mortification. Such prowess is unnecessary for her, yet she remains relatively unperturbed. Although a hint of dissatisfaction lingers within her, even if Kurumi were to assert that her strength vastly surpassed hers, she would scarcely believe it, given her tender age and naivety. Unless Kurumi were to showcase her abilities, she has discerned through recent interactions that Kurumi and her companions are not particularly fond of combat. Before her stands a Kurumi, serene to an almost unsettling degree, juxtaposed with a tense Hanyu, who gazes at her anxiously. With a resigned sigh, she reflects that whatever may come, she has no need to concern herself with the might of others, for it was she who brought them back. As these thoughts swirl in her mind, Yu Qinglu feels her spirits lifting considerably. At that moment, she recalls the weapons, elixirs, and the enigmatic circular object before her. Unfamiliar with the round item, which is a one-time formation, her curiosity piqued. She inquires, Hanyu, what is the story behind this weapon, the elixir, and that circular object? Kurumi, upon hearing Yu Qingliu's words, perceives her attempt to divert the earlier conversation but chooses not to expose it, recognizing that discussing such trivial weapons and elixirs would be unwise. However, she is taken aback by the fact that Yu Qinglu is genuinely intrigued by these items. Hanyu, feeling summoned by Yu Qingliu's attention and grateful for the change of subject, hastens to the weapons, quickly retrieving a short blade from its rack. The gleaming edge of the blade catches the light momentarily. This short blade is called the Duan blade, Hanyu explains. It grants the wielder an increase of 10 points in strength, with a certain probability of triggering a wind blade. After delivering this information in one breath, she shyly adds that most of the remaining weapons are merely sturdy common items, with only a few possessing additional abilities. Yu Qinglu, however, is oblivious to Hanyu's subsequent remarks. Utterly captivated by the short blade, she gazes at its sharp edge, sensing the currents of air swirling around it. She can intuit that this short blade is, at the very least, a weapon of terrestrial grade, perhaps even more. Astounded, she surveys the approximately 1,000 weapons surrounding her, each radiating a hint of brilliance. None of these weapons fall below the profound grade. In the hierarchy of weaponry on the continent of Genu, the levels are classified from highest to lowest as celestial, terrestrial, profound, and yellow, with each tier further divided into inferior, medium, superior, and exceptional grades. Chapter 55. Earth-level elixirs. Although the Shen-level weapons held little significance for her, They were far from ordinary merchandise. To her astonishment, she discovered an array of Shen-level weapons priced around 1,000. Yu Qinglu gazed in amazement at the assortment of weaponry, momentarily taken aback. Observing Yu Qingliu's surprise, Han Yu felt puzzled. After all, weren't these simply the most rudimentary D-level weapons? What could possibly warrant such astonishment? Yu Qinglu, momentarily stunned by her words, inquired with curiosity, D-level weapons? Indeed, replied Han Yu, her expression perplexed as she looked at Yu Qinglu, unable to comprehend the source of her astonishment. After a calm glance at the astonished Zhen Yuhua standing behind Yu Qinglu, Kuang Sen silently mused to herself, it seems that in the Zhenyu continent, D-level weapons are regarded with considerable reverence. Gently shaking her head, she concluded that the rankings on this continent were rather low, and if possible it would be wise to depart from this place. She wondered when Han Yu's system would undergo an upgrade. With a sigh, she pondered whether that system was a blessing or a curse. D-level weapons? Surely not, aren't these Shen level? Yu Qingliu's expression deepened in confusion. Ah! Han Yu hesitated, realizing her mistake. Shen level? Oh dear, I almost forgot this pertains to the system's classification, not the weapon hierarchy of this continent. After a moment's reflection, she continued, ah yes, these are Earth-level weapons. Look, the weapon in my hand is indeed Earth-level, isn't it? Han Yu laughed awkwardly, having acquired a weapon from Zero, though she was uncertain about its classification. However, Zero assured her that it would suffice. Yu Qinglu remained skeptical, convinced she must have misheard, yet she refrained from questioning further. Her attention shifted to the elixirs displayed on the platform. Her curiosity piqued. And those elixirs over there? Ah. Elixirs, Han Yu hesitated to respond directly. Instead, she retrieved one elixir and offered it to Yu Qinglu. Sister Qinglu, you may inspect it yourself. Although the elixirs currently belong to me, I did not create them. I merely handle their sale. Not yours? That makes sense. Becoming an alchemist is no simple feat. Yu Qinglu mused internally but chose not to voice her thoughts. Gazing at the bottle, which contained a solitary blue elixir, she felt uncertain. Had Han Yu not claimed it was an elixir, she might have mistaken it for a mere blue orb. With a serious expression, she asked, Han Yu, may I take it out for a closer look? Ultimately, she decided against it, realizing she could not discern its nature without removing it. Upon hearing her request, Han Yu nodded affirmatively without hesitation. It's fine. Feel free to take it out. Encouraged by her response, Yu Qinglu swiftly opened the bottle. Instantly, both she and Zhen Yuhua shivered. So cold, Zhen Yuhua exclaimed. In contrast, Kuang San and Han Yu remained composed, displaying no discomfort whatsoever. Yu Qinglu, silent and serious, gazed intently at the elixir inside the bottle before reaching out to extract it. The moment she did, the air in the room grew even colder. Moreover, a few shards of ice manifested in the air above the elixir. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Yu Qinglu could no longer maintain her composure and exclaimed in astonishment, a top-tier Earth-level elixir. Only elixirs of top-tier Earth-level or higher can exhibit such phenomena. Clearly, this elixir's manifestation is at least of top-tier Earth-level. Upon hearing Yu Qingliu's words, Zhen Yuhua was left in a state of shock. She had never encountered an Earth-level elixir in her lifetime. Han Yu gazed at their exaggerated reactions with incredulity, inwardly criticizing their lack of experience. If I were to present a C-grade elixir, they would surely be beside themselves with excitement. As she replaced the lid on the vial, Yu Qinglu seemed somewhat dazed, pondering whether she had not fully awakened today or if her prolonged interaction with that lascivious fellow, Huang Shui, had left her in a stupor. Staring blankly at the composed Shi Han Yu before her, she finally managed to utter, I think I shall return home now. I need to rest, perhaps I am simply too fatigued. Without looking back, she departed, inadvertently dragging the still dumbfounded Zhen Yuhua along with her. Sighing, Han Yu reached out as if to stop them but was restrained by Kurumi beside her. Let Yu Qinglu take a moment to compose herself. She will undoubtedly return tomorrow. At Kurumi's words, Han Yu displayed a resigned expression, lamenting the absurdity of the situation. The system's low-level weapon elixirs were treated with such exaggeration here. Very well then, Kurumi. Let us go and have something to eat. We have yet to dine. Meanwhile, at the demon front in the first border garrison, the garrison had been established to repel the sudden emergence of the demon race on this continent, uniting all nations in their defense. This stronghold was under the protection of the Huangfeng Empire. On the walls of the garrison, Fu Qingxia observed the demons below with a grave expression. He was the first to have met Han Yu and served as the supreme leader of the Bai Legion within the Huangfeng Empire. However, his demeanor was now one of profound seriousness, as if he had encountered something beyond comprehension. Chapter 55. Earth-level elixirs. Although the Shen-level weapons held little value for her, they were certainly not commonplace items. To her astonishment, there existed Shen-level weapons priced around 1,000. Yu Qinglu gazed in wonder at the array of weapons displayed, momentarily taken aback. Observing Yu Qingliu's surprise, Han Yu found it peculiar. After all, were these not merely the most basic D-level weapons? What warranted such astonishment? Yu Qinglu, momentarily stunned, inquired with curiosity, D-level weapons? Indeed, are these not D-level weapons? Is there an issue? Han Yu replied, her expression one of confusion as she regarded Yu Qinglu, unable to fathom the source of her amazement. Kong San cast a calm glance at the astonished Zhen Yuhua behind Yu Qinglu, noting his shocked expression. It seemed that, in the realm of Zhenyu, D-level weapons were indeed held in high regard. Shaking her head slightly, she mused that the hierarchy in this land was rather low. If possible, she ought to depart from here. Yet, she wondered when Han Yu's system would undergo an upgrade. With a sigh, she pondered whether that system was a blessing or a curse. D-level weapons? Surely these must be Shen-level weapons? Yu Qingliu's expression grew even more perplexed. Ah! Han Yu stammered. Shen-level? Oh no, I nearly forgot. This is the system's categorization, not reflective of the weapon grading in this realm. With a flicker of realization, she exclaimed, right, it's Earth-level weapons. You see, the weapon I hold is indeed Earth-level, isn't it? Han Yu chuckled, having procured a weapon from Zero, though she was uncertain of its ranking. Nonetheless, Zero assured her it was adequate for her needs. Yu Qinglu remained somewhat skeptical. She believed she must have misheard, yet she refrained from further inquiry. Turning her attention to the elixirs on the platform, she curiously asked, what about those elixirs over there? Elixirs. Han Yu hesitated to respond directly. Instead, she produced an elixir and presented it to Yu Qinglu, saying, Sister Qinglu, take a look for yourself. Although the elixir is currently mine, I did not create it. I am merely responsible for its sale. Not yours? That makes sense. Becoming an alchemist is no simple feat. Yu Qinglu mused internally, though she kept this thought to herself. Gazing at the vial in her hand, she noticed a solitary blue elixir resting within. Without removing it, she could not ascertain its nature. Had Han Yu not claimed it was an elixir, she might have mistaken it for a mere blue orb. With a serious demeanor, she asked, Han Yu, may I take it out and examine it? Ultimately, Yu Qinglu decided to forego her hesitation, realizing she could not discern its properties without examining it directly. Upon hearing her request, Han Yu nodded without hesitation. It's fine. Feel free to take it out. Encouraged by her response, Yu Qinglu promptly opened the vial. Instantly, both she and Zhen Yuhua shivered, exclaiming, Brr, how cold. In contrast, Kong San and Han Yu remained composed, unaffected by the sudden chill. Yu Qinglu, silent and grave, focused intently on the elixir within the vial, extending her hand to retrieve it. The atmosphere in the room grew even colder. A subtle frost appeared amidst the elixirs in the air. Witnessing this spectacle, Yu Qinglu could no longer maintain her composure, exclaiming in astonishment, a pinnacle-grade elixir. Only elixirs of pinnacle grade or above could manifest such extraordinary phenomena. The anomaly of this elixir undoubtedly indicated it was of at least pinnacle grade. Upon hearing Yu Qingliu's words, Zhen Yuhua was rendered speechless, for she had never encountered a pinnacle-grade elixir in her lifetime. Han Yu looked at their exaggerated reactions with a mixture of disbelief and amusement, silently mocking their lack of discernment. If I were to present a C-grade elixir, they would surely be beside themselves with excitement. After sealing the vial once more, Yu Qinglu appeared somewhat dazed, pondering whether she had not fully awakened today, or if her prolonged interaction with that lecherous fellow, Huang Shui, had left her in a state of disarray. gazing blankly at the composed Shiji Hanyu before her. She struggled to articulate, "I think I shall take my leave for today. I need to rest. I may be more fatigued than I realized." With that, she departed without a backward glance, inadvertently dragging the still stunned Zhen Yuhua along with her. Sighing, Han Yu extended her hand, intending to intervene, only to be halted by Kurumi beside her. "Let Yu Qinglu calm down. She will surely return tomorrow." Han Yu's expression conveyed her exasperation at the situation. What is going on? The system's low-tier weapon elixirs are being treated with such reverence here. "Very well, Kurumi. Let us find something to eat. We have yet to dine." Meanwhile, at the demon front line, the first boundary garrison stood resolute. Since the sudden emergence of the demon race in this land, all nations had united to repel the encroaching threat. This location was under the watchful guard of the Huangfeng Empire. Upon the garrison's walls, Fu Qingxia gazed intently at the demons below, his expression grave. He was the first to meet Han Yu and held the esteemed position of the supreme commander of the Bai Yi Legion within the Huangfeng Empire. However, his demeanor now was one of profound seriousness, as if confronted with an unfathomable occurrence. "Thank you for visiting 7 Cats to read books for free. 7 Cats offers free novels, with a century of free reading ahead. A plethora of authentic literature awaits your discovery. We welcome your comments in support of this work." Chapter 56. A cataclysmic turn of events, my lord. I have summoned the brethren who were out, as well as the mercenaries who have collected their bounties. They are now stationed within the garrison. A man clad in white armor hastily approached Fu Qingxia, kneeling on one knee in a gesture of respect. Upon hearing his words, Fu Qingxia turned his head, glanced at him, and nodded. "Very well, I shall proceed at once. By the way, why did you not bring them along?" Fu Qingxia's gaze swept over him, sensing something amiss. He recalled not having seen the soldier in the ranks before. However, he soon dismissed his thoughts, reasoning that many new recruits had recently joined, and this soldier was likely among them. "Due to the urgency of time, my abilities and speed necessitated my early arrival. They are still en route," the soldier replied. "Oh, I see," Fu Qingxia said, suspending his doubts. This was plausible, given the pressing time constraints. It was reasonable for the soldiers and mercenaries to be somewhat slower, thus his early arrival was acceptable. Yet, from a perspective unseen by him, a crimson glimmer flickered in the eyes of the soldier behind him, and a sinister smile crept across his lips. Fu Qingxia sensed something, swiftly turning his head. However, upon seeing only the soldier behind him, he resumed his forward gaze, pondering the oddity of the situation. He had distinctly felt a strange aura moments ago, yet there was only the soldier behind him. Could he be the source of the anomaly? It appeared that caution was warranted. Casting a sidelong glance at the soldier trailing him, he continued onward. He soon reached the garrison, for on this continent, the prowess of a martial king was characterized by remarkable speed. Even those of lower ranks would not lag significantly. The soldier followed closely, always quickening his pace just as he seemed on the verge of falling behind Fu Qingxia. This behavior struck Fu Qingxia as suspicious, prompting him to inquire, "What is your name? Who is your squad leader?" "My lord, my name is Lin Yi, and my leader is..." Lin Yi answered in a subdued tone, his head bowed. However, he faltered when mentioning his leader, lifting his gaze to stare intently at something behind Fu Qingxia. Just as Fu Qingxia was about to question his silence, a frail voice echoed from behind. "My lord, run. It's a trap." Before Fu Qingxia could react, Lin Yi, standing before him, suddenly broke into a grin, extending a blood-red tongue that shot toward Fu Qingxia. Thud! The sound of flesh being pierced by a sharp object resonated. Fu Qingxia grimaced, clutching his wounded shoulder, and bellowed in fury, "Who are you?" Cough. "My lord." He is one of the demonic clan. The individual who had previously warned Fu Qingxia approached his side, moving slowly. Fu Qingxia cast a glance at the newcomer, his eyes widening in disbelief. "You are..." The newcomer, garbed in white armor that appeared to have been battered and torn, was bleeding profusely from his head, droplets falling to the ground. Moreover, the creature before him bore an uncanny resemblance to the soldiers he once knew. No, the figure now standing was indeed one of the demonic clan. Coughing violently, Lin Yi expelled a mouthful of blood, gritting his teeth as he glared at the demon that had taken on his likeness. He turned to Fu Qingxia and explained, previously, I accompanied my squad leader to rally our comrades, only to be ambushed unexpectedly. As he spoke, he gestured towards the demon before him, its long tongue flicking out and its demeanor dismissive, as if it regarded them with utter disdain. Have you finished? I have grown weary of this charade. Now I shall bid you farewell in this very place. She was originally named Qi, a member of the royal lineage of the demonic clan. Such covert missions were not typically her domain. However, for reasons unbeknownst to her, her father had ordered her to undertake this task personally, claiming that the elders had returned, and the demonic clan could finally breach the barriers to descend upon the realms of Zhenyu, Jinhao, and Jintian. Initially reluctant, she was unceremoniously struck by a sudden intruder, compelling her to comply with his commands. Thus, she assumed the role known to this continent as the Vanguard. To gather intelligence, she ventured here, only to find the inhabitants woefully weak. With little effort, she incapacitated 2 individuals she encountered, subsequently transforming into one of them to glean more information. Upon learning that this individual was rallying the highest-ranking officials in the area, she devised a plan, only to discover that the locals were far too feeble for her interests. Growing disinterested, she resolved to eliminate this highest official instead. Upon hearing her words, Fu Qingxia's expression grew serious, realizing the formidable strength of this demon. It was likely that they might lose their lives here today, yet the events transpiring must be communicated beyond this place. As this thought crossed his mind, he quickly devised a plan. Seizing the opportunity while the demon remained unengaged, he retrieved a pill from his possession and hurled it towards Lin Yi. Instinctively, Lin Yi caught it, though he hesitated to consume it immediately. With great difficulty, he addressed Fu Qingxia, My lord, exercise utmost caution. His power is formidable. Cough, I am gravely injured. I am nearing my limits. If I do not receive treatment soon, my life may be forfeit. Oh my, what a lively scene we have here. Are you all well? At that moment, 2 melodious voices echoed in their ears. Chapter 57. Is it so bad to be a homebody? Fu Qingxia and Lin Yi were taken aback, astonished to discover the presence of others in this place. The demoness in Qian immediately became vigilant, scanning her surroundings, unable to discern the source of the voice that had echoed. Oh dear, don't turn around, exclaimed Tokisaki Kurumi from the rooftop of the stronghold, instantly drawing the attention of the 2 below and the demoness. Upon realizing they were merely 2 young girls, Fu Qingxia and Lin Yi's expressions grew even more tense, while Qian's demeanor shifted dramatically. With a flick of her wrist, her appearance transformed. She morphed from a man into a woman clad in audacious red attire, her crimson hair cascading around her waist, her previously elongated tongue returning to a normal state. Tokisaki Kurumi remained impassive, her expression unchanged. However, the moment Fu Qingxia and Lin Yi witnessed this metamorphosis, they were struck with astonishment. You! Fu Qingxia stammered, pointing at Qian, rendered speechless not by a lack of will, but by sheer shock. The revelation that the true form of a demon could resemble that of a human was utterly staggering. While there had been instances of transformations into human-like forms, the resemblance had never been this uncanny in all his years of life. Well, Tokisaki Kurumi whistled, transformation time. Just like you, Xiao Yuanyuan, her companion, the doppelganger Han Yu, looked on helplessly at Kurumi's teasing. Indeed, they were the doppelgangers of Tokisaki Kurumi and Tokisaki Han Yu from the Valkyrie shop at the demon front. Initially, they had languished in boredom within the shop when suddenly a bloodied soldier barged in. Exchanging glances, Kurumi and Han Yu recognized a guest had arrived. After tending to the soldier's injuries, he explained the source of his bloodied state. Since you have saved my life, I shall answer your inquiries, but I can only provide brief responses as I must return swiftly. Otherwise, dire consequences await. Upon hearing his words, Kurumi's eyes sparkled with intrigue, while Han Yu chuckled awkwardly, anticipating that Kurumi would soon wish to venture out. Isn't it nice to stay at home? Is it not good to be a homebody?
Han Yu lamented.
However, regardless of her protests, Kurumi was determined to investigate the demon the soldier had mentioned. Reluctantly, Han Yu acquiesced and accompanied her. Soon, They learned from the soldier that the demon might have already reached the stronghold of the Huangfeng Empire at the demon front. With this newfound information, and amidst the soldier's astonished gaze, Kurumi and her companion hastened towards the stronghold. On the rooftop of the stronghold, Han Yu furrowed her brow, gravely addressing the ever-excited Kurumi. Kurumi, I find it difficult to gauge her strength. Ah, little Yuan, call me sister, and I believe we have discerned a hint of her power. It seems her strength is quite comparable to ours. As the conversation continued, Kurumi's gaze grew somewhat somber. After all, here they were merely avatars of her true self. Yet, even as mere manifestations, they transcended the limitations of this world. To her astonishment, the demoness before them had also surpassed those boundaries. If a few more like her were to appear, their chances of survival today would be gravely diminished. The disparity between their strength and that of their true form remained significant, and without the ability to summon angels, they were left with only 2 flintlock pistols. Although these pistols exceeded the weapon classifications of this realm, within the confines of the demigod tier, one could not dismiss the presence of the demoness standing before them. A mocking smile curled on Qian's lips as she regarded the 2 figures above. I thought they were divine beings. Turns out they are merely 2 little thieves. However, as she spoke, her concealed hand crushed something behind her back, producing a sharp crack that echoed like shattering glass. The others in the room immediately changed their expressions upon hearing the sound. Even Kurumi atop the roof visibly shifted. Xian Yu, instead of focusing on the demoness below, cast a grave look towards the distant void at the border. There, peculiar sounds emanated. A series of crackling noises reminiscent of grinding teeth. Kurumi's expression finally darkened as she shouted without hesitation, "Cover your ears." She swiftly clasped her hands over her ears. Xian Yu, hearing her command, followed suit without a moment's pause. However, Fu Qingxia and Lin Yi below remained oblivious to the urgency of the situation. Cover our ears. They stared incredulously at the 2 girls above, wondering why such an action was necessary. But before they could voice their confusion, the ensuing events revealed the reason for the warning. A sudden, invisible wave swept across the land without warning, spanning an impressive radius of 500 kilometers. This was followed by a terrifying roar, as vast expanses of earth were violently upheaved by the force of the sound. Fu Qingxia and Lin Yi, who were a moment too late in covering their ears, clutched their heads in agony. Despite their attempts to shield themselves, they were still slightly delayed. Fortunately, their strength was not so feeble as to place them in mortal danger. Chapter 58. The approach of Yu Huatian so swiftly has the jade vial I provided been crushed. The strength of this dark Qian is truly feeble. Even when forcibly elevated to the realm of a typical quasi-emperor, it remains ineffective. Such utter rubbish. Alas, I never harbored any expectations of her. Nevertheless, the intelligence gathered is sufficiently enlightening. In the dimly lit grand hall, a man clad in a black trench coat sat at the head, speaking in a monotonous tone. Below him, a myriad of creatures, each more peculiar than the last, gazed at him with trepidation, fearful of inciting the ire of the man in black. In front of them stood 10 individuals adorned in the same attire as the man above, though their garments were a vivid crimson. They stood in respectful silence, devoid of any inclination to speak or fear, resembling wooden statues frozen in place. Yu Huatian let out a cold chuckle. The assembled demons could no longer contain themselves and promptly knelt upon the ground, uttering bizarre incantations. It seemed Yu Huatian comprehended their utterances, as he emitted a disdainful grunt and took a sip from the crimson liquid he held. Upon hearing this sound, the demons were immediately struck with terror, bowing their heads in a desperate plea for mercy. Observing this spectacle, Yu Huatian frowned. What a useless bunch! He had initially perceived some potential for cultivation in them, but their lack of pride was exceedingly disappointing. It appeared he must reconsider their value. Without uttering a word, he shifted his gaze toward the passage leading to the Genu continent, his brow furrowing in perplexity as he scrutinized the direction. Ah, how intriguing! It seems there exists an individual whose strength surpasses the standard here, reaching the 5th level of quasi-emperor. Half a month prior, Yu Huatian and his surviving 10 subordinates had unexpectedly arrived in this realm. In truth, they had traversed from another world, inadvertently ensnared in a black hole during a battle. To his astonishment, they had landed directly before a host of bizarre creatures. After swiftly dispatching several grotesque beings, Yu Huatian delved into the memory of one creature, gleaning insights about their location. Upon exploring its memories, he discovered that this realm consisted of 3 continents: Zhenyu, Zhenhao, and Zhentian. Hearing these names nearly rendered him unconscious, for Yu Huatian had heard of these continents in his own world. Most significantly, rearranging certain characters could formulate a name, Yu Haitian. This individual held considerable prominence in Yu Huatian's world, and the realization nearly overwhelmed him. However, having examined the memories of this demon, he recognized his error. While this indeed was the homeland of that esteemed figure, it had been over 10,000 years ago. If his thoughts were not misguided, then Lord Yu Haoyan had arrived in his world eons ago, and it was highly probable that he had not returned to these several continents for an extensive period. As he contemplated, a nefarious notion emerged in his mind. If he could absorb the resources of these continents, would his power ascend to that realm? Soon, he completed his examination of the memories belonging to the demon clan, and rather than speaking immediately, Yu Huatian pondered thoughtfully while gazing at the demon before him. From the memories he had accessed, he discerned that he was situated at the boundary of the Zhenyu continent, in a small domain inhabited by the demon clan. Here resided an array of peculiar creatures, collectively referred to as demons. However, he was perplexed by the fact that within the demons' recollections, the titles of Holy Mage and Martial Emperor were mentioned. How audacious of these beings to proclaim imperial and holy status. Moreover, beneath him lay a demon of Martial Emperor rank, yet it appeared exceedingly feeble. Was this truly the might of an imperial-level warrior? Are you jesting with me? In an instant, Yu Huatian felt his worldview becoming disordered. He could scarcely comprehend how Navi, the inhabitants of this place, where Lord Yu Haoyan once dwelled, truly were. The classification of power was utterly chaotic. He swiftly asserted his dominance over the region, identifying the strongest among them, though to him they were pathetically weak, they were still passable. Notably, several bore a striking resemblance to the human race. Yu Huatian resolved to aid one of the demons that resembled humans in elevating her rank, dispatching her to gather intelligence on the Zhenyu continent, for the memories of this demon were rather antiquated, and it was prudent to send someone to investigate. The chosen demon was the one who exchanged glances with Kurumi, named in Qian. He chuckled, allowing his pet to amuse itself with that individual. Yu Huatian reclined in his elevated seat, utterly unconcerned. The capabilities of his little darling were far from simplistic, which was precisely why he felt at ease permitting her to venture forth and wreak havoc upon the Zhenyu continent. The noise soon ceased. Kurumi and the others released their hands from their ears. Meanwhile, in other corners of the garrison, what the hell? Where did that sound originate? It nearly frightened the life out of me. What did you say? Cannot hear you. Ah. What do you wish to convey to me? Enough. A few other powerful beings gazed in disbelief at the chaotic scene, yet their expressions bore a grave seriousness, for they understood that a significant event was about to unfold. The source of the sound was none other than the boundary. Chapter 59. The troubling Anshi, much like Kurumi and her companions, covered her ears. She was taken aback, not anticipating such a cacophony. She had merely expected to summon other demon kin. The immense sound nearly rendered her dazed. Once she regained her composure, she gazed heavily at the 2 identical figures before her, avatars of Hanue and Kurumi. However, the expressions on Hanue and Kurumi's faces were far from favorable. While the thunderous noise had not significantly impacted them, they were acutely aware that their strength might not match that of the sound's originator. Kurumi, deal with her first. My true self is on her way back. We only need to hold out for about an hour, Hanue said gravely to the frowning Kurumi beside her. Upon hearing this, Kurumi lost interest in jesting and nodded in acknowledgement. Noticing the gravely injured Lin Yi and the dazed Fu Qingxia, Hanue furrowed her brow and urged, You both need to leave this place quickly. The upcoming battle will be perilous if you stay. Taken aback by the sudden appearance of this young woman, Fu Qingxia and Lin Yi paused momentarily before responding hastily. Although they were unaware of the girls' true identities, they sensed from the earlier warning that they were not ordinary beings. Perhaps they were elder figures who had regained their youth. After all, in this fantastical realm, Attaining a certain level of power could restore one's former appearance. Just as Fu Qingxia was about to take her leave, an object flew towards her. Upon catching it, she was astonished to find it was a vial containing several pills. With a puzzled glance at Hanyue, who had tossed the pills, she heard, "These are speed pills. They enhance your agility. Hurry and leave. Oh, and I have a vial of recovery pills here as well. Give it to your bleeding companion." He looks like he is about to kick the bucket. Linny, his face pale, stared at the young girl before him. With her flowing hair and graceful form, she was undoubtedly beautiful, yet her words struck him as oddly blunt. "What do you mean, about to kick the bucket? While I may be losing blood, I can still hold on." However, Lin Yi surveyed his bloodied form and decided it prudent to take the medicine and retreat swiftly. Glancing at the pills in his hand and the ones previously given by Commander Fu, he pondered briefly before consuming the ones provided by Fu Qingxia. Hanyue noticed this but remained silent, feeling a twinge of regret for the waste of her own medicine. Lin Yi felt a wave of comfort wash over him as he realized the efficacy of the pills. He stored away the pills given by the girl, not out of skepticism but out of caution, fearing repercussions from Commander Fu if he returned without consuming the earlier pill. "Let us go, stop dawdling." As Lin Yi marveled at the potency of the restorative pills, Fu Qingxia, growing anxious, seized him by the head and dashed away towards the horizon. In the distance, anguished cries echoed, accompanied by a series of peculiar utterances. "Let go. Please. Release your grip." Dark Chen paid little heed to their departure, for she believed there were matters of greater import at hand. For instance, the two enigmatic figures before her. With a cold smirk, Dark Chen inquired, "Who are you? If you have no fear of death, be gone." At her words, Kurumi, who had been intently focused on the boundary, paused in surprise, glancing at Dark Chen before replying, "You are still here?" Startled, Dark Chen's fury ignited. "Do not underestimate the demon race. I am of royal blood, and my name is Dark Chen." "All right, Dark Chen. It's all fine now. You may take your leave," Kurumi stated nonchalantly, showing no regard for her proclamation. Meanwhile, the doppelganger Han Yu, who had also been intently observing the boundary, watched the demoness Dark Chen with a sense of amusement. "You truly do not understand Kurumi, do you? Ignorance is indeed bliss. Alas, had you known Kurumi's nature, you would not have spoken so carelessly." Han Yu shook her head. She had recently found herself on the receiving end of Kurumi's advances. While she had derived some enjoyment from it, it was undeniably peculiar, especially given her previous identity as male. Dark Chen felt a surge of frustration. How could this human's words be so infuriating? No, rather, how could they be so aggravating to a demon? Taking a deep breath, she resolved to maintain her composure. Soon, when the master arrived, they would not remain so tranquil. She hesitated to engage in conflict, as she could not discern the strength of the two girls, their black hair obscuring one eye each. They might possess powers equal to or surpassing her own. She recalled Lord Yuhua Tian mentioning that the highest power in this realm seemed to be only at the initial stage of the imperial rank. Yet, why did two individuals emanating a stronger aura than her own stand before her? Surely, Lord Yuhua Tian had not erred. Could it be that these two were also outsiders? Strangely enough, she had indeed deduced correctly. Kurumi and Han Yu were indeed beings from another world. However, no one was aware of this fact, and thus, none would realize that they were, in truth, outsiders. Chapter 60. The imminent crisis. Within the lush depths of a dense jungle, several figures flickered among the trees. "What is happening?" Yu Wulin inquired anxiously of Hanyue. "My doppelganger is currently confronting a demoness who bears a striking resemblance to a human," Hanyue replied, glancing at Yu Wulin, who had teleported beside her, and spoke in a calm tone. "A demoness resembling a human?" Yu Wulin was taken aback. "Indeed, the information relayed from my doppelganger indicates that she closely resembles a human, and that unknown roar was summoned by her. It is highly probable that the source of that sound will arrive here in approximately an hour." Upon receiving Hanyue's response, Yu Wulin's expression darkened. Previously, he had ventured beyond the Genyu continent to explore other realms and had encountered various forms of demons, yet he had never encountered one that bore such a resemblance to humanity. Moreover, the tremendous noise earlier had left him quite astonished. Earlier, in the imperial capital of the Huangfeng Empire, After Hanue and Kurumi had organized their shop, they accompanied Yu Linger to indulge in the local cuisine. Following their meal, Hanue and Kurumi escorted Yu Linger back to the Yu Ling Academy. It was notable that when Hanue first heard Yu Linger's name, she was momentarily taken aback, as it coincidentally shared the same name as the academy, almost as if the institution had been named in honor of her. Before long, they arrived at the academy's entrance, and as they passed a stone tablet, Hanue's previously pleasant mood shifted abruptly. Upon entering, they happened to spot Yu Wulin approaching from the opposite direction. Hanue intended to greet him but suddenly froze in place, and Kurumi beside her mirrored her shock. Yu Linger regarded Yu Wulin with some confusion, as she did not recall ever encountering this gentleman at the academy. Having not returned recently, she was unaware that he was the father of Yu Qinglu. Upon seeing Hanue and Kurumi at the entrance, Yu Wulin felt a surge of excitement and quickened his pace, though he slightly slowed upon noticing Yu Linger. He recalled the admonitions from two elders to ensure they did not draw too much attention. However, seeing Yu Linger sparked a sense of familiarity, as if he had met her somewhere before. Before he could utter a word, a colossal sound resonated, growing ever closer until it reached their vicinity. The ground beneath them trembled, causing them to lift off the ground by several centimeters. Yu Wulin's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "What kind of force is this? How could it shake the Huangfeng Empire?" He was astounded, questioning the existence of such a phenomenon. Surely, even the formidable powers of Hanue and Kurumi could not rival this. Yet, he was mistaken. Hanue and Kurumi's abilities were far more complex than they appeared, and they were destined for boundless growth. After all, they had only recently arrived in this world, less than 2 months prior, and the power dynamics here were akin to a novice village in a game for them. Hanue and Kurumi exchanged a serious glance, and Hanue called out, "Kurumi, no need for further words. My doppelganger has already informed me." "Indeed," Kurumi nodded, then addressed Yu Linger, "Little Linger, Hanue and I shall take our leave for now. We shall see you tomorrow." "Understood, Sister Hanue." "Sister Kwangsan, see you tomorrow," said the adorable Yu Linger. "Very well, we shall take our leave." "Yes, do walk safely, sisters." Hanue exchanged a glance with Kwangsan and swiftly departed. As they left, Hanue cast a fleeting glance at Yu Wulin, who, having noticed her gaze, followed suit. Upon exiting, he observed Hanue and Kwangsan waiting there, and with a hint of confusion, he inquired, "Lady Hanue, has something occurred?" "Indeed, it pertains to the earlier matter. But this is not the time for discussion. Please accompany us for now," Hanue replied succinctly, hastening away alongside Kwangsan. She was aware that Yu Wulin would follow, given that the fragments of the flintlock had remained with him for so long without incident. On their journey, Hanue provided a brief explanation. "Lady Hanue, you may proceed. I will trail behind you and will catch up swiftly," Yu Wulin said, his anxiety palpable. If what she claimed was true, and the owner of that voice were to descend upon this realm within the hour, it would spell disaster. Hanue chose not to elaborate further. Indeed, they had deliberately slowed their pace for Yu Wulin's sake. However, reflecting on his words, she realized that his strength was still inadequate. The being approaching them was likely of a similar caliber to their own. Contemplating this, Hanue felt a surge of anticipation. Since arriving in this realm, she had yet to engage in a serious battle. True, she had fought against Kwangsan, but she had not unleashed her full power in that encounter, leaving her unaware of her current level of prowess. Moreover, since that incident, the system had ceased to categorize levels of strength. Hanue speculated that perhaps this realm was simply too weak to warrant such distinctions. Sighing in resignation, she glanced at Kwangsan, who was keeping pace beside her. 20 minutes had elapsed since they had last analyzed the entity descending upon them. Chapter 61. The arrival of the minor boss. The purple starry toad, prepare for your demise. My master shall be here shortly, Anshi sneered, her gaze fixed on the two figures confronting her. She was uncertain whether the one arriving was indeed her master, yet she was certain that, regardless, it would undoubtedly be a subordinate of the master. The two figures exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of whom she referred to as master. "Master? Pray tell, who is this master of yours?" One of Kurumi's avatars inquired. "You claim he possesses great power. Sharing his identity should pose no risk, should it?" "Ah, It matters not if I divulge this information, Anshi replied, fully aware that soon her master would arrive, and both of them would meet their end here. That master is the king of the demon race, who, with a thunderous display of might, has subdued the demon clans across the 3 continents. He is none other than His Majesty Yu Hua Tian. Anshi spoke earnestly, her eyes gleaming brighter with each word. Upon hearing this, the previously quiet and demure Hanyue felt a surge of unease. Is there more? She queried, turning to Kurumi, who continued to press for answers. Anshi returned to her usual demeanor, scoffing at Kurumi's persistence. If there were, I would not share it. Kurumi blinked in surprise, taken aback by the response. As time passed, half an hour slipped away. Hanyue, gazing at Anshi, pondered momentarily before sending a mental message to Kurumi. Should we not deal with her first? No need, Kurumi replied, then added, let us await my main body. By the way, Kurumi, what do you make of her mention of the 3 continents? Hanyue recalled Anshi's words, her curiosity piqued. Indeed, Kurumi nodded, opting to speak aloud this time. What she claims may bear truth. Genyu continent could merely be one among many. Oh, Anshi, overhearing their exchange, raised an eyebrow in intrigue, silently amused by their ignorance of the existence of other continents. A thought seemed to cross her mind, and a wicked smile graced her lips. Suddenly, the ground trembled once more, though this disturbance was significantly less intense than the previous one. At that moment, Kurumi and Hanyue, who were swiftly traversing the terrain, quickened their pace, sensing an ominous presence descending upon them. In a flash of white light, the 2 vanished from sight, no longer restraining their powers. Boom! A sonic boom erupted, leaving behind a massive crater spanning over 100 meters. Yu Wulin, who was trailing closely behind, stood frozen, staring at the gaping chasm before him. He had been swiftly teleporting in pursuit of Hanyue and Kurumi when the sudden tremor halted him in his tracks, revealing that the 2 figures had vanished, leaving only the vast pit in their wake. Is this the small continent my master spoke of? A colossal figure descended upon the border of the Huangfeng Empire. Towering at 50 meters and stretching at least 60 meters in length, its skin bore a deep purple hue, adorned with sharp ears that added to its peculiar appearance. Its face was a macabre tapestry of eyes, large and small, creating a truly unsettling visage. As he spoke, an unknown green liquid dripped from his lips, leaving small craters on the ground. This was the pet of Rainy Hua Tian, the purple star toad, a distinguished creature of the Shentir bloodline. Its power resided between the pinnacle of the 2nd tribulation of the Emperor and the mid-level of the 3rd tribulation. This implies that it could potentially break through to the 3rd tribulation of the Emperor at any moment. Here, the Emperor tier refers to a true Emperor, not the likes of a holy mage or martial emperor, who are merely superfluous second-rate beings. If the inhabitants of the Genyu continent could amalgamate the powers of both the holy mage and the martial emperor, they might approach the threshold of the quasi-emperor realm. However, this remains merely an aspirational state. Yet, over time, an unknown occurrence has separated magic from physical training, a division that remains unbroken to this day. There is, however, one individual who may differ, Yu Wulin. In the past, he had encountered this being once, though perhaps his strength has waned since then. Why is the spiritual energy here so feeble? The purple star toad was taken aback, utterly surprised by the thinness of the spiritual energy in this place. Never mind. My master has commanded me to subdue all beings in this vicinity. It seems the nearest are the humans. I shall first bring them down. With a sudden leap, the purple star toad bounded into the air, instantly appearing at the edge of the sky, and upon landing, it left behind a massive pit. It propelled itself towards the garrison. Meanwhile, in the forest en route to the garrison, the expressions of the main body, Hanyue, and Kurumi turned gravely serious. They sensed that the approaching entity possessed strength comparable to their own, feeling an overwhelming malevolence even from such a distance. The aura radiating from it seemed to serve as a warning. Nevertheless, they understood that this emanation was not directed at them, but rather at all beings of the Genyu continent. It was precisely this realization that made them feel the gravity of the situation. In the grand hall of the Huangfeng Empire, Emperor Huang Zhantian listened attentively, as usual, to the ministers discussing recent significant events. Your Majesty, The immense tremor we just experienced, in my humble opinion, signifies a dramatic upheaval at the borders of the empire. I suggest we dispatch troops to investigate. This statement was made by the Prime Minister, Eo Bing. Chapter 62. The Crying and Whining O. Is that so? Huang Zhantian's gaze sharpened, gravely addressing Su Ai Qing. You shall investigate. A deep male voice emerged from the lower ranks. Your humble servant obeys the command. Dismiss the court. I am weary today, Huang Zhantian declared, disregarding the hesitant ministers below, and strode out. He was increasingly troubled. Recent events had been overwhelming. Just days prior, an imperial-level martial artist had suddenly appeared, and mere days before that, a near-apocalyptic scenario unfolded. Now yet another issue had arisen. Were he to discover that all these matters were connected to Shizaki Hanyue and her companions, he would undoubtedly question the very essence of his existence, despite his lack of belief in Buddhism. Although the world did possess Buddhism, it was not particularly thriving. At the palace gate, General Su, wait, I have something to say. Eo Bing first swiftly intercepted Su Zhe, who was departing. Chancellor, do you have something to discuss? Su Zhe observed the approaching Eo Bing with a slight change in expression. It's about this. My son mentioned something peculiar before returning. There is a shop located at the Empire's border. Could you investigate it? Very well, I shall look into it. Su Zhe nodded, though his expression betrayed discomfort. He had expected a matter of greater significance. Wait, don't leave yet. I haven't finished speaking, Eo Bing remarked, noticing Su Zhe's disgruntled expression, his lips twitching slightly. He inwardly lamented that he particularly detested conversing with those solely focused on combat and cultivation, yet as the Chancellor of the Empire, he had to address any potential threats to the Empire, such as this situation. Continuing slowly, he said, General Su, there are 2 identical girls in that shop. You might communicate with them. I suspect they could be from another nation. However, this is merely my conjecture. My son mentioned that the girls are no older than 16. Understood. Su Zhe replied impatiently, then left without further hesitation. Eo Bing sighed in resignation, standing in place, hoping he might absorb the information. Meanwhile, Su Zhe glanced back at Eo Bing with a sidelong gaze, muttering in irritation, honestly, as Chancellor, why does he always come to me for everything? He could just send someone for this trivial matter. Suddenly, Su Zhe halted, sensing a peculiar aura. At that moment, it coincided with the arrival of the purple-hungry heaven toad. He glanced behind him, finding no one present, scratched his head, and departed with a grave demeanor. In the Emperor's imperial garden, Yu Qinglu and Huang Xuejian faced each other defiantly. Hey, Xiao Jianjian, I've told you repeatedly. Why don't you believe me? Huang Xuejian exclaimed with a charming yet exasperated tone. How have I deceived you? I have stated. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Yu Qinglu retorted loudly, his eyes reddening from the fervor of his protest. You keep saying this, you keep saying that, you are deceiving me, woo-woo. How have I deceived you? I merely mentioned that I encountered 1,000 weapons of the mysterious level and around 1,000 earth-grade elixirs. Yu Qinglu looked helplessly at the tearful Huang Xuejian before her, who was on the verge of tears herself. It was she who felt like crying. After all, she had been tirelessly explaining for quite some time to this foolish younger sister. Now she was both exhausted and parched. Ever since she had left the shop of Hanyue and Kwangsan, something felt off, prompting her to seek out Huang Xuejian in the palace to share what she had seen and heard. Who would have thought that Huang Xuejian would not believe her? They were clearly good sisters, and this distressed Yu Qinglu greatly. Thus, they exchanged meaningless words for ages, neither yielding to the other. Woo-woo. I refuse to listen. I refuse to listen. Huang Xuejian shook her head vigorously, resembling a drum in a storm. This left Yu Qinglu, who had initially intended to comfort her, staring at her with a face full of frustration, exasperatedly asking, is this ever going to end? Woo-woo. You scold me, and that's just splendid, Huang Xuejian cried even louder. Meanwhile, the maidservants and guards in the distance could clearly hear the commotion. However, in an instant, they covered their ears, fearing that if the little demon princess discovered they had overheard her tears, they would be subjected to her whims and fancies. Yu Qinglu pondered whether she had perhaps overdone it, but then shook her head, reminding herself that she knew little Xuejian's temperament. The more she tried to console her, the more fervently she would cry. Taking a deep breath, Yu Qinglu resolved to simply watch her weep. Thus, Yu Qinglu sat beside her, munching on fruit while observing Huang Xuejian's increasingly fervent sobs. Ah, why isn't anyone comforting this princess? Huang Xuejian thought to herself, puzzled. Her cries were loud and plentiful. Why hadn't anyone tried to persuade her? In the past, at this moment, she would have already received comfort. The more she thought about it, the more perplexed she became. Slightly opening her eyes, she cast a glance at Yu Qinglu, only to see her seated, enjoying her fruit. Chapter 63. To weep or not to weep, creak, crack. Yu Qinglu savored the fruit, glancing at the corner of her eye at Huang Xuejian, who was stealing glances at her. A mischievous smile spread across Yu Qinglu's face, secretly thinking that Huang Xuejian could no longer contain herself. Creak, crack. Thus commenced her performance, as she vigorously stuffed her mouth with fruit, juices splattering everywhere. Huang Xuejian was momentarily taken aback, her sobs abruptly ceasing as she beheld this striking scene. However, she instantly recalled that she was still crying. Should she continue to weep or not? All right? Yu Qinglu inquired, observing the stunned Huang Xuejian with a smile. Not at all, not even a bit. Huang Xuejian shook her head vehemently. Okay, I understand. Would you like to eat? Without heeding her words, Yu Qinglu offered a round, red fruit, resembling an apple. Faced with the fruit so close at hand, Huang Xuejian felt somewhat at a loss. Should she accept it or not? Woo-woo. She decided to continue crying, as the earlier embarrassment loomed large. If she stopped, it would seem as though she were feigning her tears. Yu Qinglu was momentarily dumbfounded at the sight of Huang Xuejian crying once more. Why are you crying again? Mind your own business. Well, alright, carry on. Yu Qinglu clapped her hands in resignation. Woo-woo, you bully this princess. Yu Qinglu sighed, lightly tapping her head. Speak. How can I earn your forgiveness? I will do whatever is within my power. Huang Xuejian stared at Yu Qinglu in astonishment. What had she just said? That she could do anything? I keep my word. I am not like you. As long as it is within my abilities, Yu Qinglu added, sensing Huang Xuejian's thoughts, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. What do you think she wants? She can see from here the Emperor Huang approaching step by step. If she continues to cry, who knows if she might run away or slip away? In any case, if the Emperor sees Huang Xuejian crying, she will certainly be in trouble. Really? Huang Xuejian's eyes sparkled, completely forgetting that she had been crying moments before. Yes. Yes. It is Yu Qinglu who feels slightly embarrassed, fully aware she would react this way. What are you doing? Just then, a commanding voice resounded in the ears of the maids and guards. The voice carried a hint of enchantment, allowing even those covering their ears to hear. The maids and guards, who had initially been cupping their ears, were suddenly met with a voice so close, and before they could react in astonishment, they beheld the imposing figure of Huang Zhantian. Instantly, the group was taken aback, hastily kneeling down in fear, chanting in unison, "Long live your majesty." Huang Zhantian waved his hand dismissively, not paying heed to them, for he had spotted the two individuals in the distance. One was his daughter, and the other, if he recalled correctly, was Yu Wulin's daughter, Yu Qinglu. Was it not? In the Moon Spirit Academy, Huang Zhantian was not particularly clear about its origins. The academy had existed long before he ascended to the throne. He recalled that his predecessor, his father, had once warned him on his deathbed not to inquire about the Moon Spirit Academy, for it was a place beyond the reach of the Empire. He had emphatically cautioned against offending it, but his words had trailed off, leaving him puzzled about the significance of the word seal. He had contemplated that his father might have been referring to a form of confinement, but what exactly was being sealed? As time passed, this matter faded from his memory until, when his daughter reached her teenage years, it resurfaced in his mind. The Moon Spirit Academy. His curiosity had always been piqued, yet he had never dared to enter, despite its proximity to the imperial palace, out of respect for his father's admonition. After much deliberation, he arranged for his daughter, Huang Xuejian, to be admitted into the Moon Spirit Academy. Now, recent events had unveiled some truths about the academy, such as the existence of Yu Wulin, a figure of comparable strength to his own, if not superior, which compelled him to remain vigilant. Additionally, there was Yu Qinglu, the daughter of Yu Wulin and the current head of the academy. He had previously assumed that she was merely an ordinary student, only to discover, to his astonishment, that she held the esteemed position of dean. Snapped out of his reverie, Huang Zhantian found himself standing behind Xuejian. Just as he was about to speak, Yu Qinglu respectfully performed a bow. "Greeting, I pay my respects to your majesty." Her bow was simply a slight lowering of her head, not a full prostration, as she was not of this lineage and felt no profound reverence for the emperor. However, out of respect for Huang Xuejian, and considering that they were in her domain, it was prudent to maintain decorum to avoid conflict. Although she was unafraid, it was always better to avoid confrontation, as there was little to gain from it. She felt fortified by the knowledge of her father's formidable strength, having been away from home for quite some time. Huang Zhantian furrowed his brow slightly, but it soon relaxed as Huang Xuejian turned her head. "Ah!" she exclaimed, astonished to see her father, the emperor, standing behind her. Huang Zhantian regarded his daughter, who looked as startled as a rabbit, with a warm and gentle smile. Chapter 64. The Elementary Path of Heaven Father. Huang Zhantian gazed upon Huang Xuejian, his initially somber expression softening as he gently ruffled her hair and smiled, asking, "What are you up to?" In a perspective unseen by Huang Zhantian, Huang Xuejian mischievously rolled her eyes and replied, "Oh, nothing much. Just chatting with little Yu Qinglu." All right, Huang Zhantian chuckled, understanding his daughter's playful nature. "What brings you here, father?" "I merely came to—" Before he could finish, Huang Zhantian's expression abruptly shifted, his demeanor transforming dramatically. Noticing the sudden change in her father, Huang Xuejian inquired with concern, "Father, what is it?" Beside them, Yu Qinglu furrowed his brow, sensing a shift in the atmosphere as Huang Zhantian's expression grew grave. "Wait, what was that?" In an instant, Yu Qinglu felt something amiss, his eyes widening as they darted towards a specific direction, which was precisely where Huang Zhantian was looking. That direction pointed towards the border of the empire. Far away in the land of light, among the angelic race, a woman adorned with a halo and a pair of pristine white wings found herself flushed, her exquisite features betraying an enchanting allure due to the sudden surge of an unusual aura. Outside, any angel bearing wings had fallen to the ground. Some struggled to rise, but the overwhelming force rendered their bones creaking. What is happening? A male angel, prone on the ground, managed to utter, "Could it be that something has transpired with Her Majesty?" Beside him, another angel shifted to find a more comfortable position, exhaling, "I have no idea. This aura is far too potent. I feel utterly unwell." "Stop talking. Conserve your energy. The light is fading." A beautiful young female angel coldly admonished the two conversing male angels. However, it would have been better if they had not noticed the girl lying on the ground. "Ugh!" The two male angels turned their heads in exasperation to glance at the young female angel, both exclaiming, "Li Shi, do you not realize that speaking while lying down diminishes your presence?" "Li Shi." "Li Wen, Li Zong, be quiet and stay still," Li Shi retorted, her irritation evident as she averted her gaze. She was deeply troubled, wondering what had transpired with the queen. "Who are you?" The angelic figure adorned with a halo, Queen Enmu, stared in astonishment at the transparent silhouette that had suddenly appeared before her. "Ah, I never expected to find the angelic race here," Yu Hua Tian marveled at Enmu. This ethereal figure was none other than Yu Hua Tian, manifesting in a projection of his spirit. This form could depart at any moment, for no one in this land surpassed his strength. He could roam freely. Yet, unbeknownst to him, there were others, such as Han Yu and her companions, whose power was on par with his. Had he known, he would have refrained from manifesting his spirit here, for being dispersed would be dire. Unfortunately, he remained blissfully unaware, and Han Yu and her allies were situated far away. "Who are you?" And Mu's voice resonated with gravity, his eyes revealing a weight of significance. "Who am I?" he questioned. Laughter erupted from Yu Huatian. "I find myself here, all thanks to your lineage." "What does that mean?" "Indeed, you are oblivious, for you are merely a lowly angel, and you are not that individual, are you?" "Huh? Wait, you." Yu Huatian paused, scrutinizing Mu as if he had stumbled upon something utterly astonishing. Ah, ha! Look what I have discovered. Suddenly, Yu Huatian erupted into manic laughter, and Mu gazed at him in bewilderment, feeling a tumult within. Was this fellow unwell? Meanwhile, within the palace of the demonic realm, Yu Huatian held his forehead, grinning as if engaged in conversation with an unseen companion. Great angel, and what would you do if I were to bring your angelic descendant before you? It would certainly be amusing, wouldn't it? Alas, the manifestation of spirit lacks offensive capabilities, and I must await the resolution of the continent's restrictions by the little toad. Previously, Yu Huatian had contemplated directly descending upon the Genu continent or other lands to resolve matters forthrightly. However, to his astonishment, he found himself unable to enter, and even his subordinates were barred from entry. After extensive experimentation, he discovered that only with the strength of a semi-emperor could he send someone into the continent, and he could barely manage to send his pet, the purple gluttonous toad, into the land. Yet ultimately he succeeded. The purple gluttonous toad was en route to the nearest location. He believed results would soon manifest. After a brief wait, perhaps half a day or a full day, he was confident that the toad's offensive prowess would diminish the celestial order of the continent. At that moment he would be able to enter. He was not aimlessly pursuing this endeavor. The celestial order was formidable. Were he to face worlds with emperor-level powers, he would hesitate, but the Genu continent, with its nascent celestial order, was different. Its might barely reached the level of a novice emperor's celestial order. Chapter 65. The Crisis of the Continent. Beginning, his petite companion, possessing the formidable strength of a peak second-stage emperor, took a bold step forward, swiftly advancing into the third stage of emperor. In the realm of Yu Huatian, the progression from the first to the third stage of emperor signifies the nascent phase of an emperor, while the fourth to the sixth stage denotes the intermediate phase, culminating in the seventh to ninth stage, which represents the advanced phase. The strength of individuals varies greatly. Some prodigies possess the ability to combat opponents of higher tiers. However, such remarkable beings are exceedingly rare, typically found only in the esteemed sanctums of the sacred gates. The sacred gates, well, that will be elaborated upon later. For now, it holds little relevance. I must first conclude the tale that has spanned millennia. With a flourish, Yu Huatian vanished into thin air, leaving Mu in a state of bewilderment, murmuring to herself about the enigmatic figure she had just encountered. Who on earth was that? A lunatic? Yet, the depth of his power eluded her comprehension. Just then, she noticed that the sinister aura had dissipated. Casting a glance towards the spot where the peculiar figure had vanished, she pondered, could that ominous presence have belonged to him? The thought sent a chill down her spine. The situation had grown increasingly intricate. In a corner of the angelic clan, Mr. Li, have you sensed it? Indeed, brotherly one, I have sensed it. Needless to say, Li Qian retorted coldly, rising to her feet and surveying the two rascals still sprawled on the ground. Mr. Li, Li Wen stammered, momentarily at a loss for words, before standing up without a hint of embarrassment, responding to Li Qian's remarks. Li Qian cast a sidelong glance at them before striding purposefully in a particular direction. In the imperial palace's royal garden, Huang Zhantian's expression grew increasingly grave. Father, what has transpired? Huang Zhantian lifted his foot, neglecting to answer Huang Xuejian's query, and swiftly departed from the scene. The aura he had sensed was far too ominous. He was convinced that he was not the only one to have perceived it. Those of prominence across the continent must have felt its presence as well. Beside him, Yu Qinglu also felt compelled to leave, yet, recognizing that this was the royal garden and not her abode, she glanced at the departing Huang Zhantian and then at the agitated Huang Xuejian, who was stamping her feet in frustration. Xuejian, I must take my leave, she stated gravely. Without awaiting a response from Huang Xuejian, she executed a swift teleportation, leaving behind a bewildered Huang Xuejian. Once she regained her composure, Huang Xuejian shouted into the air, "Hey, you haven't told me where that shop is yet." She found herself increasingly inclined to believe Yu Qingliu's words. At the borders of the empire, the garrison, without any forewarning, a colossal figure descended from the heavens, crashing directly onto the ground of the garrison. Boom! A cloud of gray mist enveloped the area, shrouding several individuals in an instant. Bang! Bang bang! Crack! The force of the impact caused the structures to collapse. Fortunately, due to the recent events, the garrison had been evacuated, preventing any casualties. Coughing, the avatars Hanyu and Kurumi gazed solemnly at the heart of the smoke. Suddenly, a peculiar claw emerged from the center of the haze, swiping in their direction as if in a careless gesture. Yet, in their eyes, it instantly transformed into a ferocious tempest, surging toward them with alarming ferocity. The scope of the assault was a staggering 100 meters wide, sweeping everything in its path into the sky like a tempest. Even the very ground beneath them was altered, as though unseen hands were tugging at the surface. Anshi was taken aback, for she too found herself within the range of the onslaught. Yet, before she could utter a word, the hurricane had already arrived, the proximity too close for comfort. In that moment, her doppelganger, Hanyu, and Kurumi reacted instinctively as the claw emerged. Hanyu grasped Kurumi's hand tightly, and the two swiftly propelled themselves backward. However, their speed paled in comparison to that of the hurricane, and they were soon enveloped. At that instant, Hanyu struggled to embrace Kurumi as the winds raged around them, rendering their eyes unable to open and their powers useless. They found themselves in a state of confusion. Kurumi returned the embrace, her voice strained as she remarked on the formidable power of their adversary, which was comparable to the original. If only they had known, they would have refrained from coming here. Just as she spoke, a gust filled their lungs. Enough chatter, hold on. The original is on the way. Hanyu managed to respond with difficulty. All right. The thunderous roar of the hurricane continued unabated as it swept them away, uprooting flora, towering trees, and other creatures in its relentless path. Before long, they had left the guard station behind, traveling a kilometer away. I had expected something formidable, yet they are but mere ants. A coarse voice echoed through the now desolate guard station. As the smoke cleared, a monstrous figure, draped in hues of violet, emerged, none other than the violet gluttonous toad. The original Hanyu and her companions had indeed lagged behind, which was to be expected, as they had not initially exerted their full speed, and the distance to the violet gluttonous toad was minimal. Had it been a speedster, it would have arrived at the guard station in an instant. Yet this scenario was not what they had anticipated. How dull, the violet gluttonous toad chuckled, eager to dispatch the inhabitants swiftly so it could return to slumber. Chapter 66. System evolution trouble has arisen. That individual has already arrived, Hanyu remarked with a somewhat displeased expression. Do not fret, we shall soon reach our destination, Kurumi reassured, sensing the urgency of the situation. They embodied the core of the reinforcements. All right, The words hung unspoken as Hanyu suddenly froze. At that moment, the system unexpectedly emerged. Ding! An unknown error in the system has occurred, modifying the system and initiating an upgrade. Upgrade resources required. All items belonging to the host. Subsystem shop reclamation. Item templates. 1 million magic crystals, 1,000 weapons, 1,000 elixirs, 358 disposable formations, reclamation in progress. Stage 5. Fairies. 0 Tage Fairy Xiao Jian. First Fairy Xiao Meng. Reclamation failed, commencing release, fairies detaching from the system. Ding, second fairy, third fairy to 10th fairy, no awakening. Initiating detachment from the system. Ding, detachment successful. Lottery subsystem. Weapons, elixirs, formations, reclamation. Valkyrie catalog reclamation failed. Initiating uninstallation, uninstallation failed. Backup plan activated, transferring host to another system. The Sea of Spirit Realm, transfer successful. All tasks reclaimed. Ding. Ultimate task reclamation failed. Modifying task. Ultimate task 1. Achieve notoriety for a Valkyrie in this world, requiring the adoration of 10 million individuals. Modified to resolve the Continent S crisis. Note: the enemy S strongest. Failure detected. System level too low. Detection failed. Please upgrade swiftly. Completion reward. Transformative divine variation. Failure penalty. System uninstallation. Ding, all items commencing reclamation success. Upgrading begins 1, 2, 10, 30, 50, 90, 100. Upgrade successful. The upgrade panel is available for the host's review. Ding, the system fairies, nay, the fairies now exist within the fairy microcosm. The host may summon the fairies at any time. The fairy microcosm resides within the host's consciousness. Note: the host's consciousness is of stellar ocean caliber, capable of containing countless microcosms without concern of rupture. The frigid tone of the system resonated in Shizaki Han-Yu's ears, chilling her heart. Everything she possessed had vanished. All the magic crystals she had diligently amassed were lost. 1,000,000 magic crystals. Gone just like that. In the outside world, Han-Yu stumbled and plummeted from the sky. Thud. She landed with a resounding crash, creating a substantial crater. Kurumi, flying ahead, was instantly startled and hurriedly approached Han-Yu, her concern evident. Han-Yu, are you alright? Did you sustain any injuries? She did not dwell on the reason for Han-Yu's sudden descent. Her sole concern was for Han-Yu's well-being. I'm fine, Han-Yu sighed. Though she felt a tinge of sadness, lamenting was futile, and she could earn magic crystals again in the future. She could only hope the Sea of Spirit Realm would refrain from such abrupt occurrences. Master, the novice period has concluded. The lottery mechanism has returned to its original state. The lottery may only be drawn once a month. Tasks may also be completed to obtain fragments. What one desires manifests within the Sea of Spirit Realm. Xiao Hai conveyed the words Han-Yu most dreaded through her thoughts. In an instant, the once vibrant Han-Yu was engulfed in shadows. Heartbroken, she rose swiftly and flew towards the guardhouse, yearning to unleash her pent-up fury through combat. Amidst her wrath, Xiao Hai interjected, Master, do not despair. The novice lottery system is rather deceptive. It may initially grant you fragments, but the subsequent odds plummet to a mere 0.01, with most outcomes resulting in blanks. Moreover, you haven't participated in the lottery recently, hence my oversight in informing you. Han-Yu communicated with Xiao Hai through thought, although her tone revealed a hint of discomfort. Even so, I still wish to draw. Perhaps I am destined for fortune. Ding! The main quest has commenced. Would you like to view it? The abrupt sound of the system caught Han-Yu off guard. Main quest. Shaking her head, she dismissed the notion of checking. It was not the time for such distractions, especially since she had already sensed the location of her doppelganger. Gazing ahead at the colossal tornado, they had noticed it from a distance, but their speed had rendered any detailed observation impossible. Han-Yu and Kurumi did not hesitate. They plunged directly into the tempestuous winds of the forming tornado. Splash! There was no eruption of waves or any noticeable change. They simply entered its depths. What's this? Han-Yu exclaimed as she spotted figures, specifically, demonic entities. Never mind, I shall cast you aside. With that, she seized one with her hand and flung it away. The sensation was peculiar. Glancing at her palm, she noted it still radiated warmth. Forget it, I must rescue my doppelganger first. However, upon looking back, she realized her assistance was unnecessary. Kurumi had already embraced one in each arm and was charging outward. By the way, who conjured this tornado? She pondered. Dismissing the thought, she resolved to act benevolently. With a swift motion of her spirit energy, she altered the tornado's trajectory. In no time, the whirlwind dissipated, followed by a cascade of debris showering down, accompanied by a series of resounding crashes. Fortunately, the individuals present possessed considerable strength and were not struck by the falling debris. Chapter 67. Live your own story. Love you observing her bewildered doppelganger. Han-Yu felt an unusual sensation, as if she were gazing upon herself. You should enter the shadow first. Although you are merely a reflection of me, you still represent my past self. It is best for you to remain unharmed. Under the lingering gaze of her doppelganger, Kyuko, Han-Yu leaped directly into the shadow behind her true self. Oh dear, I shall return as well, Kyuko remarked with a hint of boredom, also slipping into the shadow of the original. Shadow space, the realm where the doppelgangers typically reside. Upon encountering their counterparts, the doppelgangers were already aware of the unfolding events. Though they had not witnessed the imposing figure, they had a vague sense of its colossal size and the presence of unknown claws. Han-Yu and her companions proceeded towards the origin of the whirlwind. However, before they could reach their destination, the purple starry toad bounded towards them, landing abruptly in front of them. Ah, still two little ones. The purple starry toad lowered its head, addressing Hanue and Kyuko in a gruff manner. Little ones. Before Kyuko could express her astonishment, the remark caused her to furrow her brow, sensing an underlying insult. Hanue, meanwhile, was already entranced, staring at the creature that had materialized before them. A giant toad? She blurted out unconsciously. The purple starry toad, initially intrigued by their presence, was suddenly enraged. You little wretch, dare to utter such words. You shall perish. 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 It detested being likened to a mere toad, for it prided itself on being the noble purple starry toad. In a fit of fury, it brandished its tumor-like claws and aimed a powerful strike at Hanue. As Hanue beheld the enraged creature and its descending massive claw, she exhibited little reaction. It was not that she failed to comprehend the situation, but rather that she wished to test her current strength and defenses. She was not seeking punishment. She sensed the might of the toad's attack, yet believed she could withstand it. However, Kyuko was unaware of Hanue's intentions. Upon witnessing the claw's descent, she instinctively appeared above Hanue and shielded her. Boom! The colossal claw descended without any alteration in its trajectory. Bang! Bang! The ground trembled violently, leaving behind a crater shaped like the massive claw. The purple starry toad surveyed its handiwork with satisfaction and nodded, just as it prepared to lift its claw. In an instant, a sharp pain coursed through it. Startled, its many eyes widened in horror, creating a rather unsettling sight. In the distance, the sudden tremor awakened Anshi, who gazed in terror at the repulsive giant toad that had suddenly appeared. Indeed, it was repulsive enough to evoke disgust even in Anshi, who was accustomed to the peculiar appearances of the demon race. The sight of the creature's numerous eyes, its bloated body adorned with tumors, and the two pointed ears atop its head made Anshi feel utterly uncomfortable, nearly inducing her to retch. Swallowing hard, she wondered if she had awoken at an inopportune moment. With a sharp sound, the flesh was pierced. Anxiously, Ancien glanced at the great toad's claws, from which the noise originated. The expression on the face of the purple-hued Tianchan transformed dramatically, its violet skin flushing a deep crimson. It sensed that the two insects were still alive and that they were using something to stab its hand, inflicting genuine pain. How could this be possible? Yet, it remained unperturbed. Its flesh was not so easily pierced unless. Before it could finish that thought, a cold snort reverberated through the sky beneath its claws. Let me through. The sound of pounding echoed beneath its grip. Taken aback by the noise, it initially hesitated, but a disdainful smile soon crossed its lips. Mere ants were still mere ants, their efforts futile. However, its amusement was short-lived, if it did not take the subsequent attack seriously. Beneath the massive claw, Hanue gazed helplessly at the fierce Kyuzo protecting her. She had not anticipated such actions from Kyuzo, yet, the anxious expression on Kyuzo's face as she shielded her warmed her heart. Although she felt assured of her safety, Kyuzo's sincerity was evident. Truthfully, Hanue had previously thought that Kyuzo might harbor some grievances about being summoned to this world. Today's events made Hanue realize she had overthought things. Kyuzo bore no resentment. No, the question of resentment was now irrelevant, for Kyuzo was right before her. Looking up, she revealed a face as enchanting as Kyuzo's, smiling sweetly as she declared, "Kyuzo, I love you dearly." In an instant, Kyuzo's breathtaking visage flushed crimson, completely taken aback by such a confession in this moment. She froze momentarily. Hanue chuckled softly, choosing not to say more. She had finally come to a realization. She must grow stronger, not merely for herself, but to fulfill Kyuzo's aspirations, to resolve the destined desires of her original world. This was merely the first step. Since her arrival in this world, she had lived like a puppet, drifting aimlessly. Although Kyuzo had greatly improved her existence, this was not the life she desired. She yearned to genuinely live out her own story. Chapter 68. Breakthrough of the Emperor. The more she pondered, the more fervently her heart burned. Gazing at the colossal claw above her, Hanue paused momentarily before conjuring two flintlock pistols, one long and one short. With a firm grip, she aimed at the immense claw and commenced firing. Focused and determined, she unleashed a rapid barrage of shots. The sound of gunfire echoed, Bang, 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 and then a splatter of blood as her attacks, though powerful, could only breach a fraction of the claw's formidable defenses. Blood spilled abundantly, soaking the ground, while Hanyu swiftly evaded the impending danger. Fortunately, Kurumi, standing nearby, remained unharmed and thus had no need to dodge. The purple starry toad regarded its claws with a hint of perplexity, as if questioning why they had not touched the ground. Perhaps these two ants possessed more strength than anticipated. However, the onslaught from below prevented it from retracting its claws immediately. Still, a mild pain persisted, prompting it to press down forcefully. Hanyu furrowed her brow, observing the swiftly healing wounds and glancing at Kurumi, who was bracing against the claw. A sense of embarrassment washed over her. She had never expected to be unable to breach the defenses of this gigantic toad. Could they truly meet their end here today? Ding. Host, would you like to update your realm? Note: due to the previous upgrade, the novice period has concluded. The current Valkyrie, Kurumi Tokisaki, is mismatched in level. Would you like to proceed with the update? Taken aback by the system's voice, Hanyu quickly inquired with her thoughts. What do you mean? The novice period has ended? What does it mean to be mismatched in level? Ding. Indeed, the prior phase was merely the novice period. The system is now fully bound to the host, and the current level of the host and Kurumi is at the threshold of the Emperor's 12th realm, which is the pinnacle of this world. However, the host's adversary stands at the peak of the second tribulation of the Emperor. Note: due to early encounters with Emperor-level foes, the general power classification is explained. Lower-level classifications will not be elaborated upon. The threshold of the Emperor consists of 10 tribulations, yet some extraordinary anomalies carve a path, establishing realms 11 and 12. Reaching this level allows for combat beyond one's rank, enabling one to contend with the first tribulation of the Emperor. The Emperor encompasses 10 tribulations, where overcoming the first brings forth a heavenly tribulation. Beyond this, the system remains uncertain. Would you like to update? The system's voice reiterated once more. Without hesitation, Hanyu responded affirmatively. The update commenced and was completed swiftly. Congratulations, host! Your power has ascended to the Emperor level, reaching the peak of the first tribulation. As this is Kurumi Tokisaki's original realm, no heavenly tribulation shall descend. Hanyu exhaled, relieved by the good news that had quelled her earlier worries. However, she was astonished to find herself at the peak of the first tribulation of the Emperor. She had not anticipated that Kurumi's strength in Date Alive had ascended to such heights. What then of the other spirits? What level of power did that initial spirit possess? Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. A single spatial tremor could obliterate an entire city. If the spirits were malevolent, a spatial quake in any location could lead to the world's demise in no time. However, such thoughts were merely speculative. The world of Date Alive was far more complex than it appeared, with its peculiar technological advancements and other intricacies. Though she contemplated much in the external world, mere moments had elapsed. Shaking her head, Hanyu decided to cast aside the chaotic thoughts. She solemnly communicated with the system, inquiring whether the strength of the figure before her, Tokisaki Kurumi, had been updated. A chime echoed, followed by a pause, and then another chime announced, "Update complete." Hanyu, taken aback, listened intently to the system's voice, utterly astonished that it could articulate such words. However, before she could express her surprise, Kurumi, who had been straining against the grasp of a giant frog, suddenly produced a flintlock pistol with one hand, causing a loud bang. Instantly, the frog's claw was sent flying, leaving Hanyu momentarily stunned. The one most astonished was Kurumi herself. Having struggled against the claw, she suddenly felt a mysterious energy surging through her, which brought her an unexpected sense of relief. Before she could comprehend the situation, she realized that her previously burdensome hand had become remarkably light. What followed was a captivating scene. Wielding the flintlock pistol, Kurumi flashed a bewitching smile, reveling in the inexplicable yet delightful sensation. Yes, you must feel wonderful," Hanyu remarked with a wry smile, wondering if the system could assess Kurumi's capabilities. A chime sounded again, affirmative, but only a brief overview is available. A comprehensive analysis will require time. Name: Tokisaki Kurumi, Time Spirit, race skill. Kakadai, angel, weapon. Flintlock pistol, 2. 1 long and 1 short, spirit. Beginner level Emperor realm. Peak of the Great Emperor's first calamity note. A captivatingly beautiful lowly girl, perhaps enjoying some monkey wine with her uncle. Indeed, it was quite straightforward, albeit the significance of the spirit section eluded her understanding. Hanyu nodded, content that she could at least gauge Kurumi's prowess. However, what on earth was the reference to monkey wine? Bewildered by the system's notes, Hanyu wondered if her system had malfunctioned. Monkey wine, indeed, why not Ultraman? A chime echoed. Does the host have an affinity for Ultraman? Here is a feminine transformation device. Would you like to purchase it? Hanyu was truly astonished this time, utterly flabbergasted by the revelation. Chapter 69. The system with a gift for exaggeration ding. Yes, the system has completed its update. There is nothing that the host cannot conceive, for there is no limit to what the system can accomplish. Hanyu listened in bewilderment to the system's self-aggrandizing declarations. She truly needed to assess the changes within this system. What on earth was that nonsensical notification sound? Alas, the present circumstances were hardly conducive to such contemplations. She could only focus on neutralizing the formidable toad before her, which had been enraged by Kurumi's relentless assault and was now charging furiously towards her. Was it merely Hanyu's imagination, or did she glimpse a figure atop the toad's head? Yet, when she looked again, there was nothing there. Humph! Kurumi retracted her usual playful demeanor, coldly regarding the approaching giant toad. Kronos. Suddenly, a colossal golden clock materialized behind Tokisaki Kurumi, its ominous ticking resonating through the heavens. In the distance, a figure known as Moon Wulin teleported with remarkable speed, momentarily stunned by the sound, before hastening towards its source with an unprecedented swiftness. What was that sound? It sent a shiver down his spine. Kong Tian glanced upward at the sky, sensing that the noise emanated from the boundary itself. In a classroom at Moon Spirit Academy, a young man named Xiaoyu, who possessed an air of elegance, sat in the front row, utterly perplexed by the sudden chime of the clock. Wasn't this the narrative he had crafted? Why was there a tremor followed by the ominous sound of the Kronos? What on earth was happening? He longed to assert that he was the protagonist of this tale. Xiaoyu was indeed a university student who had traversed from Earth, now finding himself in a setting reminiscent of his previous world, listening to a pockmarked instructor discussing the Academy's facilities and the various types of demon races. As he battled drowsiness, he reflected on his familiarity with this content, for he was well versed in the intricacies of the demon races. Moreover, he recalled having written about an entity from another world prior to his arrival, ostensibly known as Yuhua Tian, a formidable expert at the mid-stage of the Sixth Calamity. On a street in Huang City, where on earth am I? Muhan fretted, stamping her petite feet. She had been peacefully residing in the territory of the angel race when she was abruptly summoned by the Empress and Mu to embark on a quest for pure angels. However, upon arriving, she encountered 2 unfamiliar figures who had neutralized the perilous threat from above. Now, she continued her search, but why was there not a single radiant beacon in sight? Observing herself, she noted the luminescence surrounding her. Yet where was that senior? Where were the angels? She was utterly at a loss as to where to commence her search. The sudden malevolent atmosphere, the unexpected tremors, and the mysterious sounds left her questioning her own awareness. Passers-by gazed in astonishment at the girl radiating a brilliant white light. In the eyes of passers-by, she radiated a brilliance surpassing even the sunlight, rendering it peculiar to gaze upon anything else. A mere light bulb? Observing this, Muhan felt a twinge of conflict. She wished it were otherwise. As a member of the celestial angelic lineage, she naturally exuded a luminescence, her inherent light attribute being abundant. Furthermore, she was no ordinary angel, but rather a scion of the esteemed Anmu Empress's family. Yet, no matter how diligently she searched, locating that angel was an impossibility. For Hanyu presently embodied the form of Tokisaki Kurumi, not that of Kanade Tachibana, thus evading her pursuit. Unless, of course, Hanyu were to transform. As she beheld the colossal toad, propelled through the air by Tokisaki Kurumi, Hanyu felt a shiver run down her spine. Initially, she had not scrutinized it closely, but now, the details were all too vivid. Its head was adorned with a multitude of beady eyes, an unsettling sight indeed. Its rotund body was covered in small nodules, and an unknown viscous substance dripped incessantly to the ground, creating a series of small craters, while its purple skin only intensified Hanue's desire to flee. Was it not said that some toads were edible? Would anyone dare to consume this creature in the realm of culinary enthusiasts? Certainly she would not. Gazing at the massive purple gluttonous toad barreling toward her, Tokisaki Kurumi wore an expression of disgust. She too was thoroughly repulsed. The purple gluttonous toad was utterly incensed. How dare a mere ant send it flying? It was baffled as to how this diminutive creature possessed the strength to do so, pondering its large head, yet perhaps dismissing the thought entirely. In an instant it charged forward, refraining from utilizing its abilities, believing that employing its full strength against such a small adversary would be a disgrace. This creature, while perhaps formidable, could not possibly rival its own prowess, for it was a peak existence of the second Calamity Emperor. In this primitive world, it considered itself a deity. Kurumi surveyed the advancing toad, her elegant brows knitting in a frown. It seemed this grotesque creature possessed some degree of strength. With that thought, she ascended into the air. Chapter 70. The drugged toad, upon witnessing Kyuzo ascend into the air, Hanue followed suit without a moment's hesitation. As she took flight, a thought struck her. Could it be that the toad has attained the status of an emperor? Has it consumed some potent elixir? At the entrance of Huang City, Su-Zhe galloped out on his fiery steed, urgency etched upon his face. His mission was to investigate the disturbances at the border. Amidst a range of towering mountains, Kyuzo and Hanue stood atop one of the peaks, their expressions grave as they observed the grotesque giant toad charging towards them. Previously, when the massive creature had approached, Kyuzo and Hanue had vacated their previous location, retreating to a more secluded area among the mountains, now perilously close to the border. As they beheld the incoming behemoth, Hanue and Kyuzo's faces paled. Kyuzo, with a serious demeanor, addressed the creature. "This toad." Hanue struggled to find a suitable name for the beast, finally settling on calling it a toad for its resemblance. The creature possessed the formidable power of a peak second-tier emperor, whereas both she and Kyuzo were merely at the pinnacle of the first tier. "Call me sister," Kyuzo suddenly interjected earnestly. Upon hearing her words, Hanue's lips twitched in disbelief. Was this truly the moment for such address? Of course, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. With a resigned sigh, she acquiesced. "Very well, Kyuzo sister. Now, let us discuss our strategy, little you," Kyuzo replied with a satisfied smile. "Together, we should be able to defeat it, though my combat experience is nearly non-existent, so I shall rely on you." Hanue solemnly articulated her concerns regarding her own capabilities. Without hesitation, Kyuzo agreed, though her initial intention had been to engage in battle herself. Yet, contemplating the future, she recognized the necessity for Hanue to gain experience. Thus it would be beneficial for her to fight regularly. Meanwhile, the purple hunger toad observed the two chatting, completely disregarding its presence. Infuriated, it had not initially intended to unleash its innate powers. It had merely been toying with them. However, its resolve had shifted. It now sought to crush them, ensuring that these two underestimating creatures would pay the ultimate price. Look, they were still engaged in conversation, completely oblivious to its looming threat. At that very moment, Hanue was articulating Kyuzo's strength. Had the purple hunger toad overheard, it would have laughed heartily, mocking them for their arrogance in not kneeling before its might. In the distance, Yu Wulin surveyed the desolate state of the garrison, furrowing his brow. What has transpired? Where have all the people gone? He had inadvertently missed the whereabouts of Hanue and the others, arriving at the garrison only to find it in disarray. "Leave this place at once. It is not safe here." A youthful voice suddenly pierced the air, startling Yu Wulin. Turning to locate the source of the voice, he was taken aback to find a bloodied soldier supported by a middle-aged man. The owner of the voice was none other than Lin Yi. These two were none other than the recently departed Fu Qingxia and Lin Yi. After they departed for a brief moment, a sense of unease regarding the two young girls lingered, prompting them to return, only to encounter Yu Wulin, who had just arrived. "Who are you?" he inquired. "Greetings. I am Fu Qingxia, the commander of this naval station. Beside me is Lin Yi, a soldier of the 1st Division. Fu Qingxia spoke in a low voice. I urge you to leave this place at once. It is perilous. Yu Wulin, undeterred by his warning, continued. I am here in search of 2 young girls. Have you seen them? Fu Qingxia exchanged a glance with Lin Yi, pondering whether this man might be their grandfather. Their suspicions were not unfounded. This area was predominantly occupied by mercenaries and soldiers, making it unlikely for anyone else to arrive. The sudden appearance of this elder, coupled with his inquiry about the 2 charming girls, naturally led them to connect him to them. Yet they cautiously probed further. Are you acquainted with them? The 2 identical ones? Indeed, Yu Wulin replied, a glimmer of hope igniting within him, sensing that assistance for the girls might finally be at hand, despite his own limited capability to help. Upon hearing his affirmation, Fu Qingxia rapidly responded, then that is settled. However, I am afraid I do not know where they have gone. Shaking his head, momentarily at a loss for words, was he implying that his presence might endanger the girls? Had someone spoken to him in such a manner, he would have retaliated with a swift punch. 2 small girls, and you, an adult, are considering fleeing. Is that not absurd? Though he recognized that the girls possessed strength surpassing his own, a deep concern still gnawed at him. Earlier, in the chaos, he had only thought of escaping, failing to remember that they were merely children. Thus, they hastily retraced their steps, but fate had other plans. A sudden whirlwind interrupted their journey, delaying their return. By the time they arrived, the place was in utter disarray. It was at this moment that they chanced upon Yu Wulin approaching. Chapter 71. The Battle, the Radiant Angel Boom. The purple hunger toad struck with its claws, shattering a mountain in a single blow. In that fleeting moment, Hanyu and Kurumi had already swiftly vacated the area. Soaring through the air, they gazed down at the colossal purple hunger toad, a formidable creature. They had no intention of conversing with this beast, especially since it had initiated hostilities immediately, underestimating them as mere soft fruits to be squeezed. The Time Emperor. Thud. This time it was Hanyu who unleashed the Time Emperor's power, having refrained from utilizing her angelic abilities until now. It was only at this moment that the thought struck her. Meanwhile, at the guardhouse, upon hearing the bell toll, Yu Wulin halted his conversation with Fu Qingxia and the others, pinpointing a direction before teleporting away. As he departed, he urged the bewildered duo, "You must leave this place quickly, and ensure no one approaches here." His words lingered in the air even as he vanished from sight. Staring at the suddenly absent Yu Wulin, Fu Qingxia and Lin were momentarily taken aback, then shared a wry smile. With such a capability for sudden disappearance, they had hoped he would leave, yet it seemed they were the ones who truly needed to vacate the area. They were still too weak. It was best to retreat and prevent any unsuspecting individuals from wandering into this perilous situation. Fu Qingxia and Lin exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a sense of helplessness. Go, go! Su Zhe urged his steed onward, hastening towards the border, yet merely riding would take him 5 days at the fastest to reach his destination. Thus, he felt as though he was merely going through the motions, as by then, everything would likely have reached its conclusion. Where could it possibly be? Muhan sat wearily at the entrance of a shop. Hello, what are you doing here? A melodious female voice suddenly startled Muhan, causing her to stand abruptly, her guard raised as she eyed the newcomer. Huang Xuejian gazed in astonishment at the radiant girl before her. Ever since Yu Qinglu had departed, she had been curious about the shop she mentioned and had conducted some inquiries, leading her here. To her surprise, she encountered a girl emanating light. Judging by her appearance, she seemed to be around 14 or 15 years of age. She approached and greeted her, but was taken aback by the girl's sudden reaction, which startled her. However, drawing upon her years of composure training, she quickly regained her poise. Hello, my name is Huang Xuejian. May I ask if you are an employee of this shop? She inquired, gesturing towards the establishment behind Muhan. At that moment, Muhan finally noticed the voice's owner, an approximately 20-year-old woman. She exhaled in relief, although her body remained tense. She recalled her sister's warning her that outsiders could be dangerous, often capturing them and severing their wings to fashion into cloaks. Thus, despite the beauty of this older sister, She remained cautious and failed to fully comprehend her words. Huang Xuejin frowned slightly and continued. Hello? Are you an employee of this shop? This time, Mu Han was attentive and clearly heard the question, but upon realizing what was being asked, she froze. An employee of the shop? In a moment of hesitation, she abruptly turned around, her gaze drawn to the sign hanging above, confirming the existence of a shop. Flustered, she stammered, No, it's not what you think, I'll leave right away. Hearing her incoherent words, Huang Shui stepped in to halt her, saying nothing as she pushed her into the shop. The establishment they entered was none other than the new store of Hanyu. Unfortunately, ever since the sudden system upgrade, everything inside had vanished, save for the items that had already been sold. Moreover, Hanyu found herself devoid of any necessity to operate the shop now, considering the shop's subsystem had ceased to exist. As they crossed the threshold, at the boundary nearby, the golden clock in Hanyu's left eye rotated slightly. She extended her right hand and swiftly aimed at herself, pulling the trigger. Bang! In an instant, her speed surged, and she appeared behind the purple starved toad. With her right hand pointing skyward and her left hand directed downward, she shouted, Kiki Emperor, 8 of bullets. Instantly, 88 identical versions of herself emerged beside her, and without any command from her, the duplicates attacked the purple starved toad. The air was filled with the sound of gunfire. Da, 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 da. At that moment, Hanyu seized the opportunity to examine the attributes of the giant toad. System, access the attribute list of this grotesque toad. Ding. Detection successful. The data is as follows. Race, purple starved toad. Racial talent, long tongue whip, extending its tongue to strike, regardless of distance, even in the void. Weapons, tongue, claws, saliva which is highly toxic. Everything about its body serves as a means of attack. Strength, 200 dragon power. The peak of the Emperor's tribulation is 100 dragon power, with each dragon power equating to 20 elephant power, and each elephant power to 10,000 pounds. Thus, the force of each attack from the purple starved toad amounts to a staggering 20 million pounds. Mental value, sub-level. Ding. Detection hasty. Only these details could be accessed. Understanding the implications, Hanyu communicated with the system through her thoughts. Even with just these attributes, she felt a twitch in her eye. A force of 20 million pounds. If she were still that ordinary person from before, she would have been utterly obliterated merely by proximity. Chapter 72. Infinite clones. The air was filled with the sounds of gunfire as Kyuko unleashed her 8 bullets, summoning countless clones to bombard the purple starry toad. However, the strength of these clones was generally at the quasi-emperor level, with their attacks equivalent to the force of 5 dragons or 10 elephants, translating to approximately 1 million pounds of power. Yet, such assaults only inflicted moderate injuries upon the purple starry toad, which possessed remarkable regenerative abilities, allowing it to recover swiftly. The most formidable attacks still came from the main bodies, with Kyuko and Hanyu delivering blows around the power of 180 dragons, their defenses equally formidable. After dispatching 5 clones, the purple starry toad gazed apprehensively at the swarm of small creatures flitting about, their incessant chatter becoming increasingly irksome. It found it perplexing how the 2 little beings had suddenly multiplied into so many. Fortunately, the newly emerged entities were relatively weak and posed little threat. However, there were 2 in particular that commanded its serious attention. Their sporadic strikes were proving to be quite painful, a stark contrast to the previous encounters that had not been so intense. The toad contemplated utilizing its special skill to ensnare them with its tongue, but uncertainty loomed over its ability to target the 2 powerful ones, as they all bore the same appearance. It feared making a miscalculation, and given that its innate ability was not something it could employ frequently, timing was of the essence. Amidst the incessant chattering surrounding it, the purple starry toad felt its patience waning. With a ferocious roar, it decided to eradicate them, swiping at each one. Bang! One clone after another was sent crashing into the mountains. Some were Kyuko's clones, while others belonged to Hanyu. With each Kyuko clone struck down, a corresponding Hanyu clone met the same fate, as each Hanyu clone was accompanied by a Kyuko counterpart. Unbeknownst to the main body of Hanyu, who remained vigilant against the frenzied purple starry toad, she was momentarily caught off guard. Bang! The enraged purple starry toad, observing the countless identical minuscule figures below, had never felt such fury since attaining its emperor-level strength. These little creatures, once mere pests that it could effortlessly crush, now eluded its grasp entirely. Previously, it had been confident that each strike would result in a kill, yet the ones it thought it had slain vanished without a trace, only for more to appear instantaneously. This left the toad questioning its own prowess. Regrettably, without a system to discern the abilities of Kyuko and her companions, it remained in the dark. Bang! Hanue rubbed her sore arm, having made a mistake that resulted in her being struck. How painful! Where did this purple starry toad come from? Hanue pondered anxiously. Be careful. Xiaoya, get out of there, shouted several of Kyuko's clones in unison. Huh? What's going on? Before Hanue could voice her questions, a colossal tongue suddenly emerged before her. The purple gluttonous toad gazed at the diminutive figure that had unexpectedly obstructed its attack, its myriad eyes fixated intently on the one who had thwarted it. Among its countless eyes, it swiftly zeroed in on Hanue's true form. In an instant, it unleashed its innate skill, the long tongue whip. No one could evade it. My talent shall bring you to your demise, mere ant, the purple gluttonous toad declared confidently. Its thunderous voice reverberated through the skies. Alas, I was careless. In a panic, Hanue enveloped herself in a layer of spiritual energy. The tongue coiled around her, tightening instantaneously, producing a series of cracking sounds as the spiritual energy threatened to shatter. The hastily conjured barrier was thin and swiftly corroded by the toxic liquid on the tongue. Witnessing this, Hanue had no time for disgust and swiftly enveloped herself in another layer of spiritual energy. Yet, in mere moments the cracking sounds resumed. It seemed that it would not be long before this layer met the same fate as the previous one. Hanue felt a genuine sense of urgency. Although she might not perish, the revulsion was overwhelming. The tongue, if it were to truly lick her, she would undoubtedly be left with lasting trauma. Beep! Danger! Danger! Please, host, swiftly extricate yourself from this predicament. Ha! Hanue was taken aback, bewildered by the sudden emergence of the system, which issued a warning. Before she could inquire, the system promptly cautioned her to vacate the attack range, explaining that this assault was the purple gluttonous toad's innate skill, the long tongue whip. This ability possessed a unique function. If it failed to eliminate the foe, it would banish the ensnared opponent to the outside world. Meanwhile, Kurumi observed Hanue ensnared by the giant tongue. Her gaze turned cold as she fixated on the purple gluttonous toad. How dare this creature lay its tongue upon her little Hanue? With a thunderous leap, Kurumi propelled herself towards the rapidly spinning tongue, intent on severing it, determined to make it regret employing such a weapon. Chapter 73. Battle Part 2, System. What does exile mean? Ding. Exile can be understood as banishment from this world, or perhaps a temporal exile. This is the singular and most formidable ability of the purple gluttonous toad. Ding. Host, are you curious as to why the purple gluttonous toad possesses so few methods of attack? This is because its original form is merely a common frog, which has ascended to its current realm due to a fortuitous encounter. Thus, its means of attack and abilities are quite limited. Let alone, if the purple gluttonous toad were truly cast before an emperor, it would be incapable of transforming into a humanoid, and its sole ability would be the lash of its tongue. Nonetheless, the purple gluttonous toad has indeed withstood 2 tribulations of heaven. Thus it can be considered emperor level, albeit with considerably lacking prowess. Upon hearing the system's words, Hanue's expression turned somewhat peculiar. Is this system not rather distasteful? Why else would it speak of the creature in such a manner? Oh no, to speak of a frog in such terms. However, her demeanor soon darkened. The system had uttered a plethora of meaningless words without providing any guidance on how to escape this predicament. Gazing upon the slick, purple tongue before her, Hanue felt a wave of nausea wash over her. The tongue was indeed a striking shade of purple, truly befitting the name purple gluttonous toad. Yet, regardless of what Hanue said, the system's voice had fallen silent, as if it had abruptly vanished. With no choice but to devise a plan on her own, Hanue pondered her options. The unexpectedly manifested purple gluttonous toad, despite lacking any extraordinary skills, possessed a physicality and defense far superior to her own. She contemplated, yet found no viable solutions. Anxiety surged as she observed the purple tongue tightening with each passing moment, and soon she sensed the space around her constricting increasingly. Outside, Tokasaki Kurumi unleashed a barrage of gunfire toward the purple gluttonous toad's tongue. The sound of gunfire echoed, flesh and blood scattering as the tongue was struck with force, prompting the toad to emit a muffled groan. Its bulging eyes locked onto the diminutive figure that had suddenly appeared beside its tongue. Roaring in anger, seeking death, Tokasaki Kurumi paid no heed to its words, her focus intensely fixed on the tongue before her. Would her attacks merely breach a fraction of its defenses? Unbeknownst to her, the fate of little Yu within remained uncertain, necessitating her swift rescue. She had lingered in this realm for far too long, nearly forgetting her own identity. As she ruminated, Tokasaki Kurumi's gaze grew progressively colder, scrutinizing the elongated tongue while casting a glance toward the distant purple gluttonous toad. A chill ran down the toad's spine. It sensed an inexplicable fear emanating from her. The golden eyes of the clock fixated on the purple tongue, and the golden clock, Zakeki, materialized upon Tokasaki Kurumi's back. Previously, to avoid drawing attention to her true form, she had retracted Zakeki. However, now was not the time to withhold her strength. The golden clock within her left eye shimmered with radiance. With her flintlock rifle aimed at a singular point, she commenced her assault, while all her clones surged forth to unleash their fire upon the location from which her attack originated. As Hanyue's avatars continued to harass the purple-hued celestial frog, it found itself unable to attend to Kurumi. With an expression of helplessness, Hanyue wielded her flintlock pistol, contemplating her predicament. Suddenly, a revelation struck her. She recalled that she possessed more than a singular form. She shouted at the system residing within her, "Come forth, you foolish system. Activate the Valkyrie Codex at once. I wish to change forms." Ding, initiating the system responded electronically, this time acknowledging her. Furthermore, host, please refer to this system as the charming and unmatched Jade Tree. With an exasperated frown upon her face, she retorted, "Silence. Hurry and activate it. I cannot bear to linger in this foul place any longer." As her words faded, a cerulean light materialized before her, prompting her to instinctively close her eyes. Upon reopening them, she was greeted by a square interface filled with countless grids, each adorned with the avatar of a two-dimensional maiden, though only 5 were illuminated. 5? Hanyue paused, bewildered. She distinctly remembered having only the forms of Tokasaki Kurumi and Toka Yatagami. How did 3 additional forms manifest? Without further contemplation, she directed her gaze toward the first unfamiliar girl. She appeared to be around 13, with lustrous black hair cascading gracefully, clad in a traditional black hanfu. Her petite frame, coupled with her icy gaze, exuded a unique allure. Hanyue felt a pang of confusion. She could not recall encountering this character in any of the anime she had watched. Who was she? A mere supporting character, perhaps? System, may I access this character's information? Ding, host may do so. Simply click to view. Ah, she responded, and without hesitation, Hanyue clicked on the image that floated before her. Chapter 74. Battle, Part 3. Gazing at the card in her hand, Hanyue was utterly perplexed, completely unaware of the situation she found herself in. The voice of the system soon resonated, urging her, "Host, examine the reverse side." Without hesitation, she flipped the card over, revealing a line of text. Initial state name, Shizaki Hanyue, Zio-Oceanlei, Realm. Early stage of Great Emperoress First Tribulation Strength. 200 Dragon Power Speed. 100-fold Speed of Sound Spirit. Entry-level Emperor Skill. Transformation into other Valkyrie's weapon. Shizaki Kurumi's left-hand flintlock pistol. 98 damaged. Divine class. Note: this weapon's energy has been depleted and cannot be dropped, but will be stored in the system's space. Health points, 10 million stamina. Infinite. Note: no need for rest. Host, you have become a nocturnal cultivator. Comprehensive note: young lady, the initial character has been activated. Ordinarily, you can only utilize her. If you wish to employ other Valkyries, there are certain time restrictions. Upon reading this, Hanyue was left in a state of complete shock. Was this truly a means to create a person for her? Holding the card, She incredulously communicated with the system. What is happening? Is this character me? Indeed, due to a comprehensive upgrade of the system, all previous loopholes have been rectified. This individual represents your ordinary state, or rather, she will become your true appearance henceforth. Receiving the system's response, Hanyu felt as if her world had tilted. Could it be true? Would she truly only be able to exist as a female from now on? The reason she had adapted to the notions of transmigration and transformation so swiftly was that the system had not previously specified that she must embody a female form, nor did she possess a physical body. She had merely transformed into two-dimensional girls. Yet now, she was informed that she possessed a body of her own, and it was that of a young girl. Why not a boy? However, a small consolation was that this girl had a flat chest, suitable for a youthful appearance. What nonsense! She did not wish to remain as a girl. She longed to transform into a boy. Even a two-dimensional male would suffice. A girl without a heart. Frequently casting glances at the slumbering Shizaki Kurumi beside her, she felt utterly disheartened. The weight of despair loomed over her, her gaze revealing her hopelessness. Could one blame her for feeling this way? Imagine, if you were to traverse worlds and encounter a girl you adored, yet you had to declare yourself male while inhabiting a female body, relegated to the role of a mere confidant. How despairing would that be? Must one resort to a Yuri scenario? You might, but what of her? Thus, one must not harbor excessive desires. Host, host, host. The system's voice grew increasingly insistent, pulling Hanyu back from her reverie. Exhaling deeply, she gazed at the card in her hand, tears unshed, resigned to her fate. Shaking her head to clear her thoughts and regain some composure, she continued, "What do those plus signs signify?" Host. Those plus signs are clickable and can be used for upgrades. Oh, Hanyu responded with a hint of indifference, her mind wandering. This truly resembled a game, with the promise of upgrades. She continued to explore further. The vitality is surprisingly abundant, boasting a staggering 10 million points. However, what on earth is the note regarding the stamina? Never mind, Hanyu placed the card she held down. Glancing at her current situation, the purple tongue continued to exert pressure, yet her spiritual shield remained resilient for quite some time. Unbeknownst to her, in a corner, there existed a quivering void, reminiscent of a drunken individual, which was rather peculiar. Hanyu exhaled in relief. Her spiritual energy could still endure, granting her the opportunity to observe some changes within the system. Outside, Tokisaki Kurumi relentlessly attacked. Yet, for an unknown reason, she was unable to breach the purple tongue. In the distance, the purple gluttonous toad maintained the tongue, sneering disdainfully, as if to say, "Did you think my talent could be so easily shattered? It will only loosen upon the death of the one inside." For the time being, it could only defend and launch simple attacks against them. After all, maintaining its talent required a certain cost, and it could not engage in vigorous movement. Nevertheless, its recovery rate was swift, rendering it unperturbed as it quietly observed their performance. However, it found itself perplexed. Why had no resolution been reached despite the passage of time? Its tongue was nearly parched. Inside, Hanyu finally diverted her attention from the card, shifting her gaze to the other images. This time she refrained from picking them up, so she merely observed the visuals. The second image depicted Tosaka Rin. She recognized it and chose not to linger further, knowing there might be some changes in her strength. The third image represented her current state, Tokisaki Kurumi, of which she possessed some knowledge. She chose to disregard it, turning her attention to the fourth image. Upon recognizing the figure, Hanyu felt a flush of warmth. It was none other than Saber, the king of knights, Artoria Pendragon, from Fate Stay Night. She vividly recalled the moment of her summoning, asking, "Are you my master?" Chapter 75. Transformation into the fluffy-haired king. At that time, he, still a man, felt a profound sorrow, pondering why the world did not include her. Yet, she understood that this was merely an anime and not to be taken seriously. Nevertheless, she could not help but daydream about the moment she could encounter the fluffy-haired king and her companions in a beautiful serendipity. However, such an encounter was absent. Instead, today she could transform into the fluffy-haired king. What a peculiar situation. She was at a loss for words. Hanyu's lips twitched in frustration. She decided that if resistance was futile, she might as well embrace the experience. Reluctantly, she acquiesced, acknowledging the system's prowess. With no other choice, she continued to observe. Name: Artoria Pendragon Class. Early stage of the Great Emperor's second ascension. Gender: female. Height: 154 centimeters. Weight: 42 kilograms. Measurements: 73, 53, 76. Titles: King Arthur, Night King, Saber. Guardian: Guardian of the Lake Spirit, enabling movement over water. Skills: Magic Resistance. In this context, a suppression of spiritual energy, capable of resisting enemy spiritual attacks. Currently able to withstand attacks from adversaries of slightly higher rank. Riding: Proficient in all forms of riding, including horses, vehicles, and spacecraft, without the need for formal training. Innate skill: Instinct, the ability to instantly discern the most suitable action during combat. This skill allows for the prediction of projectile trajectories, aiding in the evasion of firearm attacks. However, against exceptionally strong foes, predictions may falter. Noble Phantasm: Wind King's Barrier. Rank: C. Range: 12. Maximum capture: 1 by entwining numerous layers of wind to alter the refractive index of light. This barrier conceals the sword's form, preventing opponents from discerning its distance and trajectory for attack, thereby obscuring her own noble phantasm. Excalibur: the Sword of Promised Victory. Rank: A. Type: Anti-City. Noble Phantasm. Range: 199. Maximum capture: 1,000 individuals. Utopian Refuge from all. Rank: S. Type: Barrier. Noble Phantasm. Defensive target: 1 individual. Overall statement: young lady, the fluffy-haired king is formidable. If one wishes to enhance her strength, upgrading the initial character's level will also elevate the transformation into the Valkyrie. After reviewing Artoria's attributes, Han Yu was rendered speechless. The strength of a great emperor's second ascension? Why, could it be? As she pondered, Han Yu swiftly glanced at the 2 cards before her, which depicted Tsubasa Kazan and Kurumi Tokisaki. Upon closer inspection, she realized that Tsubasa was at the peak of the great emperor's first ascension, and so was Kurumi. Seeing this, Han Yu could not suppress a tinge of disappointment. Perhaps she had been too optimistic. Observing Artoria's might, she had assumed their powers were on par. Just then, a crisp sound interrupted her thoughts, jolting the disappointed Han Yu back to reality, leaving her no time to examine the next card. She called out to the system, after the upgrade, how can I transform into other Valkyries? Beep. I forgot to mention, host, while the Valkyrie Codex has indeed been updated, it does not fall under the system's jurisdiction. It belongs to the realm of the spiritual sea, although the system can simply summon the Valkyrie Codex. Too much unnecessary chatter. Why are you so verbose? Han Yu felt a surge of frustration. When did this system become so tedious? This is hardly the time for such discussions. Just tell me how to transform. She attempted several times. Previously, she merely had to touch it to change, but now, despite repeated attempts, there was no alteration whatsoever. Beep. Fine, simply crush the selected card. Han Yu hesitated to crush it immediately. She discerned a hint of disappointment in the system's tone. How could this be? The system was supposed to be devoid of emotions, and wasn't the system sprite uninstalled? Crack. Hearing the sound, Han Yu ceased her contemplations and decisively crushed the card representing the Night King, Artoria. To her astonishment, a myriad of golden lights suddenly radiated around her, enveloping her completely. In an instant, the spiritual shield that had been defending against the attacks of the purple hunger toad shattered. Just as the purple tongue was about to make contact with the golden radiance, a delicate voice cried out, Excalibur. A colossal surge of golden sword energy shot skyward. The once purple visage of the purple hunger toad turned crimson, as if its veins were being constricted. The purple hunger toad, previously brimming with confidence in its abilities, stared incredulously at its own tongue. In that human realm, the tongue had been cleaved apart by the golden sword energy, leaving a passage wide enough for 10 individuals. A figure sauntered out from within. At that moment, the avatars of Shizaki Hanyu began to vanish one by one, leaving only wisps of white smoke behind. Kurumi gazed in astonishment at the emerging figure. It should have been Shizaki Hanyu standing there, but now it was a woman Kurumi had never encountered. Hanyu examined herself. She was adorned in silver-blue armor, her petite frame complemented by soft, snow-white skin, cascading golden hair, and striking emerald eyes, along with a naturally exquisite face. Although she could not see her own visage, she was well aware of Leah's face. Handsome, beautiful, and captivating. Unable to resist, she pinched her own hand. How soft it was, indeed! In her grasp was a golden long sword, firmly embedded in the tongue. She did not depart from her perch atop the tongue. Rather, she stood there, realizing that she was now soaring in the sky. But she couldn't fly. Glancing at her original self, Shizaki Kurumi, she noted that her counterpart was frozen in place. How did she know it was the original? The enormous clock behind Shizaki Kurumi was a clear indicator of her identity. Looking around, she confirmed that all the other avatars were indeed Kurumi's. None remained of her own. She had secretly hoped that if her avatars had not vanished but transformed into the Foolish King, that army of foolish kings would unleash Excalibur upon the purple hunger toad, swiftly resolving the matter. Yet, she realized her thoughts were overly naive. The system would not present such a bug. Suddenly, at that moment, in the corner behind her, a ripple of void undulated unexpectedly, only to swiftly return to tranquility as if nothing had transpired. Han Yu's gaze remained fixed ahead, oblivious to the occurrences in the corner. Then, with a sudden halt, she felt the tongue beneath her feet shift. In an instant, she executed a flip and found herself standing atop the tongue. Once she regained her balance, she was astonished to discover that the length of the tongue extended impressively, nearly spanning a vast distance of 2 kilometers to the nearby purple starry toad. Moreover, its width was substantial. Han Yu sensed that even 10 individuals standing side by side would not be an issue. In the distance, the purple starry toad, observing the human atop its tongue, endured excruciating pain as it retracted its tongue, realizing that its innate talent had been thwarted. Chapter 76. Excalibur. Han Yu forcefully drove the sword into the tongue beneath her feet. Though it was utterly revolting, she had no choice but to endure it to avoid falling. The purple gluttonous toad observed her stabilize. Then, wielding an unfamiliar sword, it breached her defenses and thrust it directly into its tongue. In an instant, its retraction faltered. With a furious roar, it violently whipped its tongue, nearly causing Han Yu to lose her balance. Gripping the sword of oath and victory tightly, her body swayed in mid-air, yet she remained suspended due to the sword being firmly embedded. It was as if she were hanging in the heavens. Meanwhile, in the distance, Tokisaki Kurumi snapped back to reality, her gaze sweeping over several of her clones. The clones signaled before swiftly darting towards Han Yu. Although the current state of Han Yu was unknown to her, this presented a rare opportunity. Kurumi's eyes coldly scanned the purple gluttonous toad, noting that its attention was solely fixated on Han Yu, completely oblivious to her presence. Cautiously, Kurumi approached, her diminutive form allowing her to remain unnoticed amidst the toad's colossal body. She stealthily maneuvered to the toad's rear and softly uttered, "Bullet of the 8th." In an instant, over 100 identical Kurumis emerged from her shadow. Nodding to her nearby clones, they all suppressed their auras, ensuring the purple gluttonous toad would not detect them immediately. However, given its formidable strength, it would only be a matter of seconds before it sensed their presence. Yet, those few seconds were sufficient. Standing behind the toad's head, Kurumi activated her chronometer, aligning the hand to 7. "Bullet of the 7th, she declared, aiming her gun at the toad's head with icy resolve. Bang! As the chronometer spun, the purple gluttonous toad began to move. However, the moment it turned to glance behind, it realized it was unable to move. The 7th bullet, it rendered the target's time frozen. Yet, due to the disparity in power, success could only be achieved when the opponent was unprepared. Thus, Kurumi had approached stealthily, and it had worked. Observing the immobile toad, Kurumi commanded her clones to commence their assault. Although their strength was relatively weak, sheer numbers compensated for it. Meanwhile, the purple gluttonous toad abruptly ceased its control over its tongue, flinging Han Yu and the sword of oath and victory away, sending her hurtling through the air. In mid-flight, Han Yu could not help but scream, "Oh no! Help!" Though she would not perish, the pain was undeniable. Just then, several figures soared towards her, Tokisaki Kurumi's clones. They caught the plummeting Han Yu just in time. Hanyu shut her eyes and suddenly felt herself enveloped by a soft body. Peeking through a slight opening, she relaxed upon recognizing who had caught her, Kurumi. "Call me sister," the clones chimed in unison. "Hey, why must I always be called sister? Moreover, you are merely clones, after all." "Ah, clones, so what? I am indeed your sister," one of the clones of Kurumi stated with a playful glint in her eyes. "Alright, enough of this nonsense. Let us focus on the task at hand." Another Kurumi clone adjusted her glasses and spoke earnestly. "Hey, which version of Kurumi are you? Why are you wearing glasses?" Hanyu exclaimed, taken aback. "Did the former Kurumi ever excel as a student? Each of you possesses such distinct personalities. Fortunately, my clone is rather serious." In truth, Hanyu had seldom utilized her clones. Thus she was not well acquainted with their characteristics, as each clone embodied a facet of her past self, manifesting here. "By the way, Xiaoyu, what is up with this appearance?" the previously playful Kurumi inquired with curiosity. "Ah, this? To put it simply, it is my alternate form," Hanyu contemplated briefly before responding. "Oh," the others echoed, falling silent as they soared downward. Thud. Hanyu shook her arms upon landing, feeling quite uncomfortable. The ground was far more pleasant. One of the clones could not resist asking, "Xiaoyu, why aren't you flying?" Hanyu paused, realizing that indeed, she should be able to fly. After all, at her level, it was expected. After a moment's thought, she leaped, and with a thud, she jumped quite high only to plummet swiftly back to the ground. This time, she comprehended the truth. She truly could not fly. Standing on the ground, she felt a sense of despair, astonished that the one known as Dai Mao Wang was incapable of flight. Gazing at the Oath of Victory sword in her hand, she charged towards the purple gluttonous toad. Being unable to fly did not hinder her ability to fight. As she rushed forward, her distinctive hair bobbed above her head. Meanwhile, the original Kurumi Tachibana gazed in astonishment at the eyes wobbling atop the purple gluttonous toad's head. Indeed, she could not completely halt its time. It appeared that, before long, this corpulent creature would break free. Kurumi Tachibana watched it intently, furrowing her brow. Her time was running perilously low. Earlier, in an effort to resolve the spatial tremors she had inadvertently unleashed, she had exhausted all her time. Even though Hanyu had granted her half of her time, facing an entity significantly stronger than herself posed a considerable challenge. Additionally, she was recklessly employing the 8 bullets. She felt anxious, yet there was a creature more agitated than her, the purple gluttonous toad. After being struck by an unknown attack, it was rendered immobile, its only ability being to rotate its eyes. It could only observe the myriad of identical figures before it, realizing that they were merely manifestations of one individual. Astonishingly, it discovered that their life forces were all identical. Even though it could not move, its eyesight remained sharp, and it took great confidence in its observation. This revelation left it dumbfounded. Such a talent was unheard of, and each clone possessed strength at the imperial level. This extraordinary ability to create doppelgangers, in their realm, enables a single individual to rival a formidable sect. If it were aware of such a presence here, it would undoubtedly have accompanied its master, Yuhua Tian. Wait, could that earlier figure also possess the same doppelganger talent? Upon this realization, the purple star sky toad contemplated retreat. One such being is insufficient. Another has emerged. It began to sense that the depths of this world were rather profound. Surely they must be intruders from other realms, for how could such prodigious talents exist in such a minor world? As these thoughts spiraled, a sudden pain pierced through its musings. Its eyes darted, eager to discern the source. Upon clarity, it found itself utterly astonished. A golden light surged toward the heavens. Accompanied by a delicate exclamation, it ceased to exist. Excalibur, Chapter 77. The unending crisis before the purple gluttonous toad. A towering golden sword aura manifested, exuding an aura that instilled profound dread within it. Its mouth parted slightly, perhaps still under the lingering effects of Kurumi's 7th bullet, preventing it from voicing its thoughts. In its eyes, filled with despair, the golden sword aura sliced through its form. Yet, in the fleeting moment before its vitality waned, a fierce glint ignited in its gaze. "If I must perish, you shall not find solace either." With a thunderous crash, Its massive body was cleaved in twain, collapsing backward as a torrential downpour of blood rained from above. A sudden bolt of lightning struck, seemingly mourning the fall of a great emperor. At that instant, Kurumi Tokisaki withdrew from the fray, soaring into the distance. Once she regained her stance, her eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of the bisected purple gluttonous toad. As she contemplated her next move to find Hanue, an unexpected explosion halted her in her tracks. She turned her gaze toward the source of the blast, where the lifeless form of the purple gluttonous toad had once lain, now conspicuously absent. In its place hovered a violet orb, suspended in the air. What is happening? Kurumi mused in bewilderment, sensing the rapid depletion of spiritual energy around her, as if the orb were absorbing it. On the ground, Hanue had just released her Oath of Victory sword, having gathered her strength for a peak strike. In that moment, she had channeled all her abilities into a single blow, which the system had registered as an astonishing force of 1,000 dragon power. This immense power had allowed her to instantly vanquish the purple gluttonous toad. Yet, it was a stroke of luck. Had Kurumi not restrained the beast, she would have surely missed her mark. Gazing at the split remains of the purple gluttonous toad amidst the cascading blood rain, Hanue felt an indescribable sorrow. Was the emperor truly that formidable? Reflecting on her own abilities, bestowed upon her by the system, she pondered the uncertainty of her strength's existence should the system ever vanish. The more she ruminated, the more anxious she became. Shaking her head to dispel such thoughts, she resolved to forge ahead, for there was no turning back. At that moment, a sudden explosion jolted Hanue's thoughts back to the present. Upon witnessing the disappearance of the purple gluttonous toad's corpse and the presence of the violet orb, her expression shifted, for the system had re-emerged, delivering ominous news. Beep, beep, host warning, continental crisis detected. Please prevent the violet orb from detonating. The violet orb contains the entirety of the purple gluttonous toad's energy. In its final moments, it self-destructed. Yet the heavenly Tao of the Yuhua Tian world intervened, channeling all its energy into the violet orb. However, the heavenly Tao of this world lacks the power to entirely avert its explosion. Moreover, the violet orb will incessantly absorb the world's energy. Please resolve the issue of the violet orb within a limited time frame. Hidden task: resolve the explosion of the purple sphere. Reward: unknown. Penalty for failure: complete obliteration of the universe of Haotian and a goodwill rating of 0 with Haotian. Listening to the system's rapid speech, Hanue was momentarily dumbfounded. Was the matter still unresolved? Her delicate face flushed with astonishment, and she thought, System, how am I supposed to resolve this? I have no idea how. Hanue lamented inwardly. Meanwhile, high above, a vague silhouette observed everything unfolding below. Oh dear, how can this be? This is simply unfair. The indistinct figure suddenly burst into tears. Wait, it seems I am the one in power. The shadow paused for a moment, speaking in a dazed manner. Regardless, I am merely the newly born celestial being. And yet, it is you who are being oppressed. This being was, in fact, the Tao of the universe of Haotian. The universe of Haotian consisted of 3 continents. Yet they were divided by the void's demonic forces, leaving most of the populace unaware of their existence. The first, Zhenyu continent. The second, Zhenhao continent. The third, Zhentian continent. Each continent bore the same system of power levels, all flawed and incomplete. Why must you fight on my land? Can't you take your battles elsewhere? If not for his timely intervention, which had momentarily solidified the void and suppressed the aura of the emperors, the might of the emperors would have wreaked havoc across the continent. Should a conflict arise, the universe of Haotian would not withstand for long. Moreover, the formidable auras during battle were beyond what the inhabitants of the universe could endure. Thus, Haotian's primary role was to contain the leakage of such power. After all, the world was of a significantly low tier, a mere elementary world. Upon becoming the celestial being, Haotian became aware of the hierarchy of the Tao, realizing he belonged to the lowest tier, that of the elementary world. In his memories, the hierarchy of the Tao was linked to the world status, and he was cognizant of several higher levels: elementary world, intermediate world, and advanced world, beyond which he had no knowledge. Furthermore, it seemed improbable for high-tier entities to descend into such a lowly world. However, Half a month prior, an unusual aura had suddenly manifested in his realm, prompting his attention. After a fruitless search, he relinquished his pursuit, deciding to ignore it as long as it remained non-disruptive. That peculiar aura coincided with Hanyue's arrival in this world when the system had concealed the impending divine retribution from Haoyan. A fortnight later, the arrival of numerous powerful auras stirred Haoyan's mix of astonishment and fury. Upon investigation, he realized he could not overpower them and reluctantly allowed them their freedom. Fortunately, their destination lay within the territory of the boundary-dwelling demons, prompting Haoyan to divert his focus while remaining vigilant. Should they dare invade his world, he would not remain passive. Having heard from other celestial beings that powerful entities from other realms had a penchant for consuming the Tao itself, this truly startled Haoyan, prompting him to occasionally cast his gaze upon Yuetian and the others. Being a force of the heavenly Tao, which pervades all things, Yuetian remained blissfully unaware of the scrutiny directed towards him. After a period of more than half a month of safety, Haoyan soon discovered that conflict had erupted in the Jianyu continent during his moments of leisure. Furthermore, he was taken aback to learn that, unbeknownst to him, other continents had succumbed to the invasion of the demon clan. Consequently, he swiftly ascended to the skies above Jianyu continent, observing the initial grade emperors that had inexplicably appeared. Alas, he found himself outmatched. Haoyan watched as the formidable Ziji Tianshan was swiftly eliminated. Speaking of which, was this not the very being from half a month ago? Indeed, he referred to none other than Hanyue, who had transformed into the adorable Daimao Wang. Chapter 78. The prelude to invasion. It is said that this girl is truly breathtakingly beautiful. How wonderful it would be if she could become my queen. Yet her strength is formidable. Haoyan murmured softly. On the ground, Hanyue cast a perplexed glance at the sky, as she had just felt someone calling her. Damn it! In the realm of the demon clan, Yuetian roared in fury. The demons below gazed at him anxiously, fearful of incurring his wrath. My little toad has been slain. And in an instant, no less, though he was consumed with anger, he maintained his composure. The individual who could effortlessly dispatch the toad must possess power at the mid-level emperor stage, suggesting that their strength was likely comparable to his own. Yuetian himself was at the mid-stage of the 6 tribulations of the emperor. Where on earth did this woman come from? Yuetian grimaced as he returned to his seat. Moreover, those 2 identical women he encountered earlier were also at the emperor level. Albeit in the initial stage, they were nonetheless genuine emperors. Wasn't it stated that the ranks here only included holy magic tutors and martial emperors, with not even a quasi-emperor in sight? Where did these 2 emperors emerge from? He now regretted the initial memories of the demon clan, wondering how things had escalated to this point. At this moment, he had irreparably offended them, leaving him with no choice but to eliminate them or face annihilation himself. Casting a glance at the demons below, Yuetian's mood soured further, as the sight was truly unbearable. In the jungle, Yuwulin trudged onward with great difficulty, step by painstaking step toward the great mountain ahead. He was aware that it was the battlefield of Lady Tokisaki Kurumi and her companions. However, he did not wish to retreat. He yearned to demonstrate his own strength. Yet, even walking had become a struggle, and the closer he drew, the more he felt his breath constricting. His eyelids drooped heavily with each laborious step. Just as darkness enveloped him and he was on the verge of collapsing, a pair of translucent hands caught him, preventing him from falling. Yuwulin was momentarily stunned. There were indeed others here. Moreover, they were able to walk normally. As he pondered this in disbelief, the owner of the delicate hands spoke, her cool voice addressing him. Father, what is the matter? Father? Yuwulin was taken aback, and this voice sounded so familiar. Struggling to lift his head, he looked at the person before him and finally understood the reason for the familiarity. Yu Qinglu regarded her father with a puzzled expression, unsure of his current state. Father? Observing Yuwulin's stunned silence, Yu Qinglu called out again. Yuwulin nodded in confusion, pondering why Qinglu seemed unaffected by the oppressive aura. What is wrong with you? Noticing that Yuwulin remained in a daze, Yu Qinglu furrowed her brow. It's nothing. Yuwulin shook his head. By the way, how did you arrive here? He hesitated momentarily before continuing. Speaking of which, this too has me quite baffled. I remember Yu Qinglu began to reminisce. After leaving Huangshue, Yu Qinglu made her way towards Han Yue's shop, intending to inquire about a matter. However, upon arriving at the establishment, she was struck by the absence of any signs of life within. Curiously, she pushed the door open and stepped inside. The sound of her footsteps echoed through the empty room, causing a shift in her demeanor. Once she fully comprehended her surroundings, she was left in a state of shock. The area that once housed weapons and elixirs was now completely barren. Moreover, the room had reverted to its original state, devoid of the expanded space it previously held. This sight heightened her anxiety, and she couldn't help but wonder if something had happened to them. Just as she was about to venture out in search of answers, her attention was captured by an object in the corner of the shop. Uncertain of how it drew her in, she approached it, and upon grasping it, a sudden burst of light compelled her to shield her eyes. When she finally opened them, she found herself in a different location, an area at the border. As she walked, she unexpectedly encountered her father, Yu Wulin. Breathlessly, Yu Qinglu recounted her journey to this place. After listening intently, Yu Wulin fell into deep contemplation. "Qinglu, do you still possess that object?" he inquired. "It's gone. Upon arriving here, it vanished," Yu Qinglu replied candidly. "Vanished? Could it be?" A peculiar expression crossed Yu Wulin's face as if he had come to a realization, yet he refrained from voicing it. "You go ahead. I shall not accompany you. I no longer have the right to do so." After uttering this, he visibly relaxed. Though perplexed, Yu Qinglu chose not to probe further and simply nodded, albeit with a hint of concern. "Father, will you be able to return?" she asked. "I'll manage. I have faced far greater challenges in my life. This is no obstacle for me." "Understood. I shall take my leave. Please take care," she said, lifting her foot to continue onward. An inexplicable feeling urged her to proceed. She sensed that if she did not, she would regret it for the rest of her life. This emotion instilled both fear and unease within her, leaving her uncertain of her own feelings. Unbeknownst to her, as she advanced, a golden clock flickered upon her forehead. Yu Wulin, intending to retrace his steps, cast a glance at his daughter, filled with worry for her and uncertainty about the situation with the adults. Yet, that single glance left him astonished. To his eyes, Yu Qinglu appeared cloaked in a golden aura. "No wonder I was puzzled as to how Qinglu remained unaffected," he murmured in shock. "Wait, golden? Could it truly be?" His expression shifted dramatically. "I hope it is not as I fear." Without looking back, Yu Wulin departed, burdened by regret. Meanwhile, at the Moon Spirit Academy, Xiao Yu surveyed the pattern on her hand with grave concern. The Grim Reaper. How is this possible? How did the Grim Reaper's insignia appear on his hand so swiftly? Xiao Yu gazed at the pattern with a mixture of astonishment and bewilderment. "Xiao Yu, what is the matter?" Lin Yi inquired, perplexed by his sudden rise and the mention of the Grim Reaper. Xiao Yu, with a troubled expression, fixated on the ominous symbol, disregarding Lin Yi's words. He seized Lin Yi's arm and strode purposefully towards the exit, unfazed by the teacher's furious shouts behind them. They arrived at the training ground, and although Lin Yi was momentarily halted, he remained silent upon witnessing Xiao Yu's troubled demeanor, allowing him to lead the way. Once they came to a halt, Lin Yi, unable to contain his curiosity any longer, posed his question. "Xiao Yu, what is going on? Why did you suddenly?" Before he could finish, Xiao Yu interrupted. "Lin Yi, do you trust me?" Chapter 79. The Invasion of the Great Emperor, Part 1, of course. "I trust you," Lin Yi replied without a moment's hesitation. "I was going to soften my words." Xiao Yu paused, astonished and nearly overwhelmed with the urge to embrace Lin Yi. "You trust me too much, don't you? Moreover, I haven't even said anything yet." "All right, what I am about to tell you may shatter your worldview." Xiao Yu pondered for a moment and spoke with a grave demeanor. "You might find it hard to believe, but I must inform you that recently the Zhenyu continent, no, not just Zhenyu, but also the Jinhao and Jintian continents, will be besieged by external foes. Enemies. Attacking." Upon hearing Xiao Yu's words, Lin Yi's expression shifted to one of astonishment, interrupting Xiao Yu. "Yes, enemies," Xiao Yu continued, unfazed by the interruption. "Furthermore, their strength is at the mid-stage of the Great Emperor's Sixth Tribulation." Mid-stage of the Great Emperor's Sixth Tribulation? Lin Yi blinked, somewhat perplexed by the significance of this rank, but it certainly sounded grand. Indeed, Xiao Yu regarded Lin Yi with a peculiar gaze, puzzled by his sudden excitement. By the way, you might be wondering why there are 3 continents. No, I know. I know you don't know, Xiao Yu interrupted him. Of course, I knew you knew. Let me elaborate. The 3 continents together form the Yuhao Tian world. Moreover, the heavenly Tao of this world has only recently taken shape and cannot withstand the impending invasion of the great emperor. I believe it won't be long before the invasion occurs. As she spoke, Xiao Yu thought of Takagi Kurumi, uncertain whether she could contend with Yuhua Tian. All right, I have provided the gist. Now we must take action. Action? What kind of action? Lin Yi asked, still bewildered by the news of the invasion. He held no doubt regarding Xiao Yu's words, for he had spent considerable time with her and knew she was not one to speak frivolously. What to do? Of course, we must act. With a pause, Xiao Yu glanced at her palm, where a figure clad in a black robe obscured their face, holding a gigantic ebony scythe poised against their neck, an emblem of death. Frowning, she pondered what actions could possibly withstand the looming invasion. Recalling her notes, she remembered that the outline indicated that Yuhua Tian, along with 10 subordinates and his pet, the purple hunger toad, would breach the heavenly Tao's barrier from within after the toad entered the Zhenyu continent. Thus, Yuhua Tian and all the demonic entities were granted entry. However, the current circumstances diverged entirely from her initial writing. She recalled that during this time frame, the protagonist Lin Yi had just encountered Yu Linger at the academy. Although he had met her now, what was this peculiar form of the lowly? She questioned whether she had inadvertently traversed into an alternate universe. Moreover, the spatial tremors that had engulfed the entire world not long ago should not have allowed Takagi Kurumi to appear here. Additionally, Yuhua Tian's invasion was supposed to occur several years later. At this point, how old was the protagonist? He hadn't even begun to breach the boundaries of this world. And what of the Grim Reaper emblem in her hand? It is not as if this situation has emerged at this moment. Should it not have manifested only upon his descent into hell? Xiao Yu's emotions are quite intricate. Initially, the notion of traversing into a world of his own creation filled him with astonishment, as he could foresee events. However, the current reality diverges significantly from his expectations. Setting aside the sudden appearance of Tokisaki Kurumi, the arrival of Yuhua Tian is perplexing. He is uncertain whether he will reach the ultimate conclusion of his tale. For now, he can only proceed step by step. Even if the next encounter is with a character like the foolish Hare King, he would be devoid of surprise. Lin Yi gazes at Xiao Yu with a peculiar expression, pondering his thoughts as his face shifts with emotion. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, he claps his hands, exclaiming his understanding. Communication must henceforth be conducted through facial expressions. The more he contemplates this revelation, the more astute he feels. He massages his own face and begins to perform an array of expressions, twisting his mouth, rolling his eyes, and grinning mischievously. Xiao Yu snaps back to reality just in time to witness Lin Yi's antics, covering his forehead in exasperation. If only I had not bestowed such innate attributes upon the protagonist, he laments. He approaches Lin Yi and gently pats his head, saying, soon we shall enter hell, where you will find what you most desire. Hell. Lin Yi's expression shifts to one of fear. Must we go? We cannot avoid it, Xiao Yu replies solemnly. Come. Follow me. The entrance to hell is not here. We must journey to the boundary. I know a location that allows direct transfer to that realm. Follow my lead. With that, Xiao Yu strides purposefully in a specific direction, and Lin Yi trails closely behind. In one of the towering mountains of the 10 Faces, Tokisaki Hanue gazes gravely at the purple orb in her hand. This orb is none other than the ball of the purple hunger celestial toad, which could also be referred to as the source of divinity. Upon the death of an emperor, should all remnants of their existence not dissipate, such a sphere would form, albeit with varying shapes depending on the creature. The self-detonation of the purple hunger celestial toad before its demise was thwarted by the will of heaven, resulting in its essence being contained within the purple orb. However, the might of the will of heaven did not entirely eliminate the repercussions of an emperor's explosion, leaving the orb at risk of detonation at any moment. The explosion of an emperor would undoubtedly overwhelm the realm of Yuhua Tian. Transformed into the foolish Hare King, Hanue's whimsical hair sways, reflecting her tumultuous emotions. What should be done? Is it feasible to detonate this here? Or would it be wiser to transport it to another world? Yet where could that be? Tokasaki Hanue bites her lip, contemplating her options. However, she remains uncertain of the proper course of action, as she has never ventured to other worlds. Little you. At that moment, Tokasaki Kurumi approaches. Tokasaki. Kurumi. Almost instinctively, she nearly uttered the name. She recalls Kurumi's previous words. Glancing at Tokasaki Kurumi, a flicker of hope ignites within her. Perhaps Kurumi possesses a solution. Without hesitation, she divulges to Kurumi the information relayed by the system. Upon hearing this, Tokasaki Kurumi's expression became grave as she took the violet sphere from Tokasaki Hanue's hands. She had sensed the ominous nature of this object earlier. Its capacity to absorb spiritual energy was alarming. Should the sphere indeed possess the explosive potential as Hanue suggested, the entire world would face catastrophic peril. It was reminiscent of the spatial tremor she had once experienced, perhaps even more formidable. As they fixated intently on the violet sphere, a minute fissure suddenly appeared in the distant void. This was precisely where the violet-hued celestial toad's innate skill had struck, marking the location where Tokasaki Hanue had just transformed into the Days King. Chapter 80. The Invasion of the Emperor, Part 2. A minute fissure went unnoticed by the two, Shizaki Hanue and her companion. Meanwhile, in the heavens, Haoyin cast a perplexed glance toward the earth below, sensing an ominous foreboding. Aware of this ominous presence, he realized that something calamitous was about to unfold beneath him. Yet, he could not ascertain the source of this disturbance. This continent was within his dominion, and he could instantaneously survey everything upon it. Moon Qinglu gazed at the towering mountain before her, her expression exaggerated, exclaiming how utterly exhausting it was. Ever since she approached the mountain, she had found herself unable to harness her abilities, as if suppressed by an unseen force. Reluctantly, she was compelled to ascend the mountain step by step. Unbeknownst to her, as she climbed, the golden clock upon her forehead radiated with increasing brilliance, while her physique underwent rapid enhancement. Originally, Moon Qinglu held the rank of a Grand Mage of the wood and space elements on this continent, lacking any prowess in physical training. However, unbeknownst to her, her physical cultivation level was surging uncontrollably, advancing from body refinement to martial artist, martial king, and martial emperor, all the while continuing to escalate. Eventually, her physical prowess aligned with her magical level, seemingly breaking through a barrier, merging both realms into one. She ascended to the first stage of the semi-emperor realm, shattering the limits of the continent's cultivation hierarchy. All of this transpired without her awareness. As she continued her arduous climb, is this truly the place? Lin Yi regarded the dilapidated outhouse before him with a peculiar gaze. What on earth? Xiao Yu stared in bewilderment at the vast structure, utterly confused by its transformation into a toilet. Note that in the realm of cultivation, where ordinary people abound, such facilities still exist. Touching the wall of the outhouse, Xiao Yu incredulously remarked, "It's really an outhouse." Lin Yi shot him a look of incredulity, muttering under his breath, "What nonsense! If it's not an outhouse, is it your home? What did you say?" Xiao Yu turned around, puzzled, having just caught the word home. Nothing at all." Lin Yi hastily waved his hand, knowing he could not contend with Xiao Yu, nor would he ever engage in a quarrel with him. Friends are meant to be cherished, not to be fought. What are you doing? Who are you talking to? Xiao Yu stared at Lin Yi, who appeared to be speaking to the empty air, his expression filled with questions. "Ah, it's nothing at all," Lin Yi replied with his distinctive tone, raising his voice. Just as well, Xiao Yu scrutinized him deeply, sensing that he was not being entirely truthful. Turning his attention back to the outhouse, he felt a twinge of discomfort, realizing that he had arrived too early. Indeed, this place was repurposed as a toilet. Gazing at the Grim Reaper insignia in his hand, he bit into his left finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon the Grim Reaper emblem on his right hand. He felt a tinge of trepidation. Could the entrance to hell truly be here? Thus, he relied upon the Grim Reaper insignia to determine his bearings. Suddenly, Xiao Yu felt a warmth in his palm, his eyes brightening as he exclaimed, "It's here." With a swift motion of his palm, a blood-red light surged toward the restroom, deftly bypassing the male entrance and heading directly towards the female one, ultimately vanishing within. Xiao Yu was momentarily rendered speechless, staring at the crimson beam in his hand, utterly bewildered. Was this truly happening? It was one thing to find himself at a restroom, but a women's restroom at that. Beside him, Lin Yi glanced curiously at Xiao Yu's direction, his eyes widening in surprise upon realizing where Xiao Yu was fixated. With a playful whistle, he jested, "My dear fish, are you feeling rather desperate? How could you venture into such a place?" Doubts began to creep into Lin Yi's mind regarding Xiao Yu's earlier claims about enemies and invasion. As if to punctuate the moment, a voluptuous woman approached, her strides confident. Upon noticing the two striking young men standing before the women's restroom, her expression shifted to one of astonishment. Pausing briefly, she changed her course, sauntering towards the restroom with a swaying gait. As she passed Xiao Yu, she flirtatiously blew him a kiss, her ample form undulating enticingly. Xiao Yu, who had been contemplating whether to enter, was abruptly taken aback by this unexpected display. It felt as if he had been struck by lightning. After a moment of stunned silence, he retched, exclaiming, "How utterly revolting." Beside him, Lin Yi wiped his mouth, having already succumbed to nausea. Unlike Xiao Yu, he had been aware of the woman from the outset and had noted her blatant advances. Xiao Yu, his face pale, nodded weakly. "Let us wait a bit longer. Once she leaves, I'll go in." To be honest, he was reluctant, but time was not on his side. He recalled the formidable power of Yu Hua Tian. Realizing that the situation was far from simple, he also understood that Shizaki Kurumi would undoubtedly arrive. Given her nature, she would never turn a blind eye to an apocalyptic scenario. Yet, a sense of trepidation gripped Xiao Yu, fearing that Shizaki Kurumi might not endure for long. Frustrated with himself, he wished he could slap his own face. Why did he have to paint Yu Hua Tian as so powerful? If all of Yu Hua Tian's strength were present, he could obliterate the universe in an instant. But now, Yu Hua Tian was merely a shadow of its former self. It was a bitter truth that no one could foresee. Had he known Yu Hua Tian would arrive in this world so swiftly, he would have sought out Shizaki Kurumi to share everything with her. Xiao Yu felt a wave of regret wash over him. He was certain Shizaki Kurumi would heed his words. After all, they both shared the experience of traversing realms. Although his journey led him to the real Earth, hers took her to an alternate dimension. If he were to discover that he was not alone in his journey, that Xiaotian Lai, also known as Shizaki Hanue, had crossed over to this world alongside him, he could only imagine the excitement that would ensue. Regrettably, no amount of remorse can alter the course of events. Xiao Yu must venture into the depths of hell to retrieve that object belonging to Lin Yi, to awaken him. Xiao Yu, might it be possible to cast it into the realm of the demon clan? Tokisaki Kurumi articulated her thoughts. That cannot be permitted. A sudden ethereal voice resonated from the heavens. Who goes there? Tokisaki Kurumi and Tokisaki Hanyu exclaimed in astonishment, their vigilance directed towards the sky. It is I, the heavenly path. Haoyan, he declared as he emerged forth. Tokisaki Kurumi and Tokisaki Hanyu gazed in wonder at the figure before them, a diminutive girl with white hair. The heavenly path lacks a corporeal form. Rather, it possesses the ability to assume any guise. At that moment, manifesting before Hanyu and her companion, it chose to whimsically take on humanoid form. Chapter 81. The Invasion of the Emperor, Part 3. Time Saki Hanyu and her companions stood in stunned silence as the white-haired lowly suddenly appeared before them. Beep, beep, warning. Warning, the will of heaven has descended. The system has activated hidden mode. Time Saki Hanyu clutched her head, startled by the alarm ringing in her mind. As she processed the situation, her expression transformed into one of incredulity, silently cursing the system for its inefficiency. Yet, gazing at the white-haired lowly before her, she felt a twinge of headache. This entity was the will of heaven. Was there some mistake? Furthermore, the emergence of the will of heaven at this juncture certainly boded ill. Beside her, Time Saki Kurumi observed the white-haired lowly, who identified herself as Haoyan. The will of heaven, unsure of what to say, she murmured to herself, questioning how the will of heaven could take the form of a lowly, a stark contrast to her expectations. Shouldn't the will of heaven be formless? How could this self-proclaimed entity be a white-haired lowly? She was baffled and could only fixate on Hao Yin. Not long ago, the will of heaven, Hao Yin, surveyed the crowd below. Noting Taimsaki Hanue grasping the purple sphere he had just conjured to prevent that massive frog from exploding. After contemplating, he decided it would be prudent to descend. He feared the crowd would not comprehend the nature of that object, which was capable of detonating at any moment. A grave matter indeed. However, before descending, he prepared himself. Though he possessed the ability to morph into any visage, he wished to avoid capricious transformations. Such unpredictability was unwise. Ultimately, he resolved to adopt a form he favored. In an instant, Hao Yin's formless, translucent essence solidified, and before long, a lowly with a slight smile, exuding an aura of perfection, materialized. Her flowing, pure white hair danced gracefully, resembling an ethereal sprite. Soon, a celestial voice echoed through the air, though it quickly faded, and the lowly, once a vision of enchantment, vanished from sight. It was time to inform them. Observing the bewildered group, Hao Yin nodded in satisfaction, thinking to himself that this form was indeed majestic and awe-inspiring, capable of instilling fear even in the divine. It seemed he was stronger than the gods. An embarrassing thought crossed his mind as he almost forgot that he was the will of heaven. Yet now was not the moment for such musings. Regaining focus, he scrutinized Taimsaki Kurumi and her companions once more. Indeed, they were remarkably identical, and astonishingly, their genetic compositions were genuinely the same, as if they were one and the same. While observing them from above, Hao Yin had initially believed there was only one true entity among them, but now, face to face, he comprehended fully that they were indeed two distinct individuals. During the encounter with the massive frog, the one known as Taimsaki Hanue seemed to transform into another persona, though he had merely thought it a ruse. After all, Hao Yin was acutely aware that their strength surpassed her own, rendering her probing efforts futile. Truth be told, her role as the heavenly Tao seemed somewhat lacking. As she introspected, Shizaki Hanue reverted to her Shizaki Kurumi form. Although the adorable hair tuft of the latter exuded formidable power, she was incapable of flight. Thus, the Shizaki Kurumi form felt far more comfortable. Approaching Shizaki Hanue, Hao Yin could not resist casting another glance. A thought blooming in her mind as she flashed a perfect smile and said, "Greetings, Shizaki Hanue. I hold great admiration for you. Would you consider becoming my empress?" Hao Yin earnestly uttered this astonishing declaration. Both Shizaki Hanue and Shizaki Kurumi were momentarily taken aback. Was there a mistake? They had no inkling of where she had emerged from, and even if she claimed to be the heavenly Tao, such an overt confession upon first meeting was utterly bewildering. Regardless of their tumultuous emotions, they could not undo the words that had escaped Hao Yin's lips. Observing their expressions, Hao Yin sensed that continuing down this path could lead to unforeseen repercussions. Thus, she hastily articulated her intent. "Shizaki Hanue, the purple spheres in your possession are on the brink of detonation," she stated, her gaze steady as she addressed the peril posed by the purple orbs. Taken aback, Shizaki Hanue paused, but quickly realized that this individual was indeed the heavenly Tao. Such matters were surely within her knowledge. Nevertheless, it was perplexing that this heavenly Tao had chosen to confess her feelings. Meanwhile, Shizaki Kurumi, overhearing this, wore an expression of knowing, fixating her gaze on Hao Yin. Hanue, not to be outdone, mirrored this knowing look towards Hao Yin. Witnessing their expressions, Hao Yin felt a twitch at the corner of her eye, internally pondering whether they were already aware of the situation. If so, what purpose did her arrival serve? "Greetings, heavenly Tao," Hanue interjected. "Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am the Shizaki Hanue you mentioned, and before you stands my sister, Shizaki Kurumi." Hanue, who had been observing from the side, glanced at Hao Yin as she spoke to Kurumi. Hao Yin was momentarily taken aback. "Wait, you both look identical, and your auras are indistinguishable. How am I to tell you apart?" she lamented with a wry smile. In truth, before becoming the heavenly Tao, she had been merely an ordinary human, which explained her myriad expressions and emotions, unlike the true heavenly Taos who were devoid of desires. Moreover, becoming the heavenly Tao was far from her expectations. All of this stemmed from an incident that occurred 12,000 years ago. Towering trees and undulating mountains surrounded Yu Qinglu as she finally stood atop the great mountain. Gazing at yet another peak before her, she sighed in resignation. Another one to conquer. The golden clock adorning her forehead had dimmed considerably without her notice. It would not be long before the clock vanished entirely. What secrets might this golden clock conceal? Yu Qinglu remained oblivious to its significance, perhaps never to uncover it. Yet at this moment, she trudged forward with great difficulty. However, as she was now descending the mountain, her pace quickened considerably. Presently, her physique and strength stood at Quasi-Emperor, 10th layer. Moreover, this upgrade occurred without her knowledge. One wonders if she would faint from shock upon discovering it. In the Radiant City, after a period following the moon's gentle transition to the mountains, Huang Xuejian entered a shop, accompanied by a girl who radiated light, appearing no older than 20, perhaps merely 15 or 16. Hey, who are you? Can't you just step aside? Why are you pushing me?
Muhan pouted in dissatisfaction.
You talk too much. You're quite a nuisance. Don't think that just because you look adorable, I won't find you bothersome, Huang Xuejian remarked, casting an irritated glance at the pouting Muhan. Chapter 82. The Invasion of the Emperor Part 4. Huang Xue chose to disregard the individual who seemed to emanate an aura of effects, her attention fixated on the items within. Upon discerning the contents, she was rendered speechless. She had indeed ventured into the wrong place. Meanwhile, at a considerable distance from the establishment, Xiao Yu and Lin Yi were concealed within the underbrush, intently observing the nearby restroom. A sense of relief washed over them as they spotted a corpulent figure emerging from within. Once the rotund individual departed, Xiao Yu and Lin Yi cautiously emerged from their hiding place, their nerves frayed by the unsightly scene they had witnessed. Approaching the restroom's vicinity, Xiao Yu mentally reassured herself, reminding herself that she was merely entering a realm of despair, not committing any wrongdoing, just entering the depths of hell. With that mantra echoing in her mind, she resolutely proceeded toward the women's restroom without a backward glance. Lin Yi, gazing at Xiao Yu's retreating figure, could not suppress a sigh, recalling her earlier words. The wind is cold and the waters of the Yi River are frigid. Once a valiant warrior departs, they shall not return. As he spoke, Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with fervor, and he called out to Xiao Yu, who was on the verge of entering, "Brother Yu, on this day next year, I shall burn incense for you." Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Xiao Yu stumbled slightly, nearly losing her balance. With a dark expression, she turned to face Lin Yi, striding purposefully toward him. Lin Yi swallowed hard, unease creeping into his voice as he stammered, "Brother Yu, do you believe me when I say it was unintentional?" Ignoring his plea, Xiao Yu seized the collar of his shirt, hoisting him off the ground and dragging him toward the women's restroom. As they neared their target, Lin Yi's expression morphed into one of dismay, muttering under his breath, "My life is forfeit." Xiao Yu glared at the man in her grasp, exasperated. "Could you please keep quiet? I can hear you, and my life is forfeit. Who taught you that?" Lin Yi felt awkward, unsure whether to speak or remain silent. Noticing his expression, Xiao Yu disdainfully dropped him to the ground, compelling him to follow her. Upon entering, they ceased their banter and scrutinized the women's restroom with utmost seriousness. Glancing at the crimson target in her hand, Xiao Yu finally spotted it, though the location appeared rather precarious. Staring at the pit before her, she was dumbfounded. The blood-red target lay within, and was she truly expected to jump in? The sight of the filth within stirred a tumult of emotions within her. The women's restroom was one thing, but the entrance was situated. There, beside her, Lin Yi, resembling a curious child, approached and inquired, "Did you find it? Is there an entrance?" To be honest, Lin Yi had nearly lost faith. This place hardly resembled a gateway to hell. It felt more akin to being discovered in the women's restroom, only to be thrust into the depths of despair. Just as Xiao Yu contemplated whether to suggest that Lin Yi go first and test the waters, two female voices rang out from outside. "Hurry! I saw two perverts enter the women's restroom from afar. Quickly block the door." "Oh, I understand now. But why did I come along with you?"
Muhan replied, exasperated.
The individual who had spoken earlier was none other than Huang Xuejian, who had just exited the store. Previously, Huang Xuejian and Muhan, oh no, one of them was an angel, had entered the shop. Upon her immediate inspection of the seemingly empty establishment, Disappointment washed over Huang Xuejian's face. Clearly, Qing Lu had deceived her. Yet, she pondered, Qing Lu was not the type to lie. With uncertainty lingering in her mind, she resolved to discuss it with Qing Lu later. Afterward, Huang Xuejian cast a glance at the special effects girl beside her.
At Muhan's exclamation, Huang Xuejian,
without hesitation, seized her hand and exited the store. Just then, she caught sight of Xiao Yu and Lin Yi entering the women's restroom from afar. This astonished Huang Xuejian. In broad daylight, how could they brazenly sneak into such a filthy place? Without a moment's pause, she charged forward, bringing along the special effects personnel, which led to the earlier scene. Huang Xuejian and Mu Han rushed inside, and upon discovering the two young men, they both froze momentarily. Xiao Yu and Lin Yi were equally startled, albeit with a sense of guilt. In this moment, one's resolve became evident. Xiao Yu glanced at the poised Huang Xuejian and Mu Han. He recognized them clearly. The special effects girl was undoubtedly the angel Mu Han, and the red-haired girl beside her must be the daughter of the Huang Emperor, though he was unsure of her identity. However, the situation was dire. If they were caught now, there would be no chance of escape. Casting a glance at Lin Yi beside him, Xiao Yu silently resolved to act. He drew the long sword hanging at his waist and swiftly slashed it across his arm. In an instant, blood spurted forth. Enduring the pain, he pressed his other hand against the wound. The excess blood flowed into the palm of his hand, where a Grim Reaper symbol resided. Before long, the Grim Reaper emerged from his palm, hovering ominously above the pit below. The Reaper surveyed the individuals present, and those who met its gaze felt as if they were being scrutinized by a terrifying creature, sending shivers down their spines. The Reaper, seemingly indifferent to their presence, glanced at the pit and the filth below, pausing for a brief moment. In the next instant, it swung its scythe with ferocity. A thunderous explosion reverberated throughout Huang City, startling the powerful beings nearby who turned their attention toward the source of the sound. The Reaper examined its handiwork with satisfaction, and in an instant, it swept its hand, whisking away the stunned individuals. Just as quickly, the Reaper vanished from sight, though before disappearing, it cast a glance in a particular direction, toward where Shizaki Hanue was located. Shizaki Hanue and Shizaki Kurumi stared at Haoyan, who was caught in a standoff between them. Both Hanue and Kurumi fixated their gaze on Haoyan, while he, in turn, focused on the two of them. I've said it before, I don't know. Why don't you take this purple orb and leave this world? Perhaps to another place or even the void. Haoyan said, his complexion darkening, his lovely features flushed with excitement. However, I cannot abandon this world, especially since it is your realm. Are you not the embodiment of the heavenly way? Is there truly no resolution to this predicament? This is merely the self-detonation of an unsightly toad. Unsightly toad. Have you perhaps miscalculated? Even if it is an unsightly toad, it possesses the strength of a peak second tribulation emperor, while my heavenly path level is merely at the initial stage, equivalent to a peak first tribulation emperor. Haoyan concluded his statement in one breath, feeling that he had said too little, and added, just now, in order to prevent its immediate self-detonation, I nearly had to seek out that detestable being who had long departed. Upon hearing Haoyan's final words, Shizaki Hanue sensed that she had grasped a crucial keyword. Long departed? That detestable being? Chapter 83, The Invasion of the Great Emperor, Part 5. Hao Tian clearly did not wish to linger on the topic any longer. With a light-hearted chuckle, she declared, since this matter does not require my involvement, I shall take my leave. However, before she could make her escape, Tokisaki Kurumi, smiling, intercepted her. Wait, Kurumi said with an amiable grin. Shouldn't you provide an explanation for what you just said? You managed to contain its self-destruction within that purple sphere, and now you intend to slip away? Not a chance. Hurry, is there a solution? Otherwise we all face ruin. Hao Tian sighed, breaking free from Kurumi's grasp, her fingers nervously twirling her white hair. It's not that I don't want to, but I have no means. That self-destructing entity possesses power nearing the third transformation, while I am merely at the first. Even if I were the will of the heavens, I could not prevail, for I am bound to this place. If I were to leave. At this point, Hao Tian nearly let slip a crucial detail. hastily sealing her lips. The two beside her, however, remained oblivious to the implications of her words. Tokisaki Hanue cast a glance at the white-haired lowly, Hao Tian, then turned her gaze to Kurumi, internally murmuring, "System, make your presence known now. If you don't show up soon, I shall uninstall you." "Beep. Host, you cannot uninstall the system," came the reply. Hanue paused in surprise. She had not anticipated the system would actually materialize, having only been testing the waters. Yet, its appearance was fortuitous. "Hey, didn't you say you were concealed? How is it that you can speak now?" "Beep. No problem. She is far too weak. The current system level is negligible," the system proclaimed with an air of superiority. This previously emotionless tone now laced with pride. This time, Hanue was taken aback, for she recalled the system having uninstalled the fairy mode. It seemed that this was indeed the core system, albeit with a hint of arrogance in its tone. "Beep. Host, please refrain from chastising the system at will. The system is aware of all your thoughts." Hanue's expression darkened, feeling exasperated at the system's intrusive knowledge of her mind. Immediately regretting her outburst, she realized she had voiced her thoughts aloud. The sudden interruption drew the attention of both Kurumi and Hao Tian, who looked at Hanue, puzzled by her words. "And no worries. Please, continue." Hanue quickly deflected, attempting to ease the tension. "Xiaoyu, are you alright?" Kurumi, disregarding Hanue's previous remarks, approached her and gently ruffled her hair. I'm really fine," Hanue replied, slightly flustered. "Really?" Kurumi asked again, her concern evident as she continued to tousle Hanue's hair. "Yes, really," Hanue affirmed. "Really, really?" Kurumi pressed once more. Hanue, feeling exasperated, finally replied, "It's true." Meanwhile, Hao Tian looked on with envy, remarking, "Your bond is truly wonderful. I wish for something similar." Alas, that family. Covering her mouth and blinking rapidly, she glanced at the two who remained oblivious to her turmoil. Sighing in relief, her expression quickly darkened as she murmured, "Where exactly did you go? This you she referred to, who was it and what tale lay behind it?" At that moment, in the distant void, a tiny fissure began to expand without warning. The few individuals below were completely oblivious to it. In the miniature realm of the demon clan, Yu Huatian caressed the transparent barrier. Indeed, it was somewhat challenging, yet he could still manage to breach it. Glancing at the demons behind him, he spoke, "Have all the ants with combat capability arrived?" One of the red-robed figures respectfully replied, "My lord, there are a total of 1 billion combat-capable demons, but none have reached the quasi-emperor level. Furthermore, my lord, new demons are born in this small world every day, and in just a few days, they could serve as combatants." Yu Huatian was somewhat astonished upon hearing the number. He had not anticipated that so many demons could fight. Moreover, what Ani said next surprised him even more. The fact that they could combat just days after birth indicated that there were no weaklings in this demon world. If they were provided with advanced techniques, what heights of power could they achieve? Yu Huatian contemplated seriously how to approach this small world in the future. He understood that, if Anyi's words were true, this place could serve as an inexhaustible source of military strength. Even if their current levels were low, they were not entirely weak. After all, in his own world, there were still many ordinary cultivators. By ordinary cultivators, he referred to those below the quasi-emperor level. After all, Yu Huatian's strength was at the mid-stage of the sixth tribulation of the emperor, and his vision did not extend downward. He looked back at the leading demons and pondered before saying, "Today, I will penetrate the realm of Yu Huatian to resolve the heavenly path and those two women. You shall follow closely behind me. I am granting you but one day to occupy 3 continents of Yu Huatian." "Yes, yes, yes," the demons exclaimed excitedly upon hearing his words. Yu Huatian smiled with satisfaction, but in an instant, his gaze turned icy, and a sinister smile crept across his lips as he regarded the barrier within the boundary. The boundary? Ha! Merely a barrier of the heavenly path, is it? Watch how I shatter it. Towering trees shed their maple leaves as Yu Qinglu helplessly gazed at the distant mountain peak. "Ah! How far away it is," she exclaimed. "TSK, TSK. Not a hint of femininity, and still calling me grandfather." Suddenly, a nagging voice echoed behind Yu Qinglu. Startled, she dragged her weary body to look back. All she heard was the sound of falling leaves. There was no one in sight. Yu Qinglu shivered involuntarily. Could it be a ghost? You are the ghost. A delicate voice rang directly in her mind. Who are you? Yu Qinglu responded calmly. This time, she clearly understood that someone was communicating with her telepathically, and she felt utterly defenseless. Ah, you ask who I am? Surely you haven't forgotten me. The voice paused abruptly, asking ominously, what year is it tonight? What year is it tonight? Yu Qinglu was taken aback, silently pondering those words. Such a beautiful, poetic expression. Ahem. The voice cleared its throat several times. Yu Qinglu felt a twinge of embarrassment and calmly replied, What do you mean by what night is this and what year? I fail to comprehend. Could it be poetry? That seems unlikely. How could you not know? Who is the current sovereign? The voice responded with a hint of unease. Sovereign? That title has long since faded from use. Those who still recognize it are few and far between. I could enlighten you on this matter, but shouldn't you reveal yourself? What kind of hero hides in the shadows? Yu Qingliu's icy tone addressed the voice within her mind. Very well, I shall emerge now. Chapter 84. The Inferno, Part 1. As the words fell from her lips, a translucent white figure materialized before Yu Qinglu, clad in a black military uniform, with a delicate countenance and a slight smile gracing his lips. He appeared as an elegant young gentleman, akin to a charming assassin of modern times. Adjusting his military cap, he introduced himself. Greetings, I am Shaoan, the deputy commander of the Fifth Army. Might you enlighten me on the identity of the current emperor? Yu Qinglu paid no heed to his inquiry, as she found herself somewhat bewildered. She had not anticipated this individual to make his entrance in such an extraordinary manner. The sudden transformation from a transparent entity to a corporeal being left her questioning her own sanity. Was she perhaps fatigued to the point of fainting? Miss Shaoan persisted, devoid of any impatience. Could you perhaps share who the present emperor is? This time, Yu Qinglu listened intently, although she found the title Miss rather perplexing. Exhaling deeply to gather her thoughts, she began, The emperor closest to our present time is the monarch of the Yu family, reigning over 10,000 years ago. In this day and age, the true emperors have long since vanished. The highest powers here are the martial emperors and the holy sorcerers. In comparison to a millennium ago, these are merely the next tier below the emperor level. Upon concluding her explanation, she felt compelled to impart knowledge of the continent's hierarchical structure to this enigmatic Shaoan. However, she was taken aback by his utter stillness during her discourse. Shouldn't he be astonished? Shaoan, striving to maintain an outward calm, was internally tumultuous. How could one awaken after a mere slumber to find themselves 10,000 years in the future? This was utterly absurd. Yet, upon gazing at the figure before him, he noted her visage bore an uncanny resemblance to the esteemed individual he once knew. Why was it that she did not recognize him? That was unexpected. Could it be that she had suffered amnesia? Or perhaps she had encountered the martial emperor? That too seemed implausible, as they were both women and shared a close bond. Shaoan's thoughts became increasingly convoluted. Returning to the matter at hand, he noted the young lady's seemingly weak prowess, merely at the level of a quasi-emperor. But wait, had she just ascended? He was taken aback, for the very figure before him, who bore a striking resemblance to the esteemed individual he remembered, had just broken through the threshold of the quasi-emperor realm. This revelation astonished him. He, too, had prepared extensively with rare materials and weapons to ascend from quasi-emperor to emperor, for the tribulation was exceedingly formidable, a true test of life and death. Yet, this doppelganger of his acquaintance had achieved her breakthrough without any forewarning. Was this not perilous? Casting his gaze skyward, he noticed the clouds gathering ominously. He felt a sense of urgency. There was little time left to seek out that little rascal of the heavenly path. Moreover, that entity could not interfere excessively with the descent of the tribulation. After all, the tribulations faced by emperors were beyond any mortal's control. The moment an emperor level was in sight, the tribulation would inevitably descend, for emperor status transcended ordinary humanity, standing on par with the heavenly path and the great Tao. This is all that the Tao does not desire. Therefore, anyone who dares to break through to the level of the emperor will inevitably face a heavenly tribulation. Such tribulations are beyond the capacity of newly ascended emperors to withstand, unless aided by extraordinary external forces, such as certain artifacts, weapons, or protective gear. As the impending tribulation descended, Shaowen gazed solemnly at the gathering clouds. When one of the clouds transformed into a golden hue, he suddenly exclaimed, "It is the 9th level. This should not be, this should not be." How could a newly ascended emperor encounter a 9th level tribulation? Shaowen murmured in confusion. Could it be that she was to be left to her fate? No. Who knows what connection she has with him? If there truly is a connection and he remains indifferent, then his fragment of the soul would be doomed. Presently, Shaowen existed merely as a fragment, having been dormant within a golden clock until now awakened by Yu Qinglu. This cannot be. The heavenly tribulation must not allow others to intervene, or else it would escalate. Moreover, his fragment possesses only the strength of a 5th-level emperor. Yet a 9th-level tribulation corresponds to the 9th-level emperor. The tribulations range from the 1st to the 9th level, with subsequent levels beyond that. Each level corresponds to the strength of an emperor. The current heavenly tribulation corresponds to the 9th-level emperor. What can he do to assist her? If the military emperor were present, such a tribulation could be resolved with a mere snap of the fingers. Shaowen pondered, yet he knew that this was an impossible scenario. He could not even sense his main body now, nor did he know what transpired there. In a dark space, several cries of distress echoed. "Ouch, who stepped on this princess? Who are you? Don't touch me carelessly. Hey, why are you clinging to my leg? No, I'm going to fall. If you don't hold on, it will be the end." Crack. A bright light suddenly illuminated a few figures. Xiao Yu had inexplicably produced a fire lantern, directing its beam towards them. Upon discerning the scene, Xiao Yu's expression turned grim. Lin Yi was clinging to the leg of Huang Xuejian, while Mu Han was stepping on her chest. In any case, the misfortune fell upon Huang Xuejian.
Observing Lin Yi.
Xiao Yu recognized his predicament and intended to pull him up, but upon seeing the ground beneath his feet, veins throbbed on her forehead. She moved forward and executed a shoulder throw, sending Lin Yi flying. "This is bad." Xiao Yu's eyes widened. She had forgotten that Lin Yi was still clinging to the leg. Meanwhile, Mu Han, who had already jumped aside, gazed at the aerial spectacle with an enchanting smile. Huang Xuejian stared in disbelief as she floated further from the ground. Before she could cry out, the young man clinging to her leg shouted first, "No, it's too high. Yu, brother. Save me. Help!" Hearing his distinctive voice, Xiao Yu halted in her tracks, thinking to herself, "You're on your own now. It's a pity for that Huang girl." Bang! The two landed precisely on the ground. In midair, Huang Xuejian freed herself from Lin Yi's clutches, stepped on him as she descended, and landed safely. Lin Yi plunged directly into the earth. Soon, Xiao Yu and Mu Han arrived one after another. Upon witnessing Lin Yi, who resembled someone extracting radishes, they both smiled. The group exchanged little conversation, and after pulling Lin Yi from the soil, they awaited Xiao Yu's next instruction. During the process of extracting the radishes, Huang Shui had inquired, along with Mu Han, about their location. Upon learning that they were in hell, expressions of intrigue illuminated their faces. In their words, they could hardly believe that one could enter hell while still alive. How impressive that would be to share with others. Chapter 85. The Inferno, Part 2. Oh, the depths of hell. This is indeed hell. My goodness, how astonishing, exclaimed Huang Xuejian, her eyes sparkling with fervor. Mu Han, Xiao Yu, and Lin Yi were left speechless. Wow! Lin Yi pointed incredulously at Huang Xuejian and turned to Xiao Yu, asking, "Who is this sister? She seems divine." Xiao Yu remained silent, utterly captivated by Huang Xuejian's words. Mu Han, who initially found the scene intriguing, ceased her commentary and observed Huang Xuejian's antics, murmuring, "Is this truly hell?" As soon as she spoke, the radiant glow that had vanished upon her arrival suddenly returned. Startled, Mu Han paused, and at that moment, the lantern in Xiao Yu's hand also extinguished. The group's attention swiftly shifted to Mu Han. With a bashful smile, she remarked, "Don't look at me. I am not a lantern. No, you are not merely a lantern. You are a grand light bulb," Xiao Yu declared without hesitation. Though uncertain of the meaning behind his words, Mu Han felt it was not a compliment. She replied solemnly, drawing her sword from her waist. All right, I won't say another word. Xiao Yu quickly raised his hands in surrender. However, upon noticing the sword in Muhan's grip still aimed at him, and that the others were also gazing his way, he realized the situation was not as he had imagined. In a panic, he rolled forward, landing at Lin Yi's feet. Lin Yi, witnessing Xiao Yu at his feet, found himself at a loss for words. He longed to laugh and say, "Ha ha, you two have rolled to my feet." Yet he refrained, for he was aware he could not best Xiao Yu. Uttering such words could lead to him becoming Xiao Yu's personal punching bag in the future. For the sake of his own future, he decided to pretend he hadn't seen anything. Thus, the scene unfolded. A dashing young man in a white robe sprawled beneath another, whose face was contorted in an effort to suppress laughter. Xiao Yu dusted himself off and stood up with feigned seriousness, glancing at Lin Yi, who was struggling to contain his mirth, his cheeks flushing slightly. However, he quickly regained his composure and looked back at the spot where he had just been. There, to his astonishment, stood a transparent figure, seemingly appearing from nowhere. Realizing what had captured their gaze, Xiao Yu understood they were observing what lay behind him. A ghost. The denizens of hell. Huang Xuejian felt a shiver run down her spine and murmured, "Is that a ghost?" "Indeed, these are the spirits of hell, and we appear to be at its periphery," Xiao Yu replied gravely. Upon hearing his words, the expressions of the others turned serious. This truly was hell. They did not question how they had arrived at this place. They had already gleaned some understanding of the earlier figure of death. Moreover, in the realm of cultivators, peculiar regions existed, such as the realm of the angels, which was bathed in brilliant light. Those who entered for the first time would be momentarily blinded. There were other strange locales as well. Thus, should hell truly exist, it would not be surprising. Indeed, the resilience of the individuals present was commendable. They did not succumb to the urge to scream or shout. However, upon encountering the specter, a sense of trepidation washed over them. "Pray tell, what is your purpose in hell, and how does one return?" Huang Shui inquired, glancing at the still figure of the ghost, swallowing hard before addressing Xiao Yu beside her. "I am not He. You may refer to me as Xiao Yu, though Brother Fish would be preferable." Xiao Yu replied with a hint of annoyance, then continued, "To explain my presence in hell would be rather convoluted. Let me simplify it. I am here to save the world." As soon as the words left his lips, a profound silence enveloped the group, leaving him puzzled as to the sudden hush. He soon realized that the others were gazing at him with expressions of incredulity. "I see you need not elaborate further. The weight of your words is evidently overwhelming," Lin Yi remarked as he approached Xiao Yu from behind, giving him a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Xiao Yu found himself in a bemused state, for he spoke the truth. Yet Lin Yi's interruption made him realize the dramatic flair of his statement. Regaining his composure, he glanced at the others and stated earnestly, "Time is of the essence. We must set forth. Along the way I shall share what I know." With that, he fixed his gaze on a specific direction and began to walk. The others exchanged glances before following suit. The heavenly tribulation of the 9 tribulations of the great emperor. Xiaowen gazed anxiously at the sky. Yu Qinglu displayed little emotion. She was unaware of what the power of the 9 tribulations signified, her eyes fixed intently on the heavens. From Xiaowen, the deputy commander, she learned of her ascension to the level of great emperor, which left her utterly astounded. She could not recall when she had achieved such a status. If reaching the great emperor level were so simple, chaos would surely ensue in the world. Looking up at the gathering storm clouds, Yu Qinglu felt detached from reality. She questioned the sanity of the person before her. Had she truly broken through? "You must be mistaken," she thought. Regardless of her doubts, Xiaowen remained serious, fixated on the impending heavenly tribulation. "What shall we do? The military emperor is absent, the commander is gone, and my comrades are not here. How can I shield her from this tribulation?" Xiaowen pondered anxiously. At that moment, a thunderous sound erupted nearby, startling Xiaowen out of his thoughts. Yu Qinglu was equally taken aback, both turning their gazes towards the source of the noise, which seemed to emanate from behind the mountains. Meanwhile, at Shizaki Hanyua's location, as Yu Qinglu conversed with Xiaowen, "Indeed, we share a profound bond. She is my dear little Yaya. Shizaki Kurumi nodded earnestly in response to Haoyan. Enough, Shizaki Hanue said, exasperation evident in her expression as she looked at Shizaki Kurumi. We must devise a solution for this predicament. We have wasted enough time in idle chatter. Beside her, Haoyan pondered seriously and realized that there was indeed an object capable of resolving this matter. However, she hesitated to reveal it. Yet, contemplating the potential end of the world, she finally spoke. Actually, I possess an item that can address this purple sphere. Upon hearing her words, Shizaki Hanue quickly urged, why didn't you mention it sooner? Hurry and bring it out. Haoyan frowned, though her bangs concealed her expression, rendering the others oblivious to her turmoil. Very well, she sighed, her gaze dimming as she contemplated the significance of that object. After all, it was a gift from someone special. Did she truly have to unveil it today? She felt a deep reluctance, her inner scales wavering between the fate of the world and the importance of her treasured gift. Ultimately, she reached into the void and retrieved an item. Chapter 86. The Inferno, Part 3. In the end, Haoyan chose the world. If it were that person, she would surely forgive me, he thought, as he ran his fingers through his hair. Shizaki Hanue stared at the item presented by the lowly form Tian Dao, momentarily taken aback. What is this? She felt a sense of familiarity. Hadn't she seen something like this before? Ah, it dawned on her. I had encountered it at the pet store. Isn't this a cat cage? As Shizaki Hanue gazed at Tian Dao holding the cat cage, she found herself at a loss for words. Was this truly her solution? Suddenly, a question crossed her mind. Where did Tian Dao Haoyan acquire this cat cage? Such an item could not possibly exist in this world. Could it be that someone from the past had traversed this realm and left behind a cat cage? Yet that couldn't be right. She had perused the records of this world and found no mention of such a cage. Where then had Tian Dao obtained it? As her thoughts spiraled into confusion, Shizaki Hanue finally blurted out, where did you get this cage? Haoyan was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by her inquiry, but he replied, it's a gift from a rather irresponsible individual, over 10,000 years ago, I believe. To be honest, I didn't want to bring it out, as it is the only memento she left behind. Upon hearing Haoyan's words, Shizaki Hanue felt a pang of sympathy and was about to suggest that they forgo using it. Just then, she watched as Haoyan took the purple sphere from Shizaki Kurumi's hands and tossed it directly into the cat cage. The purple sphere lay quietly in the corner. Haoyan's expression turned somewhat somber as he remarked, it's done. Done? Shizaki Hanue stared blankly. Was that truly all there was to it? Ding hidden task. Resolve the explosion of the purple sphere. Reward. Transcendence mode activated. Claimed. Ding side quest. Address the crisis of the continent. Task description. Enemies include the formidable emperor at the mid-level of 6 tribulations, 2 emperors at the initial level of 1 tribulation, and 8 quasi-emperors at the 9th heaven. A staggering army of 10 billion demons awaits. Completion reward. Metamorphic divine transformation. Failure penalty. System uninstallation. Before Shizaki Hanue could revel in the completion of the system's task, the subsequent challenge left her utterly dumbfounded. The Emperor at 6 tribulations, and 2 at the initial level of 1 tribulation, and lastly, an army of 10 billion demons? Were they invading this world? Shizaki Hanue was completely taken aback, her mind reeling from the implications of the recent task rewards. Hey, is there some kind of mistake? System, come forth and explain. As a mere emperor at the 2nd tribulation, how am I to contend with an emperor at the 6 tribulations? What are you thinking? Have you lost your mind? Shizaki Hanue exclaimed, her shock leading her to utter expletives. Fortunately, this dialogue occurred solely within her mind, unbeknownst to the 2 individuals outside. Ding, the system's task assignments are based on sound reasoning. It is impossible for unachievable tasks to be issued.
Impossible?
Shizaki Hanue chuckled in disbelief. Tell me, how can an emperor at the 2nd tribulation possibly stand against one at the 6 tribulations? Ding, the system's assertions are grounded in reality. Please do not question the system. Ha! By the way, why are you dinging instead of ringing? Shizaki Hanue retorted directly, her frustration palpable. Why did the system task have to emerge at this moment? Just when she had finally resolved one issue, another impending invasion from the mainland surfaced. Where could she even voice her grievances? Hao Yin glanced at Hanyue's ever-changing expression, intrigued by her ability to shift her demeanor so swiftly. Shizaki Kurumi also noticed Hanyue's unease and approached her with concern, asking, "Little you, what troubles you?" Startled by the sudden voice, Hanyue sighed in relief upon recognizing Kurumi standing before her. "I'm fine. Just recalled something unsettling." In her heart, however, she knew this was no trivial matter but rather a grave concern. Yet, she remained silent, aware that the time for the system's invasion was limited. Just then, a deafening sound echoed through the air. The group quickly covered their ears, escaping any actual harm. In the realm of the demon clan, Yuhua Tian observed the barrier before him, furrowing his brow. It was indeed challenging. Although it posed no insurmountable obstacle for him, he felt somewhat reluctant to tackle it. After glancing at the others behind him, he called out to an E and an Air, "Your powers are akin to that of an Empyrean. Now attack the barrier." The two responded affirmatively and commenced their assault. Boom! Boom! Explosions resounded, audible even from a distance. Yet, they did not cease, relentlessly bombarding the barrier. After approximately half an hour of continuous assault, Yuhua Tian instructed an Air to halt their attacks. He approached the recovering barrier, a curious expression adorning his face. With a swift gesture, the world around transformed. Winds and clouds swirled throughout the demon realm. In an instant, a tremendous roar reverberated across the entire realm. Yuhua Tian retracted his fist, rubbing his reddened knuckles, admiring his handiwork. At the barrier, a passage wide enough for many to traverse emerged. Yuhua Tian stepped through first, casting a glance back at the array of demons behind him. The sight of their grotesque forms gave him a headache. Their strength was commendable, yet their appearance was far from pleasing. With a steady march, the demon army entered the breached passage in perfect formation. As they entered the corridor, the atmosphere in Genyu continent shifted dramatically. Shizaki Hanyue, Shizaki Kurumi, and Hao Yin wore grave expressions. Hao Yin's face paled as she sensed the barrier had been breached. By that outsider, no less, she swiftly retracted her cat cage and spoke a few words to Hanyue before departing. Her message was clear. "Please hold off that intruder, but do not exert yourself too much. I must first repair the barrier." Upon hearing Hao Yin's words, Shizaki Hanyue understood. The task had commenced, signifying that the demon clan had indeed infiltrated. Is this Genyu continent? How desolate! Yuhua Tian mused, gazing at the barren borders. In this desolate expanse, one can find nothing but barren land and a few withered trees. It is no wonder that Yuhua would utter such words. However, my purpose for being here extends beyond this. I must first address the individuals present before I can continue my observations. Yuhua, with a cold gaze fixed on the distance, remarked. The entrance to hell. Xiao Yu, drenched in sweat, gazed apprehensively at the specter standing before him. He turned back, exclaiming, "Brother Fish, do you know the way? We have already circled several times, returning to this very spot." Lin Yi, sprawled on the ground and panting heavily, added, "Indeed, Xiao Yu, are you familiar with the path?" Beside them, Huang Shui interjected, "Wait a moment, let me contemplate the route." Xiao Yu responded with a thoughtful expression as he began to recall the way. Chapter 87. The Hell Section, Part 4. Wait, you haven't explained where the cat cage came from, and didn't you just go in? That's all there is to it? Shizaki Hanyue felt somewhat bewildered, her attention having been diverted by the abrupt system notification and the ensuing noise. It was only then that she recalled her previous words. However, it was uncertain whether Hao Yin had heard her. He might have, but he did not return, instead soaring upwards into the heavens, disappearing from sight in no time. Hanyue decided not to dwell on this matter any longer, for she had pressing concerns to address. A fortnight prior to this incident, in the Huangfeng Empire, the Tianling Empire, among the Angel Clan, the Dwarves, Elves, the Magic Academy, the Martial Arts Academy, and several smaller races, the leaders convened within the Mu Clan. The Mu Clan had existed for millennia, adept at the art of divination, rendering them a force no nation or race on the continent dared to offend lightly. Divination, as its name implies, involves foreseeing significant events. However, due to its nature, it is subject to the influences of the celestial order, resulting in each generation of the Mu clan members living a brief existence. Currently, The Mu clan was under the stewardship of Mu Etienne, the son of the clan leader, who now held the title of leader himself. Brother Huang, my apologies. One voice echoed. Oh, it is Brother Murong who graces us with his presence. My apologies, came the reply. How could I not attend? The prodigy of the Mu clan has predicted a crisis affecting the entire continent. I simply had to come. Murong Lan answered with a smile, though his tone carried an odd inflection. Huang Zhantian paid little heed to this peculiarity and approached, giving Murong Lan a friendly pat on the shoulder before proceeding deeper into the gathering. Murong Lan's gaze narrowed slightly, but he quickly regained his composure, awkwardly dabbing the area where Huang Zhantian had touched with his handkerchief. Having entered, Huang Zhantian cast a sidelong glance at Murong Lan, a cold smirk playing on his lips. Truly, it was curious, possessing immense power yet exhibiting such obsessive cleanliness. Shaking his head to dispel the thought, he focused on the Mu clan, having previously stood at its entrance. Now he had truly entered. Lord Murong, please proceed. The two guards greeted respectfully. Murong Lan nodded slightly and walked inside, with others occasionally entering behind him. Upon entering, Huang Zhantian was met with many familiar faces, kings from various empires, members of powerful families, and representatives from formidable academies. A sweeping glance revealed the astonishing strength of the Mu clan, as he recognized the identities of the individuals present, over 100 family heads and imperial rulers. Most striking among them was Queen Anmu of the Angel clan, adorned with a radiant halo atop her head, sitting there like a brilliant light bulb. The family heads beside her shielded their eyes from her brilliance, causing Anmu to feel a touch of embarrassment. Yet what could she do? Was she to envelop herself entirely? Clearly, that was out of the question. Huang Zhantian simply observed them briefly before losing interest, finding a seat and settling in. Silence enveloped the room, as it was filled with enemies, allies, and some rather peculiar individuals. No one dared to utter the first word. However, at that moment, a voice resonated from behind. Hey, wait for me. How could you? Before the sentence was completed, Murong Lan was taken aback, caught by the gaze directed at him from within. A shiver ran down his spine. I have become more handsome, Murong Lan mused internally, though he refrained from voicing it aloud. Sensing their scrutinizing stares, he proudly made his way to a seat, conveniently situated near Huang Zhantian. Huang Zhantian paid no heed to the individual behind him. Instead, he focused on observing the newcomers. Others, too, were engaged in scrutinizing one another. At that juncture, a resounding voice emerged from a certain direction, instantly capturing the attention of the crowd. A man clad in white strolled over leisurely, a smile gracing his face, though his complexion appeared quite pallid. Mu Etienne reached the foremost position and slowly settled down. As he did, an unexpected fit of coughing overtook him. His countenance turned slightly grim as he covered his mouth with a handkerchief. The assembly watched in confusion, questioning his condition, to which he offered an explanation. Ahem, esteemed lords, emperors, and clan leaders, he began, recently while I was divining the heavens, I was struck by a tremendous backlash, leaving me with little time left. Today, I wish to share what I have foreseen. However, I must be cautious in my words, lest the Mu clan face obliteration. With deliberate pacing, Mu Etienne articulated his message. Upon hearing this, the initially displeased assembly, each a ruler of empires, nations, and families, felt their irritation dissipate somewhat. Yet, soon, a grave atmosphere enveloped them. What manner of backlash is so potent? Could it be fatal? They found themselves bewildered by the diviners, whose prophecies often seemed to flirt with mortality. Esteemed guests, half danger leads to survival, while defeat heralds annihilation. I implore you to rally your armies and disciples. Ahem, I have concluded my message. You may take your leave. Upon uttering these words, Mu Etienne succumbed to a wave of dizziness and fainted. The crowd below. How could he faint so swiftly? What does half danger even mean? Ultimately, the bewildered assembly resigned themselves to gathering their subordinates. Summoning the troops was no great inconvenience. They would heed his words for the time being. About half a month later, a tremendous rift tore through the sky, validating Mu Etienne's ominous predictions. Yet they found themselves exasperated. What purpose did summoning subordinates serve? Were they to stitch the sky together? This was no mere tailoring exercise. However, what emerged swiftly dissipated just as quickly. This bewildered those who had come to the appointment. Was that truly the end? Nevertheless, they prudently refrained from dispersing their forces, instead concentrating them in the border areas. For if a continental crisis were to arise, the border-S demon clan would be the only threat remaining. Furthermore, Mu Etienne's mention of half-danger likely referred to a crisis expected in half a month. Yet, this catastrophic sky event was not half a month away. Thus, caution remained paramount. Some, however, disregarded the warning entirely, dispersing their troops without a second thought. During the cataclysmic event in the sky, Mu Etienne from the Mu clan was left utterly dumbfounded. This is impossible. The future is unfathomable. Such a phenomenon does not exist. Mu Etienne murmured in disbelief. He produced the 5 elements 8 trigrams formation disc, manipulating it with gestures imperceptible to the ordinary eye. How peculiar. How bizarre. He could only discern the invasion of the demonic army. Yet the identity of the entity responsible for the recent rift in the sky eluded him. Perhaps this is the great calamity of heaven and earth. Those who transcend shall live, while those who do not shall perish. With a sigh, Mu Etienne turned and walked towards his humble courtyard. Chapter 88. The Inferno, Part 5. On this day, a fortnight later, Huang Zhantian walked solemnly through the imperial palace, the immense sound that had echoed here mere moments ago still resonating in his mind. This was precisely the moment when Yuhua Tian breached the barrier. Could it be that this was the perilous event Mu Etienne had foretold? Huang Zhantian quickened his pace, murmuring to himself, "Yet, I had dispatched Su Zhe to investigate the boundary. One can only hope it is not as dire as it seems. Moreover, I have not stationed many soldiers there. Most were summoned to Huang City due to the recent calamity in the skies." A wry smile crossed his lips. At the gates of the underworld, Xiao Yu remarked, "It seems we are in need of his assistance." As she spoke, she pointed towards a specter in the distance. The expressions of the others soured. The thought of associating with a ghost was hardly a pleasant one. Huang Shui, feeling somewhat embarrassed, asked, "Is there truly no alternative?" Without hesitation, Xiao Yu replied, "None." He too wished for a different outcome, yet he had crafted this obstacle to create challenges for the protagonist. However, this realization made Xiao Yu aware of the connection between her narrative and their reality, evident in this instance. Yet, gazing at the terrifying specter, a sense of dread washed over her. In the mountains, where has that girl from the heavenly path gone? Why is she in such a rush? Shizaki Kurumi inquired, perplexed. Well, it's like this. Shizaki Hanue contemplated briefly before recounting the system's tasks to Kurumi. Upon hearing Hanue's words, Kurumi did not respond immediately but fell into deep thought. After a moment, she finally spoke, "Your system is likely correct. Tasks cannot be left unaccomplished, though they may require external assistance. What that assistance entails, however, remains uncertain." Following Kurumi's insight, Hanue plunged into contemplation. Meanwhile, Kurumi observed the sky with intrigue. Noting the unusual gathering of clouds, was rain imminent? Redirecting her gaze towards the boundary, she sensed something approaching. At the boundary, Yuhua Tian paced within the garrison, surveying the area. Finding it devoid of life aside from the desolate zones, he departed in boredom. Meanwhile, the demonic army at the boundary did not charge forth immediately. As Yuhua Tian arrived, Tian Dao, Hao Yan had swiftly cast a standard barrier, halting the advance of the billion-strong demonic legions in an instant. Yuhua Tian merely cast a cold glance, unperturbed. Yet Hao Yan was acutely aware that her barrier would not endure for long. When that time came, the demonic forces would inevitably invade the 3 continents of the Yuhua Tian realm. What would become of her world if it fell to the demons? She could not say for certain. The demons harbored no benevolence. If she were to be assimilated into their malevolent order, what fate awaited her was beyond her comprehension. However, should she truly become part of the demonic realm, she would not choose to survive in such a manner. The demonic path, a facet of the heavenly path, lacked humanity. It existed solely for its own gain, indifferent to the myriad creatures inhabiting its world. In the realm of the demon clan, there exists a feeble sect of magic. Yet, this demon world has endured for quite some time, making it no easy task to resolve its issues. Over the years, Hao Yan has chosen to acquiesce to its existence. Nevertheless, She would not show any signs of weakness now, for the sake of the world and for the sake of survival. Lin Yi approached the terrifying specter with a grim expression, trembling as he inquired, "Excuse me, how does one enter the underworld?" The specter merely emitted a few guttural sounds. In an instant, Lin Yi's face contorted with further despair, and he swiftly turned to flee. "You are most untrustworthy. Why must you send me there?" All he did was grunt. Lin Yi retorted, his tone rife with dissatisfaction. Hearing his complaints, Xiao Yu chose to ignore him, pondering the specter's grunts. Could it be a request for water? Or something else entirely? I recall that when I was writing, it seemed the protagonist had entered this place, while a minor antagonist had also ventured in. During their skirmish, Lin Yi appeared to reveal a flaw, allowing the antagonist to gain the upper hand. But then Lin Yi executed a reversal and sent the foe sprawling, albeit without inflicting any real harm. However, the antagonist had directly approached that fearsome specter. Then, the entrance to the underworld opened, and Lin Yi stepped inside. It seemed the specter had taken a liking to the antagonist, refusing to let go. Thus, Lin Yi easily traversed into the depths of hell. Snapped back to reality, Xiao Yu surveyed the environment. The barren, blood-red terrain, the sky devoid of sunlight, suffused only with crimson hues, and a blood-red crescent moon hanging ominously above. It must be said, the atmosphere was quite unsettling. Yet the inhabitants were far from ordinary. A time traveler, the original protagonist, a princess of an empire, and one with questionable mental stability. Alongside them, a pure angel from a clan that radiated celestial light. In any case, these individuals seemed entirely unfazed by their surroundings. After taking in the scene, Xiao Yu glanced at the specter nearby. "Oh, I forgot to mention, this specter is male, just as the antagonist was depicted. What should I do? Am I to be sent there? No, my sexual orientation is quite conventional. And Lin Yi cannot be sent either. He has important matters to attend to." Xiao Yu frantically brainstormed for solutions. "By the way, don't you think he is standing on something?" At that moment, Mu Han spoke up, puzzled. "Standing on what?" Xiao Yu was taken aback. What was he standing on? Realizing Mu Han's gaze was directed at the specter, he understood she was not referring to him. Although it seemed somewhat peculiar, he turned his attention to the specter's feet. With just one glance, it was evident that something lay beneath, though the dim environment obscured his view. Noticing the brightness emanating from Mu Han beside him, he became more alert. "Hey, is it possible for me not to accompany you?" Mu Han said, feeling slightly uneasy. This fellow had the audacity to make her his light source. "I am not He. I am Xiao Yu. Please remember my name," he replied earnestly, emphasizing once more the significance of his identity. "And no, I won't allow it unless you wish to remain here." "Very well," Mu Han replied with a hint of resignation. "It's all right, you need not draw too close. The radiance you emit is sufficient for me to discern the surroundings." Xiao Yu pondered for a moment before offering words of comfort. Mu Han remained silent. Even without the need to approach, she felt an innate aversion to such dark entities, which were incongruous with her nature. One illuminated, the other shrouded in shadow. Step by step, Mu Han advanced until she could faintly perceive the objects beneath the ghost's feet, at which point she halted. She realized that the specter was gazing at her, sending a shiver down her spine. Fortunately, he merely observed without further action, allowing her to exhale in relief. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu strode directly forward, avoiding the ghost's visage and focusing solely on what lay beneath his feet. Chapter 89. The Inferno, Part 6. What lies beneath his feet? Xiao Yu still found it somewhat unclear and could not help but speak to Mu Han beside her. "Could you move a little closer? I still cannot see clearly." With a pained expression, Mu Han stepped forward. In an instant, a brilliant light enveloped the male ghost. Mu Han swallowed hard. She noticed the ghost was fixated on her. Fortunately, the specter did not charge at her, but it was still quite terrifying. Its blood-red eyes bore into her, and the myriad of scars etched across its face, coupled with the gash at the corner of its mouth, left Mu Han feeling both frightened and anxious. Yet, she did not wish to linger in that place, so she restrained herself. Glancing at Xiao Yu, Mu Han silently urged, "Hurry, hurry, hurry." Unbeknownst to her, Xiao Yu did not notice her inner pleas. Even if he had, he would not have cared. After all, it was her ability to emit light that had drawn their attention. Xiao Yu gazed solemnly at the male ghost's feet, and this time he discerned what it was indeed standing upon. However, he found it perplexing, as he was certain he had not mentioned anything about the ghost standing on something when he wrote this. Moreover, the object beneath it was quite unexpected. It resembled a card from his own world. However, the ghost was not merely standing on it. It was hovering above a square, unidentified object, which in turn pressed down upon the card. Xiao Yu could not make out the card's true form, as only half of it was visible. Yet, he could discern the semblance of a girl's face, albeit obscured. With a resigned sigh, Xiao Yu lamented that he had hoped for something of greater significance beneath, only to discover it was merely an unknown material pressing down on a card. Although puzzled as to why a card would be there, let alone one that was compressed, he deemed it irrelevant to his current predicament. What mattered now was how to swiftly reach his intended destination. He glanced back at the still uneasy Muhan and nodded at her. She signaled to return in the direction they had come, her heart settling considerably as she thought to herself, finally, they could leave. That ghost was too unsettling. Lin Yi and Huang Shui noticed the two returning. Before Lin Yi could inquire about their findings, Huang Shui interjected, "What did you find? Xiao Yu, you do not look well. Was there nothing there? Or is the object beneath the ghost of no consequence?" Just as Xiao Yu was about to nod in agreement, a thought struck him, and he shook his head instead. Actually, it might be worth a try. Try what? Lin Yi, finally able to contribute, asked. Xiao Yu fixed Lin Yi with a penetrating gaze that made him squirm before he spoke. Lin Yi, you should go and challenge it. Do not worry, cannot defeat you. Hey, no way. Lin Yi quickly shook his head, adamantly refusing. Come on, you are the most handsome here, and undeniably more formidable than I am, especially with your unique physique. Besides, there are many girls who admire you. Do you truly wish to disappoint them? Xiao Yu insisted earnestly, a hint of regret coloring his expression at the end of his plea. Beside them, Mu Han and Huang Shui were taken aback by the unexpected remarks of Xiao Yu. They never anticipated that Xiao Yu would utter such words. Lin Yi, upon hearing Xiao Yu's statement, nodded occasionally and, with an air of arrogance, proclaimed, "Humph, I told you I am superior. How could I not be aware that there are girls who admire me? Perhaps my charm has led them to harbor secret affections." After saying this, Lin Yi flamboyantly tossed his long, lustrous hair. Xiao Yu, suppressing a laugh, continued, Indeed, Lin Yi the handsome one, this ghost is entrusted to you, and all you need to do is provoke it from its place. If we can avoid combat, we shall. All right? Wait, this feels a bit odd, Lin Yi remarked, puzzled but dismissing his concerns as he charged towards the male ghost, eager to engage in conversation. Just as he was about to strike up a dialogue with the spirit. In the world of Yu Haotian, demonic forces had begun to amass across various regions, and all characters from the original narrative similarly recognized the emergence of this formidable army. They gathered their forces, heading towards the border area. Upon reaching the boundary, the leaders were left perplexed, as the demonic army did not advance but seemed obstructed by an unseen force. Yet even with this barrier, the generals and prominent figures felt a chill run down their spines as they gazed at the densely packed demons beyond the border. The void at the boundary had vanished, revealing the territories of the demonic realm in stark clarity. What lay beyond? Was it truly the world of demons? It appeared so desolate, akin to a lower realm. Yet, how could there be so many demons? How could this be possible? The discussions at the border were rife with confusion, yet the central question remained: why did the demonic forces launch such a large-scale invasion? Too many of them, and they are truly grotesque, exclaimed a woman's voice, laced with disdain. Did her perspective not miss the point? The individuals beside her regarded her as if she were a fool. Within a grand tent, reporting, "Commander, the borders of other empires are also besieged by demons." The soldier delivering the message wore a grim expression as he continued, "Just like here, the void at the border has disappeared, revealing the realm of demons." The commander's demeanor darkened, and without uttering a word, he waved his hand, signaling the messenger to depart. Such events unfolded across the globe. Meanwhile, certain empires, sects, families, and academies at the heart of the continent remained unaware of the border situation initially. However, it would not be long before they dispatched reinforcements. How long had this world remained in silence? Change was indeed overdue. In the secluded chamber of the Mu family's rear mountains, an aged voice resonated, though it soon fell silent. Yet one person heard it. Mu Etienne stood at the door of the chamber, his heart racing with excitement upon hearing the voice. Near the border, atop a towering mountain, Yu Qinglu and Shaowen gazed solemnly at what lay beyond the peak. It seems there are numerous feeble creatures, yet a few possess formidable strength. With a solemn expression, Shaowen spoke. Alas, wait, why does one particular aura feel so familiar? Shaowen pondered, perplexed, yet unable to recall the source of this sensation. Never mind who it might be, as long as they do not disturb me, it matters not. He had pressing matters to attend to. With that thought, he turned his gaze towards Yu Qinglu. The more he observed her, the more she resembled that esteemed individual he once knew. Shaowen could not help but think, could it be that the esteemed one has strayed and given birth in secrecy? It seems implausible. Perhaps they have employed other means? Chapter 90. The Hell Chapter, Part 7. Kai-san, have you sensed it? It seems a formidable presence is approaching. Shizaki Hanue spoke gravely. Yes, I have perceived it. It is a person, an uninvited guest, Shizaki Kai-san replied, her expression growing increasingly serious as she observed a figure hurtling towards them at great speed. Shizaki Hanue frowned, for she too had caught sight of the approaching individual. However, sensing that they still had a moment, she directed her thoughts towards her system, pondering, that being must possess the strength of a mid-level emperor of the 6 calamities. Correct? Ding, the system initiated a scan. Would you like to view his overall capabilities? Taken aback, Shizaki Hanue inquired, can we actually do that? It seemed rather inaccurate in previous instances. Ding, the system responded, host, the system has undergone an upgrade, allowing for the assessment of beings 1 full rank above the host. Please explore the system's full functionalities at your earliest convenience. After the system's announcement, Shizaki Hanue contemplated for a brief moment and then focused her thoughts, commanding view. In an instant, she was astonished to behold a screen materialize before her, displaying the following information. Name: Yuhua Tian affiliation. Yu clan rank. Mid-level emperor of the 6 calamities attributes. Lightning, fire, water physique, rain transformation body innate skills. Rain dragon transformation. Note: this skill allows the user to morph into a colossal dragon composed of rainwater, boasting immense offensive power. Techniques: heavenly grade low-level martial art, mountain shattering fist. Note: this attack possesses a power equivalent to 10,000 dragon might. Heavenly grade low-level martial art, instantaneous speed. Note: this ability allows one to traverse a distance of 100,000 miles in an instant, though it incurs substantial energy costs. Can also be employed offensively, for in this world, if one cannot match the speed, they are destined to wait for death. A friendly reminder: should you fail to keep pace, prepare for demise, dear one. Earth grade supreme sword technique. Blooming lotus. Note: countless lotus petals manifest before the foe, obscuring their vision of the assault. In the moment of their confusion, a fatal strike is delivered, with an extraordinary attack power that is beyond calculation. Earth grade supreme technique. Thunderclap strike. Note: a robust lightning bolt strikes the enemy with an offensive power of approximately 5,000 dragon might. Earth grade supreme technique. The ranks of techniques include human, yellow, mysterious, spiritual, earth, heavenly, minor celestial, major celestial, etc. Each tier further classified into low, mid, high, and supreme grades. Profession: Earth grade array master, Earth grade alchemist. Strength: standard attack, 500 dragon might. Full strength, 4,000 dragon might. Each dragon might equates to 20 elephant might, and each elephant might corresponds to 10,000 pounds of force. Speed: a distance of 10,000 miles in an instant. Indeed, the speed of an emperor is unfathomably swift. Mentality: entry-level emperor. Upon reviewing Yuhua Tian's attributes, capabilities, and profession, Shizaki Hanue fell into deep contemplation, her heart in turmoil as she murmured, have I traversed into a fantastical realm? But what I desired was to enter an anime world. Ding, at that moment, the system emitted a sound, perhaps having caught the whispers of Shizaki Hanyue's inner thoughts. The system possesses a traversal mode, allowing the host to traverse without concern for reaching an undesired world. Shizaki Hanyue was momentarily taken aback, surprised by the system's unexpected thoughtfulness. However, the system's voice reminded her of something she had almost forgotten. How were the sprites, particularly Xiao Jian and Xiao Meng, faring? So much had transpired recently that they had nearly slipped her mind. Meanwhile, in the realm of sprites, Sprite 0 Xiao Jian and Sprite 1 Xiao Meng were locked in a fierce gaze with one another. Xiao Jian, must you continue berating our master? Xiao Meng implored gently to the irritable Sprite 0. Am I not entitled to express my disdain? Look at the shameless name our master bestowed upon me. Xiao Jian, why not just call me Big Jian while they're at it? Replied Xiao Jian, increasingly agitated, her breath quickening as she vented, shameless master, imbecile, fool. Please, stop criticizing our master. They are quite good. And I believe you must have some misunderstanding. Xiao Meng whimpered, her tone thick with tears as she responded to Xiao Jian's harsh words. Why are you crying? Xiao Jian exclaimed, inadvertently provoking Xiao Meng to sob even louder. Fine, fine. I won't criticize any longer. Xiao Jian relented, exasperated by the weeping sprite. Honestly, I've had enough of this, Xiao Jian declared, disregarding the tearful sprite and making her way to a towering tree. Sitting at its roots, she sighed, gazing up at the pristine sky, her heart heavy with thoughts. What on earth is happening? Why has the system suddenly upgraded? It has even uninstalled all modes, kicking me out of the management system. What could possibly have transpired within the system? Could it be that the central system has developed a consciousness of its own? That's impossible. Xiao Jian chuckled nervously, yet her eyes betrayed her anxiety, filled with concern. Whose worry was it? Was it for Xiao Meng, or for herself? Ultimately, both she and Xiao Meng found themselves resigned to their existence in this sprite realm, awaiting the summoning of their master, Shizaki Hanyue. I truly wonder how Xiao Meng and the others are faring. It seems the system has transported them to the sprite world, yet I have no idea how to summon them. Shizaki Hanyue pondered with a tinge of worry. However, she soon broke into a wry smile, realizing she was still grappling with the formidable Emperor Liujia, and here she was, fretting over them. How carefree she must be. Shaking her head in resignation, she turned to face the vigilant Shizaki Kurumi, preparing herself for the rapidly approaching figure. Yet, glancing at Yu Hua Tian's abilities, she mused that this continent might not withstand further strikes. What would happen if the land were to sink? Would they drift in the void? The more she pondered, the more it became apparent to Shizaki Hanyue that her anxiety was mounting. Although the submergence of the continent would not significantly impact her and her companions, it would pose a grave threat to the ordinary populace. At a loss for solutions, Shizaki Hanyue resorted once more to conversing with the system. Fortunately, the passage of time slowed considerably during their mental exchanges. Even if she spent half a day in dialogue within her mind, only a few minutes would elapse in the external world. Just as she was about to initiate communication with the system, at the entrance to the netherworld, Xiaoyu, Huang Xuejian, and Mu Han stood in stunned silence, gazing at Lin Yi, who had brought the ghost before them. They were bewildered as to how he had managed to persuade this male specter. Chapter 91. The Hell Section, Part 8. How did you manage that? Xiaoyu asked, slightly taken aback, gazing at the smug Lin Yi before him. Well, it's quite simple, really. I didn't know what to say to him, and I was a bit scared. Plus, enough. Just tell me how you got him to come over. Xiaoyu interrupted, his expression darkening. He feared that if he let Lin Yi continue, he might start rambling about distant relatives. Oh, fine. I just said, come over. That's all. Is that it? Xiaoyu inquired, puzzled as he waited for more from Lin Yi. Yes, just that one line. Lin Yi nodded affirmatively. Well, I can't believe it. Xiaoyu's mouth twitched. He did come over, but he isn't saying anything. What good is that? That's fine. As long as he leaves that place, it's sufficient. Besides, it doesn't matter now, Xiaoyu replied after a moment's contemplation. He pondered, shouldn't it be the place he floated in that was the issue? If he left there, he should at least be able to access the entrance to hell, right? Casting a glance at the ghost's menacing visage, he found himself utterly perplexed. Could it truly not be as he had surmised? At that moment, Xiao Yu noticed that the item at the location where the ghost had been floating was now fully exposed. It appeared to be a diamond, rectangular in shape. Approaching cautiously, he glanced at the ghost hovering beside Lin Yi and, relieved by its lack of movement, proceeded closer. Indeed, it resembled a diamond, though it was merely a crystal with a similar exterior. Xiao Yu inspected it closely and discovered a button-like shape at its center. He hesitated, torn between the desire to press it and the fear of what might occur. If it resulted in something favorable, that would be fine, but if it led to misfortune. Just as Xiao Yu was deliberating, a hand reached out and pressed it decisively. "What is this?" Huang Shui asked. Her curiosity piqued as she pressed the button without a moment's hesitation, completely disregarding the potential consequences. Before Xiao Yu could utter a word, a tremendous roar reverberated. The ground trembled violently beneath them, but fortunately, their cultivation levels prevented them from toppling over. Before they could regain their balance, an even louder sound erupted. Who dares to intrude upon the entrance to the underworld? Boom! Boom! Before Xiao Yu and the others stood an enormous skeletal door, the voice emanating from within. Xiao Yu stared in shock at the apparition of the skeletal door, exclaiming, "Impossible! How can this be? This isn't the entrance to hell. It's the gateway to the 10 Yama Kings." His disbelief grew, and his expression became increasingly distressed. Lin Yi stood before the skeletal gate, utterly mesmerized. Wait, could this be real? A gateway adorned with skulls. How magnificent! His mind was indeed peculiar. Meanwhile, beside him, Huang Xuejian and Mu Han no longer radiated their previous vitality. Mu Han's inherent charm seemed to have dimmed significantly. Huang Xuejian, in a flurry of anxiety, thought to herself, "This is disastrous. How could you have been so reckless? We are in trouble now." Regardless of their thoughts, the immense skeletal gate creaked open slowly, unleashing a cacophony of furious roars from within. Who dares to breach the realm of the 10 halls of Yama? Are you unaware that the 10 lords have decreed this gate must remain sealed? The voice boomed ominously. What? This was not an internal opening. Impossible. That death trap outside cannot be breached by mere mortals. And who would dare unleash the demons within? Is this the work of an intruding traveler? Find them immediately and cast them into the depths of hell. You lot move. Yes, Lord, came the response, laced with trepidation. Humph, I will close the gate. You must identify who opened it. Upon my return, if I do not see the one responsible, I shall feast upon you. The voice trailed off. However, at the entrance of the skeletal gate, Xiao Yu and his companions could only catch snippets of unintelligible utterances due to the language barrier. Xiao Yu, though aware he had not comprehended the words, displayed no outward sign of confusion. His expression, however, was a vivid spectrum of emotions, shifting from crimson to pallid. The ominous sound signified that the speaker held considerable authority in the underworld, enough to instill such dread in him. Not only he but also Lin Yi, Huang Xuejian, Mu Han, and even the male specter found themselves prostrate before the imposing skeletal gate, their hearts racing in unison as they anxiously gazed upon the colossal structure. They fervently hoped that whatever dwelled within was merely passing by, rather than approaching them. Alas, they remained oblivious to the impending arrival of an ominous entity, which might have rendered them utterly speechless. Xiao Yu's gaze was steadfast upon the skeletal gate, which continued to creak open as though something from within was forcefully pushing it ajar. A whirlwind of complex emotions flooded his mind. He had miscalculated, never anticipating that this day would be his last in such a manner. Regrettably, he had forgotten to inquire of Tokisaki Kurumi how she had traversed into this world. An unprecedented silence enveloped the atmosphere, punctuated only by the thudding heartbeats of the 4 individuals and the specter, each echoing the turbulence within their souls. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, or perhaps it was merely a fleeting moment. Under the watchful eyes of the 4 and the ghostly presence, the skeletal gate swung wide open. Unbeknownst to them, after Huang Xuejian pressed the switch, a card that had been concealed beneath a rectangular diamond slipped from its resting place and fell to the ground, revealing its visage. She is a remarkably beautiful girl, approximately 13 years of age, adorned with lustrous black hair. Clad in a traditional black hanfu reminiscent of ancient China, her petite and delicate figure, combined with her icy gaze, exudes a unique allure. In her hand, she wields an enormous black scythe, towering above her own height, creating a strikingly incongruous sight. However, the cold girl depicted on the card suddenly breaks into a chilling smile, brandishing her oversized scythe. Should anyone witness this surreal scene, the very notion of a card illustration laughing and moving would surely terrify many. How frightful it is, especially in such a blood-red ambience. Those with weak hearts might faint instantly, perhaps never to awaken. Yet this bizarre spectacle goes unnoticed. A few individuals stand before her, but none possess the inclination to observe. Naturally, no one becomes aware of the extraordinary event unfolding nearby. Chapter 92. The Hellish Tale, Part 9. As the figures within the cards stirred, at a distant boundary, the transformed Shizaki Kaname, resembling a tempestuous Shizaki Kyuko, appeared as if jolted by an electric shock, her eyes wide with astonishment. In an instant, she returned to her own consciousness from her interaction with the system, pivoting sharply to gaze behind her. However, upon finding nothing amiss, she was engulfed in confusion. What had just transpired? It felt as though she had departed from her original position, venturing into a blood-red realm. Yet, upon noticing only Shizaki Kyuko beside her, she suppressed the troubling thoughts. Now was not the time for such musings, though the clouds above were thickening ominously. Hadn't there been far fewer just moments ago? Was rain imminent? Shizaki Kaname's brow furrowed as she lifted her gaze skyward. She turned her attention to a distant dark figure, pondering the slow pace of a being at the mid-stage of the Empyrean Six Calamities. Meanwhile, Yu Huatian ambled along, pausing intermittently to admire the scenery. Time was plentiful, and he thought it prudent to explore further, although he lamented the fate of his diminutive toad companion. But if it is dead, so be it. I never held much affection for it. Its appearance was far too grotesque with its mottled skin. Would the purple hunger toad, if still alive, regret having such a negligent master? Thus, Yu Huatian continued his leisurely stroll, oblivious to the passage of time. By the way, you are the invader, aren't you? How is it that you wander as if in your own backyard? Alas, no one could voice these thoughts, for wherever Yu Huatian tread, all living creatures met a grim fate at his hands. Not even the smallest ant was spared. With a mere stomp, countless ants perished within their earthen homes. In the depths of hell, the colossal skull gates yawned wide. Before them lay several small figures, motionless, none other than Xiao Yu and her companions. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed ominously from within the gaping skull portal. Xiao Yu blinked, her eyes aching, as she strained to peer into the shadows beyond the door. Thud! Thud! Xiao Yu felt as though she had momentarily lifted off the ground, only to descend once more. The same sensation gripped Lin Yi, Huang Xuejian, and Mu Han behind her, as they too felt the earth tremble beneath them. This unexpected shift darkened their expressions, leaving them barely able to raise their heads, as if crushed under the weight of a mountain. Xiao Yu gazed upward, watching the figure emerge step by deliberate step from the massive gate. With each footfall, the ground beneath her quaked. Realizing the gravity of the situation, her complexion drained of color. The others, too, seemed to comprehend, their faces paling. Yet one among them, a male specter lying prone, betrayed no emotion. His long, dark hair partially obscured his face, his entire form pressed against the ground. Unknown to them, his gaze was not fixed upon the skull gate, but rather on the place from which he had just drifted. Hud hud hud. The sound grew ever closer. Xiao Yu gazed solemnly at the figure emerging from the shadows. He recognized it, finally comprehending the identity of the visitor, Mosa. This entity served a role akin to that of a steward among the 10 Yama kings, boasting power equivalent to that of an 8th-tier emperor. It is worth noting that the emperors here possess a genuine level of authority. Upon witnessing Mosa's arrival, a bitter smile spread across Xiao Yu's face. This time, there truly seemed to be no escape. If it were anyone else, he could engage in dialogue, but Mosa was not one to converse. It is important to mention that an emperor can learn a language in an instant, thus Mosa could understand Xiao Yu and his companions' words, as well as articulate them in their tongue. Has it truly been unlocked? Mosa murmured as he approached the massive gate, astonished at how widely it had swung open. nearly in its entirety. The gates of the underworld were sealed with restrictions imposed by all 10 Yama kings, and apart from Mosa, only a few peculiar beings could bypass these barriers, those akin to transgressors from another realm. Only the external button that releases the suppression of demons remained, yet it was improbable that anyone could activate it. As this thought crossed his mind, Mosa shivered involuntarily, rubbing his arms as an icy chill enveloped him. He could only hope that the seal remained intact. With measured steps, he finally ventured outside, still harboring concerns. He intended merely to steal a glance before retreating post-haste. However, that single glance caused his pupils to constrict. The suppressed demon had vanished. In Xiao Yu's line of sight, a towering figure, approximately 10 meters tall, emerged from the skeletal giant gate. The giant remained motionless, seemingly searching for something. Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback. What could it possibly be searching for? Yet, immobilized as he was, he could not discern what Mosa was fixating upon. A sense of foreboding overcame him. He had a gut feeling that the card was precisely what Mosa sought. It likely contained something sealed within, drawing the attention of the underworld emissary. Xiao Yu had completely misinterpreted the situation. The button pressed by Huang Shui was not only the key to opening the gates of the underworld but also the means to unravel the card's seal. It could be argued that he was both right and wrong in his understanding. After all, the gates of the underworld did not require a seal to function as such. Thus, it was reasonable to deduce that the intent was to ascertain whether the seal was active or not. Mosa, in disbelief, rushed forward, kneeling on the ground to observe the rectangular diamond that had once contained the card. The empty diamond. The empty diamond, a type of sealing stone, possessed the capability to seal all objects. Mosa lowered his head, scrutinizing the desolate space beneath the empty diamond. It had once housed the demon card, but now it was utterly vacant. Panic surged through Mosa as he lifted his feet, intending to rush back into the skeletal giant gate. However, at that moment, he noticed several humans on the ground having come to a halt. Could it be? Had they released it? The once dark visage of Mosa has grown even darker as he gazes down at the few humans below. Just as Xiao Yu began to breathe a sigh of relief upon seeing Mosa charge towards the skeletal giant's entrance, Mosa unexpectedly turned back. A sense of foreboding sank into his heart. It was indeed not going to be that simple. Mosa rolled his eyes, pondering whether they could truly be the ones. It seemed implausible that beings incapable of withstanding his aura could breach the seal of that demon. However, they could not be allowed to return alive. Having glimpsed the underworld, they must be silenced. Yet, what he intended to leave behind were merely the remnants of the deceased. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Mosa's expression twisted into a menacing grimace. He refrained from drawing his weapon, opting instead to stomp down upon the nearest Xiao Yu with his foot. Such feeble ants were not worthy of his weaponry. Just as Xiao Yu, in despair, closed his eyes, he saw the grotesque countenance of Mosa looming over him. Suddenly, a delicate hand intervened, halting the impending descent of the colossal foot. Mosa's menacing expression froze in an instant. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu, having awaited pain for what felt like an eternity, slowly lifted his head and opened his eyes, only to behold. Chapter 93. The Hellish Tale, Part 10. The expression of the demon, Mosa, froze in place as Xiao Yu gazed at the figure before him in astonishment. Ah, little Sa, it has been ages. A teasing voice floated up from beneath Mosa's feet. Haha, indeed, it has been a long time. Mosa recoiled as if confronted by a specter, trembling all over. Goodness, after all this time, you still remember me. I truly wished you wouldn't. Are you afraid of me? No, how could I dare to be? Mosa shook his head vigorously, akin to a rattling drum. Ah, you do not dare? Then how do you explain your actions towards my subordinate? The tone of the voice suddenly turned frigid, signifying the owner was on the verge of fury. Mosa felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, swallowing hard while nervously chuckling. How? How could that be? Your subordinate? I did not see them. Oh, you still do not comprehend my meaning. And no. Your esteemed self has a forgetful nature. Your subordinates are far superior to me. Mosa hastily defended himself, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Internally, he panicked, realizing the dire situation. The demon had genuinely broken free from its seal. Fortunately, it did not immediately seek his demise. Mosa's eyes darted about, contemplating how to escape this predicament. Moreover, he needed to report swiftly that the demon's seal had been lifted. Yet, he found himself perplexed as to why this demon did not launch an attack. He vividly recalled the fateful day a millennium ago when he was merely a lowly soldier in the underworld. One day, a strikingly beautiful girl descended from the heavens and, without uttering a word, ravaged the underworld in her wake. He considered himself fortunate to have evaded her assault, but this demon had noticed him, posed a few questions, and subsequently led him to the depths of the 18th layer of hell. The thought sent a shiver down Mosa's spine as the terrifying memory of clawing his way out of that infernal realm rushed back. He glanced at the demon woman before him, uncertain if he would return safely this time. "Ah, you do not know?" Xiao Tianlai paused, glancing back at Xiao Yu. "She resembles him greatly, yet her aura is far too feeble." "No." Frowning, she turned her gaze to Xiao Yu and inquired, "Who are you?" Since Xiao Tianlai had appeared, Xiao Yu had been utterly dazed. However, it seemed the little girl before him was trying to communicate, yet he could not comprehend her words. At this moment, his mind was too bewildered to ponder such matters, completely engulfed in confusion. Before him stood a being of imperial stature, a figure of the eighth tribulation. The petite girl had effortlessly thwarted his attack with a single hand. How utterly incongruous. A girl battling a beast. Xiao Yu began to doubt whether he had traversed into another realm. "Hey, wait!" Xiao Tianlai's expression grew slightly awkward. She had never been overlooked before. Suddenly, she recalled that this person seemed unable to understand the language of the underworld. Contemplating her predicament, she attempted to recall the language spoken here. "Ah, it should be like this." Xiao Tianlai spoke in a new tongue. "Hello, are you Xiaoan?" Her melodious voice resonated in Xiao Yu's ears, causing him to freeze momentarily, staring blankly at the girl engaging him in conversation. Was she indeed speaking to him? Is that so? But who is Xiaoan? Xiao Yu pondered for a moment, sensing an opportunity, and respectfully replied, "I do not know the Xiaoan you speak of. My name is Xiao Yu. Today, my companions Lin Yi, Huang Xuejian, Mu Han, and I have inadvertently arrived at the wrong place. I kindly request that you, esteemed one, guide us away from here. I realize that I possess nothing of value to offer in return. But, at this point," Xiao Yu gritted his teeth resolutely, "should you ever have need of my assistance, I Xiao Yu will undoubtedly do my utmost to aid you." With that, he lowered his head, filled with trepidation. If the suddenly appearing young girl did not lead them away from this perilous place, their survival would be in jeopardy. He also understood that his words held little weight. Xiao Tianlai paid no heed to his utterance, instead becoming lost in brief contemplation upon hearing the name Xiao Yu. It seemed familiar, as if she had encountered it before entering the golden temporal realm. "Xiao Yu?
Lin Yi?
Huang Xuejian? Wait, Huang Xuejian." Xiao Tianlai was taken aback, realizing that the entity within the card had been dormant for 12,000 years. This card, merely a vessel of Xiao Tianlai, or perhaps an avatar of Shizaki Hanue, now contained only a fragment of her consciousness. Goodness! Xiao Tianlai's lips twitched. Has my true self forgotten about me? Why does she not retrieve me? A flicker of irritation crossed her mind. Glancing at the others sprawled on the ground, she felt a headache coming on. The presence of Huang Xuejian and Lin Yi in the underworld indicated that her true self was on the verge of being engulfed by the golden temporal realm, entering the divine emperor's war of 12,000 years. The timeline was likely during the moment Huang Xuejian and the others rendezvoused with her true self, recounting their experiences before engaging in a battle with that one. What was his name, you something, and ultimately, her true self along with Yu Qinglu, and you were swept into the golden temporal realm, vanishing from the Zhenyu continent, thrust into a millennia-long conflict. What role do I assume now? Xiao Tianlai felt somewhat bewildered. With her card now unsealed, was there a significant task awaiting her? She glanced helplessly at the anxious Mosa and the trembling Xiao Yu. Nevertheless, Xiao Tianlai's expression remained unchanged, her demeanor as cold as ever. After prolonged slumber, she no longer knew how to convey her emotions. With an indifferent gaze, she regarded Mosa, contemplating whether to end his life. recalling how the underworld had once dispatched assassins against her. Yet what benefit would arise from his demise? It seemed there would be neither gain nor loss. After some reflection, Xiao Tianlai removed the artifact, the transformative divine qi, from Emosa's neck. The transformative divine qi, capable of transforming into any weapon or item, retaining the characteristics of the weapon. Very well, I shall spare you, she decided, but your earlier intent to harm Huang Xuejian and the others is unforgivable. With a frigid gaze, Xiao Tianlai fixed her eyes upon the nearby Emosa. He, who had relaxed slightly at the removal of the weapon from his neck, suddenly felt a chilling dread as Xiao Tianlai's terrifying glare bore down upon him. Before he could plead for mercy, he was abruptly sent soaring into the air. Before long, a piercing scream echoed through the air. The black scythe that had been in Zhao grasp vanished, replaced by a formidable 40-meter-long staff. With this weapon, she struck down the demon, sending it flying. Zhao furrowed her brow, glancing at the unwieldy staff in her hands, feeling somewhat displeased. With a swish, the staff disappeared, and a ring materialized in its place. Without hesitation, Zhao slipped the ring onto her finger, nodding in satisfaction as she regarded it. As she reassessed Xiao Yu and the others, a headache began to throb at her temples. What were they doing in hell again? Blast it! Her memory was hazy, and many details eluded her grasp. Zhao expression darkened as she muttered to herself, "Please, let it not be a problem with my true self." Chapter 94. The Infernal Saga, Part 11. At this moment, Xiao Yu had already raised her head, gazing in astonishment at the little girl before her. With a single strike, she had sent the formidable demon monarch flying? Could it be that this demon was merely a counterfeit of the emperor? Such a spectacle was too shocking to fathom. A figure so mighty and terrifying could not prevail against a frail child. Furthermore, this demon was renowned as one of the most powerful beings in the underworld. Now, it was uncertain where he had been cast away by the little girl. The demon, covered in dust and dirt, emerged from a palace. He had been hurled into the heavens by Xiao Tianlai, only to crash directly into a palace. Fortunately, there was no one within those walls. Quickly assessing his condition, he found himself intact, with no limbs missing, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, confusion washed over him. She had spared his life, merely intending to send him flying? But he soon shook his head. This was not the moment for such thoughts. Upon exiting the palace, he charged in a specific direction, intent on reporting that the demon had been unsealed. However, as he made his way, his expression grew peculiar, a mixture of fear, relief for having escaped a close call, and gratitude. Fear was directed towards Xiao Tianlai. Relief stemmed from his survival. Gratitude arose from the realization that without Xiao Tianlai, he would not have attained his current status. Xiao Yu remained vigilant, her gaze fixed on the little girl before her. Alongside her were Lin Yi, Huang Xuejian, and Mu Han, all of whom could rise again. Since the moment the demon was sent flying, they had regained their mobility. Yet, their presence before the little girl was not by choice but rather by the command of Xiao Tianlai. Now that the formidable one has departed, it is time we converse, Xiao Tianlai remarked, amusement evident in her voice as she observed their expressions of apprehension. Upon hearing her laughter, the group remained still, but Xiao Yu was the first to break the silence. Greetings, we arrived here merely to reach a certain destination. Opening the gates of the underworld was entirely unintentional. Realizing they were now safe, Xiao Yu breathed a sigh of relief before inquiring, "May I ask who you are?" "Ah, me?" Xiao Tianlai pointed to herself, then with a flourish of her sleeve, proclaimed, "Since you have generously inquired, I shall indulge your curiosity. I am one of the incarnations of the great glutton of the Celestial Empire, Xiao Tianlai." After her declaration, silence lingered as applause was notably absent. Xiao Tianlai, perplexed, awaited a response. Suddenly, applause erupted. Only then did she steady her gaze upon them, noticing their hands clapping and their expressions filled with an unusual regard. Such looks made Xiao Tianlai want to reprimand them. Yet she restrained herself, remembering that these individuals were, in fact, her allies, albeit in a different form. Xiao Yu felt a surge of excitement, her mind racing. I never anticipated she was also from the Celestial Empire, and her strength is so formidable. Yet, Reality poured over her like cold water, leaving her somewhat anxious. After all, the stronger a person, the more their nature tends to transform. Moreover, what would she do if she realized she was also a time traveler? Would she eliminate him or take some other course of action? He was clearly overthinking. Even if he were to voice his thoughts, Xiao Oceanlei would remain indifferent to his status as a time traveler. His emotions soon settled, and Xiao Yu decided it best to remain silent for the time being, observing the situation. However, he quickly noticed discrepancies in Xiao Oceanlei's words, particularly her reference to being one of the avatars of the great glutton of the heavenly dynasty. An avatar? She appeared corporeal, how could she be merely an avatar? The notion of avatars brought to mind Tokisaki Kurumi. If anyone had numerous avatars, it would certainly be her. Furthermore, her avatars were as substantial as her true self, possessing flesh and blood. By the way, where are you all headed? If it's not too much trouble, I could serve as your bodyguard. Xiao Oceanlei's earnest tone resonated in the ears of those present. In truth, she had no desire to involve herself, but the thought of their potential demise here and the consequent ramifications for the external world's future compelled her to reconsider. After some contemplation, she resolved to accompany them. After all, she could navigate this place with her eyes closed. Her confidence was unwavering, as her strength was formidable. She could simply bulldoze her way through any obstacle. On the other hand, upon hearing Xiao Oceanlei's words, Xiao Yu set aside his previous musings. Did it truly matter whether she was an avatar? Gaining her assistance meant they would soon acquire the item they sought. However, an idea struck him and he respectfully addressed Xiao Oceanlei. Lady Xiao Oceanlei, could you assist us with a favor? What is it? If it's not too troublesome, I can help you, Xiao Oceanlei replied without hesitation. Hearing her response, Xiao Yu breathed a sigh of relief. If he could persuade her to join them, the crisis in the Genu continent would be a mere triviality. The Rain Emperor was merely at the mid-stage of the 6th tribulation, whereas the demon just now was at the 8th tribulation. Yet Xiao Oceanlei had sent him flying with a single strike. It was uncertain whether he still lived. It's like this. Xiao Yu briefly articulated his thoughts. Upon hearing his words, Xiao Oceanlei regarded him with an unusual expression, as she hadn't anticipated that he was already privy to the invasion by that rain entity, and that his journey to the underworld was in search of something to counter it. It seemed that Xiao Yu harbored secrets of considerable significance. However, she could not comply. I'm afraid I cannot, Xiao Oceanlei flatly refused. Why not? Xiao Yu inquired, a sense of urgency creeping into his voice. If only she could resolve this matter easily. It's not that I do not wish to assist you. My energy will not last much longer and will dissipate in due time. Moreover, entering the Genu continent would subject me to the resistance of the heavenly path, accelerating my disappearance. In her heart, she thought, the little rascal who became the heavenly path has caused me great consternation. Asking me to go is akin to placing a gun to my head. It would be best for my true self to confront him, yet I believe my true self has already encountered that little rascal. Amused by the thought, Xiao Oceanlei couldn't help but stifle a laugh within. Nonetheless, her words were not devoid of truth. Indeed, she could only endure for a few days before vanishing, as the energy of this card could sustain her presence in the external world for but a brief period, unless her true form were to arrive and replenish the energy. Furthermore, engaging in combat would only exacerbate the consumption. Even if she were able to venture forth, she would refrain from doing so. What might transpire upon encountering her true form during this temporal span? That was knowledge she preferred to forego. Upon hearing Xiao Oceanlei's words, Xiao Yu resigned himself to the reality and chose not to pursue the matter further. Yet, the implications of Xiao Oceanlei's statement left him in a state of perplexity. What could it mean that she could only exist for a few days without energy? Did it imply that she was merely a manifestation of energy, lacking a physical form? Yet, the individual before him appeared undeniably corporeal. Xiao Yu found himself utterly confounded and ultimately decided to cease his contemplation of the issue.